It is not the child of destiny, Monkey D. Luffy, who can save Ace. It is not the venerable Whitebeard figure who possesses the mightiest fruit, capable of tearing the very fabric of space, but rather you, who can unleash a nuclear explosion and once quelled the fiercest battles with just 4 punches. The naval headquarters appears as though it has been bombarded by Miss Qiu, traversing through the chaos. All of this is due to your consumption of the explosive fruit of the Superman lineage. Drawing upon your previous lives' understanding of nuclear fission. In merely 3 years, you have developed the nest to an unparalleled level of invincibility. Currently, Ace has been captured by Blackbeard, who covets the tremor fruit. Are you aware? It is time for the self-package to emerge from the shadows. At this moment, the Grand Line's new world. To my astonishment, Ace ultimately fell into the clutches of the authorities, while Blackbeard ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords. It leaves one with a sense of reflection. What of the promised butterfly effect? This humble butterfly of mine. Its fluttering wings seem to bear little consequence. Booming thunder, cascading torrents. In the distance, the sea surface is struck by a dozen artillery shells, erupting into a flurry of splashing waves. The sudden explosion startled the people present on the beach. The child weeps in search of their parents, while the terrified parents rush towards their child. In the blink of an eye, the bustling beach has turned desolate, leaving you, all alone, sitting solitary on the sands. In the distance, a pirate ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger, swiftly approaches across the shimmering sea. A bald man, robust and muscular, with a face full of excess flesh, appeared at the bow of the pirate ship. He brandished his great sword, laughing maniacally as he shouted to his hundreds of subordinates, "Lads, do you see? There lies a small town, and its inhabitants are utterly defenseless. Let us charge forth and indulge in plunder. Long live the captain!" The pirates chanted in unison, as if they had already besieged the quaint town. Only then did you casually toss aside the newspaper, gradually rising and brushing off the sand from your backside. Why must you disturb me while I am perusing the newspaper? It is truly impolite. Your tone carries a subtle hint of disdain. At that moment, the bald captain passed by the younger brother and noticed that there was still someone standing motionless on the beach. Ha ha ha. Do not make a fuss. It is merely a foolish creature rendered speechless by fear. Come forth. Adjust the cannon's muzzle. Propel him into the heavens. Once more, the sound of cannon fire reverberated aboard the ship. A shell soared through the air, hurtling swiftly toward you. Disturbing others as they read the newspaper is indeed an act of impoliteness. Your gaze is indifferent, and your lips, sharp as a blade, gently part. Fission 10,000 tons nuclear explosion. Charge. Fission. Stockpile nuclear explosion. A punch unleashed. A terrifying explosion erupted from the fist, the formidable force of the blast concentrated directly in front, generating a shockwave and intense heat. The shell failed to stir even a ripple, as the shockwave carried it away, dissipating in the air with searing heat. Subsequently, the shockwave surged forward with unyielding momentum, hurtling directly towards the pirate ship. Upon witnessing this scene, the bald man felt as if his eyes were about to burst. However, the crimson shockwave has already roared forth, affording him no opportunity for regret. The bald man could only leave behind a desperate cry in the moments before his demise. No. Boom. Amidst a conflagration, the bald captain along with his crew of pirates disintegrated into fragments, sinking into the abyss. Until the very moment of death, the pirate crew never fathomed how such a remote town could harbor such a terrifying man. Gazing at the scattered flickers of light floating upon the vast sea, you shake your head and return to your seat on the sandy shore. The impact of a nuclear explosion measured in megatons strikes these unknown small seas, as if a cannon were used to swat a mosquito, which seems somewhat of a waste of effort. To comprehend, the little boy and the plump figure from a past life were merely akin to an explosion of over 10,000 tons of TNT. The only distinction lies in the fact that the nuclear detonation you unleash bears little radiation. It relies solely on the sheer force of the explosion itself, along with the shockwave and the intense heat it generates. After all, he is a devil fruit user, belonging to the paramecia category, endowed with the extraordinary ability to detonate any part of his body at will, encompassing his hair, breath, and even his nostrils. Thus, he is the explosive man, not the radiant man. Nevertheless, the power of a mere explosion is sufficient to wreak havoc across this world. The legendary Great Ivan. When it detonates, its shockwave can obliterate structures located 50 kilometers away, creating a mushroom cloud spanning several dozen kilometers. This power. A fist striking the sunken island is no illusion. Upon my arrival, you diligently nurtured the aspiration of becoming an adventurer, a renowned adventurer, a bounty hunter, or perhaps a bounty hunter. Alas, fate does not always align with one's desires. You, having acted with valor and righteousness, ended the life of a noble. Now, pursued by the Navy, you find yourself compelled to embark on the path of piracy. The initial bounty reaches an astonishing 3,500 Baileys. It seems the time has come to depart and establish your own pirate crew. You murmur softly. According to the memories from before the journey, the scientist Vegapunk proclaimed that the entire world is destined to submerge into the sea. It stands to reason that the rise of sea levels will inevitably submerge the entire world, or cause the continents to sink, a process that will transpire over an extraordinarily protracted period, measured in millions or even tens of millions of years. To seize destiny, you are prepared to assemble a magnificent pirate crew to navigate the impending calamity alongside your companions. Oh, indeed, one can also seek out some allies. As you ponder this, you reclaim your scattered thoughts, gazing towards a certain point in the vast ocean. New world. An unknown island, surrounded by vessels of various sizes. Among them, the Moby of the Beard Pirates is quietly adrift upon the surface of the sea. Old Ling. Perhaps it would be wise to drink a little less. Marco observed him with concern, unable to refrain from offering his advice. The towering figure of over 6 meters, adorned with a white beard, sat comfortably in his specially designated armchair, receiving intravenous fluids. After gulping down a significant amount, he smiled and graciously declined Marco's offer. Do not counsel me as a pirate. One ought to revel in indulgence, to feast on wine and savor the flesh of meat, for only then can one truly live a life unregretted. Indeed, tomorrow marks the day of Ace's execution. How is our gathering of personnel progressing? Marco let out a sigh, well acquainted with the nature of Huzi. He refrained from offering further counsel and instead commenced reporting on the recent developments. The pirate crews under its banner have nearly gathered, with only a handful of them delayed by certain matters, likely rendering them unable to arrive in time. Speaking of which, I was halfway through. Mid-sentence, Marco turned his gaze towards the outside of the vessel. A formidable conqueror's hockey has seemingly arrived, prompting an extraordinary reaction. Ah ha ha ha. Whitebeard chuckled heartily before taking another hearty gulp. Marco, with a sense of resignation, rose to his feet and shouted towards the individuals aboard the vessel. The youth are about to depart, and you cannot bear it. The crew inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. It seems that when the Four Emperors Red made its appearance some time ago, Captain Marco indeed remarked in such a manner, did he not? Upon this realization, the crew immediately understood the urgency and sought to depart without delay. Yet it is too late. The departing individual has scarcely taken a few steps when they begin to roll their eyes, collapsing to the ground, gradually succumbing to a state of unconsciousness. Why are those endowed with the domineering will of the conqueror so unruly and prone to chaos? Why indeed? Marco, with a hand resting on his forehead, lets out yet another soft sigh, embodying the depths of exasperation. How profoundly helpless one can feel it truly is a source of great concern. Step by step, footfalls resonate. Your figure graces the vessel. He is still adorned in that attire, a floral shirt and loose-fitting trousers. Ignoring others, with flip-flops on my feet, I tread steadily towards my own path. Along the way, sparks flew and lightning crackled as he approached the venerable old man with the white beard. When he arrived before the bearded man, taking his final step. On the ship, apart from individuals of rank above the captain, only a handful of competent individuals remained standing, while the others had all succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing upon the towering figure of the white-beard elder, a sense of nostalgia washes over you. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, yet still not reaching the height of the other person's crotch. This is the rhythm that beckons him to leap and strike the white-beard knee. I am acquainted with you. You are the one who explodes, the small one who detonates. You are the one who decays. The old man with the white beard scrutinized for a moment and then spoke with a smile. You feel helpless. The disadvantage of youth lies in its inherent limitations. Those who are slightly older tend to refer to you as youngster. He endeavors to emulate the fiery-haired one with great zeal, seeking to showcase his prowess through a commanding entrance, thereby elevating his stature in the eyes of his audience. This is a method to enhance one's presence before a conversation. Who would have thought it seems to have little effect? Whitebeard. I come to you seeking a cup of celebratory wine. As your words linger in the air, the temperature of the surroundings plummets dramatically. On board, the countenance of everyone, including Marco, instantly darkened, their gazes sharp and piercing. The moment has arrived when Ace is on the brink of public execution. As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Blackbeard Pirates, Ace shares profound bonds with his comrades. At this moment, speaking of toasting at a wedding is evidently revealing everyone's wounds, which is quite offensive. As expected. Explosive boy, are you challenging this old man? Whitebeard, with a stern expression, bellowed as he drew forth the cluster of weapons from behind the chair, striking down with a powerful blow. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the formidable strike of the Whitebeard figure, you laugh heartily and meet it with your clenched fist. Every strike and every punch harbors the potential to annihilate the very fabric of the universe. Two entities collide, akin to Mars colliding with Earth. Countless lightning bolts erupted, causing the entire expanse to crackle with energy. A powerful gust of wind surges skyward, as if the heavens themselves have been pierced. A vast opening emerges amidst the clouds. Since the self-cloud from the bearded side has been shattered into countless fragments, it presents a striking image reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The surprise etched on Whitebeard's face was unmistakable. He had never anticipated that this young lad, who not only mastered the art of dominance but could also stand against him, would possess such formidable prowess. In the recesses of his somewhat hazy memory, he recalled a time when you were merely a burgeoning pirate supernova, ascending slowly. To think you have now evolved to this level left the captains of Whitebeard's crew, who were spectating nearby, equally astounded. However, they soon found solace in the realization. Regarding you, before the advent of the beard, there was little concern. Yet, these captains exhibit a great deal of. 3 years ago, you were hailed as the most formidable newcomer, possessing the qualities befitting a sovereign. Not solely due to the presence of the conqueror's haki, but rather because of the terrifying destructive power you exhibit. 3 years. In nearly 3 years. Can he truly stand shoulder to shoulder with his father? How remarkable. Marco gazed at the apocalyptic sky, his eyes slightly unfocused. Not everyone is engulfed in astonishment. Some possess a more resilient disposition, unburdened by excessive intricacies. Such is the case with Captain Jaws. He gazed up at the sky, then cast a glance at the white-bearded old man, scratching his head in bewilderment. Finally, I quietly approached Marco and softly inquired, "Why do I always feel that this scene seems somewhat familiar?" How could one be unfamiliar? Recently, when the red-haired individual arrived, they displayed the same demeanor. It was as if they were cast from the same mold, truly remarkable. Marco, emerging from his astonishment, let out a deep sigh, gradually regaining his former composure. He had completely forgotten that today marked the umpteenth time he had sighed. However, I have nearly grown accustomed to it. I have become familiar with those who possess the conqueror's haki. Individuals who are capricious and unruly. I have also adapted to the bizarre nature of these individuals. Including the old man with a white beard, you engage in a fierce confrontation with him, yet fail to unleash your true fire. Since the dawn of time, I do not come to instigate conflict today. You let out a gentle laugh and begin to elucidate. What do you mean, you rascal? I shall assist you in rescuing Ace. The Whitebeard pirates owe me a personal favor. Hearing this, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh and said, "Ha ha! What an audacious claim! Even I cannot confidently assert that I can rescue Ace. On what grounds do you, young one, believe you are capable of achieving such a feat?" You two smiled, a smile that was quite exuberant. By what means? Simply by virtue of my capabilities. Whitebeard shook his head once more. Old man acknowledges your strength. Yet, it is insufficient. Far from adequate. Advancing towards the city, Magellan stands guard. Once the Navy detects your approach, headquarters at Marineford will dispatch reinforcements. You cannot rescue Ace. I am capable, you declared earnestly, your confidence radiating unabashedly from your countenance. Reason. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. Unable to fathom how one might Rescue Ace. It is essential to recognize that the Navy is certainly not composed of fools. Pirates of such formidable strength, exposed within the gaze of the Navy, are all under constant surveillance by the naval forces. Whether it is the Four Emperors' crew or other formidable pirates, none can elude the watchful gaze of the Navy. They are from the pirate crew of the Bearded Man. The Navy will soon respond accordingly. Prison breaks are merely a change of tactics. Ultimately, it all comes down to the real confrontation. Since Huzi has come to realize that he belongs to the remnants of a bygone era. Now he has aged, bearing a multitude of ailments. His strength is no longer what it once was. In an unknown confrontation, he might possess the confidence to prevail against anyone. However, the naval headquarters is undeniably formidable. Regarding the impending full-scale conflict with the Navy, he harbors uncertainties about whether he can rescue Ace. This is also the reason why Whitebeard did not orchestrate a prison break. You do not hasten to continue your explanation. Instead, you leisurely extract tobacco and rolling paper. First, a sheet of paper is laid open. Then, tobacco leaves are evenly sprinkled upon it. Finally, a small vial is produced, from which a delicate dust is gently shaken out. The body of the small bottle is emblazoned with the words gunpowder. You are a wielder of the explosive fruit's powers, harboring an unusual obsession with gunpowder. Even when drinking water or eating, he must add a touch of spice to enhance the flavor. Extend the tongue. Lick the edge of the paper. Roll the cigarette. The creation of the gunpowder brand cigarette is complete. With a cigarette perched between my lips, I extend a finger to rest upon the end of the smoke. As a faint explosion resonates, a spark ignites the cigarette. Accompanied by the hissing sound of gunpowder, a wisp of black smoke rises. A plume of black smoke, gently exhaled. As you softly released a wisp of black smoke, you smiled brightly and spoke. Whitebeard, may I inquire of you, did you possess knowledge of my capabilities prior to today? Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard swiftly emerged from his confusion. Indeed, the bomber kid has disappeared for 3 years. Now, having emerged from the shadows, his strength has significantly increased. The Plaguehound is aware of this, and the Navy will not be overly concerned. Perhaps there truly exists a chance to rescue S. Furthermore, unlike your illustrious family, I traverse this world independently, free from the watchful eyes of others. Tomorrow, I shall proceed to advance the city. You may continue to present a visage of total warfare, capturing the attention of the Navy, thereby deterring their main forces from making any unwarranted movements. As long as we collaborate, rescuing Ace will pose no challenge. Since Huzi and his captains also experienced a moment of clarity, glimmers of hope began to rise in everyone's eyes. Ace has been saved. Ha ha. Though I am aware that you certainly have other aspirations, I am indifferent to that. As long as you can rescue Ace, what harm is there in owing you 10 favors? In Whitebeard's hearty laughter lies an undeniable joy. Seeing the Whitebeard man agree with enthusiasm, you too raise the corners of your mouth, feeling immensely delighted. He indeed harbors ulterior motives. Rescuing Ace has earned the Whitebeard pirates a debt of gratitude. Beyond merely consolidating alliances for their own benefit, it fundamentally serves their ultimate purpose of recruiting crew members. Promoting the city is indeed a splendid endeavor. The people there are wonderfully diverse, exceptionally talented, and possess an enchanting way of speaking that captivates your heart. Within it, there are 2 friends he has made in this lifetime. I sincerely apologize, my friend, for taking so long to come to your rescue. Marco, pour the wine for our friend, spoke Huzi loudly. Since both parties have reached a consensus, it is now time to address the undesirable aspects of the drinking culture. After a short while, you accepted the wine bowl handed to you by Marco, your expression slightly peculiar. Gazing at the basin before you, filled to the brim with wine, your lips twitch ever so slightly. It is indeed quite substantial. I have finished this bowl, yet we must refrain from excessive drinking, for tomorrow holds its own affairs. Once you finish speaking, I shall swiftly drain the entire basin. Very well. He is a man. With a white beard, admiringly gazing at you. He drains the bowl of wine, unable to suppress an exclamation of appreciation. There is no need for your reminder. A mere sip will suffice. As a token of gratitude for your assistance. Without delaying the rescue of Ace. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding the details of tomorrow's coordinated actions. Both parties imbibe libations while refining their plans. Until 2 hours later. I must take my leave now. Do not forget to coordinate with me tomorrow. You rise to bid farewell, leaping onto your little boat. Amidst the echoes of explosions, the small vessel swiftly darted away into the distance. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. The idle garp pushed open. The Grand Office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What are you and the little crane conspiring about? You rascal! Are you capable of conversing? What does it mean to conspire? The warring states gazed at his old companions, rendered speechless. So many years have passed, and despite the passage of time, they remain unchanged, just as they were in the past. Do not concern yourself with trivial details. What are you discussing? Kapu, oblivious, picked his nose and inquired once more. Warring states shake head, unwilling to engage in debate with him. Yesterday, Lieutenant General Jiaji transmitted an unexpected piece of intelligence. The explosive figure, who had vanished for 3 years, has resurfaced aboard Whitebird's vessel. The intelligence indicates that the two engaged in a brief clash. And after a considerable time, you departed, unaware of the agreement they had reached. Cap pulled his hand out of his nostril, flicking away the black sphere from his finger in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that the explosive bounty of 800 million berries, renowned as the strongest rookie? 3 years ago, I was still pursuing him. It seems that 3 years have passed, and this fellow has significantly improved his abilities. The strength remains unclear. Cap's understanding of your current situation is rather unclear, which renders his tone quite casual. His impression evidently remains anchored 3 years in the past. We are concerned that your sudden appearance may bring unfavorable consequences to the impending total war," remarked Admiral He, the Chief of Naval Staff, with a note of anxiety in his voice. Interjection. Kapu remains indifferent. He is a lone wolf. Even with his increased strength, it is unlikely to affect the larger picture. The warring states nodded slightly, yet their countenance betrayed no sign of concern. He shares the same sentiment. Although your strength is formidable, a solitary individual, even possessing the prowess of a general, cannot shake the impending arrival. Moreover, in his perception, you evidently do not possess the stature of a great general, rendering you unworthy of excessive attention. Upon observing the situation, General He ceased to be entangled in your affairs. She simply maintained her habitual diligence towards every adversary, while pondering the circumstances surrounding that Whitebeard individual. Intelligence indicates that they have assembled their pirate forces, with a multitude of pirate ships heading towards Malinfando. Warring states spoke solemnly. It seems that this war is unavoidable. Regardless of the circumstances, the decision to execute Ace will not change. Our navy is fully prepared for battle. Apart from the ghostly spiders escorting Ace, all the vice admirals and admirals, along with 100,000 marines, have fully assembled at Marineford. Just await their arrival. The Grand Line. The first half. The doldrums. The undersea prison. Impel down. Outside the vast propulsion city lies an immensely towering wall, with but a single grand gate at the front for entry and exit. Outside the walls, a ring of warships encircles the perimeter. The entire layout of the advancing city can be described as impeccable and flawless. Not far from the advancing city, the fleet of warships is gradually making its way toward the stronghold. 10 warships, 3 leading the way, 3 providing support at the rear, and 4 formidable vessels forming the core in between. Advancing the city. Level 6. In the dim and lifeless surroundings, the atmosphere is profoundly oppressive. The few cells that exist are predominantly occupied by criminals. Some rooms accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. However, these criminals are none other than those once renowned as formidable forces upon the vast ocean. Each individual emanates an aura, whether sinister, ferocious, or formidable. Especially, each individual occupies a private chamber, and every one of them is a legendary superpower. At that moment, a voice shattered the serene atmosphere that enveloped this place. Ace, why do you place your trust in the words of the Empress Hancock, despite your lack of faith in her? Jean Bei. I am not well acquainted with Hancock. Yet I possess knowledge of my brother Luffy. That fellow is singularly focused. A fool. He truly has the capability to accomplish the task of advancing the town to save me. A life sacrificed to save a brother. You possess a commendable younger brother. Ace. Indeed, Luffy is a commendable brother, though he tends to be somewhat impulsive. In Ace's gaze, there resided an abundance of emotion, a profound sense of remorse and sorrow. He believed that he had caused his younger brother's suffering. Had it not been for my own insistence on pursuing Blackbeard, such a predicament would not have arisen. The apprehension of Blackbeard is indeed justified. Ace's demise, though tragic, stands as a testament to the harsh realities of their circumstances. There is little to be said when one's skills fall short. He merely despises himself for not having been killed at that moment, and for causing such a tumult. The rhythmic sound of footsteps resonates with an unusual intensity in this tranquil setting. The warden of the advancing city, McClellan, arrived outside the cell with several guards. Time's up, Ace. Let us proceed. Magellan, with an impassive expression, finished speaking and gestured to the nearby guard to open the door, leading the two out. As Ace is on the verge of danger, Jinbei becomes increasingly anxious. Ace, you will surely be fine. Upon hearing the heartfelt wishes of his friend, Ace turned around, revealing a beaming smile that illuminated his face. Thank you for your kind words, my friend. Magellan escorted Ace to the first level. Just as they exited the elevator, an alluring and seductive female guard, holding a phone bug, walked away. Warden Magellan. Warden Hannibal beckons you to listen. Magellan answered the telephone, and within it resonated the humorous voice of Hannibal. After a series of chuckles and exclamations, Magellan hung up the phone and turned to Ace, speaking with an air of indifference. The Straw Hat Kid continues to cause a ruckus, yet capturing him is merely a matter of time. It seems that sending him to the frigid abyss is still too gentle a punishment. Now that your cell has become vacant, let him descend to the sixth circle to endure the harshest interrogation. Upon hearing the news regarding his younger brother, Ace could not help but turn his gaze deeply towards the elevator, an overwhelming sense of concern swelling within him. Luffy seems to have resigned himself to fate. Ace turned and walked towards the outside. Step by step. Yet having not ventured far, the tormented heart of Ace suddenly took action. He remains unwilling to accept his fate, distressed that his younger brother Luffy has been imprisoned due to his actions. This is renowned as the most formidable underwater fortress in the entire world. The sixth level is the most formidable part of the prison. Once Luffy is confined there, it is likely he will never again have the opportunity to see the sun outside. Although there have been precedents of jailbreaks in the past, given Ace's understanding of Luffy's capabilities, the likelihood of his successful escape approaches absolute zero. Although restrained by the Sea Prism Stone, rendering my abilities in hockey ineffective, my body also feels somewhat feeble and powerless. However, Ace effortlessly subdued several guards escorting him with his remarkable physical prowess, delivering a few punches and kicks with ease. However, right beside is Magellan. In the blink of an eye, Ace was pinned to the ground, rendering his resistance utterly futile. Resistance is futile. The gallows of Marlon Vondo are your destiny. Magellan strikes without mercy. After a brief farce, despite his reluctance, Ace could only be taken away, utterly powerless to resist. The gates of the city gradually opened, and the blinding sunlight rendered one unable to keep their eyes ajar. On the long bridge before the entrance, the specter from the naval headquarters, General Spider, has been waiting for quite some time. He is responsible for the execution of Ace prior to his transport in Marineford. The two responsible parties have successfully completed their handover, with Ace transferring authority to Ghost Spider. Fission, 100,000 tons, nuclear explosion. Fist. You descended from the heavens, a cigarette clenched between your lips, and unleashed a powerful fist upon the ghastly spider. A sudden assault. The ghostly spider had no time to react, and was instantly sent flying by a single punch, plummeting into the vast ocean. The aftermath of the explosion sent all the nearby marines soaring into the air. Hello, Ace. Who are you? Ace gazed at the sudden apparition, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had previously encountered one another. My name is Gem. I have come to rescue you at the behest of Whitebeard. I recall now, you are the solitary adventurer from years past, the infamous Sky Pirate, renowned as the most formidable newcomer, Explosion Ace exclaimed, striking his forehead and shouting. You nod gently. Approaching Ace. It's me. You say. Come here. I shall assist you in unbinding your hands. The toxic liquid, a swirling shade of purple, shot towards the two individuals. With no time to untie my hands, I could only seize Ace and swiftly pull him aside. Purple liquid cascaded onto the bridge. The wooden surface was swiftly eroded, leaving behind a myriad of holes. You evaded the venom, yet barely had time to steady yourself before teleporting alongside Ace to another location. They swiftly dodged. And immediately, the sound of slicing air resonated. Dozens of slashing strikes descended. The section of the bridge at that spot was cleaved into fragments, transforming into floating planks upon the sea surface. This time, you have become astute, not waiting to establish a firm footing, but instead delivering a decisive blow that shatters Ace's hand, halting the grip of the sea prism stone. Explosion. The sea stone hand cracked in response. Ace finally broke free, regaining his liberty. It must be said that hands infused with sea tower stone possess remarkable hardness. If it were ordinary steel, that strike could have easily shattered the hand into countless fragments. Yet, the Hylu stone hand merely cracked into a few pieces, illustrating its remarkable hardness. Ace moved his limbs slightly, gazing at you with gratitude. The sensation of regaining freedom is truly delightful. Thank you for your assistance. You smiled softly, before uttering a word. A chilling voice echoed hauntingly. A chilling voice. You need not express gratitude to him, for I shall soon capture you once more. I have stated that the gallows of Marinvando are indeed your destined abode. Moreover, you shall find yourself confined within the 6th level of the prison, where you shall languish until the end of your days. Only at this moment do you find the time to scrutinize the one who had just assailed you. The speaker is Magellan, a wielder of the poison fruit. His body is covered in viscous, purple venom. Beside him lies the ghostly spider, recently vanquished by your might, now bleeding profusely. A master swordsman. At this moment, the two individuals wore expressions of fierce determination. The time for execution, as determined by the naval headquarters, is rapidly approaching. The Navy is bustling with activity. Some are gathering personnel while others are notifying the media, preparing for the public display before the entire world. Magellan and the Phantom Spider, one is responsible for advancing the city and overseeing its eradication, while the other is the chief officer in charge of escorting Ace. If Ace were to be rescued here, they would have no hope of retaining their positions. Even self-sacrifice as an atonement would be deemed a lenient fate. This is not merely a matter of duty for the Navy, it constitutes a grave dereliction of responsibility. You discarded the cigarette but, exhaling a smoke ring before smiling and remarking, "It is quite remarkable that you still remember me." "I not only remember you, but even when you turn to ash in the future, I shall still recall you," Magellan said through gritted teeth. He has steadfastly guarded the advanced city for so long. Although others have managed to breach the prison, no one has ever dared to attempt a jailbreak in his presence. It is no wonder that he is so infuriated. Prison break and jailbreak are two distinct concepts. Prison break can provide opportunities. One can conceive of various methods. A grand battle is not necessarily destined to occur. However, a prison break is a different matter entirely. It unequivocally demands a fierce conflict. Without vanquishing the prison warden, success in such an endeavor is utterly unattainable. How fortunate indeed. Jem dismissively commented, seemingly unconcerned. You cannot escape. This is the most formidable underwater prison in the world. Even the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, had to sacrifice both legs to attempt an escape. Surrender is your only option. No, I have no fondness for imprisonment. The sensation of lost freedom is quite unpleasant. That is not for you to decide. You are exceedingly verbose, Magellan. Simply incapacitate them and apprehend them without all this unnecessary chatter. The ghost spider interrupted their exchange with a furious tone. He had just received a punch, his chest still heavy, and faint traces of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Unable to contain the surging desire for violence within him, without further ado, he disregarded Magellan and prepared to strike. His waist-length hair began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, twisting into 6 arm-like braids, complementing his original 2 hands, instantly drawing forth 8 blades. He resembled a humanoid spider wielding knives, which aptly justified his moniker, the Ghost Spider. Indeed, it is true that only names can be misnamed, not nicknames. He is an eccentric practitioner of the 8-sword style and a master of the Marine's 6 powers. Capable of manipulating his hair as weapons through a technique known as life return. It is said that he claims to be the successor of Admiral Akainu. Yet Jem believed that with his current strength, it would be quite a challenge for him to inherit such a position. What a tempestuous individual! Magellan, I shall handle this. And you can take care of this spider, if you please? Jem remarked, twisting his neck and smiling at Ace. Very well. Their conversation flowed naturally, with neither displaying tension. Conversely, Magellan and the ghost spider were far from relaxed, their faces darkening with the perception of being underestimated. Do you look down upon me, Jem? The ghost spider brandished his blades, unleashing a flurry of slashes towards Jem in the blink of an eye. Fire fist. Ace swiftly interposed himself, flashing a broad smile at the ghost spider. I have already stated, your opponent is me. The ghost spider, seething with rage, charged forward. Then you shall perish. The two soon became embroiled in combat. With the battle ignited, Magellan ceased his verbal sparring and launched a toxic dragon towards Jem. Ah, just in time. Allow me to experience the true might of the so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down. Fission, 100,000 tons, nuclear explosion impact. Jem laughed heartily as he threw a punch. The shockwave collided with the toxic dragon midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The dragon dissipated into countless droplets of venom, while the residual shockwave struck Magellan, sending him flying. The splattered venom corroded the bridge, rendering it in tatters. In the sea, numerous fish floated to the surface. Their eyes turned skyward. The potency of this toxin was enough to send shivers down one's spine, more exaggerated than sulfuric acid. With the overwhelming deluge of venom, Jem inevitably found himself splattered with several droplets. As the venomous liquid splashed onto him, it emitted a hissing sound, and despite Jem's armed hockey defense, he still felt waves of intense pain. Realizing that this potent toxin was rapidly permeating his body, Jem's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively detonated himself. Yes, he self-destructed. The explosion, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was sufficient to blast away the venom clinging to his skin. Even after the immediate danger had passed, Jem remained shaken, having underestimated the seemingly innocuous venom and Magellan himself. Had he delayed his self-detonation by even a fraction of a second, he might have succumbed to the toxin by now. To prevent a recurrence of such peril, Jem quickly dismissed his earlier arrogance, no longer daring to be so casual. The battle raged on. The bridge leading to the city gates, which was not particularly wide, had become severely strained under the relentless onslaught of explosions, flames, toxins, and slashes, leaving it in a dilapidated state. The available footholds were dwindling. Toxic cloud. Magellan unleashed a cloud of poison, intending to envelop both Jem and Ace within its grasp. Such trifles are ineffective against me, Magellan. Nuclear shockwave. The rapidly expanding cloud was dispersed by the shockwave Jem unleashed. One attack failed, and Magellan launched another. He swiftly approached, propelled by a pathway of concentrated venom. He was faster than Jem, and with a resounding explosion beneath him, Jem vanished from his original position, appearing directly before Magellan. This was Jem's flash step, a technique he had developed from the shave and moonwalk, utilizing explosions and the recoil from rapid foot strikes. This move boasted a burst speed surpassing that of the shave and an enhanced aerial capability compared to the moonwalk. Fission, 500,000-ton nuclear punch. Boom! Magellan immediately spat a copious amount of blood, his body sent hurtling backward, crashing into the towering outer wall of the city and creating a substantial breach. Frankly speaking, Magellan's speed in executing that move was impressive, but in Jem's eyes, it was merely average. Throughout their engagement, Magellan had sustained considerable injuries. Meanwhile, Jem bore several burn marks on his body, fortunately only minor wounds, resulting from splattered venom. Much of Magellan's combat strength stemmed from his poison fruit. As long as Jem could withstand his toxins, the threat he posed diminished significantly. Fortunately, Jem's hockey was sufficiently robust, allowing him to repel the venom momentarily on multiple occasions and timely self-detonate to shake off the adhering toxins, thus sustaining only light injuries. Chapter 6: Be a Principled Rogue Cough. Magellan expelled a mouthful of congealed blood as he struggled to rise. He gazed solemnly at Jem, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Initially, he had thought Jem was merely a formidable pirate, someone he could easily handle. To his dismay, Jem's strength had evolved far beyond his expectations, and the hope of winning this battle grew increasingly dim. The Navy headquarters had invested considerable time preparing for Ace's execution. And if he failed to prevent Jim from absconding with Ace, it was likely that his tenure as warden would come to a disastrous end. After all, such a failure would be considered a grave dereliction of duty, warranting not only dismissal but possibly imprisonment as well. However, Magellan refused to concede defeat. Even if he could not overpower Jim, inflicting greater injuries or at least stalling him could be deemed a form of victory. As the warden of Impel Down, it was his duty and obligation. Venomous giant, Hell's Judgment. A towering, skeletal figure of venomous fluid materialized behind Magellan. Unlike the previous purple liquid, this toxic giant was a vivid crimson, exuding a far more terrifying potency. Prepare to meet your end, Jim. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the venomous giant struck. Its colossal palm cutting through the air, releasing a nauseating stench. The venom dripping from it corroded the ground beneath, creating deep craters. Bang! Jim deftly evaded the giant's descending hand, soaring into the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Ace had already concluded his skirmish. And the venomous spider had vanished, leaving him to observe the unfolding drama. It appeared he too needed to exert himself further. He felt a pang of guilt towards Magellan. As he beheld the approaching palm of the toxic giant, Jim gradually raised his right hand, enveloping it in the aura of Conqueror's Haki. Countless golden red bolts of lightning erupted from his fist, illuminating the entire sky. Cataclysm, 1,000,000-ton Conqueror's nuclear explosion punch. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The terrifying shockwave, imbued with world-ending power, descended upon them. Magellan commanded the venomous giant to withstand the blow. But it was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. It was utterly ineffective. The cataclysmic force from another dimension sent him, along with the long bridge, crashing into the depths of the sea. The towering outer wall of Impel Down was shattered, leaving a gaping breach. A colossal sea hole, several hundred meters in diameter, emerged on the surface, with monstrous waves surging upward. Surrounding warships were capsized, and thousands of sailors plummeted into the ocean, struggling desperately against the tumultuous waters. After a considerable time, the immense sea hole was eventually filled by the invading waters, restoring the surface to its former state. The apocalyptic scene left everyone in shock. The guards who had just arrived to provide assistance stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. Is this truly an adversary we could challenge? We are but mere soldiers. Why must we engage such a monstrosity? Mother, I miss you. Ace, too, was left stunned, mumbling to himself. Had I not swiftly taken to the skies using my flames upon sensing impending danger, I would surely have sustained grievous injuries from that punch. Conqueror's Haki is indeed formidable. Despite being of similar age, why is there such a vast disparity in our strengths? As time progresses, the sea gradually returns to tranquility. The brave Marines and guards, skilled swimmers, have begun summoning their courage to rescue those in the water, all while casting wary glances at the monstrous presence in the sky. Should we prevent them? Ace asked softly, gliding over. Observing the soldiers busily engaged in their efforts, Jem shook his head and replied, "Let it be." So, shall we depart? I have a few friends to save, I must go in first. Very well, I also have 2 individuals to rescue. Upon reaching the gates of the inner city, the guards, upon catching sight of them, fled in a panic as if confronted by a fearsome beast. A monster! A monster has come, run for your lives. Do not flee. We are the Navy and the guards, bound by duty to protect Impel Down. You can take care of it yourself. I'm not risking my life for a few thousand berries. Hearing the guards debate, Jem chuckled to himself, preparing to enter. Wait, hold on. Jem halted. Turning to see Magellan, who had been rescued, appearing in a pitiful state, his clothing was tattered, and his chest was a grisly sight, bloodied and raw, with bone visible. And faintly, one could see the ghastly wounds that hinted at internal injuries. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, his will was undeniably formidable. At that moment, he was being supported by 2 guards, seated on a broken plank, while others continued to row vigorously. Is there something you need? To execute Ace. The headquarters has prepared extensively, the Navy will not allow him to escape. You won't get far before they send someone to recapture you. Whether we can escape is our concern, there is no need for your worries. With that, Jem attempted to walk away, but Magellan spoke again.
Are you planning to enter Impel Down?
I have come to know you. You are not one to indiscriminately slay.
Those criminals, once released, will wreak havoc upon countless innocents, plunging the world into chaos. I implore you, do not release them all.
After delivering his lengthy plea, Magellan began coughing up blood, aggravating the injuries on his chest. And blood flowed incessantly. The guards nearby feared he might bleed to death. Even in such a state, Magellan fixed his gaze on Jem. Eyes filled with a hint of desperation. Very well, I will only take those necessary. As a condition, grant me the key to the 6th level.
Jem readily agreed,
having no intention of freeing all the criminals in the first place. The inmates of Impel Down are notorious as the most heinous criminals in the world. Many lacking any moral compass, indulging in arson, murder, and pillage. As a villain with principles and boundaries, Jem could not align himself with them.
Thank you.
Magellan exhaled in relief. This was a small redemption for his perceived ineptitude. After catching his breath, he gestured to the guards nearby. Take them to my office for the key, and inform the guards not to harm them. The guards hesitated momentarily but ultimately acquiesced. Though it did not align with their sense of justice, given the circumstances, it was a necessary compromise. At the very least, this course of action may mitigate some casualties.
Would it not?
As Jim and Ace turned to follow the guard towards the office to retrieve the keys, Magellan's voice echoed once more from a distance.
Can we spare the deputy warden, Hannibal? Jim nodded as he walked, his steps unwavering.
Once the figures of Jim and Ace vanished from sight, Magellan pondered for a moment before procuring a den mushy from the guard and dialing a number.
Hello, Hannibal.
Firefist Ace and the bomb man Jim are about to ascend to the 6th level with a few individuals. Do not engage them, allow them passage. No sooner had he conveyed this message than an incredulous voice responded from the other end. Unlike his usual humor, Hannibal's tone was grave and filled with anger and confusion.
Magellan, are you aware of what you are saying?
You are conspiring with pirates. This is a crime, and justice shall not absolve you.
I have been defeated. What? What do you mean?
I apologize, I was overpowered and unable to defend Impel Down. I am truly sorry.
You were defeated? How is that possible? You and Vice Admiral Spider couldn't contend with them? Indeed.
There was a prolonged silence from Hannibal, followed by an unexpected declaration.
I cannot acquiesce.
This is an irresponsibility towards the innocent civilians of the world and a desecration of justice.
Jim promised me he would only release a few. That is unacceptable. Not even one can be spared.
Pirates are the scum of society. Even releasing a single individual is unforgivable.
Since you are unable,
I shall take it upon myself to safeguard Impel Down. With that, Hannibal abruptly ended the call, refusing to comply with the order.
Magellan gazed at the disconnected phone.
Momentarily lost in thought, he felt no anger, but rather a sense of relief. He had indeed not misjudged the man. The warden of Impel Down had a worthy successor. Finally, Magellan took a deep breath and dialed another number.
Hello, is this Mr. Sengoku?
Chapter 7, Familiar Faces in the Corridor Leading to the 2nd Level of Impel Down.
Ace followed closely behind Jim as they made their descent after acquiring the key. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, why not take the elevator? The elevator? Jim's mind momentarily faltered. Did Impel Down truly possess such a mechanism?
As the thought crossed his mind, fragmented memories began to resurface, and he vaguely recalled that indeed
there was an elevator in Impel Down.
In a moment of embarrassment, Jim's mind raced as he sought a suitable excuse.
In a flash, he blurted out, "Isn't your brother causing chaos in Impel Down? The elevator must be sealed off."
He continued, "Besides, I intend to walk down and see if I might encounter familiar faces."
Ace nodded in understanding, a look of admiration blossoming on his face.
You are remarkably capable, not only powerful but also astute.
The compliment took Jim by surprise.
And he found himself bemused, even questioning how Ace could know about the ruckus his brother was causing, as only he and the inmates were privy to such information. As the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace seemed rather dense, his mind consumed by flames, leaving one to wonder how he executed his tasks. It could only be said that he was yet another individual with a carefree disposition and a head filled with muscle.
Ha, is that so?
I too share that sentiment. Jim replied, shamelessly accepting the praise. Being somewhat oblivious can be advantageous. Those without much wit are easily misled, becoming pawns for others.
Upon reaching the second floor, Jim unexpectedly encountered familiar faces.
As they stepped out of the corridor, they stumbled upon two individuals clad in prisoner garb, seemingly emerging from the shadows. One was the clownish Buggy, and the other was Mr. 3, Goldie Eno, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of the number 3. Though Jim had no prior interactions with Buggy, he was well acquainted with him from his past life. Mr. 3, while also unfamiliar to Jim, was known to be an underling of the infamous Crocodile, with whom Jim shared a close association.
Explosive Man Jim? Fire Fist Ace?
Buggy gazed at the suddenly appearing figures, incredulity written all over his face. If memory served him correctly, one of these men was slated for execution while the other had vanished for 3 years.
How could they possibly be here? Could it be that Jim had also been captured? Both men were formidable fighters. Would their combined strength increase the odds of a successful escape? Buggy's eyes darted around, and he quickly approached with a proposal. Are you planning to break out? Once I free the prisoners, we can escape amidst the chaos.
No need for such trouble.
I just came in from outside.
Follow me, and I will lead you out shortly, Jim replied, amusement evident in his voice as he regarded Buggy.
With such bravado.
Buggy couldn't help but scrutinize Jim, noting his shirt and shorts, which indeed made it appear as though he had just stepped in from the outside.
However, where was Magellan?
Puzzled by the unfolding situation, Buggy finally mustered the courage to say, "Then I shall entrust this to you."
Jim nodded and turned to Mr. 3, adding, "You should join us. I am friends with your boss." "You know my boss?" Mr. 3 asked, his brow furrowing in confusion.
Old Shaw has excelled in his secretive endeavors. And Mr. 3, as his subordinate, only recently became aware of his existence during a meeting. It is entirely reasonable that Jem is unfamiliar with Old Shaw. With a smile and a nod, Jem confidently asserted, "Not only do I know him, but we are quite familiar."
"Follow me, I shall take you to Old Shaw."
"Oh,
thank you so much."
Mr. 3 quickly expressed his gratitude. After securing Bucky and Mr. 3, Jem led everyone further down. His decision to save Bucky stemmed purely from lingering sentiments, rather than an intent to recruit him.
In contrast, Mr. 3 was different.
Old Shaw was one of Jem's designated crew members, and as a subordinate of his subordinate, Mr. 3 naturally fell under Jem's command as well.
As his subordinate,
it was only fitting that he be rescued. Ace, who had been trailing behind, felt an increasing admiration upon witnessing Jem encounter an acquaintance.
Gazing at Jem's towering figure, he couldn't help but marvel at his cleverness. How could he have anticipated this?
The group continued their descent, needing no obstacles along the way. The guards and the peculiar beastly wardens seemed to have received orders to merely observe Jem and his companions without intervening. It was not until they reached the staircase leading to the 4th level that they encountered a battalion of guards poised to obstruct their path. The leader, resembling a sphinx, was none other than Hannibal, the deputy warden of Impel Down.
"Stop right there.
I will not allow you scoundrels to pass."
"Give up." Ace frowned slightly and stepped forward,
preparing to confront him. However, Jem raised a hand to halt him. To be candid, among all the individuals Jem knew in this world, Hannibal was one of the few he held in high regard. Beneath Hannibal's comical visage lay a just soul, willing to sacrifice his life for the righteousness he believed in. Such individuals deserve respect. Furthermore, Jem had previously promised Magellan to spare him. Thus, Jem lifted his head sharply, unleashing an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. In an instant, all the guards behind Hannibal collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this spectacle, Hannibal's pupils dilated in shock and disbelief. Suddenly, there was a resounding boom. And while Hannibal remained stunned, Jem's figure appeared before him. "Have a good sleep," Jem said. His speed was astonishing, too swift for Hannibal to react. And his hockey-infused fist struck the warden's head. With a thud, Hannibal fell to the ground, eyes closed, rendered unconscious with remarkable efficiency. Observing the comical figure lying motionless, Jem lamented the rarity of individuals who possess a sense of justice and are willing to sacrifice for it. "Let us go." Wait for us." Bucky and Mr. 3 hurriedly emerged from their hiding place, though it was unclear when they had concealed themselves. Soon, Jem led the group to the fourth level of Impel Down, known as the Flaming Hell, where molten magma blazed in the depths below. Everyone traversed the ethereal stone bridge or walked along the pathway adjacent to the prison walls. When Jem and his companions first arrived, chaos reigned. On the opposite side of the bridge, the formidable Old Sand, Jinbei, and Luffy were leading the charge, deftly dispatching the guards. The transvestite King Ivankov, accompanied by his subordinates, was liberating prisoners with remarkable speed. Behind them trailed a group of criminals from level 5. All of you, cease at once. The overwhelming Conqueror's haki surged forth once more, sending all guards and criminals sprawling to the ground. It must be noted, this technique is indeed effective for eliminating mere nuisances. This was the fourth level of Impel Down, where the bounties of the criminals scarcely exceeded several tens of millions of berries. None could withstand the might of his Conqueror's haki. Who possessed such formidable Conqueror's haki? A myriad of vigilant gazes were cast in his direction. Few wielded Conqueror's haki in these waters, and those with such immense power were exceedingly rare. Those individuals were undoubtedly the elite among the ocean's strongest, illustrating the astonishment felt by Old Sand and his allies at that moment. However, as the gazes of both factions intertwined, the atmosphere relaxed significantly and soon grew lively, for they recognized familiar faces. Luffy, Ace. The two brothers joyfully embraced one another. Ace, I'm so relieved you're not dead, Luffy said, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Yet, the next moment, Ace delivered a playful punch, causing Luffy to crouch down, clutching his head. Ace, why did you hit me? You fool! This is the world's largest and most formidable underwater prison. Do you think you can act recklessly here? While the brothers jested, Jinbei and Old Sand approached, accompanied by several others. Boss. Mr. 3, he stammered, stepping forward with a respectful greeting. Old Sand cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, Ah, Mr. 3, you're still alive, I see. Then you may accompany us. Spotting the familiar faces of two old friends, Jem laughed heartily and called out, Old Sand, Jinbei, it has been a while, I hope I'm not too late. Chapter 8, The Core Pirates. Jinbei's joining Old Sand cast a sidelong glance at Jem, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Isn't this the infamous explosive man Jem, with a bounty of 800 million berries? I thought you had perished 3 years ago. Jem, unfazed by the taunt, retorted sharply, You wretched fool. Your tongue remains as foul as ever, no better than a cesspool. Their banter revealed a camaraderie between them. Despite having secluded himself for 3 years, Jem maintained contact with his friends, including Old Sand and Jinbei, who were among those he kept in touch with. In stark contrast to the foul-mouthed Old Sand, the fishman Jinbei was a man of integrity. Upon seeing both Jem and Ace, his dear friends, safe and sound, he felt a surge of joy. However, his happiness was soon accompanied by confusion, prompting him to inquire, I distinctly witnessed Ace being taken away, how is it that you, Jem, entered alongside him? Jem was initially poised to boast about his exploits, but Ace, having overheard, approached them and eagerly interjected, Jinbei, your well wishes have come to fruition. I was on the brink of being handed over to the Navy when Jem descended from the heavens and rescued me. Together, we defeated Warden Magellan and Vice Admiral Suddy. Jem is not only immensely powerful but also remarkably astute. Upon his arrival, he anticipated the shutdown of the elevator and the likelihood of encountering familiar faces. He is one of the most intelligent individuals I have ever met. Jem nodded in satisfaction at Ace's commendations. Self-praise, after all, lacked a certain depth. However, Old Sand scoffed dismissively, humph. The sound grated on Jem's nerves, prompting him to respond with ire, What do you mean by humph? You, a waste of space, were bested by rookie Luffy, and you're proud of that? Old Sand, having his wounds reopened, erupted in fury. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? What difference does it make? You can't even defeat Luffy, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? It's laughable, Jem taunted, fingers delicately poised as he mocked him. Are you seeking death, Jem? Meanwhile, Ace, overhearing their quarrel, quickly pulled Luffy aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As a warlord of the sea, Old Sand bore the shame of being defeated by a mere novice who lacked haki, a blemish that would haunt him for life. If one dared to expose his vulnerabilities without a solid relationship, an immediate confrontation was inevitable.
Ace, however, had no intention of engaging Old Sand in a brawl with an impel down. He considered himself wiser than his brother Luffy, so he prudently chose to remain on the sidelines. "This is not the time for reminiscing, we are still an impel down, and we must depart," reminded the revolutionary leader, Ivankov, as he approached. "Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, are you not aiming to overthrow the world government and rescue the suffering masses? To think you have saved so many civilians, truly impressive," Jem remarked. Surveying the multitude of criminals sprawled across the ground, his sharp tongue unleashed without hesitation. Ivankov's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, yet he found himself helpless. This was indeed an ignoble affair, contrary to the principles of their revolutionary army, so he could only weakly explain. "This is merely a means employed for the sake of escape. We do not genuinely wish to liberate these criminals, nor do we seek to redeem them." Jem chose not to engage in a debate with him, considering the potential for future collaboration with the Revolutionary Army. There was no need for excessive mockery. His earlier sharp tongue was merely a reflection of the company he kept, having been influenced by the old Sandman. With time pressing, he suggested they speak as they walked, mentioning he still needed to recruit 2 companions on the 6th floor. "Recruiting companions? Jem, are you planning to build a faction?" Jinbei inquired curiously, as he remembered Jem and Mihawk both preferred solitude. "Indeed, I have even named my faction, the Nuclear Peace Pirates." "The Peace of Doves?" "No, it refers to the Corps. Jinbei, join my pirate crew." Without hesitation, Jinbei accepted Jem's invitation. "With Ace captured, I was prepared to face death, but thanks to your timely rescue, Jem. Henceforth, Captain Jem. I hope for your kind guidance." Jem responded with a hearty laugh. Just call me Jem." "Then I shall continue to call you Jem in private, as I am rather old and feel a bit bashful." "That's perfectly fine. By the way, will your son pirates be joining as well?" "I think not. They likely would not wish to join." "What will they do then?" "Worry not, Jem. Once I step down from the captaincy, Aladdin will succeed me and continue leading the Sun Pirates." Jem was unconcerned about the Sun Pirates joining. As long as Jinbei did, that was sufficient. With the first crew member successfully on board, his spirits soared. "Who is Jinbei?" "A formidable warrior of the Fishman tribe, a member of the 7 warlords. Captain of the Sun Pirates, known as the Sea Knight. He possesses both armament and observation haki, though his fluctuating prowess has sparked considerable debate. On land, Jinbei's strength is akin to that of an elite vice-admiral. In the sea, he could contend with a Navy admiral. The outcome is uncertain, but he could certainly hold his ground against one." With the recruitment of the first crew member proving auspicious, Jem decided to seize the momentum and extended an invitation to the Old Sandman. Old Sand, too, was a member of the 7 warlords, wielding the natural sand fruit and dual haki. His strength is a topic of contention, yet it is indisputable to call him a formidable figure. "Old Sand, why not join my pirate crew?" Old Sand paused momentarily, then raised his head high, disdain evident in his voice. "Do not utter such foolishness here. Do you know who I am? I am Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile. You are not worthy to have me under your command." However, Old Sand suddenly shifted his tone. "Of course, if you were to request my allegiance, I might just consider it." Old Shaw's words exuded an air of dominance, eliciting admiration from Ace and Jinbei, who cast him looks of respect. He audaciously declared that Jim, who had effortlessly defeated Magellan, was unworthy and even expressed a desire to recruit him as a subordinate. One cannot help but commend Old Shaw for his unwavering fortitude. He is indeed a true man. Anyone who dares to label Old Shaw as a woman would find themselves facing the wrath of his loyal companions. "Ha!" Jim let out a soft snort, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He relished Old Shaw's proud demeanor. Subduing such a person would be quite straightforward. A couple of decisive punches, demonstrating absolute strength, would impart a lesson on the harsh realities of life. Once his pride was shattered, an invitation could be extended once more, with a high likelihood of success. However, they were still an impel down, and for the time being, he would bide his time. Upon their return, he would relish in the opportunity to properly train him. Sooner or later, he would be mine. Chapter 9, Shirey, would you care to join me in my quarters? At long last, Jem and his companions arrived at the 6th level. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a stark contrast.
The previous layers were marked by lava, snow, and forests. But here, an oppressive darkness and profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, exuding an aura of lethal intent that could render an ordinary person weak at the knees.
Fortunately,
his companions were no mere weaklings. They remained unfazed by the foreboding ambience, though the presence of so many imprisoned strongmen rendered them increasingly taciturn. As they ventured further, Jem encountered his first target for recruitment, Shirey, once renowned alongside Magellan, famously dubbed the Iron Wall of Impel Down. Shirey was imprisoned in the 6th level after being defeated by Magellan during a ruthless slaughter where friend and foe were indistinguishable.
A formidable swordsman, he wielded the legendary blade Rygene.
Jem paused outside the cell, casting a piercing gaze upon Shirey. This was a potent warrior, driven by a lust for battle.
Indifferent to the distinction between adversary and ally.
Yet, he was also a man who could be swayed, provided one possessed sufficient strength. Fortunately, Jem felt confident in his own prowess. "Come to my quarters, and I shall set you free," he declared. Within the dim confines of the cell, Shirey slowly raised his head, scrutinizing the newcomer.
He recognized Jem,
as well as the formidable figures standing behind him, Portgasti Ace, Crocodile, Jinbi, and Ivankov, individuals of significant stature. The keen eyes of the swordsman discerned that several of them subtly oriented themselves around Jem.
This realization sparked excitement within Shirey.
He could not resist licking his cracked lips and grinning wickedly as he spoke.
"I know you, the rising king of the seas, Jem. Aren't you supposed to be a lone wolf? Not anymore. So, what do I stand to gain? I am aware of your combative nature. Should you join my ship?
You may seek out the Marines or provoke the world government at your leisure. I shall provide you with cover."
Quite the bold proposition, isn't it? However,
I have a rule: no harm shall come to innocent civilians.
What say you? Consider it.
Shirey chuckled. Having longed for freedom, he readily acquiesced without hesitation. "No need to think it over, Captain." With another recruit in tow, a smile of joy crept upon Jem's lips.
He produced a key and liberated Shirey.
This marked the third member of the newly established Nuclear Peace Society, a burgeoning organization rapidly expanding in strength, filling Jem with exhilaration.
"Release me,
and I shall join you as well," a hoarse voice emerged from a nearby cell. This unfamiliar face, vaguely recalled by Jem, seemed to have later joined the Blackbeard pirates.
She was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a nine-tailed fox, though he was uncertain of the circumstances that led to her incarceration.
Given his cautious nature towards unknown powerful individuals, Jem was not inclined to recruit her just yet.
Unlike others, Shilio has a history as a naval officer.
The fact that he was able to join the Navy and remain free for so many years before being imprisoned suggests that he possesses a certain baseline of principles and integrity.
He cannot simply be deemed a madman. Let us continue onward.
Jem bypassed the individual, leading the group forward.
"Aren't you going to recruit him?"
Old Shah inquired,
a hint of confusion in his tone.
"Well, I don't accept just anyone, even if he is exceptionally powerful." To his surprise, "You have principles when it comes to recruiting crew members, shouldn't it solely be based on strength?" "Principles are essential, otherwise, if I were to accept anyone indiscriminately, the ship could easily fracture into factions, and that is not my desire." "I see, you have prepared quite thoroughly."
"Indeed."
Upon reaching the deepest part of the 6th level, they found that the cells were sparse, yet each one contained individuals of legendary status.
In one dimly lit cell, Jem finally discovered the last candidate for recruitment and halted to observe.
Noticing Jem's pause, the others also came to a standstill.
"It's him!"
Old Shah exclaimed, gazing at the imposing figure within the cell, whose muscular frame exuded a menacing aura reminiscent of a demon god, causing Old Shah to feel uneasy.
"Surely you don't intend to invite him to join your ranks? Is there a problem?"
Jem's tone was matter-of-fact, prompting Old Shah and the others to grow increasingly serious.
They pondered two questions: would the man within truly accept a subordinate role? And what right did Jem have to believe he could recruit such a figure? Who is he? Ace, sensing the tension, could not help but ask.
The others remained silent. But it was Jinbi who patiently provided an explanation. He was once a crew member of Pirate King Roger, a paramecia-type devil fruit user with the ability to manifest all three types of haki. He is known to the world as the Devil's Offspring, the heir of evil. Originally named Douglas Barrett. It is said that throughout his career, he has never tasted defeat, save for Roger himself, and even the first mate, Rayleigh, could only achieve a stalemate against him. At the mention of his father Roger, Ace's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable, and he fell silent once more, enveloped in contemplation. In this grave atmosphere, Jem unexpectedly chuckled. "Old Shah, I heard you once held your own against him in your youth. Be honest. Isn't there a significant exaggeration in that claim?" Old Shah's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Are you looking down on me, Jem?" "It's not that I underestimate you, it's just that your abilities do not inspire such regard in me. I have long asserted that the kingdom of Alabasta bears no ancient weapon, Pluton." "You refuse to believe it." "Insisting on wasting time on such delusions while neglecting your own training." Formerly filled with rage, Old Shah's demeanor gradually shifted to one of despondency, his tone rife with confusion. "Pluton has been my obsession and goal for many years. How can I possibly accept the notion that it does not exist? Especially when you so suddenly present this revelation? Do not hold it against me for jesting about your abilities, this predicament is of your own making. Nevertheless, it is never too late for you to come to your senses. Alas!" Observing as Old Shah emerges from the bewildering dead end, Jem feels a surge of joy. Otherwise, if he continues down this path, he may indeed find himself utterly diminished, perhaps even more so than Moria. After confronting Old Shah, Jem strides forward a couple of steps, intending to converse with Barrett. "Wait a moment," Jinbei interjects, gazing earnestly into Jem's eyes. "Jem, are you truly not considering this further? Perhaps this is not the wisest decision." Old Shah, setting aside his pride, joins in the persuasion. "Jem, this man is not easily swayed, it would be prudent for you to deliberate once more." Jem shakes his head, turning to face them, and speaks with grave seriousness. "Jinbei, Old Shah, we have known each other for quite some time. Have I ever embarked on an endeavor without certainty?" Both Old Shah and Jinbei fall silent, reflecting on their shared history and Jem's consistent approach to matters. After considerable contemplation, they realize that while Jem may appear audacious, beneath that bravado lies a keen and meticulous awareness. He seems to have never truly engaged in reckless actions. After coming to this understanding, though still somewhat apprehensive, the two refrain from further obstruction. As friends, they are willing to extend their trust. Why is Jem so insistent on inviting Barrett to join? Barrett, once a soldier, had strayed down a misguided path due to the betrayal of his comrades and country. However, upon encountering the Pirate King, Roger, he gradually began to find his way back. Following Roger's demise, he lost his purpose in life and returned to the seas, eventually being imprisoned and impelled down. He is a man of conviction and pride. As long as one possesses greater strength than he, there remains a glimmer of hope in persuading him. After a brief pause, seeing no one else speak, Jem discards pretense and poses a direct inquiry. "Barrett, would you care to join me in my quarters?" Chapter 10, the embryo of the royal regiment in the darkness, a towering figure, akin to a statue, stirred slightly. He slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the youthful visage outside the cell, a smirk stretching across his lips. "Ha ha ha, you, an unknown rookie. Dare to aspire to be my captain? I must say, your audacity is remarkable. In these vast seas, the weak are unworthy of leadership. Are you prepared to face death?" Jem remained unfazed by his tone, a smile gracing his face, one equally as audacious. "How about we strike a deal? Once we leave this place, we shall engage in a duel. If I win, you will join us and obey my commands." At this, Jem gestured towards Jinbei and Shiryu, stating, "These two are formidable pirates of the highest caliber and my crew. Should you prevail, I will have them assist you." Barrett erupted in laughter, finding amusement in encountering a brash youth for the first time in years. Having fought his way through life since childhood, he seized the opportunity to emerge from confinement without a shred of hesitation. As for the notion of eliminating this young man, he could deliberate on that later, after their departure. "Very well, I accept your proposal. Open the door." He added with a reassuring tone, "Fear not, young one, I admire your spirit.
When the time comes, I shall take it easy on you, as I too am in need of subordinates. Ahaha! Barrett emerged from his cell, stretching his stiff limbs, the sensation of liberation lifting his spirits immensely. There are 2 more fellows over there. With your boldness, why not extend an invitation to them? Barrett's eyes beckoned Jem to glance aside.
At his words, Jem and his companions followed his gaze, their attention drawn to 2 similarly dimly lit cells.
In the muted illumination,
they could barely discern the figures within. Upon closer inspection, those unfamiliar with them remained indifferent, yet Old Sand, Jinbei, and Shiryu broke into a cold sweat. Before them were the legendary pirates from the era of rocks and the pirate king Roger, the notorious Baron Redfield, known as the Prideful Red. A figure whose strength was so formidable that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard. The other individual was no less impressive. Bondewald, dubbed the World Destroyer. A relic from the age of Roger, he had clashed with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, albeit to no avail. Yet, despite his defeats, he carried an honorable reputation. The mere fact that Wald dared to challenge such titans and survived each encounter testified to his formidable prowess. However, Jem had no intention of inviting them. The strength of the Baron was overwhelmingly potent, and like the former Jem, he was a lone wolf, a relic of a bygone era, unable to relate to them. Given his history and demeanor, it was unlikely that even if Rox or Roger were to rise again, he would pay them any mind. Let alone invite Wald to join the nuclear faction. As for Bondewald, this aged relic is rapidly declining in strength. He is a wholly specialized individual, entirely reliant on his devil fruit. His devil fruit, the Momo Momo fruit, possesses an astonishing effect that amplifies its user's abilities immensely. Yet, he performs so poorly that it reveals the frailty of his inherent physical condition and martial arts skills. If such a formidable fruit were bestowed upon a genuinely strong individual, they could potentially vanquish Imu in mere moments and dominate the world. Let us proceed. They are merely the remnants of a bygone era. That era has drawn to a close. The new age belongs to us, to me, Jem. Jem's audacious proclamations echoed in the minds of those present, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Old Sand, Jinbei, and Shiryu exchanged knowing smiles. Such audacity is commendable, a leader worthy of allegiance. The sea is merciless. Without sufficient strength and resilience, true accomplishments are elusive. Assertiveness is indeed essential. To rival the 4 emperors and engage with the world government and the navy, one must possess a commanding presence. Otherwise, do you intend to reason with them? Barrett silently nodded in agreement, acknowledging this sentiment. Indeed, the era of the old guard has concluded, the new age belongs to us. Ace, however, fervently protested in his mind, no, this era belongs to Whitebeard. He is the true sovereign. Luffy, bewildered, pondered, what are they talking about? Are they vying for the title of Pirate King? Returning to the first level of the prison, Jem led the group to the storage room for personal items. This space contained the belongings of inmates prior to their incarceration. Except for Barrett, whose possessions were long lost to time, the belongings of the others remained intact. This included Old Sand's cigars, Shiryu's renowned sword, Raijin, and everyone's clothing. As soon as they retrieved their items, Old Sand and Shiryu, both seasoned smokers, eagerly lit their cigars and savored the first puffs. Exiting the storage room, they arrived at the gates of Impel Down. Jem encountered Magellan once more, who, now bandaged like a mummy, was being wheeled about in a wheelchair. It was unclear how he had procured such a chair. Magellan, I have quelled the riot on the 4th level. No need for thanks. Do hurry and send someone to handle the aftermath, Jem greeted him with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Magellan turned, his expression calm. However, upon seeing the formidable figures behind Jem, he was visibly moved. The former Pirate King Roger's crew member, the Devil's Descendant Barrett, the Warlord Crocodile, Jinbei the Warlord, Ace, the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Ivankov, the Revolutionary Commander. Magellan's pupils dilated in shock, his mouth agape in horror. Jem was truly defying the odds. Even if only half of these individuals joined Jem's ranks, it would undeniably form the nucleus of a new Emperor's crew. The potential for greatness surged within Magellan. His incompetence had paved the way for Jem's ascent, and he felt a deep remorse for failing to uphold the commands of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the justice he bore. Struggling to swallow, Magellan felt compelled to utter some formidable words to maintain his dignity.
No need for your reminders, I have already dispatched personnel.
Furthermore, do not rejoice too soon. I have already reported the situation to the Marshal of the Warring States. You will soon be apprehended again, I assure you.
Your assurances bear no weight. It is necessary to consult us first, to see whether we are willing to return. Jem retorted coolly, then surveyed his companions once more, reiterating, Are you willing to return? A brief pause ensued, and confident smiles adorned their faces. They were not mere nameless foot soldiers. How could they be easily recaptured after their departure? Did they truly believe that all those years had been in vain?
Once they escaped, no one could seize them again, no matter who it was.
Did you hear that? Your navy cannot catch us.
Jem laughed heartily as he departed, leaving Magellan with only a carefree silhouette. Upon reaching the exterior of Impel Down, the once crowded sea, filled with naval vessels, now lay desolate, devoid of a single ship. Not even a floating plank was in sight. No ships? The group exchanged glances, suppressing laughter.
I told you, you cannot flee.
I have dispatched all the vessels. Impel Down currently lacks even a single plank of wood.
Magellan was pushed forward,
and a look of unrestrained joy crossed his face. Jem shot him a sidelong glance, disinterested in rebutting him.
Was it merely a matter of ships?
Each of them possessed unique skills. Crafting a ship of decent quality would not pose a challenge.
Barrett's combined powers, Mr. Three's wax fruit,
and even the abilities of Ivankov's subordinate, who wielded the scissor fruit, could facilitate their escape.
The ship was not the issue. Mr. Three, you worthless fellow. Why aren't you constructing a vessel? Old Sand glared, demanding action.
Oh, understood, I'll get on it right away.
Under Old Sand's piercing gaze, Mr. Three involuntarily shuddered and hastened to the front. With a flourish of his hands, an abundance of wax flew forth, swiftly forming a 20-meter-long small boat. With only 12 of them, the small boat sufficed. Once the vessel was complete, Jem turned to Barrett and asked, Would you kindly assist in creating an engine? Barrett nodded, accepting the request without hesitation.
Activating his combined fruit, demonic energy radiated from his being, enveloping the nearby door in the ground.
Soon, an engine made of stone and steel was fashioned. Mr. Three, displaying his initiative, installed the engine without needing to be instructed. Although small, the vessel was well equipped.
It lacked a rudder, making navigation somewhat challenging. They would have to rely on Jinbei, the fishman, to handle that aspect.
The propulsion was equally straightforward. Jem and Ace served as the two human power sources. Let us depart.
Once everyone had boarded the vessel, Jem instinctively positioned himself at the rear, assuming the role of the primary source of power.
He placed his feet on the engine, carefully regulating the explosive force. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, the small boat shot forth like a bullet.
Amid the cacophony of blasts, the vessel gradually vanished beneath the horizon.
The sight of the boat darting away was somewhat amusing.
As they advanced into the city, Magellan and the guard stood transfixed, gazing at the rapidly vanishing firework, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disarray in the wind.
Is this even possible? Chapter 11, The Resolve of the Navy Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the operational conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the three Marine Admirals, the heroic Monkey D.
Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, along with the high-ranking officials of the Navy, were all present.
What? The explosive man, Jem, has defeated Magellan? He saved Ace and did not leave immediately, but instead entered Impel Down?
Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed the table, his expression grave and filled with fury.
I am not jesting. According to Magellan's report, Jem appeared unexpectedly, vanquished him and Vice Admiral Hachi, and took Ace into Impel Down. Currently, Magellan is severely injured and unable to fight, while Vice Admiral Hachi's fate remains uncertain. Do you truly believe I would make light of such a matter? The naval high-ranking officials fell silent. Not out of doubt toward Sengoku, but rather due to the shock of such an unforeseen calamity. No one anticipated that an unexpected individual would emerge, disrupting their meticulously laid plans.
Jem's formidable strength was beyond their expectations, and they certainly did not foresee his appearance in Impel Down, where he had bested Magellan. Everyone was taken aback. The renowned underwater fortress, said to be impregnable, had been so easily breached. The notion of an invulnerable stronghold had become a mere farce. For centuries,
This was the first time Impeldown had been successfully infiltrated from the outside.
How terrifying it is that he could defeat Magellan.
It seems another monster is set to rise upon the seas. The laid-back Admiral Kizaru, with his leg casually crossed, remarked in a sardonic tone.
Those present were well aware of his demeanor, treating his words as mere background noise, ignoring him entirely.
However, Admiral Akainu was visibly incensed, his voice cold and biting. What of Jem's strength, and why was there no forewarning from the intelligence department regarding his presence in Impeldown? What are they even doing? They cannot manage such a trivial matter. This is my fault. Yesterday, Vice Admiral Gecko reported that Jem had been sighted aboard Whitebird's ship. At the time,
I did not take it seriously and merely issued a standard-level intelligence report. I apologize to you all, Sengoku admitted decisively, his demeanor sincere. Akainu, seemingly unappreciative of the apology, appeared ready to voice his dissatisfaction, but given Sengoku's position as Fleet Admiral, he could only fold his arms and stew in silence.
Not only Akainu,
but Admirals Akiji and Kizaru also exhibited signs of discontent. In recent days, they had been preoccupied with naval deployments, hardly having the time to sift through any documents that were not marked as urgent. Clearly, the intelligence report issued by Sengoku was of low priority, which led to the three admirals overlooking this critical situation.
The atmosphere in the conference room became tense.
Vice Admiral Tsuru and Garp quickly attempted to ease the situation.
I am also aware of Jem's appearance aboard Whitebird's ship. His strength was unforeseen by anyone. The current dilemma is why, after saving Ace,
Jem did not leave immediately but instead ventured into Impeldown.
Indeed, I too was aware of this matter, and like Sengoku,
I did not regard it with the seriousness it deserved.
Upon hearing the remarks from Admiral Karp and Admiral Tsuru,
Akainu and the others found themselves at a loss for words, leading to the matter being swiftly set aside.
Coughing twice, Sengoku began to outline the forthcoming course of action.
The significance of Fire Fist Ace was well understood by all. He absolutely could not be allowed to escape. Although it was too late to intercept it and Impeldown,
it was certain they would rendezvous with Whitebeard.
We must recapture them before this meeting occurs.
My bottom line is that Ace must not be allowed to slip away.
There was a palpable sense of helplessness regarding this decision, as the Navy had been tirelessly preparing for this operation. 100,000 Navy personnel had assembled at Marineford, and the high-ranking officers had set aside their other duties to return to headquarters, while the warlords of the sea under the world government had also been summoned. Even more alarming was the fact that the Navy headquarters had announced to the world that today would be the day of public execution. Should we fail to recapture Ace, all our current strategies would be rendered null and void. However, whether Ace could indeed be recaptured posed a significant dilemma. If they were unable to apprehend him, the Navy would suffer a tremendous loss of face globally, severely undermining their prestige. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi rang out, breaking the heavy silence in the room.
This is Sengoku. Please speak. What? Understood, I see. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku took a deep breath and solemnly stated.
The latest news from Magellan reports that the explosive man, Jem, has taken away 11 individuals from Impeldown. Among them are Fire Fist Ace, the Devil's descendant Barrett,
former Warlord Crocodile, current Warlord Jinbei, and Revolutionary Ivankov.
Upon hearing this disastrous news, Akainu, the most hawkish figure in the Navy, lost his composure. His fury boiling over as he roared, "They must not be allowed to escape." This would deal a severe blow to the Navy's reputation. These scoundrels do not deserve imprisonment. They should be cast into the depths of the sea to feed the fish. I propose we mobilize immediately to apprehend them all and execute them publicly. Interestingly, perhaps due to the influence of their devil fruits, there was a striking similarity between the personalities of the three admirals and their respective powers.
Akainu's temper, akin to his magma fruit, was explosive. Had this not been a meeting room, it might have transformed into a volcanic hell. In contrast, Akiji, who possessed the freezing fruit, maintained a demeanor of cool detachment and tranquility. Rather than shouting, he calmly analyzed the situation. Currently, we cannot ascertain Jem's course. Nor can we determine whether the Whitebeard pirates will rendezvous with Jem first or arrive at Marineford ahead of him. Therefore, we should divide our forces. Some will remain to guard Marineford, while the rest pursue Jem and Ace. Sengoku decisively made the choice. The situation was extremely urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. Then Sengoku, who will stay behind? Who will pursue? Admiral Tsuru inquired with a furrowed brow, before speaking softly once more. According to the intelligence you just provided, Jim and his faction now possess formidable combat capabilities comparable to the four Emperor's crews. Coupled with the imminent arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, we are now faced with the daunting prospect of confronting two pirate emperors simultaneously. As soon as Admiral Sengoku concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving those present momentarily speechless. As members of the Navy, they harbored the confidence to vanquish two four Emperor's crews concurrently. Yet, despite their boldness, none dared to assert that they could engage one Emperor's crew while simultaneously apprehending the entirety of the other. Defeating an adversary and apprehending them are two entirely distinct matters. Under conditions where strengths are relatively equal, even if one cannot secure victory, the opponent may still evade capture. Moreover, whether they could pursue effectively remains a significant concern. Akainu abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with fervor, even at the cost of sacrifices. Ace must be apprehended. This is crucial for the Navy's standing in the eyes of the world. I implore the Fleet Admiral to swiftly decide who shall remain and who shall pursue. Due to the circumstances surrounding Ace and Luffy, Carp, who had remained largely silent, finally raised his hand and said, I shall stay behind to guard Marineford. Upon hearing Carp's voluntary offer to remain, the others merely contemplated for a moment before unanimously approving the decision. After all, Ace and Luffy are his grandsons, and sending him to pursue them could prove challenging. Even to avoid any appearance of bias, remaining at Marineford suited him well. However, Carp alone would find it difficult to withstand the Whitebeard pirates, hence, it was essential to assign one or two additional individuals. Sengoku recognized that the current situation left no room for retreat and promptly made the final decision. Chapter 12, Gratitude to Jem for the nuclear bomb in the first half of the Grand Line, amidst the doldrums. Ace took Jem's place as the new power of the ship. Jem had spotted Blackbeard's pirate ship ahead. Jinbei approached and inquired, Blackbeard? Jem was aware that Blackbeard would also make his way to Impel Down, though he could not pinpoint the exact timing. To his surprise, not long after departing from Impel Down, they encountered him. Poor Magellan, it was uncertain whether he would fall victim to Blackbeard's wrath. May the head of the restroom protect you. Rising to the bow of the ship, Jem and the crew gazed at the Blackbeard pirates, who were about to pass them by. Observing the vessel crudely assembled from several massive logs, Jem couldn't suppress a chuckle. At that moment, the Blackbeard pirates had yet to flourish, including himself. There were merely 5 individuals, a rather pitiful sight. It seemed that Jem's own nuclear peace faction fared even worse. Old San and Barrett had yet to join, leaving only 3 members, Jem, Jinbei, and Shiryu. I believe I have seen him before. What is his strength? Barrett inquired. Curiosity piqued. His name is Teach, a user of the dark fruit, and he was once a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates. A few months ago, he betrayed his comrades and fled to the sea, a man of remarkable perseverance and skill. However, he was not well known prior to this, so it is understandable that you do not recognize him. His dark fruit, aside from not allowing him to become intangible, is said to absorb all matter, making him believe he is the nemesis of all devil fruit users. As for his specific strength, he is currently among the strongest beneath the Yonko. Upon hearing that he was merely an emerging pirate, Barrett promptly lost interest. He harbors grand ambitions, wishing to eliminate all Yonko and Marine admirals to prove himself stronger than the Pirate King, Roger, thus becoming the world's strongest. If he is not a Yonko or an admiral, a so-called pirate strongman fails to intrigue him, a mere handful would suffice. Across the way, Blackbeard had also noticed Jem's small white candle-like ship. Initially, he laughed heartily, mocking the unfortunate soul who found himself in such dire straits. However, as his laughter waned, his expression froze, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He recognized Jem and the group behind him, particularly the towering figure beside Jem, Barrett, the Devil's descendant. Then he spotted Shiryu, who had originally been his primary target for recruitment during this trip to Impel Down, yet he had arrived too late. Although a tinge of regret lingered, Blackbeard paid it little heed. There were numerous strong individuals awaiting him on the 6th level of Impel Down. Blackbeard's smile shifted to Jem's face.
He had not anticipated this iconic scene would unfold. At that moment, Jem yearned to call out to Blackbeard.
Laugh, keep laughing. Why have you stopped? Is it because you do not like it?
Qiu, noticing the smile at the corner of Jem's mouth, seemed to misinterpret the situation.
He approached, cigar in mouth, his eyes glinting with battle intent, inquiring eagerly, President, shall we engage in combat?
Jem cast a sidelong glance at him and shook his head.
No.
If my assumptions are correct, the Navy has already received news of our escape.
Ace is of great significance to them, and they may pursue us.
We should conserve our strength in anticipation of a conflict with the Navy. There is no need to squander time and energy on Blackbeard, you need not rush.
For there are ample battles awaiting your enjoyment.
Upon hearing this, Qiu ceased to speak further, casting a regretful glance at Blackbeard. Although reluctant to waste time fighting him, his distaste for the man prompted him to prepare a grand surprise.
A peculiar smile graced Jem's lips. A grand surprise? Those around him regarded him with confusion, unsure of his intentions.
Yet, in the next moment, their understanding dawned. Jem leapt into the air, extending his left hand forward while clenching his right fist, twisting his waist and retracting his arm. The Conqueror's haki enveloped his fist, and golden red lightning erupted from it, crackling with energy.
How magnificent! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Jem, bouncing with enthusiasm.
You're being ridiculous, quiet down.
Ace chastised, knocking Luffy to the ground with a punch. Luffy, Mr.
3, and Daz Bones, the one with the chop fruit, were merely astonished by Jem's power, showing no further reaction.
However,
those with knowledge recognized the significance of the Conqueror's haki in these waters.
Everyone present knew of Jem's formidable Conqueror's haki, though only Ace had witnessed him use it once in a prior battle.
Particularly, Old Sand was nearly rendered speechless upon seeing the lightning erupting from Jem's fist. His eyes wide in disbelief. 3 years prior, Jem's strength had been comparable to his own, perhaps slightly superior.
Now, while Old Sand remained stagnant in his growth, even regressing,
Jem had soared to new heights. Old Sand felt a pang of hurt in his spirit, as though struck hard. Yet, gazing at the audacious figure above, his fighting spirit rekindled, the flames of determination intensifying in his eyes. I shall no longer remain stagnant, I will grow stronger. And I shall defeat Whitebeard with my own hands. As for the others, Barrett was notably serious, casting aside his previous disdain to regard Jem with a newfound gravity. He had always thought of Jem as merely a reckless newcomer, never anticipating such formidable strength. Blackbeard, on the opposite side, was acutely aware of the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed in a mixture of shock and anger.
What is he planning? Does he wish for us to engage in battle? Jem, observing Blackbeard's tumultuous emotions, smiled. Thank you for the gift of a nuclear bomb, Blackbeard.
Fission, 10 million tons, Conqueror's impact. With a thunderous roar, Jem's fist, enveloped in golden red lightning,
transformed into a small sun.
A violent shockwave, carrying temperatures capable of vaporizing all matter, erupted forth in an instant. The shockwave swept across the ocean's surface, carving a deep trench and evaporating vast amounts of seawater, shrouding the sea in mist. Under the sunlight's embrace, a vibrant rainbow bridge formed between the two ships.
Blackbeard beheld the resplendent rainbow, yet an inexplicable chill gripped his heart.
He realized that this technique was beyond the capacity of his crew to withstand. To avert the catastrophic fate of shipwreck and loss of life, he steeled himself and leapt into the air, bracing to withstand the assault.
Dark Star!
The abyssal energy of the malevolent demon surged forth from within him, enveloping Blackbeard in a colossal sphere of darkness. At that moment, a shockwave roared toward him. The two forces collided in the blink of an eye. The tumultuous shockwave propelled Dark Star backward, while a frenzied suction emanated from it, attempting to absorb the entirety of the shockwave. It seemed as though a stalemate had been reached.
However, in the next instant, the black energy surrounding Dark Star began to violently convulse.
The shockwave, having absorbed nearly half of its power,
shattered the shroud of darkness enveloping Blackbeard and struck him with tremendous force.
The Blackbeard pirates, along with their ship, were hurled into the depths of the sea. Towering waves surged, with spray soaring hundreds of meters into the air, only to descend like torrential rain. The clouds above were completely dispersed. The crew aboard the ship stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scattered remnants of driftwood floating on the surface, still reeling from the shock.
Only Barrett, with a fiery gaze, fixated on Jem, occasionally licking his lips.
Jem felt a shiver run down his spine under Barrett's scrutiny. The shadow of Blackbeard had not graced the sea for quite some time.
Their small vessel drifted further away. Just as they were about to disappear from view, figures finally emerged from the depths of the distant sea.
The crew of the Blackbeard pirates, including Van Oka and Beggars, who had yet to consume a devil fruit, rescued Blackbeard and 2 other crewmates, along with a sickly horse. 5 individuals squeezed onto a small piece of driftwood, struggling to maintain their balance, each bearing numerous wounds, clearly suffering significant injuries. Jem could not fathom Blackbeard's thoughts at that moment, but he marveled at the sight. Although that last attack was not his full strength, it was nonetheless formidable.
Yet, Blackbeard, having withstood the equivalent of a 1,000-ton nuclear explosion, appeared merely gravely injured and seemingly ready to continue the fight.
One could not help but remark upon the sheer resilience of his vitality. He was akin to the legendary Chang Yao Jin reborn.
Chapter 13, a large contingent of the Navy sets sail. Jem, where do we go next? Asked Jinbei, who was responsible for steering the ship.
First, let's depart from the calm belt and then continue towards the Red Earth continent, to a place called Giant Stone Island. It is a vast deserted island where I have arranged to meet Whitebeard. Jem produced a navigational chart from seemingly nowhere, pointing to a location on it.
At this moment,
he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot." He quickly reached into his pants pocket and retrieved a transponder snail.
"Aha, bomb boy. You finally contacted me."
"I hope you bring good news," came the boisterous laughter of Whitebeard as soon as the connection was made. "Of course, Ace has been successfully rescued. And we will meet as planned," Jem replied with a confident smile.
"Very well, Jem, you have done excellently. Let me speak with Ace."
At this, Jem casually tossed the transponder snail to Ace. Ace fumbled to catch it, his eyes welling with tears, suddenly feeling timid and unsure of how to face Whitebeard. His recklessness had nearly plunged the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters into full-scale war. The brutality of war was unimaginable. And Ace shuddered at the thought of how many of his comrades might perish as a result. Fortunately, nothing had transpired yet, granting him a chance for redemption. Taking a deep breath, Ace spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Father, it's me, Ace."
"My foolish son, why are you crying?" "I'm still alive." "I'm not crying. Just feeling a bit overwhelmed."
"That's a relief.
Stay with Jem for now, I will come to get you shortly."
"Okay, Father.
Please send my regards to Marco and the others."
"They heard you, you little rascal." After hanging up, Ace courteously returned the transponder snail to Jem.
"What about Whitebeard?"
Barrett and Old Sand exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of tension.
Both harbored a desire to personally defeat or even kill Whitebeard. Interestingly,
the two were evenly matched in their youth, with their previous encounter ending in a draw. However, now it was evident that Barrett's prowess had surpassed that of Old Sand. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in the port of Marine Ford, numerous naval officers boarded warships under the leadership of high-ranking officials.
The summoned 7 warlords, Doflamingo, Hancock, Myhawk,
and Moria had already arrived and were observing the scene. They stood at the port, watching the Navy hurriedly embark, with warships swiftly departing, their expressions a mixture of astonishment.
Ho ho ho!
With so many naval forces departing, it seems something unexpected has occurred on Ace's side, Doflamingo remarked with a peculiar laugh, his tone laden with significance. He, who thrived on chaos, was intrigued by the unfolding drama, though a hint of displeasure lingered at the thought of unexpected developments in the war. He was not fond of plans going awry, even if he was merely a minor participant, not the architect of the conflict.
"Have they escaped? Or has Whitebeard come to rescue them?" Myhawk inquired nonchalantly.
However, no one at the scene could provide an answer, they too were utterly perplexed.
The Navy had summoned them.
Yet now there was no one to oversee their presence, not even a word of explanation, shrouded in mystery. They were, after all, an organization under the auspices of the world government. One would expect that, regardless of the Navy's disdain, they would send someone to attend to them. After all, they had come to assist in battle, ostensibly as allies of the Western Navy. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, someone should have been dispatched to clarify the situation.
Yet, with a multitude of warships hastily departing, no one acknowledged them, let alone provided an explanation. This left much to ponder. He. Moria chuckled with a hint of madness before casually remarking, "What does it matter what has transpired? As long as the war has not been concluded. That is all that counts." Indeed, this was a significant event, potentially heralding the dawn of a new era. How could Don Quixote Doflamingo possibly be absent from such excitement? After voicing this thought, Doflamingo extended an invitation to the 3 other members of the 7 warlords beside him. "I intend to follow along, do you wish to join me?"
Moria, who was preoccupied with thoughts of tomb raiding and unearthing the remains of powerful warriors, was eager and did not want to miss this battlefield, ripe with the potential for gathering formidable corpses.
"Absolutely.
I sincerely hope the war turns brutal, that way, I could collect more corpses of the strong.
Our aloof male deity."
The world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, bearing his cross-shaped black blade, tilted his head in contemplation before swiftly agreeing. With nothing else to occupy his time and feeling no urge to sleep, he decided to partake in the commotion, seeking to alleviate his boredom.
Meanwhile, the sole lady present,
the Empress Hancock, raised her head high, disdainfully addressing Doflamingo with a haughty gesture, declaring, "Whether I accompany you is of no consequence, if I wish to go. I shall do so on my own accord, and I shall never follow you wretched men." Though they were all members of the 7 warlords, even if not intimately acquainted, they were certainly familiar with one another.
Doflamingo and his companions paid her no mind as they strode outside.
The Navy's deployment of such a vast number of individuals and formidable warriors was too conspicuous to conceal, regardless of the Navy's efforts to maintain secrecy. News of their main forces setting sail had leaked. Countless transponder snails began to buzz with activity, dialing into every corner of the world. While the truth of the matter remained unclear, no one was foolish. It was evident that the Navy, at such a critical juncture, had allowed their primary forces to disperse. Nearly everyone surmised that something had gone awry concerning Ace. Beast pirates. Before Emperor's Kaido guzzled down his drink, his boisterous laughter resonating through the skies.
"Ha ha ha.
Truly remarkable, Whitebeard. It seems this grand war is destined to conclude prematurely. The Navy is utterly incompetent, unable to keep a single individual in check." The foremost of the calamities, the flame disaster, King, quietly interjected, "The war may not necessarily conclude. The Navy has been on high alert for so long, having prepared extensively. Now that such an unforeseen incident has occurred, they will undoubtedly devise every possible remedy. This conflict may continue, albeit on a different battlefield.
And its scale may be somewhat diminished, for it involves the Navy's reputation, and they will not relinquish it easily." Kaido nodded, acknowledging that Jin's assertions held merit.
The possibility of war still loomed. Yet, he remained in high spirits.
While the reasoning was sound,
the naval jesters were destined to suffer a loss of face and a significant decline in prestige.
This vast sea was indeed bustling with activity. How amusing.
On the other side, aboard the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, Ben Beckman, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and legs crossed, unexpectedly remarked, "Captain,
it seems we need not venture to Marineford. At present, the location of the next battlefield remains uncertain. Should we still endeavor to prevent this war?"
"Of course we must go. This sea requires order, and balance must not be disrupted," Shanks replied, narrowing his eyes as he gazed calmly at the ocean, his voice resonating with conviction. "Well, it might be somewhat troublesome to inquire about the battlefield's coordinates. We may struggle to arrive in a timely manner," Ben Beckman conceded.
"Let us hasten our pace. Surely, they will accord me this courtesy, will they not?" Chapter 14, Buggy longs to weep upon the small white candlelit boat. Jim gazed at the revolutionary figures of Ivankov and Lightning and inquired, "Ivankov, what are your plans next? Shall we find a place along the way for you to disembark?"
At this, Ivankov instinctively nodded, having long wished to broach the subject of leaving the vessel, but hesitated due to their shared bond forged in the prison break.
However,
as she nodded, a thought seemed to strike her, and her gaze fell upon Luffy, causing her to hesitate.
To speak frankly,
she was loath to involve Jim in the conflict with the Navy. This matter bore no relation to their revolutionary cause, yet Ace was Luffy's brother,
and Luffy was determined to partake in the battle.
More crucially, Luffy was the son of their leader, Dragon, and it seemed only natural to protect the offspring of their commander. "Captain, regardless of the circumstances, as the leader's son,
we cannot idly stand by and watch him plunge into peril," Lightning whispered in her ear. After a moment of contemplation, Ivankov resolved to first consult Luffy. Luffy, we are preparing to disembark, do you wish to accompany us?
Luffy, who had been surveying his surroundings, promptly rejected the proposal.
No, I want to stay with Ace. This put Ivankov in a quandary. They wished to depart but could not simply abandon Luffy. With Luffy's current strength, engaging the Navy's formidable forces would undoubtedly result in his demise. Luffy, you must disembark with them, Ace interjected, having overheard their conversation. Why?
I don't want to leave, I want to stay with you to ensure your safety, Luffy insisted stubbornly.
Listen, don't be foolish.
Your strength is insufficient to contend with the Navy, Ace replied with utmost seriousness.
But there are no buts, you are to disembark with Ivankov. Fine.
Faced with Ace's unwavering stance, which left no room for negotiation, Luffy finally acquiesced, his head drooping in defeat.
Seeing Luffy's reluctant agreement, both Ivankov and Ace breathed sighs of relief. Suddenly,
the head of the clown buggy descended from above. Floating over with a sheepish grin, he timidly asked, "Hey Jim, can I disembark with them?"
"Yes," came the affirmative reply. And Buggy was overwhelmed with joy.
During this time, the mere thought of Jim and the others potentially engaging the Navy's main forces had left Buggy trembling.
He longed to weep.
He was but a treasure-seeking pirate, uninterested in vying against the Navy, and even less inclined towards death.
Now, it seemed, he could finally leave. Jim,
oblivious to Buggy's inner turmoil and disinterested in understanding it, made his way to sit beside Old Sand.
"Old Sand, will you be joining us?" "I'm leaving."
"I fear you may perish at the hands of the Navy," Old Sand replied, his voice deep and gruff as he puffed on a cigar.
Jim chuckled. Recognizing the prideful spirit of Old Sand, he was indeed a man of loyalty.
"Then let Mr. 3 and Bonclay accompany us as well."
Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 and Bonclay exchanged glances between Jim and Old Sand.
"Disembark, your strength is still too feeble, I don't want to be distracted protecting you." Old Sand nodded in agreement. The two individuals were acutely aware that their abilities might hinder the group and promptly acquiesced, particularly Mr. 3, who felt a surge of delight within. Jem did not inquire whether Barrett wished to disembark, for they had yet to fulfill their agreed-upon battle.
Moreover,
Jem harbored a subtle selfish motive. As a crucial asset, Barrett's presence was vital for the impending conflict. To alleviate the pressure on their comrades, he was willing to leverage Barrett's pride, albeit slightly. After discussing the disembarkation, Jem suddenly draped an arm over Old Sand's shoulder and earnestly stated, "Old Sand,
I extend to you once more my heartfelt invitation to join the nuclear peace pirates."
Old Sand, cigar clenched between his teeth, cast a disdainful glance at the hand resting on his shoulder and pushed it away with his golden hook. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. We are on the brink of war with the Navy. Speak to me again once you have weathered the storm and are still alive."
Undeterred, Jem pressed on. "In any case, you have lost your position as king, your organization has disbanded, and now you have but two subordinates, why not join us?"
"You need not worry about the war, we do not aim to win, merely to delay until Whitebeard's arrival, which would be our victory."
"Enough.
Do not whine like a woman, it is but a simple matter of whether you will join us or not."
Cornered, Old Sand remained resolute, expressing his dissent through silence.
Observing this, Jem ceased to press the issue.
The voyage continued, though the passage of time was indeterminate.
Gurgle, gurgle.
"Ace, I am famished," Luffy lamented, clutching his rumbling stomach.
"Just hold on a little longer, we shall arrive shortly," Ace replied, only for his own stomach to echo the sentiment. The sound seemed contagious. And soon the ship was filled with a chorus of growling bellies. It was as if the heavens were aware of their hunger. Ahead, the sea began to churn. And suddenly, a colossal sea creature burst forth, blocking their path.
It was a sea centipede, its reddish-brown armor gleaming with a metallic sheen.
As the monstrous being loomed overhead, our lookout, the head of Buggy, cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Except for Buggy and Mr. 3, the others displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, their eyes gleamed with a gluttonous glint. To them, this was akin to a windfall, a free meal from the sky.
With a clang,
a flash of white light sliced through the air as Shiria's blade cleaved the enormous sea centipede into numerous pieces.
"Ha, leave the rest to me. Fire Fist," Ace declared. stepping forward and enveloping the plummeting meat in a sea of flames. The high temperatures imparted a delightful aroma to the centipede's flesh. Qiu swung his blade once more, reducing a large chunk of meat into countless smaller morsels. Soon, a veritable rain of meat began to fall upon the diminutive candlelit vessel. Ha ha ha! Jem bellowed, everyone! Dinner is served! Just as their hunger was sated, another concern arose: water.
Under the blazing sun, they had gone half a day without a drink, their throats parched.
Fortunately, they had just glimpsed land on the horizon.
Chapter 15, Diverging Paths, the Emergence of the Laboring Monkeys on the Vast Ocean. A fleet of naval warships raced at full speed, their formation disregarded in the haste of pursuit.
Have we detected any trace of Jim and his companions?
Sengoku inquired expectantly of the officer before him. The officer responsible for intelligence collection bowed his head in shame, unable to meet the gaze of the fleet admiral.
I regret to report, Admiral, that we are at a loss. As of now, we have yet to uncover the slightest hint of Jim and Ace's whereabouts. Another disheartening update furrowed Sengoku's brow deeply.
This operation to apprehend Ace and Jim was personally led by the fleet admiral, with others providing support. All in hopes of reclaiming Ace. Yet, at this juncture, the Navy had not even glimpsed Ace's shadow, let alone captured him.
Very well, return to your duties, Sengoku gestured, dismissing the intelligence officer.
He then turned his attention to the nautical chart before him, lost in contemplation.
After a prolonged silence, Sengoku spoke again. Where do you suppose Jim and his crew could be?
Without intelligence to guide them, speculation was futile.
I suggested deploying more vessels, yet you opposed it. Had we done so, we could have conducted a thorough net search by now. However, you must consider the issue of fleet speed.
An increase in ships would substantially slow our progress, and we might not even catch a glimpse of their stern.
Then, Admiral, what do you propose we do now? After a moment of reflection, one officer remarked, they are certainly eager to reunite with the Whitebeard pirates.
I believe that once they exit the doldrums, they will navigate along its fringes, minimizing their distance to the Red Line and the Whitebeard pirates.
So, we are to position ourselves at the edge of the doldrums and wait for them to walk into our trap? Sengoku countered, no.
We must immediately adjust our course towards the edge of the doldrums, then search back along its periphery.
With the new orders issued, the fleet swiftly altered its direction, heading straight for the doldrums.
Upon reaching the outer edge, the Navy soon spotted the first island.
Admiral Sengoku, shall we encircle the island?
Unnecessary, he replied. Send one ship to scout it, we can approach once we have confirmed their presence. The fleet shall continue at full speed.
Sengoku outright dismissed the notion of a full-scale search.
The weight of expectation from lower-ranking sailors, the scrutiny from across the world,
and the impending reproach from the world government bore down heavily upon the Navy's upper echelons, stifling their resolve.
The Navy was currently oblivious to Jim, Ace, and their crew's location, with their escape a constant possibility. Time was of the essence, every second counted, and not a moment could be squandered. On an uncharted, deserted island, a group of individuals sat together, laughter and conversation filling the air. Nearby, a small stream flowed, and over a fire, the flesh of an unknown beast roasted. Energetic and restless, Luffy leaned in close to Jim, his face alight with excitement.
Jim, what was that incredible move you did before, the one you called Baishan? It was so cool. Can you teach me?
That is the Conqueror's Haki entwined, referred to as Haki Rap, which you cannot learn at this moment.
Jem remarked with a smile. Ah. Why not? Is it your unique skill? Luffy expressed his disappointment, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly deflated.
This is not a unique skill.
Once you awaken your Conqueror's Haki, you too will be able to master it. Bang! Stop bothering him, you fool.
Luffy, who wished to inquire further, was once again knocked down by Ace, who then dragged him aside.
Captain, you might be overestimating this kid, to say nothing of mastering Haki Rap.
Merely awakening Conqueror's Haki would already be quite an achievement for him.
Among those present, only you and Barrett possess such a technique, Qiu remarked with a hint of admiration,
though his words clearly belittled Luffy.
Who is Luffy?
The child of destiny, the man shielded by a protagonist's aura, endowed with extraordinary abilities. He is also the most influential figure in the world of pirates, the first prince, with an exceptionally formidable background.
Do not underestimate anyone.
You might find that you too could awaken Conqueror's Haki, Jem casually suggested.
Do you truly believe that Haki rap is a technique any minor character can learn?
It is a skill reserved for the mightiest of the sea, Barrett laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. These individuals were increasingly arrogant, and Jem shook his head, abandoning the debate as he devoured the roasted meat. Once satiated, Ivankov approached Jem to bid farewell. Jem, it is time for us to depart.
Do you have a navigational chart?
Indeed, we lack nothing since we were on the 5.5 level of Impel Down.
Then I wish you safe travels. Farewell, everyone.
Mr. 3 crafted some jars for them to carry fresh water and food using wax and even assisted in constructing a small boat. Since they lacked Jem and Ace's strength for propulsion this time, they resorted to crafting oars from trees. Do not worry about their distance, they are all physical powerhouses. And rowing for 3 days and nights poses no issue, especially with provisions and fresh water in hand. Ivankov, along with his subordinates, Luffy, Buggy, Mr. 3, and Bonnie,
departed together.
The two groups parted ways, leaving only Jem, Barrett, Old Sand, Jinbei, Shiryu, and Ace behind.
Let us set sail as well, Ace declared.
Without the exuberance of Luffy, the small boat was once again quiet, with no one uttering a word. As they navigated, the sun above gradually veered from its course,
leading into the hottest afternoon of the day. At last, they arrived at the designated location, Giant Stone Island. Upon stepping onto the island, everyone instinctively sought a shaded area to rest, quietly awaiting Whitebeard's arrival. Time slipped by unnoticed, and they were oblivious to how long had passed. Suddenly, a second sun appeared in the sky. A second sun? Jem abruptly opened his eyes and gazed upward. The others similarly opened their eyes, fixated on the sky. There, adjacent to the direction of the sun, a small sun had quietly manifested. It was not as expected. Instead, there appeared a rather unsavory figure. A lecherous old man with dark, curly hair, donning a suit adorned with yellow and white stripes, draped in a cape of righteousness behind him. I initially mistook him for a descendant of some lineage, only to realize it was none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino. Jem chuckled softly. This individual, known by a plethora of monikers, was often referred to as the Navy's slacker. Typically, he preferred to engage in minimal effort, often exhibiting a peculiar demeanor, yet today, he seemed rather enthusiastic. At that moment, he was striking a pose with his fingers delicately arranged, arms crossed over his chest, emanating a blinding yellow radiance akin to the sun. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light projectiles cascaded down upon Jem and his companions like a torrential downpour. It is said that Kizaru's aim is lacking, but from this maneuver, Jem discerned no flaws. It was undeniably precise. The luminous projectiles soared directly towards them, enveloping their small group entirely. Just then, two figures leaped into the fray, confronting the relentless barrage of light. Every projectile that approached them was either obliterated mid-air or sent flying away. The once tranquil Giant Stone Island erupted with the sounds of explosions, smoke billowing around. I say, Jem, that Borsalino is mine, do not compete with me, Barrett declared, casually obliterating two more projectiles before turning to Jem with a brash demeanor. Jem, having deflected several projectiles, slowly responded in a soothing tone, Barrett, do not be so hasty. The appearance of Borsalino signifies that the Navy is not far off. There will be ample opponents for you to choose from. After a brief period of relentless assault, Kizaru seemingly recognized the futility of his efforts and ceased fire. Truly, Jem, the explosive man, and Barrett, the devil's descendant, are formidable monstrosities. Chapter 16, 6 Against Thousands. Jem gazed intently at Kizaru, his eyes sharp as lightning. Oh, dear Jem. Please do not misunderstand, I merely wish to greet you, harboring no ulterior motives, Kizaru replied, sensing the intensity of Jem's gaze. With Barrett from the Roger era at his side, accompanied by several notorious pirates, Kizaru wisely raised his hand to halt the impending conflict, seeking to ease the tension. Engaging in battle was futile, a strategic surrender was the only viable option. However, Kizaru's demeanor incited Barrett's ire. He longed to vanquish the Navy admiral before him. In his mind, the Navy should consist of stalwart figures like the Iron Fist Carp and the Buddha Sengoku. How could this newly appointed admiral present such a feeble appearance? The thought of such a cowardly and despicable individual holding the rank of admiral was intolerable. He might as well perish. Unsettled, Barrett launched an attack. A cloud of dust erupted as he vanished from sight, reappearing before Kizaru, his massive fist raised high, enveloped in haki. How outrageous! I merely intended a greeting. Why must I be labeled as worthless? Kizaru transformed into light, evading the oncoming fist and retreating into the distance. In his escape, several naval warships loomed ahead. On the leading ship, 3 imposing figures stood against the wind, their cloaks of justice billowing gently behind them. To the right stood Kizaru Borsellino. To the left, a middle-aged man wearing a sun hat, a cigar clamped between his teeth, and a stubbled face was none other than Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, a user of the magma fruit. Notorious for his hawkish stance and future aspirations to become fleet admiral. He was a relentless enforcer of absolute justice, exhibiting brutal methods towards pirates, showing indifference to collateral damage among comrades and civilians alike. In the center stood the current fleet admiral, Sengoku the Buddha, adorned with a sun hat, round spectacles, and long braided beard. He wielded the power of the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, embodying the Buddha's form, and possessed the highest caliber of haki. Behind these 3 figures, a cadre of vice admirals, hundreds of officers, and numerous sailors stood ready. On Giant Stone Island, Old Sand, Jinbei, Shiryu, and Ace approached, while Barrett returned to Gem's side. The 6 of them, led by Gem and Barrett, formed a line, confronting the thousands of Navy personnel. One group stood on the island, the other on their ships. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the scene, birds fled into the sky, fish submerged into the abyss, and even the insects ceased their chirping. In this eerie silence, the very act of breathing grew heavy. War was on the brink of eruption. The fleet admiral, 2 admirals, dozens of vice admirals, and thousands of elite sailors gathered, presenting an overwhelming disparity in numbers and strength. A wave of concern washed over Jinbei. Yet he understood that expressing doubt could undermine their morale and must be kept at bay. Not only he, but others also harbor their own concerns. Even the formidable Gem and Barrett find themselves unavoidably anxious. The war has yet to commence, yet they have already descended into a position of disadvantage. In terms of top-tier combat strength, only Gem and Barrett stand on their side, while Ace and Shiryu remain somewhat lacking. The Navy boasts Sengoku and 2 admirals, constituting 3 elite fighters. There is no need to discuss the numerical superiority, the 2 sides are not even in the same league, rendering any comparison futile. In other words, before the war has begun, Gem and his companions have already displayed signs of defeat. Let us not entertain the foolish notion of whether victory is attainable. Instead, let us ponder whether we can endure until the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Ladies and gentlemen, our objective is not to vanquish the Navy. Simply holding out until the Whitebeard pirates arrive will be our triumph. Surely, you possess at least this modicum of confidence. Gem spoke with a smile, striving to project an air of ease in order to alleviate the pressure on his comrades. His efforts bore some fruit, as they only needed to persist for a short while, finding ways to delay the inevitable. Having roamed the seas for so long, they had grown accustomed to the specter of death. At worst, it was merely a matter of dying. Ah, it has been a while, my friends. Gem greeted the Navy with a cheerful smile. Why are there only 6 of you? Where are the others? Sengoku's icy gaze held a hint of confusion. As the old adage goes, one should not place all their eggs in one basket, thus, we chose to separate, much to your disappointment. Upon hearing this, Sengoku refrained from further comments. As long as Ace remained, the others could be spared for the time being. The 2 sides stood on opposing grounds, rendering further dialogue unnecessary. Gem and his companions sought to delay, while the Navy was pressed for time. The Navy must race against the clock to conclude the war before the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. The distance between the 2 factions was rapidly diminishing. Marshal Sengoku turned to the Navy soldiers, commencing a war mobilization. The primary objective of this conflict was to capture or eliminate Gem, Ace, and their associates entirely. The minimum goal was to apprehend Ace. Victory for the Navy was assured. Fellow comrades, I implore you to give your utmost effort. The Navy saluted in unison, responding with resounding voices. Yes, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. All forces, advance. As those words echoed, Marshal Sengoku transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, leading the charge with unwavering resolve.
By his side stood Kizaru and Akainu, while behind him loomed hundreds of steadfast Navy forces. This battle was destined to be a triumph for the Navy.
On the opposing side,
Jem and his comrades felt a tightening in their hearts as they witnessed the Navy prepare to strike without hesitation.
Jem sighed inwardly, realizing that the war had indeed begun. The Navy offered no opportunity for delay. In that case, let us engage in battle.
Barrett,
do you dare to compete with me to see who can dispatch their opponent first? Jem bellowed,
spurring him to give his all and preventing him from fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Though Jem understood that Barrett's pride would never allow him to abandon the fight alone, he could not afford to take that risk. He had partners who depended on him.
Ah, young Jem, I was navigating the vast ocean long before your birth. Spare me your provocations, for I have no interest in retreating. Barrett laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. Ha, I have been reckless, then let us engage in battle.
With a booming laugh, Jem surged forward, boldly charging at Sengoku,
embodying the spirit of valor. He commenced with a display of conqueror's haki, a golden-red aura enveloping hundreds of naval officers in an instant. However, to Jem's astonishment,
none of the Navy personnel faltered. They all steadfastly withstood his conqueror's impact. The Navy forces accompanying Sengoku were evidently handpicked, with those lacking sufficient strength relegated to guarding the ships. It must be said, the strategic genius of Admiral Sengoku was without flaw, leaving Jem no opportunity to exploit. Thus, this battle had commenced even before the first strike was dealt, a contest of wits and courage, determining who would endure until the end.
Petty tricks are futile, Jem. Prepare to face the judgment of justice. Transforming into a golden Buddha, Sengoku roared and struck with a mighty palm. The judgment of Buddha. Since subtlety has failed, it seems brute force is the only recourse. Jem retaliated with a punch of his own.
The Fission, 5-million-ton Conqueror's nuclear explosion fist.
The fist, crackling with golden red lightning, collided violently with Sengoku's golden palm.
The sky was instantly cleared of clouds, and the powerful shockwave uprooted trees from their very foundations.
Chapter 17, The Emergence of the Careless One. As the battle between Jem and Sengoku commenced, war officially erupted.
Below, Barrett watched the two combatants with an eagerness to intervene,
wishing to kick Jem aside and confront his longtime rival, Sengoku. The latter was a seasoned powerhouse from the era of Rox and Roger, ranking among Barrett's top targets for defeat.
While Barrett was caught in this turmoil, Akainu approached him with a fist of magma the size of a sandbag, compelling him to focus and engage in combat.
Known as the Devil's Descendant, Barrett bore another moniker, the heir of the evil demon. The malevolent aura surrounding him,
combined with the deep blue of his haki, rendered him a fearsome apparition, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. A mere glance at him could instill dread in the hearts of many.
Nonetheless, Akainu was no pushover, as an admiral of the Navy.
His magma not only boasted searing temperatures and burning effects but also possessed formidable physical prowess, making him a master of dual disciplines. The clash between these two titans was ferocious, every blow resonating with the sound of flesh meeting flesh, accompanied by the dull thuds of impact.
Meanwhile, the remaining admiral, Kizaru, found himself besieged.
Old Sand, Shiryu, and Ace all sought to engage with Kizaru, while Jinbei remained indifferent to the competition.
Ultimately, it was the impulsive Old Sand who seized the opportunity to confront Kizaru. With the admirals divided, Shiryu and Ace, left with no other choice, turned their attention to the Navy's vice-admirals. If one was insufficient, perhaps two would suffice. However, it was a miscalculation. A total of 18 vice-admirals arrived. Each of the four could thus contend with 4 or 5 vice-admirals as opponents. Moreover, a cadre of rear admirals and officers was also present. The 6 members of Jem's group faced a brutal onslaught, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage.
Under normal circumstances, they might not have sustained their ground for long amidst such overwhelming numbers, teetering on the brink of defeat. Fortunately, the battlefield was chaotic.
As more combatants entered the fray, the disorder escalated.
Explosions, magma, slashes, flames, and sand, all manner of abilities and techniques unfolded.
The intensifying chaos inevitably led to collateral damage and unforeseen incidents. After all, humans are creatures of subjective agency, each harboring distinct thoughts and intentions. For instance, Vice Admiral Doberman, bearing scars across his face and sporting a prominent mustache,
served under Akainu and shared his merciless philosophy towards pirates, disregarding the lives of civilians and fellow Navy personnel alike, embodying an extreme form of justice. In the heat of battle, as Jem managed to deliver a powerful blow to Sengoku, he simultaneously received a furious strike from Sengoku in return. Staggering back, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he felt the agonizing dislocation of his internal organs. It was at this moment that Vice Admiral Doberman seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching Jem from behind with his sword raised. "You have grown careless, Jem," he admonished. Yet, Jem remained unflustered. His observation haki had long since sensed Doberman's approach, and his expression remained unwavering, calm as ever. With a swift turn of the body and a deep bend of the waist, a high whip kick was unleashed. The ambushed Doberman was struck on the cheek by the whip, and with an explosive sound, half of his face became a grotesque mess, sending him hurtling like a cannonball into the distant mountains, his fate shrouded in uncertainty. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and a beam akin to a laser shot towards Jem. In a split second, Jem had no time for contemplation and had to dodge swiftly. Just as before, he was denied a moment's thought as an enraged voice erupted from his front flank. "Jem, you shall pay!" roared Warring States. Instantly, Jem felt a searing pain across his face, immense force contorted his features, blood spewed from his mouth, and he was violently slammed into the ground. Fission, 1,000,000 tons, nuclear blast shockwave. Trapped within the crater, Jem managed to punch Warring States away, seizing a fleeting moment to catch his breath as he crawled out of the pit. A hasty glance at the battlefield filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. The few allies he had were perilously ensnared in life-threatening situations. Only he and Barrett seemed to be holding up slightly better. In their duel, he and Warring States barely maintained the upper hand. However, with the interference of others, he soon found himself at a disadvantage, constantly on the back foot. Yet, Jem remained confident that he could endure for a day or so. As for Barrett and Akainu, their battle had reached a clearer state. In their one-on-one confrontation, Akainu's magma fists held the advantage. Yet, their strengths had not diverged significantly. Thus, even though Barrett frequently faced ambushes and attacks from others, he still managed to hold his ground. Old Sand, on the other hand, was struggling. The swirling sands were no match for the lasers, and as he was being pummeled, his opponent, Kizaru, remarked, "Your attire appears slightly soiled." Kizaru would occasionally spare a moment to fire a couple of shots at Jem. Old Sand's injuries were worsening, and it remained uncertain how much longer he could endure. The most tragic of all was Ace, the Navy's prime target, besieged by the greatest number of assailants, visibly on the brink of collapse. Others wished to assist him, but found themselves powerless. The sheer number of Navy personnel was overwhelming, everyone was fighting for their own survival, struggling valiantly, but even the desire to help was met with an inability to act. The battle had raged for less than an hour, and it was uncertain how much longer they would have to endure before reinforcements arrived. "Jem, do you dare to lose focus while battling me? Do you look down upon me?" Warring States exclaimed. Distracted, Jem inevitably received another blow from Warring States, blood pouring from his mouth like a fountain. Reluctantly, Jem had to rein in his chaotic thoughts, steeling himself to engage Warring States once more. However, it wasn't long before Ace, engulfed in flames, was struck down again. He struggled to rise from the pit, only to be met with several slashes upon him. Weakened, Ace was slower to react than usual. Before he could regain his footing, he was knocked down once more. Before he could rise again, the relentless attacks from the Navy rained down upon him in succession. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, a vice admiral stepped forward, swiftly restraining Ace with handcuffs made of sea prism stone. The operation was successful. The Navy had captured Ace. Victory was theirs. The Navy had triumphed. Quickly, transport Ace back to the warship without delay. "Release Ace, you wretched Navy!" Seeing his friend once again captured, Jinbei roared in fury, desperate to intervene. Yet, his own combat prowess was already waning, leaving him with little strength to assist. Ultimately, Ace could not withstand the onslaught and was severely injured, falling into the clutches of the Navy. At that moment, the morale of Jinbei's small group suffered a significant blow. Ace's capture marked the beginning of a gradual unraveling of their already dire situation.
As several vice admirals carried Ace towards the shore,
accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel for cover, Jinbei took a deep breath and made a resolute decision.
"Ah, Jinbei, you have failed, victory belongs to the Navy." Sengoku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing as he threw a punch in Jinbei's direction. To everyone's surprise, Jinbei did not evade or retaliate, seemingly bracing himself to endure the blow. Sengoku, taken aback, felt a surge of indignation, unwittingly increasing the force behind his strike. "Ha!" Jinbei shouted, channeling all his strength into his haki, resolutely withstanding the attack.
Ignoring the tempest raging within his body, he harnessed the momentum of Sengoku's punch,
spitting blood as he propelled himself swiftly towards Ace. Chapter 18, 3 years of development, 5 years of growth. Useless gem, you cannot save Ace.
Witnessing Gem withstand a punch from himself, then propelled by the recoil towards Ace, Sengoku followed leisurely behind. At this moment, his spirits were remarkably high, as the weighty burdens that had pressed upon him began to lift. He did not believe Gem possessed the capacity to turn the tide, having taken a blow from Sengoku. Gem was gravely injured. Even if he managed to save Ace once, he could not do so repeatedly. In Sengoku's eyes, Gem's reckless attempts to save others resembled a chance for the Navy, an opportunity to conclude the war. The scales of victory had undoubtedly tilted in favor of the Navy. It seemed that the situation corroborated this view. As admirals of the Navy, Akainu and Kizaru, both seasoned in battle, swiftly seized this fleeting opportunity. With Gem preoccupied with rescuing Ace and Sengoku behind him, a contingent of Marines led by several vice admirals stood before him. Akainu and Kizaru recognized this as a prime opportunity. Without hesitation, they decisively pushed back their foes and sprinted towards Gem. Old Sand, taken aback, shouted urgently, "Gem, be careful!" For the moment, Gem could not concern himself with the situation behind him. A throng of Marines obstructed his path, intent on preventing him from reaching Ace. "Stand aside! Leave Ace!" Gem's cold voice echoed in the ears of the Marines. "Give it up! We will not allow you to succeed. To save Ace, you must step over our corpses. Do not underestimate us, Gem." Dozens of Marines, led by several vice admirals, stood resolutely before Gem, each wielding their weapons, unwilling to yield. "I said, stand aside." Gem's expression grew increasingly impassive as he clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful blow. Cataclysm, Megaton Double Cannon. 2 shockwaves surged forth, one after the other. The first shockwave obliterated countless flying slashes before dissipating. The second shockwave continued on its predetermined path, sweeping away the obstructing Marines and creating a breach. Gem swiftly darted through the gap, resuming his pursuit. How could there be such a disparity? The elite Marines were unable to halt Gem for even a moment. The vice admirals who were thrown back stared in disbelief at the receding figure. Meanwhile, after a brief chase, Gem finally caught up. Clang! The vice admiral ahead set Ace down and drew his sword. His gaze was resolute, prepared to face death. Come on! Commendable courage, yet ultimately futile. The haki-infused fist shattered the longsword in an instant, then struck fiercely against the vice admiral's chest. Crack! The vice admiral's ribs fractured. Blood mixed with internal debris spewed forth as he was sent hurtling into the sea. With all obstacles removed, Gem swiftly scooped up the unconscious Ace. However, before he could escape, he realized the Navy had already surrounded them, with Akainu and Kizaru approaching from the distance. There was nowhere left to flee. In a moment of desperation, Gem cast Ace aside as if he were a mere stone, exerting every ounce of strength to break through the encirclement. Old Shah, save him! Gem bellowed. Without hesitation, Old Shah unleashed a sand tornado, drawing Ace back to safety. Seeing Ace temporarily rescued, Gem let out a slight sigh of relief. However, when he turned around, he found the resplendent Buddha, Sengoku, had caught up, while Akainu approached with his magma-infused fists, and Kizaru hovered above, his luminous hand directed towards him. It would be a grave mistake to underestimate these three, even if only Sengoku possessed the Conqueror's haki. The Marines wield a formidable grip over the seas, without sufficient strength. They would not have the authority to hunt pirates relentlessly. The emperors are indeed of the same caliber, yet disparities in power exist even among equals. Haki and devil fruit abilities represent the formidable forces of this world. Some may argue that Conqueror's Haki is the supreme force, but this is not entirely accurate. There exist two types of power in this world: foundational power and amplifying power. Foundational power encompasses martial arts and swordsmanship, while amplifying power includes Haki and devil fruit abilities. Mastery of either category can elevate one to the ranks of the most formidable beings upon these seas.
For instance, in the future,
Luffy will wield Conqueror's Haki and possess advanced techniques. Yet it was through the Nika form of his devil fruit that he triumphed over the Emperor Kaido and stood against the Gorosei.
Conversely,
figures like red-haired Shanks and Roger achieved their status through sheer Haki alone. Thus, whether it be Haki or devil fruit abilities, attaining their utmost potential can lead one to become a top-tier powerhouse upon these waters. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome, illustrating this very principle. Faced with a Marine Admiral and 2 Vice Admirals, even the resurrected rocks would struggle to endure. They truly underestimate me. Gem's eyes twitched, and his body began to tremble slightly, the flow of his blood quickening, not out of fear, but from fervent excitement. If that is the case, let us see what transpires. A classic, audacious grin spread across Gem's face. With a resounding clap, he brought his hands together in prayer, settling into a horse stance. His skin flushed a vivid red,
becoming increasingly vibrant.
Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling flames enveloping his body, wisps of black smoke ascended. The battlefield echoed with several voices calling out,
"Buddha Impact! Hellhound! X-Ray!"
Just as the 3 attacks were about to converge, Gem suddenly raised his head and uttered a few words: "Fusion, 3 million tons, falling star."
With a thunderous roar,
Gem transformed into a human-shaped nuclear bomb, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. A semicircular shockwave radiated from him, expanding wildly in all directions.
Simultaneously, Sengoku and his allies' assaults reached their destination. 4 terrifying forces collided violently. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, after a brief moment of stalemate, the semicircular shockwave was suppressed, beginning to contract slowly. Once it had shrunk sufficiently, it began to rebound. A fierce tug-of-war ensued, with both sides vying for dominance.
Regardless of whether it was the battling navy or the few remaining individuals, all ceased their actions, gazing in horror at the battlefield where Gem stood. The Conqueror's Haki reverberated with a frenzied warning of danger, instilling dread in everyone present. After a brief pause, they hoisted their comrades, some unconscious, others lifeless, into their arms and fled in terror deeper into the island, desperate to escape the terrifying scene.
Above,
the sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds. A lethargic news bird yawned widely, only to be abruptly swept away by a sudden whirlwind.
After tumbling for a considerable distance,
it finally managed to stabilize itself, feeling a surge of frustration. Sent to this desolate, uninviting locale, its mood was already quite grim, and now it was further agitated.
However,
its spirits lifted when it spotted many familiar formidable faces on the island ahead: the Fleet Admiral, Marine Admirals, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea, among others. The news bird's eyes gleamed with excitement. Quickly, it soared above the island, retrieving its camera bug from its satchel, and began snapping photos in a frenzy below. Fortune smiled upon it. Unexpectedly, in such an isolated place, it had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. It appeared that a path of promotion and prosperity awaited,
leading to a life of luxury.
Once the bonus arrived, it planned to sever ties with its boss, return home to court several female birds, and establish a small newspaper. It envisioned growth, flourishing into a formidable enterprise, aiming to surpass the illustrious news mogul, Morgan S., within a decade.
Chapter 19: The Sun That Fell to Earth.
On the battlefield, the standoff between Gem and the 3 warriors of the warring states did not last long. Equilibrium was swiftly shattered. The nuclear explosion from Earth claimed the ultimate victory.
After dismantling the trio's onslaught, shockwaves began to surge outward with reckless abandon.
Wherever they reached, the Earth crumbled.
A colossal fireball descended like the sun itself, devouring everything in its vicinity. The heavens and earth transformed in hue. The 3 warriors, warring states, Akainu
and Kizaru, were akin to kites severed from their strings, plummeting into the obscuring dust after expelling copious amounts of blood.
The rising dust coalesced in the sky,
forming a mushroom cloud of over 10 kilometers in diameter. The thunderous explosion and the blinding inferno, coupled with the mushroom cloud aloft,
could be sensed even hundreds of kilometers away.
The repercussions of the great explosion persisted.
The ocean was beset by tumultuous waves, each higher than the last. In the distance, numerous warships swayed precariously on the crest of the tempest, threatening to capsize and plunge into the depths below. Thousands of marines clung desperately to various fixtures aboard their vessels, fearing that a moment's lapse would cast them into the abyss of the sea. Time seemed to lose all meaning. The scorching sea breeze gradually dispersed the acrid smoke, revealing the once mighty Stone Island from the mists. The desolation of Stone Island elicited gasps of disbelief from the naval soldiers aboard the warships. Surely this cannot be true. Such power, capable of annihilating a nation single-handedly, is not so easily obtained. The island, with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, bore a massive breach from the recent cataclysm, forming a crescent-shaped bay, reminiscent of a moon bitten by a celestial beast. Everywhere on the island, remnants of flames and smoke from the explosion lingered, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Stone Island now lay in tatters. With such strength, have we hindered Jem's ascent? The few remaining observers gazed at the wavering figure that stood, dazed. Shiryu wiped the blood from his face and spoke with evident reverence. Why say such things? If he were not formidable, how could he ever be worthy of leading us? Given Jem's current might, it seems that if he can endure this day, he will undoubtedly ascend to become the Emperor of the Seas. Our peaceful pirate crew shall thereby become the fifth Emperor of the Ocean. Crocodile. Are you certain you do not wish to join us? Meanwhile, upon the sea, several vessels distinct from the naval fleet sailed. On one of these ships, 3 members of the 7 warlords peered through telescopes, witnessing the entirety of the explosive event, their minds tumultuous with disbelief. Fu. A colossal island nearly sunk, surely the power displayed is somewhat exaggerated. Doflamingo chuckled, masking his inner astonishment. He had come merely to observe, expecting to witness a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, only to behold the emergence of several unexpected figures. Doflamingo and Jem were familiar acquaintances. Having clashed several years prior, that encounter had ended in a stalemate. However, he could never have anticipated that merely a few years later, Jem would have grown to such an extraordinary extent, possessing a terrifying capacity for widespread destruction that utterly defied his imagination. In this vast ocean, he considered himself a well-known formidable fighter, yet, in the presence of Jem, he suddenly realized that his own strength seemed woefully inadequate. This monstrous talent, even for one as proud as himself, was a bitter pill to swallow. He was not alone in this sentiment. Beside him, Moria, upon hearing Doflamingo's astonishment, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow when no one was watching, managing only a forced chuckle. Indeed, it is somewhat exaggerated. Such extensive destructive power. I've only heard of Whitebeard being capable of that. It seems this Jem is no less formidable. Are you not intent on collecting the corpses of powerful warriors? The explosive man Jem appears to have reached a stalemate with Sengoku. Having lost his combat capability, why not seize the opportunity to strike? Doflamingo remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes as he observed Moria. In response, Moria's expression turned somewhat uneasy, hastily waving his hand with a forced laugh. No. I've recently found myself lacking in corpses. While it was true that Moria had an affinity for collecting the remains of strong foes, he was not foolish. Given his own strength, surviving on a battlefield of such caliber was no small feat. He dared not approach to murder and seize corpses. His ability to endure thus far and procure so many powerful remains attested to his basic intellect. He possessed a clear understanding of whom he could provoke and whom he could not. Clearly, the current Jem fell into the latter category, except for the peculiar circumstance of being sent flying by Luffy. In stark contrast to the trepidation felt by the two, Mihawk exhibited a sense of astonishment and admiration. I did not expect to encounter you here, Jem. In the midst of Crescent Bay on Rock Island, there lay a small isle barely 2 meters in length. This was the very spot where Jem had previously stood, the sole area untouched by the recent cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke cleared, Jem supported himself on his knees, taking several deep breaths before soaring back to Rock Island. That recent technique, the falling star, was Jem's most potent move, akin to a grand finale in the realm of combat. Indeed, Jem's greatest ability was not the binding curse, but rather his self-detonation. An explosion akin to that of a star. Unlike during his earlier battle with Magellan, where only the surface of his skin detonated,
This time every cell in his body exploded simultaneously, a feat that demanded immense stamina, thus, Jem seldom resorted to such a tactic. He wondered how Ace and Old San were faring on their end, casting a worried glance towards the battlefield on the opposite side of Rock Island. However, Jem found himself unable to attend to that side for the moment, relying solely on their own capabilities. After catching his breath and stabilizing himself, his gaze shifted towards a specific location, a smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. Over there. Although Akainu and Kizaru had managed to rise, their condition revealed unmistakable signs of grave injury. These two had been situated a bit farther from Jem during the explosion, sustaining comparatively lesser damage, otherwise they might have already succumbed to the ground by now. In the preceding battle, Barrett was already at a disadvantage against Akainu and, when besieged, failed to inflict substantial damage upon him. As for the confrontation between Kizaru and Old Sand, it is best left unspoken. Had these two been grievously wounded prior? That recent strike would have undoubtedly sent them back to the springs of Marineford for revival. Akainu and Kizaru still retained a modicum of combat capability. Meanwhile, the closest to Jem, Mr. Sengoku, made several attempts to rise from the ground, all of which ended in failure. He could only lie helplessly on the ground, gasping for air, staring vacantly at the sky, having already lost his fighting spirit. He never anticipated that after suppressing the seas for decades, battling the formidable rocks and even engaging with the pirate King Roger, he would fall to the hands of a newcomer. Outnumbered 3-1, Sengoku was rendered powerless, while Akainu and Kizaru were gravely injured. On the distant sea, the soldiers aboard a dozen warships, informed by their telescopes and superiors, learned of this astonishing and almost unbelievable reality. The fleet, which should have been bustling with noise and activity, now plunged into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizaru, the three pillars of the navy, momentarily lost in disbelief. The heart that upheld justice seemed to have developed a faint crack. On the island, Akainu and Kizaru approached Sengoku, assisting him to his feet. The three exchanged whispered words before Kizaru swiftly carried Sengoku toward the warships on the sea. Jem did not intervene, his pride disdain seizing the moment of vulnerability. Especially with Akainu's fierce glare fixed upon him, infused with a brutal murderous intent. Jem, one wonders if you still possess the strength for another strike? Akainu clenched his fists, spitting out the congealed blood, gritting his teeth as he spoke. 3 against 1, one incapacitated, 2 severely injured, this was an immense humiliation for Akainu. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. As he beheld the approaching magma canine head, Jem's eyes remained bright, his gaze as defiant as ever, devoid of any hint of despair. Did he still have the capacity to unleash another grand move? No. However, this would not hinder Jem from engaging in battle once more, even if it meant fighting until the world's end. I may no longer be able to execute that move, but I can certainly contend with you, Akainu. Then let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 20, The Arrival of Whitebeard in Akiji. Suddenly, the surface of the sea heaved violently. Large volumes of water cascading from the surrounding area as if a colossal beast were about to breach the ocean's surface. This unexpected commotion instantly captivated the attention of all on the battlefield, their gazes fixed intently upon the sea. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent pirate ship finally emerged from the depths. It was the Moby Dick. A gasp escaped the lips of a naval officer, clearly recognizing the true identity of the vessel. Those present were well versed, even if they had not seen it in person, they had encountered its likeness in newspapers. This ship belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 great pirate crews of the seas, captained by the legendary Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. What a lively scene! Ha ha ha! Ace, my foolish son, your old man has come to bring you home. The exuberant voice resonated across the ocean, echoing far and wide. Upon seeing the Moby Dick, hearing the familiar voice of his father, and catching sight of the familiar figures behind him, Ace could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted in joyous abandon, "I'm here, old man." And the family, witnessing this profoundly touching moment, James and the others felt their previously tense hearts relax. After James' earlier outburst, the Navy's advantage had already diminished significantly. With the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned, the Navy's hopes of victory had vanished. Ha ha ha! James laughed heartily, his voice booming across the battlefield. Akainu! Your Navy has lost, our reinforcements have arrived.
Will you not concede?
Akainu remained silent, at a loss for words.
His expression was as dark as coal.
Whether from the overconsumption of soy sauce or the scorching of magma was uncertain. The Navy had previously held a substantial advantage. Yet they had failed to capture Ace in time. With the Whitebeard pirates now present, their chances of apprehending Jaime and Ace had, as Jaime had proclaimed, evaporated. As the war raged on, the Navy had already suffered the loss of several vice admirals and numerous elite officers.
To concede in such a manner was unacceptable to Akainu. He yearned to try once more.
The sentiments of the naval forces mirrored Akainu's. They were far from pleasant, indeed quite dire. Their greatest fears had materialized. From this moment forward, they would lose all advantages and find themselves in a precarious position.
Do not fret, my son, your old man will bring you home shortly, ha!
Upon receiving a reply that confirmed Ace's safety in the current situation, Whitebeard laughed heartily, surveying his surroundings. Spotting a dozen naval ships in the distance, he quickly set his plan into motion. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and an invisible force of tremor coalesced within it. With a powerful strike, he thrust his fist into the air to the right, the unseen force seemingly fracturing the very fabric of space, silently expanding toward the ocean.
As the lower-ranking Marines aboard the warship beheld Whitebeard's impending strike, their nerves became taut with anticipation.
However, the cataclysmic onslaught they had envisioned failed to materialize,
leaving them in a state of bewilderment, exchanging puzzled glances. Until suddenly, a voice pierced the confusion. Look, the tide is receding.
What is that? At the horizon of the sea, an ominous line had stealthily emerged, rising ever higher. It was then that realization struck, and panic erupted among them.
A tsunami. A terrifying tsunami. Within mere moments, that line transformed into a towering wave, hundreds of meters high, crashing towards the warship with relentless fury. While the prowess of Whitebeard was well known, those lower-ranked sailors had never witnessed his might firsthand, and they could hardly fathom its capacity to invoke such a monumental natural disaster. Flee. We cannot withstand this.
If we do not escape soon, the ship will sink into the abyss.
The crew scrambled, urging the engine room personnel and helmsmen to return to their posts with a desperate urgency. Hurry up, you fools! Yet, escape seemed futile. The tsunami's speed far exceeded that of the warship.
In their frantic bid to navigate the vessel to safety, the Marines realized the tsunami loomed like an enormous hand of the ocean, while they felt as insignificant as mere mosquitoes. In the face of such devastation, both the ship and its crew appeared pitifully small, utterly powerless to resist their fate, awaiting inevitable doom. They were gripped by terror. Acutely aware that hope for salvation was non-existent, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazara were ensnared and unable to assist. Meanwhile, several vice admirals who had been escorting Ace abandoned him, desperately attempting to reach the ship, but the distance was insurmountable. The only potential savior was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was resting after being bandaged, contingent upon whether his injuries were not too severe. It's over. We are doomed. A profound sense of helplessness washed over the Marines, their myriad eyes fixated on the tsunami. Their faces pale and spirits dimmed, ensnared in despair. Sengoku, aware of the impending calamity, struggled to push away the medic, endeavoring to rise despite his grievous wounds. However, in that fleeting moment, his injuries had not healed, they remained stabilized at best, making any effort to intervene impossible. As the colossal wave approached, his expression darkened, not merely due to his wounds, but because he felt utterly incapable of confronting this boundless tsunami. The thought of thousands of soldiers aboard the numerous warships, soon to be devoured by the sea, pierced his heart like a dagger, his eyes filled with anguish. These were elite Marines, and should they all perish, the Navy's overall strength would suffer a significant blow, requiring immeasurable human resources, material, and time to recover. As the tsunami drew ever closer, Sengoku teetered on the brink of despair. Suddenly, from the depths of the ocean, a figure emerged, clad in a blue shirt and a justice cloak, leaping from the warship. With arms outstretched, countless ice crystals erupted from his hands, heralding a glimmer of hope amidst the impending doom. On a sweltering afternoon in June, the atmosphere abruptly turned frigid, as the temperature above the ocean plummeted into negative numbers. The surface of the sea began to freeze, swiftly spreading over the impending tsunami. This once despairing wave was instantaneously encased in ice, transforming into a magnificent sculpture that sparkled with a spectrum of colors under the sun's rays.
The sailors, witnessing this spectacle,
erupted in joyous cheers that soared to the heavens.
"It's Admiral Akiji! We are saved! Hooray! We have survived, oh my! Thank you, Mazu, for your protection." A moment of confusion arose. Who is Mazu?
Yet, such inquiries seemed trivial. The paramount concern was that they had all survived.
"Admiral Akiji, I adore you."
The arrival of formidable warriors continued, sending the emotions of the crowd on a tumultuous ride, leaving everyone uncertain of who else might appear or which faction they belonged to. Now, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more, as the Navy welcomed another admiral, flanked by 3 warships and dozens of identical towering figures.
Although Akiji's arrival had helped the Navy regain some ground, it was still insufficient, far from enough. After neutralizing the tsunami, Akiji approached Sengoku's ship.
Observing the dire state of the Navy's admiral, Sengoku felt a weight lift from his heart. The soldiers were saved, and the Navy had averted monumental losses.
"Kuzan, why are you here?" Sengoku inquired.
Akiji stood beside Sengoku, gazing at his grievous injuries, unable to suppress his astonishment, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. When Sengoku pressed for answers again, Akiji came back to reality and softly explained, "The situation with Whitebeard's fleet in the New World is rather troubling. They have been lingering 100 kilometers from Marineford without making any advancement. Subsequent investigations revealed that the Moby Dick has gone missing.
Upon learning this, headquarters decided to send me here with the pacifistas for support."
"Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, our Navy would face a devastating defeat," Sengoku expressed with relief.
"Excuse my impertinence, but may I inquire about your injuries, Admiral?" Akiji asked incredulously. Sengoku managed a wry smile. "It was Gem, we underestimated his strength." "Gem? His power is that formidable?"
Akiji was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an implausible revelation.
Chapter 21, Has the war concluded? On the vast ocean.
Upon a colossal wooden raft, the moment has finally arrived.
"Captain, I believe your fixation on Whitebeard's tremor fruit is unwarranted.
You witnessed the recent explosion.
The power of that devil fruit wielded by the formidable Gem is astonishing and merits our attention. Moreover, with both the Navy and Gem significantly weakened and in disarray,
they would hardly wish to contend with the vast numbers of the Whitebeard pirates. This presents us with a prime opportunity. I concur with Lafitte's assessment. Whitebeard has only just arrived and is at the peak of his strength. We stand little chance of seizing the tremor fruit, and if we delay, this war will inevitably reach its conclusion.
Do you all share this sentiment?"
The crew nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with eagerness.
"Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed.
It is time for the world to reacquaint itself with us." On the battlefield, Akainu, witnessing the arrival of Akiji, felt a noticeable easing in his demeanor. The rapid shifts in the situation were bewildering.
"Are you still holding out, Akainu? One Akiji cannot possibly turn the tides for the Navy."
"Even if you manage to fend off Whitebeard, you will still struggle against his commanders and elite fighters."
"Surely. You cannot be so deluded as to believe that pacifists can withstand the likes of Marco and his formidable allies?"
"Unless the Navy is willing to abandon Marineford entirely,
you will remain unable to capture us."
They say one should strike not the face nor expose the flaws of others, yet Gem's words cut deeply. His assertions ring true.
Akiji may delay Whitebeard, but pacifists cannot withstand Marco and his captains. To claim otherwise would be a gross understatement.
The current pacifists are merely the first generation,
capable only of bullying lesser pirates, proving largely ineffective.
Gem, do not rejoice too soon, the Navy will not falter easily.
The obstinate Akainu refused to concede.
As he spoke, he advanced toward Gem, molten magma dripping from him, sizzling against the scorched earth.
Suddenly, Akainu vanished, reappearing directly before Gem. Hellhound! The rapid changes in the situation had left Akainu frantic.
Gem stood speechless. Akainu resembled a scorn lover, relentlessly pursuing him as though Gem had wronged him in some way.
"Still not finished?
Then prepare to meet your demise. Fission, 10 million ton Buster nuke punch." Meanwhile, Whitebeard, noting the tsunami was thwarted, remained unconcerned. He turned to his side and commanded, "Marco, you and the other captains lead the charge to rescue Ace.
Leave Akiji to me." Marco nodded.
rallying the others to leap from the ship, advancing across the frozen sea.
He transformed his arms into wings of blue flames, soaring ahead. Akiji,
aware of the movements from the Moby Dick, was determined not to allow them passage so easily. He understood that should Marco and his crew breach their defenses, the Navy would swiftly find themselves at a disadvantage. Admiral Akainu was obstructed, and Admiral Kizaru was similarly hindered, while several formidable figures of the warlord caliber entangled the marine officers. If Captain Marco and his fellow commanders were to join, the Navy would find itself in dire straits.
A fierce cry erupted.
Frost enveloped the right arm, and an icebird soared forth, its beak sharp and unyielding, freezing the sea beneath and conjuring white frost flowers in the air.
Do not disrupt our family reunion, it is rather impolite, don't you think, little Akiji?
Whitebeard interposed. His body cloaked in the powers of the tremor fruit, cleaving through the ice bird with a single strike.
Akiji, seeing himself obstructed, swiftly commanded the pacifistas to attack. Upon receiving the order, they surged forward, radiant light coalescing in their mouths, flickering ominously. In the next instant, beams of laser shot forth. Hearing the commotion, Marco glanced back briefly, offering a calm reminder, everyone, exercise caution, prioritize saving lives. Thereafter, he paid little heed and continued guiding his comrades onward. They were not inexperienced novices. The incoming lasers were either deftly evaded or countered, with the remainder detonating upon impact with the icy surface, creating large craters. They advanced unscathed under the onslaught of lasers. Upon arriving at Garrido's Island, Marco swiftly led his team into the fray, instantly alleviating the pressure on the beleaguered veterans like old Shaz. Thank you, Captain Marco, Ace expressed,
visibly moved as he rose with Marco's assistance. Among family, there is no need for gratitude, Marco replied.
Old Shaz, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements,
finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to face the marine officer he had been battling, his bloodied and dust-covered visage transforming into a grimace of fury. Having endured relentless torment, his pride could no longer withstand the humiliation. The cigar knocked from his grasp. Old Shaz erupted with rage. Damn the Marines, it's time to settle the score, he proclaimed as he unleashed a desert greatsword, striking a vice admiral squarely and leaving a gruesome wound upon his chest. Following this, he conjured a desert tornado, ensnaring a group of Marines within its swirling fury.
Nearby,
Shiryu observed old Shaz's outburst, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he momentarily gathered his strength, unleashing a devastating slash with his famed sword, Rain.
Jinbei,
witnessing this, summoned his remaining vigor to mount a fierce counterattack. With the inclusion of such formidable reinforcements, the Navy began to falter, their defeat becoming increasingly apparent. As for the pacifistas, their contribution proved minimal, each pirate present possessed at least vice admiral-level prowess, dispatching foes with ease.
Aside from adding a spark to the battlefield, the pacifistas failed to significantly impact the tide of battle.
Observing the unfolding situation, it was clear that, barring unforeseen developments, the outcome was becoming increasingly evident.
Boom! What are you doing, Barrett?
Marco exclaimed, rising from the ground and wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, his voice laced with irritation.
He recognized Barrett,
having traversed the same path since the Roger era, albeit not intimately. It was shocking that this individual could not discern friend from foe, before he could engage Kizaru. He had already been struck by Barrett's fist.
Kizaru is my opponent, your assistance is unnecessary.
The Barrett bird paid no heed to his reaction,
merely responding with a dismissive tone. Just a bunch of troublemakers.
Marco muttered a curse under his breath and turned away. He was not one to passively accept disdain. Since he was not welcomed, he would not force his warmth upon their cold indifference. He pivoted toward another front of the battlefield.
You arrived too late, Jem gasped,
having just exchanged blows with Akainu, casting a discontented glance at Marco.
Ah, my apologies.
I'm not particularly familiar with this area, hence my sluggishness.
Ace is one of your own, not mine. Why does it seem I care more than you do? Once again, I apologize.
After airing his grievances, Jem refrained from further comment.
On the current battlefield, the three admirals of the Navy were being held at bay by Jem, Barrett, and Whitebeard. The remaining Navy forces could not withstand the onslaught of Old Sand, Shiryu, and Marco.
It could be said that Jem and his allies had secured a significant advantage.
with the war nearing its conclusion and victory within their grasp. At that moment, a familiar and rugged voice echoed from afar. "Akainu, how about we join forces?" Chapter 22, Hawkeye aims for Blackbeard. Blackbeard.
Before long, the notorious Marshal D. Teach made his appearance. Flanked by a group of individuals, some familiar faces from the initial crew and others encountered in the depths of Impel Down.
Among them were Giza's Baez, Van Oka, Poison Qiu,
Lafitte, the Tyrant, and several others, totaling 9 in number. Notably, the towering giant known as San Juan Wolf, dubbed the Great Warship, was also present. The once meager crew of the Blackbeard pirates had evidently flourished, having recruited several formidable individuals from the 6th level of Impel Down.
Jem's countenance darkened immediately.
While others may have been unaware of the sudden threat, he understood all too well.
Blackbeard coveted Whitebird's tremor fruit.
Yet, judging by his earlier remarks, it appeared he had shifted his focus to Jem's bomb fruit. It was likely the recent cataclysm that had drawn his attention.
A surge of frustration welled up within Jem.
He lamented not having dealt with this menace before departing Impel Down that morning.
However, he was perplexed as to how Blackbeard had discovered their location. Could it have been the earlier explosion? Indeed, the colossal mushroom cloud and the resounding explosion would have been visible and audible to those hundreds of kilometers away.
"Teach, you killed Sachi, betrayed our father, and handed Ace over to the Marines.
You dare to show your face before us, thinking we cannot eliminate you?"
Marco's voice was frigid, laced with murderous intent. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates mirrored his hostility, their eyes burning with a desire to vanquish Blackbeard at once.
"Ha ha ha.
It's been a while, Captain Marco, Captain Ace, and everyone else," Blackbeard chuckled, greeting them before continuing. "I'm currently negotiating a collaboration with the Marines and have no time for old tales." With that, he dismissed them and turned his attention to Akainu.
"So, what do you say? Will your Marines join me in this endeavor?" "Marshal D. Teach, what sort of collaboration do you propose?"
Akainu inquired, his tone indifferent. "Leave Jem to me, you only need to hold off the others."
"What do you say? And your objective?"
"I want Jem alive or dead." Although it was unclear what animosity existed between them, it was of no concern to the Marines.
Akainu turned to seek Yellow Monkey's input, a gesture of respect. "I believe cooperation is feasible, Borisolino. What say you? Using a monster to combat another monster?"
"I have no objections," Yellow Monkey replied, nodding languidly. Thus, a collaborative tone was established with a few exchanges. For the eager Marines, enlisting a warlord was undeniably advantageous. Previously, they had concealed the news of Ace's potential escape from the warlords to prevent leaks, resulting in a media blackout. Now that Blackbeard had arrived on the battlefield, the need for secrecy had dissipated. The Marines were in dire need of reinforcements, leaving no room for hesitation, and a partnership was swiftly forged. The collaboration between both parties incensed Jem. He had initially believed that victory was within his grasp and that the war was nearing its conclusion. However, the emergence of Blackbeard further shifted the scales of advantage. At this rate, the end of the conflict would be postponed yet again. Just as the Navy had forged an alliance, Blackbeard impatiently surrounded Jem with his crew. Clearly, he intended to engage in a brawl. Akainu and Kizaru, as promised, positioned themselves to block Barrett and Marco. Jem found himself at a loss. Facing a mob from the Navy and another from Blackbeard was exceedingly frustrating. Although he harbored no fear of Blackbeard, being overwhelmed repeatedly was decidedly irksome.
"Ha ha ha. Jem, did you ever anticipate our swift reunion?"
"I vividly recall the gift you presented me this morning. Even now, I feel a lingering ache throughout my body. Your devil fruit ability is formidable, it will now belong to me."
"Serving as compensation for my medical expenses."
Blackbeard laughed triumphantly, exposing his uneven front teeth, his gaze toward Jem ablaze with fervor, as if he were admiring a priceless work of art.
"You seek my powers? You are not yet capable of claiming them. Is that so?"
"I shall demonstrate my capabilities." With that, Blackbeard swept his hand, invoking dark water.
A powerful suction enveloped Jem, pulling him closer.
While Jem struggled against the force, Blackbeard's crew charged aggressively from both flanks, evidently having strategized their assault.
In a split second, Jem relinquished his resistance to the suction and surged toward Blackbeard, deftly evading the incoming strikes. Blackbeard! Jem bellowed, raising his fist. A seemingly ordinary punch sent Blackbeard flying. Ah! It hurts!
Blackbeard had not anticipated Jem's sudden charge, propelled by the suction combined with his own speed.
The blow landed with such swiftness that he was knocked down before he could react.
Rolling on the ground, Blackbeard appeared battered, yet his voice remained robust, indicating he had sustained little injury. Such was the insidious nature of the dark fruit, while it could absorb damage, it could not become intangible,
forcing its user to endure double the pain.
One might say, a slap delivered would elicit 2 cries of agony.
Jem was eager to capitalize on Blackbeard's vulnerability. Yet the members of the Blackbeard pirates denied him that opportunity.
Just after Jem had taken a few steps, a barrage of attacks ensued, slashes, sniper bullets.
And the colossal wooden club of San Juan Wolf followed in quick succession. In desperation, Jem prepared to turn and confront them when suddenly,
a massive blade of light sliced through the sea, carving a deep trench and expertly intercepting all incoming assaults before continuing unabated toward the giant wolf.
Boom!
The giant let out a pained cry as he fell, stirring a cloud of dust. Without needing to glance back, Jem recognized the signature strike and exclaimed with joy, "Mihawk!
What brings you here?"
A figure approached, adorned with short black hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. A short beard framed his face, and atop his head rested a black top hat embellished with white fur. He wore a patterned shirt beneath a black trench coat. A small dagger in the shape of a cross hung from his chest, and in his hand, he wielded a dark blade named Knight.
Who else could this be but the world-renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk?
"It has been a while, Jem," Mihawk said, a rare smile gracing his otherwise stoic visage.
"Upon witnessing the Navy's main force hastily departing from Marineford, I found myself drawn here out of idle curiosity. I anticipated only encountering Whitebeard, not the likes of you." "Ah! Ha 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 ha!"
Jem's hearty laughter echoed across the sea at the sight of his long-lost friend. They had met 8 years prior when Jem, having ventured into the world for merely 2 years, crossed paths with a formidable foe from the bygone era of pirate kings. At that time, his fledgling strength nearly led him to his demise. Fortune smiled upon him when, in his moment of peril, he encountered the wandering Mihawk, who saved him with a casual flick of his hand. Their shared experiences as lone wolves and similar philosophies on life forged an enduring friendship. Little did Jem expect that now, once again, Mihawk would come to his aid. However, he dismissed the notion of debt, after all. One with many debts had little to worry about.
Hey, Mihawk, what are your intentions? Are you here to protect this fellow, Jem?" Blackbeard interjected,
his dissatisfaction palpable as he sought to assert his presence.
"Protect?
I merely wish to ensure that they do not disrupt the battle between you and Jem," Mihawk replied, his gaze sharp as he adjusted the angle of his blade.
To risk war with us for the sake of safeguarding him?
Such extravagant camaraderie is truly bothersome, Blackbeard mused, eyeing the calm man before him with a hint of trepidation, refraining from initiating conflict.
At that moment, the Navy found themselves equally vexed. When Blackbeard first approached requesting collaboration,
Akainu had been taken aback, but the subsequent revelation of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, coming to Jem's aid was an unexpected twist. He yearned to witness a bitter clash between Blackbeard and Jem, even if Blackbeard was a supposed ally of the 7 warlords. However, the series of unforeseen developments left the Navy struggling to adapt, their pressure mounting like the vastness of the Red Land. Even the ever-energetic Akainu felt a sense of being overwhelmed.
"Mihawk, as a warlord under the world government, you stand with us, the Navy.
Should you dare to aid Jem against us, I shall strip you of your title," Akainu declared with a grim countenance, the ominous magma swirling around him foreshadowing an impending eruption of his fury.
His disdain for Mihawk's decision to assist Jem reached a boiling point.
The warlords were already notorious for their disregard for authority. Now, amidst the chaos of the Navy and pirate fugitives,
to not only abstain from aiding the Navy but to actively support a fugitive was unforgivable.
If he had the power, he would gladly incinerate such despicable trash to ashes. Yet Mihawk remained as composed as ever, his stance unwavering despite Akainu's tirade, his tone as tranquil as a still lake. "I have not acted against the Navy."
"Have I?" Chapter 23, A Favor, Let It End Here.
On the battlefield, the Navy was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Hawkeye. Their spirits, already marred by despair, began to murmur in discontent.
Alas! Hawkeye has just engaged Blackbeard. It seems we have acquired yet another adversary. An enemy, indeed, the world's greatest swordsman.
Hope appears to be but a distant memory. It is truly lamentable, especially after all we have sacrificed.
Is there truly no hope left? It seems so.
The Navy faces insurmountable disadvantages, rendering the continuation of this conflict utterly meaningless. From these words, it is evident that a pessimistic tide is swiftly engulfing the Navy. The title of the world's greatest swordsman, how awe-inspiring it is. In stark contrast to the Navy's despondency, Crocodile and his crew were filled with surprise and optimism. As for Blackbeard, he was overlooked. Both the Navy and the pirates tacitly agreed that Blackbeard stood no chance against Hawkeye. After all, in their eyes, he was merely a recent addition to the warlords of the sea, a late bloomer. Jinbei, having exchanged blows with a vice-admiral, stepped back, his initially grave expression gradually softening into a smile. Another ally has emerged, none other than the illustrious Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk. It appears we have many capable friends within our ranks. Hearing Jinbei's words, Crocodile seized a moment of respite from the fray, retrieving a somewhat crumpled and blood-stained cigar from his pocket, lighting it, and releasing a leisurely plume of smoke before remarking, "Not bad, he seems to be a somewhat reliable individual." Despite the smile on his face, his words remained irksome, a true embodiment of the disdainful character described by Jim. Jinbei shook his head and continued, "Nearly 3 hours have passed since this war began. It seems there will be no unexpected turns. Victory shall be ours." Nearby, Shirya swung his blade, effortlessly dispatching several Navy personnel, asserting, "Victory is to be expected, otherwise, how shall we announce the arrival of the new emperor to the world?" The tides of battle shifted once more, as Jim's faction regained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Whitebeard continued his fierce engagement with Admiral Akiji. Blackbeard found himself ensnared by Marco and Ace, while the remaining crew members were kept in check by Hawkeye. Kizaru and Barrett engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Without Blackbeard's assistance, the old rival Akainu was compelled to rejoin Jim in combat. "Let us converse, Mr. Akainu. The Navy has lost its chances in this war, shall we agree to cease hostilities?" Jim proposed cheerily. The situation had grown sufficiently clear. Prolonging the battle would only increase casualties on both sides, ultimately benefiting others, such as the remaining 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army. However, Akainu's nature was unyielding and explosive, making it difficult for him to accept such a forced truce. Thus, without hesitation, he refused, displaying no inclination for compromise. "Impossible. As long as scum like you exist, it is a calamity for the world. Especially you, Jim, how dare you brazenly invade the underwater prison and unleash such a multitude of heinous criminals? Who knows how many souls will suffer as a result of your actions? You deserve nothing less than death." Upon hearing this lengthy discourse on justice, Jim not only felt no shame but was even inclined to chuckle. After another exchange of blows, Jim mockingly declared, "I consider myself a rogue, yet throughout all these years, I have never taken the life of an innocent civilian. Our esteemed Admiral Akainu, I wonder how many innocent civilians and naval comrades have perished by your hand? As a Navy officer, you presume to uphold justice. Is this truly your interpretation of righteousness?" In truth, Jim harbored little animosity towards Akainu. In times of chaos, harsh measures inevitably lead to civilian casualties. However, given their opposing standings, one a pirate, the other a Navy officer, Jim's intention in voicing such sentiments was to exploit the Navy's differing interpretations of justice, aiming to undermine their unity and morale. Akainu, with a disdainful expression, remained undeterred by others' acceptance of his ideology, steadfastly adhering to his own sense of justice. To eradicate all pirates and restore peace to the world, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. The Navy's justice is beyond the comprehension of you scoundrels. You are merely parasites of this world, unworthy of discussing the tenets of justice with me. Prepare to meet your demise, Jim Dog Bite Red Lotus. This encapsulates Akainu's relentless pursuit of his vision of justice. His dream is to obliterate every pirate. Regardless of their virtue or vice, if one is a pirate, they fall within his crosshairs, and he is willing to accept collateral damage. Ha ha ha.
What a convenient inevitability, Jim's eyes glimmered with subtle mockery. He was self-aware. Ever since embarking on the path of piracy, he had never claimed to be a good person. Yet, deep within, Jim harbored resentment. A decade ago, I witnessed a noble scion murder a girl's family in a bid to seize her, and in my fury, I killed the noble to rescue her. Is this the justice you Navy officers uphold? Upon finishing his statement, both his comrades and the Navy stared at Jim in astonishment, taken aback that this was how he had become a pirate. Even his friends, Sanji, Jinbi, and Mihawk, were unaware of this incident. It was Jim's first time revealing it to others. At times, they felt the world was absurd, so absurd that it blurred the lines between right and wrong. Akainu shook his head, coldly responding, "That does not excuse your release of the criminals from Impel Down. You could have easily informed the local enforcement team instead of taking matters into your own hands. Trash is trash, and no amount of justification can disguise that fact." The enforcement team was right behind the noble scion. "I simply dealt with them as well," Jim replied with an unperturbed tone, yet his words struck like a hammer, causing a momentary pause in the Navy's breath and slowing their attacks. Perhaps it was the words of Jean that stirred the sentiments of the Navy, causing the steadfast belief in justice held by some already immersed in despair to waver, their actions of assault growing sluggish. Akainu and Kizaru swiftly discerned that a fraction of the Navy exhibited disquieting emotions. Was the foundation of justice being undermined? They exchanged glances, promptly realizing that the situation could no longer persist in its current state. At this juncture, the Navy faced but two choices: to either proceed with the hostilities, enveloping all in a tense warfare that would preclude contemplation, or to cease fire and return immediately to Marineford for ideological reassessment. Sakazuki. "How amusing it is that you discuss justice with a band of rogues," Kizaru remarked with a sardonic tone. Akainu recognized that his earlier discourse with Jim had indeed shaken the morale of the Navy, understanding that he ought not to engage in discussions of justice upon the battlefield. Feeling mocked, Akainu's fury ignited, as the magma swirling around him surged, resembling a humanoid volcano. Hellhound. Fission, 10 million tons. Overlord nuclear explosion fist. The two fists collided with tremendous force, sending magma splattering and flames erupting. Suddenly, their gazes sharpened and they simultaneously dodged. In the instant they separated, a colossal slash surged forth, cleaving the ground between them into a profound chasm. Jim and Akainu, their eyes heavy with gravity and a tinge of perplexity, regarded the direction of the incoming strike. Who on earth is it now? Esteemed ones, I implore you, let us cease this conflict. Continuing down this path will only yield greater casualties. Should anyone still feel unsatisfied, allow us to be your adversaries. Chapter 24 has come to a conclusion. On the battlefield, 11 individuals strode forth with an air of calmness. At the forefront stood a figure marked by 3 scars across his left eye. His left sleeve conspicuously empty, unmistakably a one-armed warrior. This visage belonged to none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Trailing behind him were Ben Beckman, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Jesus Burgess, who bore a mop-like hairstyle while wielding a firearm, and the rotund Lucky Lou, clutching a giant chicken leg. Though they were but 11 in number, their formidable presence served as a constant reminder to all present of their immense strength. A cacophony of gasps erupted across the battlefield, capturing the attention of every onlooker. I implore you all to show some respect and allow this conflict to cease. Should anyone wish to continue this battle, let us stand as their opponents. The red-haired pirates are prepared to accompany you to the bitter end. Shanks unsheathed his sword, the tip pointed at the ground, his commanding gaze sweeping over the battlefield as he awaited a response from the opposing factions. Unbeknownst to him, Jem had arrived as well. He grimaced, disliking the pretentiousness displayed before him. He believed he had already mastered the art of bravado, yet Shanks seemed to exceed even his own standards. Had the circumstances been different, he would have relished a confrontation. However, Jem held no particular sentiment towards Shanks. His own strength was now formidable enough to rival anyone, and he would extend or withhold respect based solely on his mood. A 4-emperor like Shanks held no authority to impose his will upon Jem. Nonetheless, Jem had no desire to continue entangled with the Navy, rendering the matter inconsequential. The weight of Shanks' presence was undeniable. His prowess was potent enough to alter the course of a battle.
Thus, the combatants halted their actions, awaiting the final decisions from their respective leaders.
Seeing Shank's arrival had caused the conflict to pause, Whitebeard swiftly approached Jem.
The two began to confer in hushed tones. Jem, your intervention to rescue Ace has precipitated this war. Whether we engage in battle or not, the Whitebeard pirates will abide by your decision.
There is no need to consider Shanks. He lacks the standing to demand respect from us.
Those who overheard turned their attention to Jem, eager to discern his thoughts. For the outcome bore significance on whether the war would conclude or escalate. I previously broached the subject of a truce with Akainu, but alas, I was rebuffed.
If Shanks wishes to play the role of peacemaker, what harm could there be in granting him that?
Jem stated nonchalantly.
The onlookers understood.
It appeared the war would indeed come to an end. Regardless of the Navy's sentiments or their willingness to concede to Shanks, this conflict was destined to conclude. Unless they were prepared for utter annihilation. The balance of power had already shifted, placing the Navy at a distinct disadvantage. Should the Navy refuse to yield? Jem's side would boast the combined strength of Jem, Whitebeard, Mihawk, and Shanks, 4 titanic forces alongside Barrett and Ben Beckman, both formidable in their own right.
On the Navy's side,
Sengoku had lost his combat capabilities, leaving only the 3 admirals and a lurking Blackbeard to contend, 2 of whom were gravely injured.
Given these circumstances,
it was prudent to bring an end to the hostilities. We, the nuclear peace pirates, alongside the Whitebeard pirates, agreed to terminate this war.
With the answer at hand,
Jem spoke decisively, without the slightest hesitation.
He thanked the 2 for their courtesy.
Observing this, the red-haired captain smiled and nodded at him before turning to address the Navy, inquiring if they might also show some grace and bring the war to a close. The high-ranking officials of the Navy remained silent. The Marshal and the Admiral had yet to speak. A scar-faced Vice Admiral hurriedly stepped forward to reprimand. When did it become your place, pirate, to make demands?
Only by capturing Ace will this war conclude. We must end it.
What?
Marshal? The Navy personnel gazed incredulously at the supporting figure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku as he approached.
From Ace's capture to the decision for public execution, and now this grand conflict, the Navy had invested so much. To call an end now would yield nothing but a devastating defeat. The assembled Navy could not accept such an outcome. Even the 3 admirals felt a deep frustration.
Yet they remained composed, recognizing the battlefield's dynamics and understanding that further conflict would yield no favorable result. However, their ally, Blackbeard, seemed unwilling to concede, exclaiming in anxiety.
If you abandon now, the Navy will lose all face and suffer the reproach of the world government and the populace.
Sengoku shot him a glance and reiterated, I said. This war is over. But there are no buts.
I shall bear all responsibility. This does not concern you.
The war is concluded. Red-haired Shanks, noting Blackbeard's continued obstinacy,
narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Blackbeard, if you wish to continue this ruckus, the red-haired pirates will gladly indulge you and ensure your satisfaction.
How domineering, red-haired, Blackbeard replied,
his demeanor sour. There will come a day for battle, but not today.
With that, he departed with his crew, still unwilling to relent.
Though the Navy felt an even greater sense of discontent. Nevertheless, the war reached its conclusion. Some wore expressions of reluctance, others beamed with joy, some celebrated exuberantly, while others expressed relief. Whitebeard extended an invitation, saying, Come, Jem, bring your crew aboard my ship for a feast.
Will there be plenty of food and drink?
Jem replied with a smile.
Plenty.
If you do not drink to your heart's content or eat your fill, feel free to dismantle my ship. With laughter,
Jem and his companions followed Whitebeard joyfully toward the Moby Dick.
As they walked, they realized one was missing.
Mihawk, don't go.
No, perhaps another time.
Very well.
Watching the elegant figure of Hawkeye's depart, Jem refrained from further entreaties or invitations. Given Mihawk's nature, an invitation would not suffice at present. It would be when the warlords were abolished, and he lost his leisurely existence that the moment to invite him aboard would arise once more. Turning back, Jem and Whitebeard, humming cheerful tunes, happily prepared for the festivities ahead. The red-haired pirates, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, promptly turned and departed.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku,
having gathered the fallen naval officers, led the remaining sailors towards their warships.
In an instant, the once bustling Sabaody archipelago lay desolate. The battlefield, ravaged and forlorn, bore witness to the aftermath of the conflict. In this tumultuous war, Jem achieved two significant objectives. He saved Ace, thereby securing a favor from Whitebeard. And he established the nuclear peace pirates, successfully recruiting crew members. The Whitebeard pirates triumphantly returned Ace to their home. The Navy, however, emerged empty-handed, suffering considerable losses. The Blackbeard pirates and Dracul Mihawk relished their involvement. The red-haired pirates made a brief appearance before departing. The onlookers, including Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gecko Moria, left with satisfied expressions. Thus, the war culminated in victory for Jem and his allies. Meanwhile, a news bird in the sky trembled with excitement, unable to contain its exhilaration. Chapter 25, The spirited youth set sail at the headquarters of the World Economic Journal. An extraordinary gathering unfolds. The naval marshal, the three illustrious admirals, the formidable Whitebeard and red-haired pirate crews, the fiercely rising Blackbeard pirate group, the world's foremost swordsman, and the burgeoning nuclear annihilation pirate crew converge in a remarkable assembly. Such an assemblage of powerful figures is a rare event, a monumental occasion indeed. You have achieved a significant accomplishment, do you realize that? Morgan the News King, his expression brimming with exhilaration, clutches a photograph in his hands. He embraces the fortunate newsbird before him, planting fervent kisses upon it. Initially, he believed that the comprehensive war in Marineford had been called off, and thus, the grand news had evaporated. To his astonishment, the war merely shifted its battleground. Although the scale may have diminished, the presence of elite warriors remained undiminished. Indeed, it had only increased. This unexpected delight fills him with joy. This grand event affords Morgan the opportunity to reaffirm his status as the undisputed news king. The newsbird, disdainfully wiping away the saliva from its head with a wing, gazes with a sense of pride. As the fortunate recipient of the superlative scoop, it possesses every right to feel triumphant. It aspires to usurp Morgan's title as the news king. After a moment of excitement, having released his restless energy, Morgan understands the desires of his subordinates and exclaims, "Promotion is a must. From this moment onward, you shall be the chief news officer for the first half of the Grand Line." The newsbird's eyes widen, its face flushes, and its heart races with exhilaration. Previously, there were only two chief news officers for the first half of the Grand Line, positions reserved for the upper echelons. Thus, it now stands as one of the three leaders of paradise. This is a moment of triumphant ascension, akin to a serf singing praises after a sudden rise to fortune. Before the newsbird could fully grasp its ecstatic reality, Morgan continued, "Your salary will increase tenfold, with a bonus of 5 million berries. Additionally, you shall be awarded a picturesque island, complete with a luxurious bird's nest. And as a final gift, I present you with 10 lovely female birds to serve as your attendants." Overwhelmed by the cascade of rewards, the youthful newsbird is rendered dizzy with happiness. Completely forgetting its previous grand ambitions of independence, growth, and eventual replacement of Morgan. Now, it sways and stumbles, oblivious to the notion of leaving the office, only faintly hearing the sounds of activity behind it. Immediately arrange for all editors to return at once. All printing houses shall work through the night, laboring tirelessly to prepare the news for me. I will offer tenfold overtime pay. The following morning, within the bustling factories of the World Economic Journal scattered across the seas, all employees are engaged in a frenzy of activity, some transporting newspapers, while others are packaging them. The newsbirds form long lines, each taking a bundle of newspapers and hastily soaring away. They are tasked with delivering the newspapers to every corner of the world. Above an unnamed small town, the newsbirds fly, showering the earth below with their precious cargo of newspapers. Certainly, something significant is unfolding. Quickly, grab a newspaper. Observing the news being distributed freely by the newsbird, the residents of the small town soon sensed something amiss. Morgan's is no philanthropist, under normal circumstances. The newspapers in the possession of the newsbird require payment. When such a scenario arises, where papers are scattered freely from the skies, it often heralds a momentous event. During these instances, Morgan's engages in this complementary distribution as a method of garnering attention and advertising. He proclaims to the world that his newspaper is unparalleled, capable of delivering breaking news promptly, thereby attracting more individuals to become clients of the World Economic Report. Morgan's is quite clear on his priorities. knowing the value of traffic in this context.
On the streets of the small town, two spirited young men, armed with daggers,
were preparing to seek a loan from the neighboring gang when a newspaper descended from above, landing at their feet.
The young man with golden hair, intrigued,
picked up the paper and was immediately captivated by the bold headline.
Unable to restrain himself, he began to read aloud, breaking news.
The new emperor ascends.
The explosive gem has defeated the naval admiral, ascending to become the fifth emperor of the seas.
The report detailed Jam's daring assault on Impel Down,
his rescue of Fire Fist Ace, and the subsequent clash with the Navy at Giga Rock Island.
Another young man with red hair, idly spinning his dagger, scoffed at the golden-haired youth's soliloquy. Wow! What a grand tale!
Defeating the Admiral of the Marines, confronting the 7 warlords,
and associating with the Vice Warden and the Pirate King's crew. Do you even know who they are?
They are towering figures atop the pyramid of power.
How could such illustrious individuals easily gather under the banner of some nobody? Why not claim he unified the world while you're at it? You clearly lack the imagination to weave a proper story, perhaps you should read more. Infuriated, the golden-haired youth retorted defiantly, what if I read less? I'm not using your money or eating your rice. What's so impressive about reading a couple more years? You're still just a small-time thug like me.
His words struck deep, leaving the red-haired youth momentarily speechless. Seeing his opponent momentarily withdrawn, the golden-haired youth offered the newspaper, pointing emphatically at its contents.
Look. This is what the paper says, not mere ramblings of mine.
The red-haired youth, dismissive at first, took the paper and began to read, his eyes widening in disbelief.
I thought you were joking.
I can't believe these are indeed high-profile figures associated with the nuclear pacifying pirates.
But who is this Captain Jam? I seem to have never heard of him. Does it not say here?
He continued, he is the explosive Jam, the up-and-coming pirate king with a bounty of 800 million berries, who mysteriously vanished 3 years ago.
It's truly astonishing. This revelation sparked memories of fervent,
youthful quotes that resonated with him.
What phrases? On the day of the reforging of the broken sword, the knights shall return.
The hidden dragon lies in the depths,
and upon its return, it shall be a sovereign.
Is there not a surge of fervor?
Two young men exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with uncertainty,
their breaths gradually becoming more rapid.
I have a bold idea.
Speak, said the red-haired lad, his head held high, his gaze resolute, his tone resonant and forceful.
A fine young man of 7 feet must wield a 3-foot sword and achieve extraordinary feats. How could one shrink back into obscurity and languish in the countryside?
I yearn to set sail, to embrace the mighty waves and traverse the vast seas. To ascend to countless nations and islands, to revel in the splendor of blooming flowers.
To gaze upon the boundless ocean and witness myriad ships vying for supremacy.
To contend with remarkable figures, facing the tides of fortune. The blond youth, having listened patiently, could not help but sigh, exasperated with the red-haired fellow, who, knowing full well the other could not comprehend, insisted on speaking so loftily. I know you have studied for 2 years, but could you not speak plainly? The red-haired lad cast a disdainful glance at him. Speaking plainly means this: I am weary of this rascally existence, living day to day without a care for tomorrow. Why not venture out to sea? At worst, we meet our end, that is all. Had you said so earlier, it would have sufficed.
Since our friend Jem can become the emperor of the seas, why can't we? Let us set sail.
The two spirited young men, with a firm resolve, decided to embark on their maritime adventure.
Chapter 26: The sunglasses-wearing mummies in a luxurious private hospital.
Nestled within a small internal park, Mr. 3 and Bonus hurriedly pushed open the door. They exhaled a breath of warm air, wiping the sweat from their brows, and began to survey their surroundings.
Soon, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight in the shade beneath a tree. Several mummies, adorned with sunglasses, reclined on chairs, exhaling plumes of smoke, with small tables beside them holding several bottles of conspicuously expensive liquor. Approaching with curiosity,
Mr. 3 and Bonus soon realized that these were not mummies at all, but rather their own employers, Crocodile, Jem, Jinbei, Barrett, and Shiryu. After bidding farewell following a banquet on Whitebird's ship the night before, Jem had brought them to this private hospital for recovery. This establishment was situated in a prosperous nation along the first half of the Grand Line, a country not affiliated with the world government, thus free from naval interference.
Boss.
We have returned, the two greeted Crocodile in unison before glancing at Jem, hesitant to speak further. Upon hearing their voices, the 5 mummies turned their heads. And upon recognizing Mr. 3 and Bonus, 4 of them nodded in acknowledgement before clinking their glasses and resuming their languid, smoke-filled existence.
Crocodile exhaled a smoke ring,
took a sip from his glass, and, with his cigar back in his mouth, replied nonchalantly, "Understood.
Find a place to sit."
Exchanging glances, Mr. 3 and Bonus hesitated.
Boss. Have we done something wrong?
Mr. 3 asked, his tone tinged with grievance. The plaintive tone sent a shiver down Crocodile's spine in the sweltering 38-degree heat, causing every hair to stand on end, his expression one of palpable disdain.
Speak normally.
If there is something to discuss, do so plainly without unnecessary remarks, he replied. I'll take it from here, Bonus interjected calmly. Boss, you have joined the nuclear peace pirates without informing us. Mr. 3 and I are now quite lost regarding our roles.
What are your plans for us?
His question encapsulated the confusion that had settled in their minds.
Fresh from Impel Down, devoid of specific duties or objectives.
The former Baroque works had long ceased to exist.
With Crocodile's new affiliation to the nuclear peace pirates remaining undisclosed, they found themselves at a loss.
And it was no wonder they were bewildered.
Upon hearing this, Jem's interest piqued.
It appeared a misunderstanding had arisen, leading them, and perhaps others,
to believe that Crocodile had indeed joined the nuclear peace pirates.
It seemed the moment to invite Crocodile into their ranks had finally arrived.
When did I ever say I joined the nuclear peace pirates?
Crocodile responded, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion.
Not joined? Mr. 3 and Bonus exchanged glances, the realization dawning upon them that a misunderstanding had occurred. Boss, have you not seen today's newspaper?
Not yet, Crocodile replied.
At this, Mr. 3 produced a newspaper from his pocket and handed it over. Boss, Jem, take a look at today's paper.
Jem, having anticipated this moment, quickly snatched the newspaper. And as he read, a broad smile broke across his face.
The titles above are increasingly exaggerated. Shocking. The new Emperor Jem's ascendancy. Astounding. The Navy's dire defeat. The fate of Admiral Sengoku unknown. Explosive. The distant island echoes with the cries of Navy soldiers. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decay?
The style of these headlines makes one wonder who was plagiarizing whom, the World Economic Journal or UC Shock Division.
If the Navy were to see this,
they would surely be infuriated. Morgan's skills are formidable, and his ability to remain concealed is remarkable, otherwise, the grass on his grave would be taller than a man. After perusing the newspaper, Jem, filled with anticipation, smilingly handed it to Crocodile.
Look, it's great news.
Crocodile took the paper with confusion, skipping over the sensational titles, and discovered a few lines about himself in an article. One of the core members of the nuclear peace pirates, Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea,
the former king of Alabasta, and the former boss of Baroque Works.
Upon reading this, Crocodile fell silent, finally grasping the situation. As the largest newspaper in the World Economic Journal's endorsement led the entire globe to believe he had joined the nuclear peace pirates, becoming one of Jem's commanders. Not only him, but Barrett, who had just finished reading the paper beside him, was similarly speechless. His introduction was strikingly similar. One of the core members of the nuclear peace pirates, Douglas Barrett, the most powerful subordinate of the new Emperor Jem.
A former crew member of Pirate King Roger, possessing strength rivaling that of Rayleigh.
Everyone assumes you are my crew, so Crocodile and Barrett.
What are you hesitating for?
Join the nuclear peace pirates, Jem said to the two with expectation. No, we had an agreement, the victor becomes captain. We shall discuss it after our duel. Barrett firmly declined the invitation, though he lacked confidence in defeating Jem, he would eventually join the nuclear peace pirates.
Still,
his eyes brimmed with fierce determination.
Unlike Barrett, this was Jem's third invitation to Crocodile.
After a moment of hesitation, Crocodile responded in a stern tone. I will not call you captain. Jem's hearty laughter resonated through the small park. The proud Crocodile's refusal was, in essence, an implicit acceptance of joining the nuclear peace pirates.
The once unfortunate crew has now gained another formidable warrior. With the addition of Crocodile's subordinates, Des Bones and Mr. 3, Galdino. The nuclear peace pirates now boast a total of 6 members, each a powerhouse. Our Mr. 3, the third brother, is even hailed as the strongest vice-emperor. I knew you would agree, but unfortunately, there are no conditions right now, otherwise, I would surely host a banquet. Jem joyfully punched him. Crocodile merely let out a soft grunt at the touch of his wound, choosing not to respond. Jem was in high spirits, completely unfazed by his demeanor. On the contrary, he cheerfully addressed Mr. 3 and Bonus, expressing, "You are warmly welcome to join the nuclear peace pirates. Henceforth, we shall be comrades." With the addition of their proud captain, Jem, as the superior, they dared not act arrogantly and promptly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Greetings, Captain." Jinbei, observing the increasing number of companions aboard, greeted them joyfully, "Hello. From now on, we shall be colleagues. I look forward to your support." The two hastily returned the greeting, saying, "Not at all, it is you, Jinbei, who should be honored." Even the usually taciturn Shiryu managed to smile, remarking, "A wise choice, welcome aboard." Old Sand, a formidable warrior, was also pleased with the addition of strong members, as the presence of greater power signified the potential of their faction. Their choice was undeniably prudent. Chapter 27, Is he D? In the Marineford conference room, the naval dignitaries, engrossed in their newspapers, exhibited a myriad of expressions, all tinged with a hint of indignation. With a resounding thud, Akaino slammed the newspaper onto the table, vocalizing his discontent. The audacity of Morgan to craft such shameless headlines and content for the sake of sensationalism is utterly infuriating. If I ever catch him, I shall ensure he finds himself imprisoned and impelled down to experience his own turmoil. Ha ha ha. The headline elicited tears of laughter from Garp, who found Morgan's flamboyance as excessive as ever, though he was taken aback by Sengoku finding himself among those used for shock value. Sengoku cast a glance at the newspaper and shook his head in resignation. We are all too familiar with the nature of that man Morgan. There is no need to dwell on him. Our meeting today is not intended for discussing the newspaper. Let us commence with the formal proceedings. We have 2 agenda items. Firstly, I have submitted my resignation to the Gorosei, which has been accepted. We are now only awaiting my successor. Secondly, it has become a foregone conclusion that Jem has ascended to the rank of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. According to recent reports, the nuclear flat pirate crew currently comprises 7 members, and we must re-establish their bounty. Meanwhile, above the red line, in Nariewa, the Gorosei convened to deliberate on the successor to the fleet admiral and the matter concerning Jem. The explosive figure of Jem, where did he emerge from? Could he potentially be AD? According to gathered intelligence, since setting sail, there have been no reports linking his name to the D lineage. If the intelligence is accurate, he should bear no relation to D. Thus, Jem is, at most, akin to a Kaido-type individual. Although formidable, he is unlikely to alter the greater currents of fate. Nonetheless, having defeated Sengoku, his strength cannot be underestimated, warranting heightened vigilance moving forward. If he is not AD, then he is merely an unexpected ripple in the annals of history, deserving of the same level of attention as the other emperors of the sea, without necessitating the allocation of excessive resources towards him. The World Economic Journal's publication has spread across the globe, igniting discussions about Jem that extend beyond the Navy and the Gorosei, including the other emperors of the sea, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. On Whole Cake Island, in a grand parlor, Big Mom sat in a position of authority, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Our Charlotte Katakori, also known as Katakori, was relaying the events of recent days while holding the newspaper. Ma ha ha. A newcomer dares to claim the title of emperor, standing shoulder to shoulder with us. Morgan is becoming increasingly outrageous, and Sengoku was merely an old fool. Upon concluding Katakori's report, Big Mom displayed no semblance of shock, rather, she harbored discontent towards this so-called new emperor. Was it not the case that the original emperors had toiled for decades to achieve their current stature and strength? Yet Jem? 3 years ago, he was but a novice, retreating for 3 years of training, and now, following a single battle and the defeat of Sengoku, he is poised to stand on equal footing with the original 4 emperors. Big Mom, Linlin, does not believe that Jem possesses the strength and prestige required. Whether it is herself or Kaido, they are both referred to as monsters, endowed with talents that far exceed the ordinary. Yet, which of them had the power of an emperor in their 20s? None.
Thus, in Big Mom's understanding, Sengoku has become an old man, his prowess significantly diminished,
leading to his defeat.
Jam's strength is inadequate to be deemed the fifth emperor, he is merely fishing for trouble. Seeing that her mother dismisses Jam entirely,
Katakuri feels compelled to clarify. Mother, this newcomer is not weak.
According to reports from the Navy, Sengoku was indeed defeated and severely injured by him.
We must take this seriously.
Moreover, as a new emperor, Jam will undoubtedly need to establish a territory in the New World. The power dynamics in the New World have been stable for over a decade, with various factions, including the 4 emperors, the Navy, the 7 warlords, formidable pirates, and the member nations of the world government, each possessing their own territorial claims.
As a new force, the nuclear peace pirates will inevitably clash with the established powers over territory.
The only uncertainty lies in which region they will target.
Despite Katakuri's lengthy analysis,
Big Mom remains unfazed, stubbornly adhering to her previous convictions, her tone still laced with disdain.
I do not care about his strength.
If he dares to infringe upon my interests, I will ensure this so-called new emperor learns the true meaning of power.
Amidst the world's clamor and speculation, our Jam enjoys his days, sipping on fine spirits, indulging in his fiery cigarettes, and playfully teasing the nurse, earning a few eye rolls in return.
Such is the bliss of his existence. Days later, still in that private hospital, still in that little park, Jam, whose injuries have gradually healed, sits face to face with the nurse on the lawn, diligently engaged in mutual training. In the small park, the nurse's crisp calls and the occasional sound of explosions resonate.
With palms facing outward, each knuckle of Jam's fingers bears a number.
When the nurse randomly calls out a number, Jam ignites the corresponding knuckle with lightning speed. This is a method he devised to cultivate his devil fruit abilities, honing both the speed and precision of his explosive capabilities.
Captain, boss, I have splendid news, monumental news. Mr. 3 exclaims, rushing over.
However, Bonus, who is on guard duty, suddenly reaches out, grabbing Mr. 3 by the collar and pulling him back.
Keep your voice down. The captain is either resting or training. Apologies. I was just so elated that I momentarily lost my composure. Mr.
3 quickly takes a few deep breaths to regain his composure before continuing. Bonus, let's head inside together, it concerns our nuclear peace pirates.
Very well, Bonus nods, following Mr. 3 inside. Can anyone guess what I have in my hand? Mr. 3 says cryptically.
As Jem, engrossed in his cultivation, detected a disturbance. He surmised that something significant must have occurred and gestured to the nurse to pause his practice. Turning around, upon glimpsing the stack of papers in Mr. 3's hands, along with a corner of the content peeking out, Jem immediately discerned the nature of the situation without the need for conjecture.
It must be a bounty notice.
There is no need for suspense, speak swiftly, he jested with a smile. Upon hearing that the matter pertained to a bounty, the 4 Old Shah, Barrett, Jinbei, and Stream sat up straight,
slightly leaning forward, their eyes fixed intently on Mr. 3.
Observing their rapt attention, Mr. 3 grinned widely and waved the papers in his hands.
Indeed. The first collective bounty for our nuclear peace pirates has been issued. Each one of us is included. Chapter 28, Future Goals and Plans, a brief introduction to the abilities and bounties of all crew members, Captain Jem of the Nuclear Peace Pirates, Paramecia type, Explosion Fruit. Mastery of all 3 types of hockey, bounty of 3. 8 billion berries. Douglas Barrett, Paramecia type, Fusion Fruit, mastery of all 3 types of hockey, bounty of 2. 1 billion berries. Rain Shiryu, Master Swordsman, wielding the famed sword Thunderstorm, bounty of 1. 2 billion berries. Sir Crocodile, Logia type, Sansan Fruit, mastery of 2 types of hockey, bounty of 800 million berries. Jinbi, Fishman, proficient in Fishman Karate, mastery of 2 types of hockey, bounty of 700 million berries. Des Bones, Paramecia type, Quick/Fruit, lacks hockey mastery, bounty of 100 million berries. Garl D'Anua, Paramecia type, Wax Fruit, lacks hockey mastery, bounty of 45 million berries. As they gazed at the bounty posters in their hands, expressions varied among the crew, some were elated, while others were incensed. How can Shiryu's bounty be so much higher than mine? Old San's eyes blazed with fury, crumpling the meager bounty poster into a ball and trampling it underfoot.
Qiu, observing old San's reaction, arrogantly taunted, "Little crocodile, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me.
I would be delighted to oblige." This provocation caused old San's brow to twitch, the embers of anger in his eyes intensifying. As the tension between the two escalated, Jem, feeling a headache coming on, realized he had to intervene.
They were all prideful beings, and their injuries were yet to heal. It was truly disconcerting.
To maintain unity,
he hastily interjected, "Ahem, if you two wish to spar, let's wait until your wounds have healed, then we can find a time to compare skills.
For now."
With everyone gathered, I have an extremely confidential announcement to share. This revelation is the primary reason I chose to abandon my solitary existence and form a pirate crew.
Indeed.
All attention was captured, as the crew understood that Jem, much like the renowned Mihawk, preferred solitude.
Curiosity piqued. They wondered what news could compel such a legendary lone wolf to forsake his cherished lifestyle and assemble a crew.
Under the weight of their inquisitive gazes, Jem gathered his thoughts and slowly articulated, "This world is on the brink of sinking beneath the waves."
Upon hearing this, the crew's expressions froze. They believed they had misheard. Blinking in disbelief, with some even unable to resist the urge to clear their ears.
"I'm sorry, Jem, I may not have heard you correctly.
Could you please repeat that?" Jinbe spoke apologetically.
Recognizing the gravity of the statement, yet observing the disbelief radiating from his companions, Jem could only manage a wry smile as he continued, "I did not misspeak, nor did you mishear, though it is difficult to accept. The information I have received is that this world is indeed destined to submerge into the ocean, and the news is undeniably accurate." Initially seeking to understand Jem's shift in perspective, none could have anticipated such a shocking revelation. As they beheld Jem's serious demeanor, confirming that he was not jesting, their composure shattered, and their faces transformed in alarm. For a moment, silence enveloped the group. Jem, too, refrained from hastily continuing the conversation.
They required time to digest the harrowing news.
After an extended pause, everyone gradually returned to their senses, their eyes still reflecting a hint of skepticism.
"The world is sinking, this is no jest. What evidence do you possess to substantiate this claim?" Barrett inquired. "I lack direct evidence.
But I do possess several indirect corroborations that you may find intriguing," Jem replied, pausing momentarily as he rummaged through the recesses of his somewhat hazy memory. "Firstly, the world government and the celestial dragons reside atop the Red Land, clad in peculiar attire reminiscent of diving suits.
Secondly, have you heard of the remarkably towering bridge in the East Sea?
The world government has been constructing it for over 700 years, and it remains unfinished. This may very well be one of their measures in response to the impending inundation of the world. Thirdly, there exists a legendary sea, long spoken of across the oceans, purported to harbor all fish species from the 4 great seas. If the world is to submerge, this legendary sea is no longer mere myth. Additionally, there are tales of water 7 destined to sink into the depths, as well as the legend of Noah's Ark promising salvation, among others." As Jem concluded his recounting, the skepticism in everyone's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a chilling sense of dread and the prickling of hair on the back of their necks. They still found it challenging to accept this grim reality. For so many years, they had heard no reports of rising sea levels or the submergence of any significant islands. How could it suddenly be that the world was on the verge of sinking into the ocean? Moreover, with such vast expanses of land, how could total submersion even be conceivable? What colossal force could possibly precipitate such a cataclysm? It was known that some terrains were quite elevated, particularly the Red Land. If only the lower-lying areas were to be inundated, they could comprehend that, yet, the notion of complete submersion was utterly implausible. As if recalling something, Jinbe spoke up. "I have one more question. How will the world sink? Will the land descend, or will the sea level rise?" Jem shook his head. "And what about the timing of this event?" he inquired again, only to receive another shake of the head from Jem. To learn of the impending submersion of the world while remaining ignorant of the exact nature and timing of the event was akin to being informed of one's demise without knowledge of the manner of death. Gradually, a sense of urgency began to brew within them, compelling them to take action. However, the abruptness of the news left their thoughts in disarray, rendering them uncertain of the appropriate course to pursue. What about a plan? Since you, Jem, have abandoned your former life to establish a pirate crew, Surely you must have a contingency in place, Old Sand inquired, his tone laced with reluctance. At that moment, the group fixated their gazes on Jem, apprehensive of his response.
Fearing he might utter, "I don't know."
Such an outcome would undoubtedly lead to profound disappointment.
At that juncture, they desperately sought a goal.
A plan capable of anchoring their bewildered minds and restoring their sense of direction, a plan that could galvanize them into action.
Do not be alarmed.
I possess both a goal and a plan, Jem reassured them with a warm smile. Upon hearing these words, the tense nerves and anxious hearts of the crowd finally experienced a moment of relief. Old Shah, growing impatient, urged, "Speak quickly, we are all waiting." Noting Old Shah's departure from his usual calm demeanor, Jem shook his head with a chuckle, choosing not to prolong the suspense. He began to articulate his plan gradually. Firstly, regardless of whether the land sinks or the sea level rises, we require a vessel, an exceptionally sturdy ship, ideally more than one.
Secondly,
we must secure at least 2 plots of land that are sufficiently elevated and fertile to sustain ourselves. Lastly, it is imperative that we establish a proficient intelligence department. As the upper echelons of the world government are likely privy to vital information, we need to procure intelligence regarding the impending submergence of our world. Thus, our foremost objective is to acquire a large and robust ship. Chapter 29, The Objective, The Devil's Triangle. Half a month later, everyone's injuries had completely healed. Unable to contain his excitement, Barrett promptly extended an invitation to Jem for a sparring match. Jem readily accepted, a true man's word is his bond. And they agreed that the victor would assume the role of captain. The two found a deserted island and immediately commenced their fervent duel. Such a spectacle naturally attracted onlookers. A brand new ship, over 100 meters in length, floated on the sea not far from the island, its tall mast proudly displaying a skull flag. The skull's eyes formed by 2 lit fuse bombs. This vessel, named Harmony, had been purchased by Jem a few days prior from the city of Water 7.
And the flag represented the nuclear peace pirates.
At that moment, aside from Jem and Barrett, who were engaged in battle, the other members of the crew were gathered on a small boat nearby. They were munching on sunflower seeds, enjoying the show, occasionally pointing and commenting on the ongoing fight. Jem and Barrett were having a great time, and so were the spectators.
Barrett possessed a significant amount of hockey,
though its quality was slightly inferior to that of the captain. The abilities granted by his devil fruit were comparable.
Yet there remained a considerable gap in strength between the two.
Shiryu, cigar in hand, pointed at Barrett, who was enveloped in hockey, and offered a serious analysis. Jinbei nodded in agreement, he shared the same sentiment. Barrett's devil fruit abilities had reached a formidable state of awakening. And his conqueror's hockey was practiced to the point of being able to entwine an attack, yet he still could not surpass Jem. It gave the impression of being voluminous yet lacking in precision, large but not refined.
Knowing full well he would lose, Barrett insisted on the match.
Truly a case of self-inflicted hardship. Old Sand scoffed derisively.
Witnessing Old Sand's biting remarks, Shiryu couldn't help but chuckle, prodding him further.
How dare you speak that way about him? Reflect on your own hockey, which is so feeble that you cannot even best a fledgling.
In an instant,
Old Sand's face flushed red, and his gaze turned perilously sharp.
Do you want to fight, Shiryu? Ah, that suits me just fine.
A glint flashed in Shiryu's eyes as he drew his sword. Old Sand, not one to back down, began to conjure a sandstorm in his hands.
Observing the imminent clash between the two, the ever kind-hearted Jinbei felt a throbbing headache.
While Jem continued to spar with Barrett, he found it impossible to intervene in the brewing conflict, and with Mr. 3 and Bonus too timid to step in, it fell upon Jinbei to mediate. He stepped between the two, addressing them, "Gentlemen, we are all comrades aboard the same vessel. We must unite and work together to navigate the calamities that lie ahead.
Let us all calm down."
Unfortunately, Old Sand and Shiryu showed little regard for his words, continuing to glare at one another. Their stares clashed like lightning, creating a cacophony of tension. "Aha, Jem, show me the techniques you displayed that day." Barrett's hearty laughter interrupted the standoff between Old Sand and Shiryu,
capturing the attention of all.
On the deserted island, Jem and Barrett stood facing each other from a distance. At this moment, both individuals were panting heavily, their bodies bearing numerous injuries, clearly having engaged in a prolonged battle.
Judging by their conditions, Jem's wounds were considerably less severe than Barrett's.
and their confrontation had reached its critical juncture.
Very well, let us determine the victor with one final move.
With that, Jem assumed the stance he had taken earlier, half squatting.
Hands pressed together.
Observing this, Barrett unleashed his ghostly and domineering energies, merging them to transform into his most formidable demonic form.
Fission, 3 million tons, fallen star. The mightiest fist. After a brief standoff, a miniature sun re-emerged, enveloping the land in a mushroom cloud, its blinding flames rendering the onlookers unable to see. Moments later,
Lao Sha, Jinbei, Shiryu, Bonnie, and Mr. 3 lowered their hands from their eyes, staring blankly at the now empty sea.
Where is the island? Where is everyone?
Following the previous clash with the Navy, they were all acutely aware of Jem's formidable strength and the terrifying power of that attack. Yet, they still underestimated the sheer magnitude of destruction. A small island, spanning several kilometers, had been utterly obliterated, sinking into the depths of the ocean, disappearing from the maps. In midair, Jem, elated at the prospect of securing another formidable warrior for the nuclear peace pirates, suddenly realized that both Barrett and the island had vanished.
Panic set in. Quick! Someone save him! Jinbei, dive in and rescue Barrett. If we delay any longer, he might perish. Hearing Jem's urgent cries, Jinbei quickly regained his composure.
Setting aside his feelings of helplessness, and leaped into the sea to retrieve him. On the small boat, as Jem observed Barrett, who was sputtering out water. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment, "We don't have a doctor aboard, I can only apply some medicine and perform a basic bandaging of your wounds."
Would you like me to take you to a hospital for further treatment?
No need, Captain. Your injuries were only treated superficially as well.
My constitution is not so fragile. Barrett declined the offer.
In truth, the physiques of the strong were typically quite robust, they were not so delicate.
As long as the injuries were not life-threatening.
A simple treatment would suffice, and one could recover in just a few days. It was seldom seen that those monstrous warriors required a year or more for recuperation, regardless of the severity of their wounds. At that moment, Barrett noticed that Jem appeared considerably more relaxed after expending his ultimate move than he had in their previous encounter.
And could not help but inquire, "Captain, may I ask you a question? You didn't exert your full strength during that battle, did you?" "Indeed.
Following our earlier confrontation with the Navy, I had a slight gain," Jem nodded, smiling broadly. This revelation prompted the crew to exchange glances, murmuring amongst themselves.
Has he progressed so easily? Are monsters truly this absurd?
With matters settled, after several days of rest, both Jem and Barrett had fully recovered from their injuries.
Jem's plans began to take shape. As the helmsman and navigator of the nuclear peace pirates, Jinbei inquired, "Jem, where shall we head next?" Gazing out at the vast,
magnificent ocean, Jem replied with a hearty laugh.
According to the plan, the vessel set sail towards the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle.
Upon hearing the commencement of their mission,
the crew felt a long-lost surge of passion and anticipation.
The Harmony slowly departed from the port, heading towards the horizon. As per their previously devised strategy, their objective this time was the terrifying three-masted schooner, along with Moria. Indeed, Jem intended to capture both the man and his ship. The formidable three-masted schooner was too large for Jem to take, instead.
It would be left in the Bermuda Triangle as a backup or perhaps even serve as a secret base. Moria and his three peculiar subordinates were the true targets of the nuclear peace pirates. For quite some time, Jem had perceived Moria and his crew as exceptionally suited for the role of intelligence operatives. Whether it be Moria-S Shadow Fruit, Absalom-S Transparent Fruit, or Perona-S Ghost Fruit, all were remarkable candidates for the role of informants. Jem aspired to establish an intelligence department, and they were undoubtedly fitting choices. Furthermore, Moria had an excellent doctor named Hogback among his ranks, a talent that the nuclear peace pirates desperately needed. Most importantly, Moria had been removed from the Seven Warlords, alleviating concerns about potential troubles from the world government or the Navy. Given the timeline, it was plausible that Jem might encounter someone significant along the way and lend Moria a small hand. Chapter 30, The Humiliation of Moria. Is this truly the Devil's Triangle? How spectacular it is! Jem marveled at the sky ahead, shrouded in a thick blanket of dark clouds that enveloped the vast expanse of sea. He then inquired, how could such immense clouds have formed?
Jem posed the question casually, without any real expectation that any of the crew members could provide an answer. Aside from professional scholars, few would take an interest in such matters. They were pirates, not academics. Among the 7 warlords, both Crocodile and Jinbei shared a slight acquaintance with Moria and had visited this area before, yet they had never delved into the reasons behind the formation of the sea. However, Barrett, having traveled extensively from a young age, was well versed in the world. With his arms crossed, he explained nonchalantly, "I have heard that this sea possesses a unique magnetic field that attracts the surrounding clouds, and over the years, it has created this dark expanse."
Another peculiar magnetic field? Jem sighed in disbelief. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Grand Line was replete with such extraordinary phenomena. Nature truly is wondrous. This sea rarely sees the sun.
And as the Harmony entered the Devil's Triangle, a damp, chilly atmosphere assailed everyone.
With the absence of sunlight, visibility was already poor.
And the sudden onset of thick fog further reduced it to a dismal state.
Thankfully, with the aid of nautical charts and Jinbei's familiarity with the route, they would avoid becoming lost in this treacherous area.
"What a dreadful place," Crocodile remarked, unable to suppress his frown.
He detested such humid environments,
which were particularly unkind to those with the abilities of the Sansan fruit. "Jem, let us conclude our task swiftly and depart from this accursed place."
"Certainly," Jinbei replied,
advancing at full speed. Meanwhile, as Jem and his companions ventured into the Devil's Triangle, a group had already boarded a fearsome 3-masted ship, arriving at Moria's castle.
At that moment, Moria stood defiantly against the intruders, flanked by his zombie army.
The invading faction was led by 2 individuals. One, resembling a wrestler, donned a red loincloth, was barefoot, bore a scar on his face, and wielded a massive axe. This was the Scientific Brigade's Frankie. The other, clad in tight pants and loafers,
wore sunglasses and a pink sweater, strutting with flamboyance, Don Quixote da Flamingo.
The towering figures behind them were not human either. They belonged to the Pacifista army, developed by Vegapunk and part of the Scientific Brigade.
Da Flamingo, as fellow warlords, you intend to aid the Navy in capturing me? Moria's expression darkened, his eyes simmering with rage. Fu. Da Flamingo laughed heartily, clutching his forehead. No.
You have been disqualified, no longer a member of the 7 warlords, and you, worthless as you are,
lack the standing to be named alongside me. Disqualified? How could this be? Why was I not informed? His 3 rapid questions revealed his utter bewilderment.
While being called worthless stung deeply, he was even more eager to uncover the truth behind his sudden expulsion.
Observing Moria's flustered demeanor, Da Flamingo, with a hint of mockery, offered a brief explanation.
"The news of your defeat at the hands of Luffy has been leaked by those who fled. And the Navy along with the world government deem your strength insufficient to retain your position as a warlord of the sea, leading to your expulsion. They have dispatched us to apprehend you."
Moria was incensed by the lack of prior notice regarding his removal. Why was I not informed? He demanded. Why should we inform you?
Zantamara replied enigmatically, "The moment you were disqualified, you ceased to be a member of the warlords under the world government.
We bear no obligation to alert you."
Moria's face flushed with indignation. After all, he was a seasoned warlord, once a formidable figure upon the seas. The Navy's swift decision to strip him of his title based solely on their perception of his diminished prowess was a bitter pill for him to swallow.
Why? Because I am the great pirate, Gecko Moria. Zombie army, annihilate them.
With this command, a horde of zombies surged past Moria, charging fearlessly toward their adversaries. Zantamaro looked disdainfully at the unsteady zombies trailing behind, their pitiful state rendering them unfit to challenge the pacifistas. The pacifistas, after all, were advanced weaponry crafted by Dr. Vegapunk, far beyond what these frail zombies could withstand.
Attack!
Exterminate these zombies and demonstrate what a true military force looks like.
In unison, dozens of pacifistas extended their arms, palms facing forward, mouths agape. Golden light coalesced within their hands and mouths. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless laser beams shot forth,
obliterating the zombie horde as if they were mere chaff tossed by the wind. Following his confrontation with the Straw Hat Pirates, Moria had lost formidable zombies such as Oz,
the Zombie Dragon, and Zombie Luffy.
Now, his ranks were filled with few capable subordinates. Faced with the relentless onslaught from the pacifistas, the zombie army succumbed. Just as Zatamaro had anticipated, they were either disintegrated by lasers or crushed without any semblance of resistance. As the pacifistas unleashed their assault, Don Quixote da Flamingo approached Moria with a derisive grin. 5 color strings. It was no surprise that the Navy had dismissed Moria, it was evident why da Flamingo labeled him as worthless. In the span of mere moments, Moria found himself bloodied, sustaining several wounds. If this continued, he would not endure for long. Meanwhile, the nuclear peace pirates, led by Jem, finally boarded the fearsome 3-masted ship. Gazing at the surrounding lush foliage, Jem's expression grew distant. Whose vessel harbored a forest and a castle? This was no ship. It was unmistakably a small island, at least several kilometers in diameter. As they traversed the path, an unknown treant suddenly burst forth from the woods, startling Mr. 3, who was caught off guard. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared. Bonus transformed her hand into a blade and cleaved the treant in two. You are far too timid. Upon hearing Bonus's reprimand, Mr. 3 refrained from retorting. Indeed, compared to those present, he possessed the least audacity. The incessant dreariness of this accursed place made it even more foreboding than Impel Down, Barrett lamented as he casually shattered a tree demon with a punch. This maritime expanse seldom saw the sun, perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, and with Moria being a purveyor of corpses and zombies, how could it not be sinister? Jem remarked with amusement. As they traversed the forest, they arrived at a graveyard, a scene of disarray where tombstones lay askew. And the ground bore several charred craters from explosions. In the distance, the faint sounds of a fierce battle echoed. Clearly, a conflict had transpired here. And it seemed that others were presently engaged in combat, though the identity of those troubling Moria remained unknown. Jinbei surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the situation. Jem stroked his chin in contemplation. Based on his recollections, he had begun to deduce who was currently waging war against Moria. Just as he pondered, Barrett's voice emerged, tinged with surprise. Oh! This fellow is rather intriguing. Chapter 31, The Arrival of That Man. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath a gravestone. Following this, hands began to appear in succession from beneath the gravestones throughout the cemetery. One by one, zombies clawed their way up from the earth. They gazed at Jem and the others, howling as they ran towards them, their sluggish pace almost pitiful to behold. Behave, and return to your slumber, Jem commanded. His powerful aura, imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki, radiated from him like a mountain pressing down upon the horde of zombies. The already cumbersome bodies of the zombies became even more rigid under the weight of this imposing presence. The creatures, which had aimed to instill fear, now resembled startled rabbits, hastily retreating back into the ground. How terrifying it was for the zombies to encounter a human even more formidable than themselves, even more so than Lord Moria. Ah! These little zombies are quite perceptive, Mr. 3 remarked with unexpected amusement. Indeed, their awareness was commendable. However, Jem found little interest in these useless zombies and instead regarded with keen curiosity a large tree. More precisely, he observed the transparent figure partially concealed behind the tree. Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit, a rather remarkable devil fruit that was unfortunately squandered by him. It was said that if this fruit's abilities were developed well, one could evade the perception of observation Haki. The stronger the development, the more adept one could become at eluding such observation, should it awaken. It might even allow one to disregard it entirely. What a pity! Has this fellow not fled? He certainly possesses considerable audacity to brazenly observe us. Barrett regarded the figure with a hint of admiration. Could it be possible that he believes we have not noticed him? Lao Sha exhaled 2 columns of smoke from his nostrils, a faint smirk playing on his lips. To be honest, it was not as Lao Sha presumed. Absalom was indeed feeling a touch of panic. Initially, due to his confidence in the invisibility granted by his fruit, he had genuinely believed he was undetected. He thought Jem and the others were merely admiring the scenery, and he had even taken a moment to observe the surroundings himself to discern what had captivated their attention. However, as he continued to gaze, confusion set in. He found nothing particularly remarkable around him, just a large tree and some weeds. It was only at this moment that he realized the focus of their gaze was upon him, and he had revealed himself. Being one of Moria's subordinates, Absalom was not ignorant of the existence of observation Haki.
Yet, did he feel any gratitude? No, he dared not move. For he recognized that the individuals before him were none other than the newly risen Emperor of the Seas, Captain Jem, along with the members of his formidable nuclear-powered pirate crew. If such powerful beings desired his demise, he would have no chance to escape. Fortunately, Jem was not there to kill him, but rather to invite Moria aboard his ship. What are you all discussing? The zombies have all retreated. Where are the people? Mr. 3, confused by the peculiar conversation and the collective gaze directed towards the tree, found himself at a loss. Both Mr. 3 and Bonus lacked the ability of observation hockey, so their bewilderment was quite understandable. Jem merely gestured towards the tree. Behind the tree lurked an invisible figure, presumably one of Moria's subordinates, the enigmatic Absalom. Upon receiving this explanation, Mr. 3 and Bonus exchanged knowing glances. They turned their attention to the unseen presence, undeterred by the lack of visibility. Their resolve to stand united was unwavering. Jem, do you wish to invite Moria? Perhaps you should simply summon him, Jinbei inquired. Indeed. As he was soon to be one of their own, there was no need for intimidation. With this thought, Jem gestured towards the hidden figure. Stop hiding, come here. I will lead you to rescue Moria. Absalom's heart raced, his complexion paled in an instant. He realized he had been discovered. What should he do? Should he approach? His mind raced, desperately seeking an escape route. If you do not come over, I shall come to you, Jem's voice echoed ominously, causing Absalom to shudder involuntarily. When he finally looked up, he found the others gazing at him with mischievous amusement, akin to a group of lewd men teasing a young girl. With no other choice, Absalom gritted his teeth and deactivated his invisibility, striding forward. Greetings, Jem, and the esteemed members of the nuclear peace pirates, he bowed respectfully upon arriving. I am not here to cause trouble, on the contrary, I have come to assist Moria, Jem acknowledged with a nod, then began moving towards the source of the commotion. Hurry, or Moria may well be slain. At these words, Absalom's spirit soared. He had indeed returned to save Moria and hurriedly followed Jem's lead. The charismatic Absalom, unable to withstand the solitude, had taken a few days off to engage in philosophical discussions with the charming ladies of the bathhouse. However, after just one day of blissful retreat, he received a distress call from Dr. Hogback. Learning that Doflamingo was leading a faction of pacifists to capture Moria, Absalom abandoned his delightful companions and rushed back. Little did he expect to encounter Jem and the others upon his return. Not long after, Moria's zombie army had suffered devastating losses. Unlike the tree demons and graveyard zombies Jem had previously faced, which were mere experiments lacking in combat prowess, Moria's zombies were seasoned warriors with battle experience. This confrontation had depleted the army that Moria had meticulously cultivated over the years. Watching his hard work vanish before his eyes, Moria felt a pang of anguish and fear. Though he could recreate the zombies, he could not revive lost lives. He contemplated fleeing, yet Doflamingo and Bartolomeo offered no respite. Doflamingo, do you truly disregard our past and insist on aiding the Navy in capturing me? Moria spat, blood staining his lips, his body marred by razor-like threads. Foo. Doflamingo laughed heartily, extending a finger as a barrage of thread-like bullets erupted from his fingertips. Moria's body erupted in a spray of crimson under the appreciative gaze of Doflamingo, before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Doflamingo, with his left hand casually tucked in his pocket, deftly manipulated the transparent threads dancing at the tips of his right fingers as he sauntered towards Moria, planting a foot upon his chest. Do not presume to forge a friendship with me, you, a pitiful wretch, are unworthy of such companionship. Out of respect for our brief acquaintance, I shall spare you from the clutches of the Navy and grant you a swift end. With those words, Doflamingo's right hand swung down forcefully. String cutter. The sharp thread sliced through the air, aimed directly at Moria's neck. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, intercepting the threads with a blade. Doflamingo's smile faltered, his forehead veins bulging in agitation. He lifted his cold gaze to the newcomer, seeking to discern which fool dared to intrude upon his moment of delight. Trafalgar Law? He was a member of the Heart Pirates. What was he doing here? Could it be that man has also arrived? With that thought, Doflamingo abruptly turned his head.
In an instant, the veins on his forehead receded, replaced by beads of cold sweat.
Chapter 32, The Heir has escaped.
And the people have gone numb. The ominous and eerie castle lay in ruins, battered by relentless bombardments, with remnants of walls scattered about. The ground before the castle was strewn with the lifeless corpses of zombies. The sudden arrival of the nuclear peace pirates cast a chilling silence over the battlefield.
Doflamingo,
neglecting the presence of Shiryu beside him, stared vacantly at the formidable figure of Gem, cold sweat soaking his temples, his stiffened lips betraying a deep-seated anxiety and trepidation.
John Tamaru, who had never witnessed Gem in combat, felt a sense of unease that rivaled Doflamingo's fear.
He understood that a man capable of defeating Sengoku and going toe-to-toe with Akainu was not someone he could contend with. Hence, a profound gravity weighed upon him. And his expression turned grave. To avoid inciting this man's ire, John Tamaru hastily commanded the pacifists to cease their assault.
Both men's thoughts raced. Why had the new Emperor Gem not ventured into the New World but rather chosen to come here? Observing Doflamingo's momentary stupor and inaction,
Gem narrowed his eyes and spoke with undeniable authority. I suggest you remove your foot from his body, Flamingo.
Flamingo? Doflamingo's lips twitched, fury boiling within him.
As a member of the Seven Warlords, a prominent pirate of the New World, and the king of Dressrosa, he had never been addressed in such a derisive manner. Even Kaido, whom he feared most, had never shown him such contempt. Despite his indignation, his body betrayed him, and he instinctively lifted his foot from Moria's prone form.
At that moment, a flicker of realization dawned in Doflamingo's mind.
This man, who chose not to compete with similar monsters in the New World but instead came here,
could not possibly be seeking to invite Moria into his fold.
You're quite astute, so kindly step aside, Gem said, pushing past Doflamingo,
wholly indifferent to his visibly displeased countenance.
Moria, I extend an invitation for you to join the nuclear peace pirates under my command.
Will you consider it?
With great effort. Moria propped himself up, his gaze drifting from his subordinate Absalom to the nuclear peace pirates, then glancing past John Tamaru and his legion, finally resting upon Doflamingo. Falling into a contemplative silence. He had never contemplated joining another S faction or boarding anyone's ship. Gem's proposal felt sudden and instinctively prompted a desire to refuse. However, the ever-watchful Doflamingo and John Tamaru, along with the pacifist forces, constantly reminded him that joining the nuclear peace pirates might be his sole chance for survival. As Moria pondered, Absalom clenched his fists, perspiration forming in his palms, internally screaming, "Do not hesitate, Lord Moria. You will die, truly die.
Accept it quickly." Moreover,
Gem was the new emperor, one of the 5 most formidable pirate forces upon the seas. There was no shame in such an alliance.
Time dragged on, and no one disturbed Moria's contemplation. Gem remained silent, while Doflamingo and his allies dared not breathe.
They too waited, anticipating Moria's ultimate decision.
Should he decline, the mission to capture him could continue unabated.
Have you yet to reach a decision?
Gem inquired softly. Perhaps sensing Absalom's innermost thoughts, or perhaps reluctant to embrace death. Or perhaps driven by hatred for Don Quixote. Doflamingo, Moria ultimately arrived at a conclusion. I choose to join the nuclear peace pirates, Captain Gem. A prudent choice, Gem acknowledged.
With the anticipated intelligence chief secured, he felt the pleasant anticipation of commencing the establishment of an intelligence department. He is now under my protection, you cannot harm him. Depart with the pacifista corps.
Foo. Doflamingo chuckled awkwardly.
We are merely employees, we have no authority in this matter.
Silence. Did I grant you the privilege to speak? Did I engage in dialogue with you? This relentless rebuke was like adding fuel to the fire, exacerbating Doflamingo's fury to the point where his chest heaved and his teeth nearly shattered.
Yet Gem paid him no heed. As a man of discernment, Bartolomeo readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall escort the pacifista away at once.
The members of the nuclear peace pirates were taken aback. So swiftly agreed? Not a moment's hesitation? Are you not concerned about explaining this to the Navy? The inquisitive Gem could not restrain his curiosity. Not at all. I am a member of the Science Corps.
Beyond the Navy's jurisdiction. This operation merely leverages the Navy's name to evaluate the pacifista's performance on the battlefield. Capturing individuals is merely incidental, Bartolomeo explained matter-of-factly.
The onlookers were once again astonished. Are you certain this is permissible to disclose? What kind of gaze is that? Do you think I am a blabbermouth? Bartolomeo retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation.
I am the most discreet man in the world. I know precisely what can and cannot be said.
Ah, very well, very well.
The others responded with a dismissive air. Jem vaguely recalled that Bartolomeo was an intriguing character, simple yet forthright.
Amused, he prodded further, so, is this the new generation of pacifista? Impossible. The first generation was only recently developed. This is merely a data collection endeavor for the second generation currently under research. That must be classified information. Are you sure you can disclose that?
Doflamingo, still seething with rage, had no desire to intervene against Bartolomeo's loquacity. He was too furious to act.
Well then. I appreciate your insights.
You may take your leave, Jem said cheerfully.
Upon hearing this,
Bartolomeo promptly commanded his team to disband and led the pacifista away with an air of nonchalance, displaying no hint of the pressure of a failed mission. Such a demeanor was precisely what countless workers yearn for. With Bartolomeo's departure, Doflamingo, who had long wished to leave, turned to follow suit. However, just as he did, Moria urgently called out, "Captain, we cannot let that scoundrel Doflamingo escape." "Did you hear that, Flamingo?" "You cannot depart," Jem stated, his tone unequivocal as he regarded Doflamingo. After repeated provocations, Doflamingo finally, he still did not erupt. It was evident that the fierce battle between Jem and the Navy had left a significant shadow in his heart. There had been conflicts between the two, years ago. They had even fought over it. "Do not go too far, Jem," Doflamingo uttered through clenched teeth, his expression ominously dark, his visage nearly contorted with rage. "Do not rush to conclusions, there is something even more outrageous ahead," Jem nonchalantly remarked as he dug into his ear. "I shall take your life, your territory. And your assets as well. I appreciate your generosity." Doflamingo's pupils constricted rapidly, a deep-seated terror rising within him. Alone, he faced a monster potentially more fearsome than Kaido. Jem, along with another formidable creature, Barrett, and several other powerful individuals not to be underestimated. His anger dissipated, leaving him numb. Chapter 33, The Worth of Doflamingo's Life. I am the king of a nation allied with the world government. To kill me would only provoke the ire of the world government and the Navy. Furthermore, I am privy to many of the world government's secrets, which I could disclose to you. Do not push your luck. Doflamingo spoke with desperation, attempting to intimidate and entice. He wielded the threat of the world government while simultaneously tempting Jem with the allure of hidden knowledge, hoping to dissuade him from thoughts of murder and theft. Is the world government powerful? Indeed, it is formidable. Yet, Jem showed no apprehension, as long as no threat emerged to the interests of the world government. The Gorosei and the Knights of God would remain inactive. Even the Navy, unable to mobilize fully, could not compel Jem to compromise. Should the Gorosei and the Knights of God choose to intervene, Jem was unafraid. If he could not prevail, he would simply retreat and return when he had grown stronger. As for the secrets of the world government, Jem was concerned with but one: why the world had sunk beneath the waves. However, it was evident that Doflamingo would never divulge such a crucial secret. The trivial information he possessed held no allure for Jem. Did he truly believe that the backing of the world government would deter Jem from taking his life? With that, Jem ceased his words, directly signaling Shiryu. "Here. Practice your skills." Shiryu raised his head, instantly grasping Jem's intention. "Understood, Captain, leave it to me." Hearing Shiryu refer to him as Captain brought a smile to Jem's lips. The crew was always mindful, aside from calling him by name in private, they addressed him as Captain in all other contexts to show their respect. With a clang, Shiryu drew his sword, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he regarded Doflamingo. He relished combat. A day without a fight left him feeling restless. Now faced with an opponent of comparable strength, he could not help but feel a thrill of excitement. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air. A massive strike clearing the path, and Shiryu lunged forward. Negotiation had proven futile, or perhaps Jem had simply shown no interest in dialogue. Left with no choice, Doflamingo steeled himself against Shiryu's assault. He harbored no fear of Shiryu himself, but he was acutely aware of the monstrous beings at his back. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Old Sand inquired, deftly evading a stray slash that had inadvertently come his way.
His interest piqued by the seemingly evenly matched duel between Shiryu and Doflamingo.
Jem stroked his chin, feeling a spark of interest.
I shall make a wager. Let us bet on who will win.
The stakes are household chores for a week.
Are you interested? Household chores?
Old Sand's expression grew serious.
Could the stakes be any higher?
Barrett and Jinbei nodded in agreement, their faces equally grave. Indeed, the wager seemed rather steep.
Nay, not steep at all. Mr. 3 and Bonus thought fervently.
Their plight was one of hardship and tears. The nuclear pirates, a band of rugged men, had bullied the two weakest members into taking on the majority of the ship's chores. Now, with a rare opportunity to escape their burdens,
how could they not take a chance? You gamble, and a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Alas, fate as fickle hand did not favor them.
The returning warrior, Jean Tamaru, approached Jem with a confident stride. Bonus furrowed his brows, ready to intervene, but Jem gestured for him to allow Jean Tamaru to come closer.
Unperturbed, Jean Tamaru brandished a transponder snail in both hands as he sauntered over. However, upon noticing that Don Quixote Doflamingo was being treated as a sparring partner, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in dismay. How unfortunate!
Jem, the 5 elders wish to speak with you, Jean Tamaru announced. Jem felt a twinge of curiosity at this revelation. It was evident that a mere Moria would not rouse the attention of the 5 elders.
Could it be due to Doflamingo? That seemed unlikely. Regardless, Jem showed no intention of halting Shiryu's assault. Let them continue. What is it you wish to discuss? I'm listening.
Immediately, a venerable and authoritative voice came through the transponder snail.
You are the explosive man Jem, correct? Release Doflamingo, he remains of use to us.
The condescending tone ignited a spark of fury within Jem. Ever since he had traversed into the world of One Piece, acquired the explosive fruit, and awakened his conqueror's haki, he had sworn to never allow anyone to speak to him in such a manner. His relentless training to grow stronger was for the sake of living freely and with dignity. The 5 elders' tone evoked memories of his past life as an office worker, reminiscent of that insufferable manager, equally arrogant, equally condescending, equally repugnant. Your usefulness to me is of no concern, I am not your subordinate. And you lack the authority to command me, Jem retorted with seething anger. The 5 elders on the other end of the line paused, bewildered by how they had managed to provoke him. Do not misunderstand, that is not my intention. I merely wish to propose a trade. Release Doflamingo, and we shall offer you a ransom. How about a devil fruit? The world government possesses the finest devil fruits. Intrigued, Jem recognized that the world government not only held the most coveted devil fruits but also a wealth of other resources. The notion of exchanging Doflamingo's life for a substantial bounty was worth considering. He did not respond immediately, instead turning to his crew and softly inquiring, is there anything you desire? Perhaps a devil fruit? Exchanging glances, the crew collectively shook their heads. Within the nuclear peace pirates, aside from Shiryu and Jinbei, there was also Moria's subordinate, the elusive Dr. Hogback, while the rest were all devil fruit users. Jinbei had no need for one, and Dr. Hogback was untraceable, leaving only Shiryu unasked. Shiryu, pause for a moment and come here. Upon hearing Jem call for a halt, Doflamingo inwardly sighed in relief, retreating to a corner. Wary of speaking, Shiryu approached with a look of curiosity. What is it, Captain? There is an opportunity to acquire a top-tier devil fruit. Would you like to partake? My strength has reached a plateau, and a devil fruit would provide the assistance I require. Yes, I would like one. Very well. After consulting with his crew, Jem directed his attention back to the transponder snail. Releasing Don Quixote Doflamingo is feasible, but I have a few stipulations. The transponder snail lightly uttered 2 words, you may speak. Thus, Jem, unreserved, began to make his demands. Firstly, I require 10 premium devil fruits, one of which must be suitable for a swordsman, while the others may be of any kind. Secondly, I demand 100 tons of sea prism stone. Thirdly, I seek 100 branches of Atom Tree. Lastly, I wish to acquire all territories and assets belonging to Don Quixote Doflamingo. As Jem enumerated his conditions, the reaction of the Gorosei remained unknown. Yet the members of the nuclear peace pirates gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, each raising a thumb in admiration, clearly impressed.
Truly, the captain.
This is no mere lion's boast, but rather the insatiable maw of a glutton. These resources are indeed within the reach of the world government.
Yet the Gorosei on the other end of the line, without a moment's hesitation, outright rejected the proposal, seemingly irate.
This is impossible, aside from the fourth condition.
The world government cannot acquiesce to the others. Perhaps they deemed Jem's appetite excessive, for the Gorosei concluded with a final remark, Jem.
The life of Don Quixote da Flamingo is not worth this price, do not be excessively greedy.
I require a reasonable offer. Chapter 34, A Bountiful Harvest. How inexpensive you are.
Jem's gaze was laced with mockery. Although he understood that the five elders would not make significant sacrifices for the sake of Amir da Flamingo, he was still taken aback by their abrupt refusal to engage.
Da Flamingo, his countenance darkened, remained silent.
He still harbored dreams of toppling the world government and overturning the world.
He had no intention of dying a meaningless death.
Now, having narrowly escaped death due to the intervention of the five elders, he was not prepared to court disaster again. Jem, sensing the lack of response, found the situation somewhat tedious and began to reconsider the appropriate terms.
The territory and assets of the Don Quixote family shall belong to me.
Additionally, I require 10 tons of sea prism stone, 50 branches of Adam, and 3 top-tier devil fruits, one of which must be suitable for a swordsman.
This is my final offer, with no room for negotiation. Should you disagree, you may as well prepare for Da Flamingo's burial.
This was the price Jem had deliberated upon thoroughly. He had no concerns about the five elders rejecting him again.
The territory and assets were not under the purview of the world government, and thus,
no one would refuse such a generous offer.
Only the other three conditions represented the price the world government had to pay.
For an entity supported by over 100 allied nations, these demands were trivial. As Jem presented his final terms, the five elders did not rush to respond. Only the faint sound of hushed discussions could be heard from the transponder snail.
Fortunately, they did not keep him waiting long.
A voice from the other end conveyed that the five elders agreed to the transaction.
Please provide a location for the exchange, Jem.
In 3 days. At the Kingdom of Dressrosa.
Very well. It has been a pleasant. Upon concluding the transaction, the five elders abruptly ended the call. Uninterested in listening to Jem's further boasting, and unconcerned about his adherence to the agreement. In the conference room of Mariewa, Saint Satan remarked as he gazed at the transponder snail, might Jem eliminate Da Flamingo after extracting everything of value? Unlikely. If he were to do so,
he would irrevocably offend us. Even if he aspires to be like rocks, I believe he is not yet prepared to confront us in battle. The concern lay in the fact that Jem had initially recruited 2 warlords from Impel Down, the formidable Barrett and the former warden Shiryu,
and now had once again enlisted Moria. The strength of Jem's nuclear pirate crew was now on par with that of the red-haired pirates. Should this trend continue, he might indeed become the next Rocks.
The other five elders furrowed their brows. Although Jem's crew was relatively small, its members were renowned powerful figures, resembling not a newly emerged pirate crew but rather an established royal faction. A single Rocks had already caused considerable turmoil for the world government and the navy. The prospect of facing another was daunting.
Have the CP organization investigate. We must ascertain Jem's true intentions, declared Saint Vacheli, decisively concluding the discussion.
After the call was terminated, Jem did not take it to heart, rather, a broad smile spread across his face.
Once Tontada departed, Jem led his companions into Moria's castle. The humble Don Quixote da Flamingo found himself confined within a room. To prevent his escape, Jem commanded Moria to sever his shadow, promising to return it upon their return. Furthermore,
Jem confiscated his Denden Mushi, hindering any communication with the Don Quixote family, lest they attempt to relocate their assets and talents, causing significant losses.
Meanwhile,
the entire crew of the nuclear peace pirates joyfully gathered around a grand round table, preparing for a feast.
The surviving non-combatant service zombies under Moria were busily attending to the preparations.
With the table laden with food and drink, the lively banquet commenced.
Jem rose, raising his goblet high. To celebrate today's bountiful harvest, cheers. Cheers. A bountiful harvest indeed, Captain. We owe our unexpected fortune to the generosity of Doflamingo and the Gorosei. Laughter erupted among the crew, each face beaming with delight as they reflected on the successful recruitment of Moria and the numerous additional gains. The atom wood, essential for crafting ship keels, was a coveted treasure for all seafarers. It was said that the legendary pirate King Roger's ship, the Jackson, was constructed from this very wood, which had sailed to the ultimate island, Raftel. The significance of seastone was widely recognized. Not only was it utilized to forge weapons, but it also served in the construction of ship hulls, aiding vessels to navigate windless zones and effortlessly reach various seas. Ultimately, the assets and territories of the Don Quixote family represented Jim's true objective, forming the cornerstone and foundation for the rapid advancement of the nuclear peace pirates. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a somewhat forced smile stood in stark contrast to the revelry, creating an incongruous scene that finally alerted Jim to the underlying tension. He had nearly forgotten the deep-seated animosity between Moria and Doflamingo. By trading with the Gorosei and releasing Doflamingo, Jim had rendered it temporarily impossible for Moria to exact his vengeance, which was understandably disheartening. Recognizing Moria as one of their own, Jim approached him, whispering words of reassurance. I assure you, this is merely a temporary reprieve for Doflamingo. After this period, I shall lead you to his demise. Captain, I understand. If I were in your position, I would act similarly, so there is no need for your apology, Moria replied with a wry smile. He was not ungrateful. He recognized the vital importance of this transaction for the development of the nuclear peace pirates. Moreover, as a member of the crew himself, he too stood to benefit. Vengeance could wait. Such a lucrative deal was not easily encountered. Jim, there is one thing I do not fully comprehend. In anticipation of the impending crisis, isn't Dressrosa an inadequate choice for us? Shouldn't we seek higher ground? Barrett inquired, a look of confusion mirrored on the faces of the other members. According to the prior discussions of the nuclear peace pirates, in anticipation of a potentially looming global crisis, the envisioned target territory is, of course, one with elevated terrain. Dressrosa resembles a basin, or perhaps a basin floating upon the sea. The surrounding mountains or cliffs are not particularly low. They rise to several hundred meters at the very least. Yet, this remains less than the ideal target in the minds of the group, with Wano country aligning more closely with their aspirations. Amidst the confusion of others, Moria and Absalom found themselves engulfed in a haze of questions. Each word was familiar, yet the meaning eluded their understanding. What great crisis? Why is higher ground deemed more favorable for territory? Chapter 35, aspiring to be a chow thief. Since Moria and Absalom had joined the nuclear peace pirates, Jem saw no reason to conceal this information. In truth, there was little point in hiding it. Such sensational news would hardly be believed by anyone, and perhaps some might even mock Jem for his delusions. In Water 7, tales of the local islands sinking into the sea had long circulated, yet no one truly believed them, continuing their lives as usual. When Jem proclaimed that the world was on the brink of submersion, Moria and Absalom reacted in precisely the same manner as Old San and his crew had before them. Their initial response was disbelief, but after much persuasion and explanation, they reluctantly accepted the grim reality. Regardless, the nuclear peace pirates needed to expand, and making some preparations was not a bad idea. As for territory, I have given it considerable thought. Dressrosa stands out as our best option. Jem first asserted this, confirming that his future domain would be Dressrosa, before elaborating further. Locations like Skypiea or Zo were not suitable due to their elevated terrains, making even travel challenging, a far cry from an ideal territory. Wait, I know about Zo. The mink tribe lives on its back, but isn't Skypiea merely a legend? Old Sand queried, puzzled. For this question, Jem needn't speak, for among them was someone who had actually visited Skypiea. Barrett downed his drink and wiped the corner of his mouth. Skypiea exists. I once accompanied Roger there, high above Ganryu Island. Once Barrett dispelled their doubts, Jem continued. Wano country is also not an ideal target. As far as I know, the land there is severely polluted and unsuitable for cultivation, yielding little in the way of sustenance. The Red Line, then, is our last resort. Other regions either present travel difficulties due to their elevation or are simply too small, rendering them unsuitable choices. Dressrosa, however,
is different. It is encircled by sufficiently high mountains and has but one entrance, which we could easily seal off with manpower and old Sands abilities, should the need arise. Lastly, I cannot fathom a scenario where sea levels rise by hundreds of meters or land sinks by the same. It seems utterly ludicrous. The following day, as Jem and his companions boarded the Harmony and prepared to depart from the terrifying three-masted vessel, a voice called out as someone rushed toward them.
"Captain Moria, wait for me."
It was one of the three oddballs, Dr. Hogback, who had seemingly emerged from hiding. He was a doctor of remarkable skill, albeit avaricious.
After 2 days of sailing, the Harmony bore the nuclear peace pirates to Dressrosa, nestled within the New World.
As Jem and his crew disembarked, they sensed several elusive gazes fixated upon them. Undoubtedly, these were spies from the Don Quixote family stationed at the port. Indeed, as they made their way toward the palace, senior members of the Don Quixote family began to arrive, having received the news. Toripol, Pica, Diamante, Violet, and others.
Familiar faces emerged before Jem,
all watching the nuclear peace pirates with a vigilant and solemn demeanor. Ignoring their gazes, Jem focused instead on the striking figure amidst the crowd.
"Young master, what has transpired?" inquired Torpol, snot-nosed and disheveled, as he approached Don Quixote Doflamingo, wielding his staff. Doflamingo disdainfully pushed Torpol away.
"Let us discuss this back at the palace." In the opulent legislative hall of the royal palace, Doflamingo had just elucidated the transaction from 2 days prior.
The cadres of the Don Quixote family were engulfed by a torrent of emotions: shock, anger, murderous intent, resentment, and fear.
Although they had heard of Jem's illustrious feats and had been cautioned by the young master not to provoke him,
the audacity of the nuclear peace pirates to encroach upon them rendered any notion of submission untenable.
"This is insufferable.
Young master, this simply cannot stand. Dressrosa and its many enterprises are the fruits of your lifelong toil. How can you abandon them so easily?"
"It is merely the new Emperor Jem.
With but a command from you, we would gladly shatter their teeth, even at the cost of our lives. If necessary, we can seek assistance from Kaido, no matter what. We must not allow them to prevail."
The cadres of the Don Quixote family shouted in fury, eager to confront Jem in a mutually destructive clash. Having long sold their lives to Doflamingo, they could not bear the humiliation of their master nor the thought of relinquishing their hard-won accomplishments. Jem, with a sardonic smile, remarked,
"Oh? You wish to shatter our teeth? Are you certain you possess the capability to do so?" With that, the crew of the nuclear peace pirates, led by Barrett,
stepped forward in unison, their expressions indifferent, showing no regard for their adversaries. This overwhelming aura effectively extinguished the fiery spirit of the Don Quixote family.
Doflamingo sighed inwardly.
Years of struggle were on the verge of dissipating into mere vapor. Yet, he was not entirely destitute. He still had his precious family. Though reluctant, he ceased his resistance.
"Let us proceed to hand over the responsibilities." "But young master." "There are no buts.
You shall do as I say."
After a prolonged struggle,
the cadres of the Don Quixote family gradually bowed their heads in resignation, sighing heavily. Observing their acceptance of fate, Jem signaled to the members of the nuclear peace pirates. "You have worked hard these past few days, accompany them to facilitate the handover, adhering to our previous agreements." Thus, the nuclear peace pirates and the Don Quixote family commenced a 3-day transition of responsibilities, primarily concerning the vast assets and channels under the family's banner. As it was not a complete overhaul of personnel but merely a change of ownership and shareholders, aside from the removal of those absolutely loyal to Doflamingo,
most employees were retained temporarily, with plans to recruit new management later.
Consequently, although the 3-day timeframe was somewhat tight, the handover proceeded smoothly. Doflamingo had departed with his beloved family, embarking on a journey across the seas. Only Violet has distanced herself from the Don Quixote family, remaining in Dressrosa. Jem sits in the office once belonging to Doflamingo, examining the documents pertaining to his substantial assets. The artificial devil fruit factory, arms manufacturing facility, casino, coliseum, trading fleet,
and slave trade, all these enterprises are under his purview.
Moreover, there is the laboratory on Punk Hazard Island, along with the scientist Caesar. Some of these assets and trades must be relinquished, while others require new personnel. A myriad of tasks await him, and this is merely the commencement of a bustling endeavor.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Captain, the people have arrived. Mr. 3 enters the office accompanied by several individuals. Jem sets down the documents,
Takes a sip from the nearby cup, and then raises his gaze to scrutinize the newcomers.
Among them are the former rulers of Dressrosa, King Riku and Princess Rebecca,
As well as Violet and the limping Cyrus. Before Jem speaks, they can only wait anxiously, fearing to disturb the moment with their utterances. It is true they possess considerable courage and resolve, yet when faced with the Don Quixote family, they find themselves utterly powerless to reclaim their sovereignty, let alone against the mightier nuclear annihilation pirates. I have no intention of assuming the role of king. You are free to reign over this nation once more. But there are certain matters I must clarify with you.
Regardless of who sits upon the throne, Dressrosa will henceforth be my domain, under the protection of the nuclear annihilation pirates.
Therefore, you are required to pay me taxes, rather than offering tribute to the world government. Rest assured. The taxes I impose will be significantly less than those demanded by the world government, he adds, alleviating their concerns.
King Riku is overjoyed,
astonished that the authority they had sought for a decade has returned so effortlessly. The matter of taxes in territory poses no issue, for all nations, whether affiliated with the world government or under the reign of the four emperors, are accustomed to paying taxes. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Jem, King Riku departs with his entourage, spirits lifted. As Jem watches the striking figure trailing behind, he is drawn into contemplation.
Violet.
She is indeed captivating,
both in beauty and form.
Jem muses whether he should play the role of a cunning thief.
Chapter 36, Rapidly Expanding Power Captain, as per your request.
All the toy slaves and the small folk slaves who have been reverted back to their civilian status have been released. The small folk wish to express their gratitude to you in person.
Would you like to meet them?
Having resolved the matter concerning King Riku, Mr.
3 continued to report to Jem regarding recent developments. Without lifting his gaze from the documents in hand, Jem replied, certainly, arrange a meeting place for tomorrow. Is there anything else?
Mr. 3 pondered for a moment. Other tasks are progressing smoothly and will soon be on track. By the way, the slave trade has been disbanded, and the affiliated traffickers are gradually being recalled.
How should we handle them? Traffickers? Whether in this life or the previous one.
Jem had always harbored a strong disdain for traffickers, and Don Quixote da Flamingo happened to be the largest slave trade overlord, which was one of the reasons for Jem's lack of courtesy towards him. We are in dire need of manpower, we cannot afford to waste the traffickers.
Let us repurpose them.
First, we shall hand them over to Moria to have their shadows cut away, and then we will integrate them into the factory as laborers.
Understood. Just as Mr. 3 concluded his report and departed, Old Sand entered with a swagger.
He confidently approached the desk and took a seat, crossing his legs, and casually pulled out 2 cigars, tossing one aside.
The sound of a lighter ignited,
and a faint haze of smoke began to rise from the hands of Jem and Old Sand, gradually filling the office.
As per your instructions,
the artificial devil fruit factory and the punk hazard laboratory have been sealed, and Caesar has been detained.
However, I do not quite comprehend why.
If you have no fondness for these establishments, you have not simply disbanded them on sight, but instead opted to seal them away.
This laboratory and factory serve as a crucial foundation for Doflamingo's collaboration with Kaido. Let us temporarily preserve them.
It is possible they may prove useful when we engage with Kaido in the future. Amidst the swirling smoke in the office, Jem stretched his somewhat stiff body. From now on, all commercial matters shall be delegated to Mr. 3. Old Sand, you and Barrett should continue to assemble the combat team. This is the core department of our nuclear flat pirate crew. Jem had specific arrangements for all members of the nuclear flat pirate crew.
For instance, Mr. 3,
despite his limited innate power, was assigned to oversee commercial affairs due to his sharp intellect.
Bonus was tasked with forming the guard unit, primarily responsible for the protection of factories and convoys.
Moria, as expected, was diligently working to establish the intelligence department. Barrett, Old Sand, Shiryu, and Jinbei were responsible for assembling the combat team. In this world, where might is revered, the absence of formidable strength renders even the greatest wealth a mere illusion.
A fleeting dream.
Furthermore, it would be impractical for them to mobilize the entire crew or act individually over trivial matters. Such actions would be excessively cumbersome and time-consuming.
All operations were proceeding in an orderly manner, and the influence of the nuclear flat pirate crew was expanding at a remarkable pace.
It would not be long before the crew emerged as a formidable force upon the seas. After a brief moment of leisurely indulgence in smoke with old Shah, the beleaguered Jem once again immersed himself in the relentless busyness of his duties. This state of overwhelming activity would not last long. As long as he persevered through these few days, he would soon find respite.
The following day, Moria hastily approached, inquiring, "Captain, you summoned me for a purpose?"
Jem gestured for Mr. 3 to lead the way before addressing Moria.
"We are preparing to meet the little people and extend an invitation for them to join the nuclear peace pirates.
They will serve as your intelligence operatives. So it's essential for you to familiarize yourself with them beforehand." Despite their diminutive stature, resembling creatures smaller than mice, the little people were indeed a formidable warrior race. Within their small bodies resided immense strength, coupled with remarkable speed.
Their compact forms were remarkably suited for concealment and ambush, ensuring their own safety.
It could be said that the little people were the most fitting race for espionage in this world, without exception. Furthermore, Jem had instructed Moria to create zombie birds, allowing each little person to partner with a zombie bird, ensuring there was no corner of the world beyond Jem's reach.
Moria pondered thoughtfully. The little people were indeed ideal spies. If their numbers were sufficient, external recruitment would be unnecessary.
The nuclear peace pirates had no intention of surveilling the entire world,
so the demand for intelligence operatives would not be excessive. According to Jem's vision,
the primary objective of the intelligence department would be to gather information on the world government and the celestial dragons, particularly concerning the world submerged beneath the sea. Other intelligence needs were minimal, requiring only a few operatives dispatched as necessary to acquire specific information.
"Then, Moria, how many personnel does the intelligence department have now?" Jem inquired.
"Including Princess Violet, who joined yesterday, there are currently fewer than 10 members, Moria replied.
"Princess Violet? Did I not mention her?" Jem mused.
Overwhelmed by the whirlwind of recent events, uncertain if Moria had indeed brought it up. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Jem had dismissed any notions regarding Violet, primarily concerned about inciting a backlash. Under Mr. 3's guidance, Jem and the others arrived at a secluded clearing within the forest,
where the diminutive members of the Dongdata tribe awaited.
Before Jem could utter a word, cheers erupted from the gathered crowd.
"The hero has arrived. The savior of the Dongdata tribe is here. Jem Landuo. Jem Landuo. Jem Landuo."
Observing the fervent little creatures at his feet, Jem felt a momentary daze. In their small, bright eyes, there was a profound gratitude mingled with blind adoration. It was evident that they regarded Jem as a hero, a savior.
With this in mind,
Jem raised his hand to quell the raucous cheers, crouching down with a gentle smile.
"Greetings to the esteemed members of the Dongdata tribe." At that moment,
the crowd parted to reveal the bespectacled and bearded leader of the Ganjiao tribe, who solemnly approached.
"Jem Landuo, you have liberated the Dongdata tribe, and we consider you our great hero. Please accept our heartfelt gratitude." The entire Dongdata tribe bowed in unison. "Please accept our heartfelt gratitude."
They truly are a benevolent race that values gratitude and reciprocity.
It is evident that this recruitment will proceed with great success.
Merely a gesture.
Yet I have received your thanks. Jem waved his hand dismissively and remarked.
Leo, the captain of the Dongdata tribe, stepped forward, gazing at Jem with admiration, and proclaimed loudly, "Jem Landu, my fellow warriors, and I wish to follow you and contribute our strength."
Regarding Leo and his tribe's choice, Chief Ganjiao showed no intention of dissuasion,
instead watching with a cheerful demeanor.
Ha ha ha. How could Jem, who had intended to recruit them, refuse?
"Very well, we welcome your addition. From henceforth, you shall be warriors of the nuclear peace pirate crew."
Out of the over 500 members of the Dongdata tribe, 200 warriors ultimately chose to join.
The strength of the nuclear peace pirate crew swelled once more.
Chapter 37, The Demon in the Wind in the New World, on the Isle of Ghosts. Kaido of the 100 Beasts reclined in a massive stone chair.
One hand supported himself on the stone table while the other grasped a wine gourd,
indulging in a leisurely drink.
Without peanuts to accompany him, he drank straight. At that moment, Ember Jin entered.
Come, join me for a couple of drinks. It's rather dull drinking alone, Kaido invited with a laugh.
Observing Kaido's slightly inebriated and somewhat dazed expression, Jin couldn't help but smile.
Albeit with a hint of resignation.
Kaido was often in a state of drunkenness, a fact Jin had long since accepted.
Yet, each time there was something important to discuss.
He couldn't shake off his frustration.
Persuasion had proven futile over the years, countless attempts had yielded no results. Mr. Kaido, there are matters I need to report. Are you still lucid?
Jin asked with a wry smile.
Ha ha ha.
Kaido bellowed with laughter. Taking a swig of his drink before exhaling a long breath of stale air. Do not underestimate my tolerance for alcohol, I am quite sober now.
Speak your mind.
With a resigned sigh, Jin lowered his head.
Regardless, the necessary words must be spoken. The explosive man, Gem, has taken control of the kingdom of Dressrosa. Along with the territories and assets of the Don Quixote family. Our collaboration with Don Quixote da Flamingo has been severed.
Well, what of it?
A broken collaboration is merely that. Kaido suddenly jolted, his mind clearing considerably.
Are you saying our partnership concerning the artificial devil fruits with da Flamingo is at an end? Continuing to relay the known information, Jin stated, indeed. According to the latest reports, Gem has sealed the laboratories and factories, and Caesar is missing. We have no source for the artificial devil fruits,
jeopardizing our plans for the Army of Abilities.
The Army of Abilities was a crucial project agreed upon by Kaido, da Flamingo, and Caesar. This initiative was among the most vital plans for the 100 Beasts Pirates' future. As of now, this partnership had only been in effect for less than a year. And the number of artificial devil fruit users under the 100 Beasts Pirates barely exceeded 100, far below the anticipated figures.
In a fit of rage,
Kaido shattered the stone table before him with a single punch, his furious roar echoing loudly.
Who dares to challenge me? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. How dare a mere newcomer take what is mine?
Jin felt no inclination to counsel Kaido, he was equally enraged. The 100 Beasts Pirates had roamed the seas for many years, and aside from the Marines, no one had dared to seize their possessions.
Even fellow emperors like Whitebeard,
Red-haired Shanks, and Big Mom maintained their own territories, rarely encroaching upon one another's affairs.
Meanwhile, in Dressrosa,
the location of the nuclear peace pirates had shifted from the royal palace to an expansive villa in the outskirts. The area was picturesque, with ample space. The villas were luxuriously appointed, complete with swimming pools and gardens, and a vast open area for training.
At that moment, by the poolside,
some lounged on beach chairs soaking up the sun, others engaged in workouts, and some practiced in the open area. Gem was among those basking in the sunlight. After a month, progress has firmly established itself on the right track, with only the overarching direction requiring attention. Freed from the burdens of work,
the nuclear peace pirates have finally concluded their hectic endeavors, affording them time for both cultivation and leisure. Barrett and Shiryu, having finished their duel, returned to the pool to rest. Shiryu, how do you find your fruit abilities? Are they satisfactory? Gem inquired with a smile, setting down his wine glass and turning to Shiryu.
Shiryu clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within his body, a hint of exhilaration gracing his features.
I've never felt better.
Truly, the world government has outdone itself, this weasel fruit suits me perfectly.
I can distinctly sense a comprehensive enhancement in my once stagnant capabilities.
A month prior, the world government delivered the ransom, which included 3 top-tier devil fruits, 2 of the Zoan type and 1 of the Paramecia type. The fruit Shiryu consumed was the Zoan type weasel fruit, mythical beast form, which embodies the legendary weasel said to dwell in the winds. Each appearance or departure is accompanied by a tempest, capable of effortlessly slicing through the air with formidable wind blades. The world government indeed honored its promise.
This fruit is exceptionally suited for a swordsman.
It has not only amplified Shiryu's swordsmanship but has also significantly enhanced his physique, speed, and defense,
resulting in an all-encompassing augmentation of his abilities.
Observing the recent duel between Shiryu and Barrett, it is evident that his strength has markedly improved within just a month. This rapid growth suggests that Shiryu's prowess may soon ascend further, should he fully master the weasel fruit.
He might even contest for the title of the world's greatest swordsman against Mihawk.
As Jem and Shiryu concluded their conversation, Moria, who had just ended a call, approached swiftly. Jem, our informants from the Little People tribe have uncovered some developments. Many individuals in the kingdom are probing into the affairs of our nuclear peace pirates.
Jem,
upon hearing this, remained unfazed. Information is hardly proprietary, substantial powers invariably possess intelligence networks. The most formidable among them belong to the world government, the Navy, and the news mogul Morgans. Given that Jem and the nuclear peace pirates are a newly emerging force, it is entirely reasonable for others to investigate them.
Do you know which factions are involved? Jem inquired calmly. Moria shook his head.
Currently, we only know that these spies belong to several factions. But we have yet to ascertain their specific affiliations.
Then let us continue our inquiries.
There is no need for haste. Consider it a task for the intelligence department to hone their skills, Jem remarked without reproach, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. In this world, where power reigns supreme, strength grants one the liberty to act without fear of scrutiny. The nuclear peace pirates possess little that warrants investigation. Moreover, since the intelligence department has only recently been established, their ability to uncover hidden spies so swiftly already attests to their competence.
Upon witnessing Jem's indifference, Moria discreetly exhaled in relief.
Having felt some pressure regarding the inadequacies of their work.
Jem. Moria gazed expectantly at Jem. May I allocate a few personnel to investigate a private matter?
What private matter? I have a subordinate named Perona who has gone missing, and I wish to assign some personnel to assist in locating her.
Perona? Jem exclaimed,
smacking his forehead, nearly forgetting that Moria had a beautiful young lady among his subordinates.
Perona, one of the three weirdos.
The Ghost Princess and a user of the Ghost Fruit, was also an exceptional intelligence officer. From the increasingly hazy memories of his past life,
he recalled that Perona should be with Mihawk.
You need not investigate further, Perona is quite well, residing in Mihawk's castle, Jem replied with amusement.
Moria was immediately enraged. What? That guy Mihawk dares to imprison my people?
Chapter 38, first cut the shadow, then become a slave in the villa of Jem located in Dressrosa. He awoke naturally,
undisturbed by the demands of a busy day.
The sun shone brightly in the sky. Jem ambled into the bathroom, and after completing his morning routine, he styled his hair into a charming and fashionable look before humming a tune as he emerged from the washroom.
My lord, Bonus is looking for you.
A beautiful maid exclaimed as she approached him, her ample bosom swaying with each step. Her fair, delicate hands cradled a small communication device.
Her name was Ellie,
one of the select few maids Jem had brought from the palace. The primary duty of the maids was to attend to Jem's daily needs,
including cooking and laundry, though they also partook in the significant task of warming his bed.
Jem grasped Ellie's pristine wrist, pulling her into his embrace with a gentle yet insistent tug, his rough hands exploring her familiar curves. Despite their nightly encounters, Jem remained captivated by the allure of her form, a sensation that was simply indescribable.
Oh, my lord, please.
Bonus is still waiting for you, Ellie protested playfully, twisting her supple body as she chided him softly. Ah, let us connect the call, Jem chuckled, his hands still in motion, exploring areas both round and flat. As the call connected, the peculiar sensations coursing through his body caused Ellie to bite her lip, stifling any sound.
Hello, Bonus, what is it? Captain.
A group of pirates is causing a ruckus at the port. I just surrounded them with the guard, but their leader insists on seeing you without revealing his name.
I'm uncertain if you know him, would you like to meet them?
A band of pirates who refused to disclose their identities. This did not sound like anyone familiar.
At the port?
I shall head over immediately. Jem ended the call, giving Ellie's rear a playful pat.
You may return to your tasks.
He felt compelled to investigate, hoping to catch a glimpse of a familiar face, and potentially recruit anyone of promise.
If not, it mattered little.
For Jem had assigned himself a task today, to set sail and explore the seas. After a month of waking at dawn and toiling until dusk, he nearly believed he had reverted to the life of a 9-to-6 worker. Though the most hectic days were behind him, Jem still yearned for a leisurely outing. Upon arriving at the port, Jem spotted a crowd gathered in a circle,
surrounded by onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. The captain has arrived. Clear the way. Bonus. With keen eyes, quickly directed the guards to part the crowd, allowing Jem a clear view of the encircled pirates. As he walked through the path cleared by the guards, he noticed the leader of the raucous pirates, a young man with golden hair and a tattoo of a face emblazoned across his bare chest. The visage struck a chord of familiarity within Jem. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Jem inquired, curiosity piqued. "I am Bellamy, the hyena. A notorious pirate under the command of the young master Don Quixote da Flamingo." The young man's eyes audaciously assessed Jem, a derisive smile playing on his lips. "So you are the infamous Jem, the exploder?" At that moment, Jem's memory sparked to life, recalling the man before him. The spring fruit wielder, Bellamy. A man who underwent a profound transformation after being taught a lesson by Luffy, is merely a passerby of little significance. Jem, sensing the tedium, adopted a nonchalant tone. "If no one else is calling for you, then I must be the person you seek." Bellamy, perceiving Jem's almost dismissive demeanor, grew increasingly agitated. "I challenge you. Do you dare accept?" Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Did he truly understand that he was challenging Jem, known as the Explosive Man? One of the 5 great emperors of the seas? Did he know that Jem had once defeated an admiral of the navy? Some, believing themselves to be in a dream, pinched the face of the person next to them, only realizing the absurdity of the situation when the other cried out in pain. Unable to contain his curiosity, a young member of the guard finally spoke up. "Do you truly know who stands before you, to speak so brazenly? Isn't he just some self-proclaimed new emperor? Even the formidable Kaido is allied with the young master. What is he but a wretched villain who has betrayed the young master?" Bellamy cast a disdainful glance at Jem and scoffed. "What did you say?" The guards, incensed, were furious that someone dared to disrupt matters in the territory of the nuclear pirates and show such contempt for their captain. Even Bonus's expression darkened ominously. Anger surged within both the guards and Bellamy. In his mind, anyone who dared to harm the young master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, deserved death. With this thought, Bellamy's limbs instantly transformed into springs, the stored power within them swelling rapidly. In the next moment, before the guards could react, Bellamy shot forward with clenched fists. "Repent, Jem. You despicable coward." Weak individuals often fail to comprehend the gravity of their situation. As Bellamy's fist approached Jem's face, Jem calmly raised his hand and delivered a casual slap. Bang! The once arrogant Bellamy was sent crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, falling into unconsciousness. The crew of the Bellamy pirates gasped in shock, unable to fathom that the formidable captain had been felled by a mere slap from the explosive man Jem. In truth, Bellamy was not dead. Jem had shown restraint, as he still required labor for his factory, and such an exceptional slave, capable of tenfold effort, should not go to waste. "Capture them all. Handle them as per the usual protocol," Jem instructed as he turned to leave without casting even a glance back. After watching Jem depart, Bonus directed his gaze towards the fallen Bellamy and his crew, who resembled defeated dogs. How dare they summon their captain and brazenly confront him before the guard? Such audacity! The strength of the emperors of the sea is not something nameless individuals like you can challenge. Observing the panicked Bellamy pirates, the guard members exchanged derisive smirks, mocking their overestimation of themselves. "Ha!" Bonus's eyes glinted with cold malice as he coldly commanded, "Arrest them. I hear the weapon factory has produced several sets of sea stone handcuffs. Let us place a pair on Bellamy. Then send him to the intelligence department for interrogation before delivering him to the factory as a slave." After departing from the throngs of people, Jem discovered her own private vessel nestled in a corner of the harbor, with a series of resounding explosions echoing in the air. The small boat swiftly distanced itself from the port, sailing towards the horizon. The destination was Kuligana Island, the ruins of the Western Kalari Kingdom, the lair of the legendary Hawkeye Mihawk. Jem's motivation for this maritime journey was rather straightforward. Having lingered in one place for too long and after a month of relentless busyness, she simply yearned for a change of scenery. Moreover, she intended to reconnect with her old friend, the infamous Hawkeye, to reminisce and share a few playful banters. On her return journey, she also planned to conveniently escort Perona,
The ghost princess and subordinate of Moria, back with her.
Cultivating plants, indulging in fine spirits, perusing the news, and occasionally teasing the directionally challenged Zoro.
She was living in sheer bliss.
While the members of the nuclear peace pirates were engulfed in their overwhelming duties, as one of Moria's subordinates. Jem was inherently part of the crew.
As a shrewd capitalist, she could hardly tolerate her subordinates lounging about, carefree and unproductive.
Pooah!
It was imperative to employ some motivational tactics.
Chapter 39, So, who exactly are you?
On the desolate Korigana Island, Jem navigated his small vessel into an abandoned harbor. The lack of maintenance rendered the port in ruins, and indeed, this territory belonged solely to Hawkeye, who had no need for such structures.
After all, he possessed only a coffin-like boat.
Upon reaching the shore, he secured the boat to a rock with a rope.
Hawkeye!
Why aren't you hastening to greet your esteemed guest? Jem bellowed as he disembarked, his voice echoing so loudly that it startled the birds from the trees.
Yet,
considering this was the remnant of a nation, spanning several dozen kilometers in diameter, it was improbable for his voice to reach the castle nestled at its heart. As Jem trod along the narrow path through the forest, a rustling sound emerged from the dense underbrush.
A green-haired fellow! Jem exclaimed.
His curiosity piqued as he turned toward the source of the noise. At that moment, a figure emerged from the foliage, green hair, adorned with earrings. A bare torso wrapped in bandages, and 3 daggers strapped to his waist, muttering curses under his breath.
Damn it, why is this place so vast? After wandering for so long. Who are you?
The 2 men stared at each other, one cautious, the other mocking.
A wave of nostalgia washed over Jem as he recognized a familiar face.
He was heading toward the castle, while Zoro's path, quite ironically, led in the opposite direction. There was no need for conjecture, it was evident that Zoro was hopelessly lost.
How charmingly inept, Jem thought, suddenly feeling the urge to tease him. With this in mind,
Jem adopted a stern expression and growled, "Who I am is of little consequence, what matters is that this territory shall be mine from now on."
Zoro's demeanor shifted instantly, drawing his swords, one in each hand and another clenched in his mouth. Although he did not recognize Jem,
his instincts warned him of Jem's formidable strength, compelling him to prepare for a fierce battle. "There's nothing here, you'd best vacate the premises." Jem responded with a cold sneer, "That is not for you to decide. I have traversed the seas for centuries, and my word is law. I declare this my domain.
And so it shall be.
Let us see if you possess the capability to back that claim." Zoro ceased his verbal sparring and charged forward, his 3 blades dancing through the air with blinding speed. Jem, however, glided effortlessly amidst the flurry of steel, akin to a bee flitting through blossoms.
Untouched by the tumult around him.
Not only did he refrain from striking back, but he also found the time to jest.
"This is quite disappointing, as a swordsman. Your speed is lamentably slow. If you cannot land a hit, then no matter how great your strength or sharp your blades, it amounts to naught."
Zoro paid no heed to the taunts, yet as his relentless assaults bore no fruit, his expression grew increasingly grave.
He realized the vast disparity in their abilities,
rendering him incapable of posing any threat to his opponent. The weight of past humiliations from the Sabaody archipelago flashed through his mind. He had vowed never to taste defeat again, yet here he was. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the nearby thicket, swiftly approaching Zoro and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Cease your actions, he is not an enemy."
"Not an enemy?"
Zoro paused, gazing at the suddenly appearing Mihawk with a look of bewilderment.
"Do you know him?" Mihawk nodded, countering with a question, "Do you not recognize him?" Zoro's confusion deepened. "I truly do not know him."
"Hey, Mihawk, I'm on the verge of starvation, hurry back and fetch me something to eat." Jem chuckled as he approached and draped an arm around Mihawk's shoulders, interrupting the peculiar exchange between the 2. "You rascal, your temperament remains as dreadful as ever."
Mihawk remarked with a sidelong glance, exasperated.
"Do not say such things, I merely jest.
Now, let us return to our meal. For I have come with great urgency to partake in your feast. By the way, Mihawk, how did you arrive so swiftly?"
"I merely happened to be out searching for that directionally challenged individual to return for dinner."
"Ah, I see."
As Jem and Mihawk strolled ahead, their camaraderie evident, Zoro felt a wave of perplexity wash over him.
So who exactly is he? As the duo moved further away, on the verge of vanishing from sight, Zoro suddenly realized. His heart racing. Wait for me. Gem, Mihawk, and Zoro entered the castle's parlor, where they encountered Perona, adorned with pink twin tails. A crown atop her head, and an apron draped over her attire. She was grumbling as she floated out from the kitchen, carrying a dish. Upon placing the dish on the table, she noticed several new shadows on the floor, promptly turning around with a huff. If only you had returned sooner. You left me all alone in the kitchen, toiling away. New Emperor Gem. In the midst of her complaint, Perona spotted an additional figure, a remarkable one at that, and gasped in surprise. Observing her reaction, Zoro, still perplexed, quickly inquired, "Do you know him?" Perona gazed at Zoro with astonishment. Retorting, "You do not recognize him?" Zoro, gripping his head in frustration, exclaimed, "I truly do not know him." Witnessing this familiar scene, Gem chuckled heartily, while a subtle smile crept across Mihawk's lips. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Perona provided Zoro with an explanation. He is a significant figure, standing alongside the four emperors, the newly risen sovereign of the seas. Finally grasping the mystery, Zoro murmured softly, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Our straw hat pirates shall rise as well. Let us dine, the food will grow cold," Mihawk suggested gently. "Indeed, dining and conversing is the essence of camaraderie," Gem stated. Boldly taking a seat and unceremoniously claiming one of the 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, as if he were at home. Perona had no choice but to float back to the kitchen to retrieve another set of utensils. "So, what brings you here, instead of managing your newly acquired territory?" Mihawk inquired, casually biting into a piece of roasted meat, savoring it slowly. In contrast to Mihawk's poised demeanor, Gem's eating habits were rather unrefined. As he stuffed one piece of meat after another into his mouth, occasionally taking a swig of wine to wash it down. "Nothing of great consequence. I merely came to snag a meal and, in the process, bring Perona back with me." With his cheeks puffed out, Gem mumbled indistinctly. Upon hearing her name, Perona hurriedly picked up a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, then, with wide, bewildered eyes, asked, "Are you saying to take me back?" "Back to where?" Gem paused his chewing, blinked rapidly twice, then tilted his head back, veins bulging, and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of roasted meat before exclaiming in astonishment, "Of course, back to Dressrosa. Moria has joined the nuclear peace pirates, with a bounty of 580 million berries. Haven't you all been following the news?" It was no wonder Gem was taken aback. While Zoro's ignorance of him was one thing, Perona not even knowing that Moria was alive was truly beyond comprehension. Perona lowered her gaze, nervously twirling 2 fingers in circles. She only glanced at newspapers out of sheer boredom, rarely paying attention otherwise. "Wait a minute. What did he say? Joined the nuclear peace pirates? Lord Moria is not dead." With that thought, Perona burst into tears, her joyous figure flitting around the living room. "Lord Moria is alive, sob sob sob." As she flew about, she seemed to remember something. With her tear-streaked, delicate face, she approached Mihawk. Her big eyes narrowed in irritation as she demanded, "You read the news every day, you must know this is a significant matter for me. Why didn't you tell me?" Mihawk, dismissing the swaying ghosts with a wave of his hand, coolly replied, "I forgot." Chapter 40, Kaido descends from the heavens in the training grounds of the nuclear peace pirates, located in the kingdom of Dressrosa. A fervent assembly of 20 to 30 individuals engaged in vigorous training. "Hurry up, run!" came the commanding voice. "Do not slack off, move faster. Have you not eaten? Why are you staring at me like that, you useless bunch? If you cannot endure, feel free to speak up. I can let you leave right now without a second thought. For those who wish to stay, get moving." The newly recruited members of the combat team, under the impatient supervision of Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbei, were undergoing arduous training. Their regimen included essential physical conditioning exercises such as weighted running, weightlifting, stretching, and frog jumps. Simultaneously, they engaged in specialized training tailored to their individual strengths and development paths, encompassing martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey. As the intensity of their training escalated, Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and even Moria, who was occupied in his office, suddenly sensed something amiss. They all halted their activities and gazed skyward. A dark speck appeared in the clear blue sky,
growing larger and descending with increasing speed. The combat team members, noticing the unusual behavior of their instructors,
followed their gaze in curiosity. What is that? It appears to be a person. Just then, a deafening sonic boom resonated through the air.
The object plummeting from the heavens had breached the sound barrier, enveloped in flames generated by its rapid descent, resembling a falling meteor.
With a thunderous crash, the unidentified object struck the boundary between the training ground and the forest.
The ground trembled, and billowing clouds of dust erupted into the air. The immense sound reverberated far and wide, startling the peaceful citizens of the kingdom, including King Riku.
Countless onlookers directed their attention toward the source of the commotion,
only to return to their daily lives as if nothing had occurred.
Thanks to the frequent sparring sessions among Barrett and his companions, the citizens of Dressrosa had grown accustomed to such disturbances, and thus, no chaos ensued.
On the training grounds, the expressions of Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbei were grave, while the 20 or so combat team members remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After a moment, the dust began to settle, revealing a towering figure over 7 meters tall, adorned with horns and wielding a colossal spiked club, muscles rippling ominously.
Kaido of the Four Emperors. Do not fear. Our captain is also a king.
But the issue is, our captain set sail this morning and is not in Dressrosa.
What? What should we do? This is Kaido, a monster who cannot even die if he wishes to.
The combat team members exclaimed in panic, some utterly at a loss.
Captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido.
A man renowned as the strongest creature. The reputation of a person casts a long shadow. Confronted with such a formidable figure,
the members of the team felt a chilling aura that rendered their faces pale, their breaths quickened, and their legs slightly trembled. Fortunately, they did not flee.
Their courage was commendable. However, Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbei could not suppress their frowns.
What are you panicking for?
The captain may be absent, but we are still here,
Barrett admonished, exhaling softly before issuing orders with composure.
The team members retreated. He instructed someone to notify Bonus to have the guards disperse the nearby residents from the training grounds. He also directed Moriya to contact the captain and report the situation,
urging him to come swiftly for support.
Barrett's character had notably evolved since acquiring new comrades. He had become more empathetic, in stark contrast to his former self, who would have recklessly engaged Kaido without a second thought for the common folk. Upon hearing Barrett's words,
the newly recruited members felt an immense relief and hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, Kaido, having witnessed the entire scene, erupted into laughter. Is this the level of your nuclear sea pirates?
Truly pathetic. Barrett and his companions' expressions darkened. The affairs of the nuclear sea pirates were theirs alone to contend with, and it was not for outsiders to mock. With Captain Gem absent, Barrett naturally assumed the role of the core of the nuclear sea pirates, his gaze towards Kaido brimming with fighting spirit.
Far from exhibiting fear,
he felt a surge of fervor.
If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to slay Kaido on the spot. Alas!
After 2 fierce confrontations with the Navy and Gem, Barrett had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Whether he could withstand Kaido without facing defeat remained uncertain.
Yet,
he remained the same audacious and proud individual, his spirit unwavering despite the odds. Kaido, your reputation may intimidate the inexperienced, but it holds no sway over me.
Tell me, what do you intend to do?
Kaido, with his eyes wide as saucers, scrutinized Barrett's face, as if recalling something.
Barrett, I remember you. You once served on Roger's ship before being imprisoned in Impel Down, correct? Spare me the chatter. What do you truly want? This is the territory of the nuclear sea pirates. Are you declaring war on us?
With that, Barrett stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence.
Simultaneously, Shiryu, Crocodile,
and Jinbei advanced alongside him, standing resolutely behind Barrett.
Having endured multiple betrayals and the death of Roger,
Barrett had become a man who trusted only himself and the strength he wielded. Yet, as he observed the 3 who unwaveringly matched his stride, even his ironclad heart softened a fraction.
What are you doing? Kaido laughed, unable to contain his rage.
You have sealed off the laboratory and the artificial demon factory,
interrupting my collaboration with Don Quixote da Flamingo and consequently derailing my plans. How dare you question my actions? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. To dare lay hands on my possessions is an audacious affront. Where is your little captain? Bring him forth to face me. Today, I shall teach this novice a lesson, making it abundantly clear that my belongings are beyond his reach. Words such as brat, novice, and lesson seeped into the ears of Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbe. Jim is an acknowledged ally, their revered captain, the leader destined to guide them through impending calamities. Kaido's mere utterances are a brazen provocation to their crew. A palpable surge of murderous intent ignited in their eyes. Kaido, you are exceedingly arrogant. With our captain absent today, I, Barrett, shall stand as your adversary. Let us see if you possess the merit to challenge our captain. As his words fell, a surge of ominous energy and the aura of Haki erupted from Barrett. Devil form. Chapter 41, Scraping the back of Kaido. What? Kaido has invaded? Hold the fort, I shall return post-haste. Upon hanging up the phone, Jem's countenance darkened. His expression as grim as a stormy sea. He had not anticipated that mere moments after his departure, an intruder would assail his stronghold. And this intruder was none other than the formidable and illustrious figure of the seas, Kaido. Jem had initially perceived Kaido as a man of grand stature and noble intentions, only to discover that he was, in fact, a cunning thief. You seem troubled, do you require assistance? Asked Mihawk, delicately setting down his wineglass. His tone calm and measured. Do not be deceived by Mihawk's placid demeanor, it was simply his nature, aloof yet proud. The very fact that he offered help signified a bond of friendship, otherwise, his temperament would have rendered him indifferent. No need, I can handle this. One Kaido is no match for me, Jem replied, shaking his head before turning to Perona. Prepare our belongings, we must return at once. Upon hearing Jem's words, Perona did not hesitate. Having been nearby, she had overheard Jem's phone call and his exchange with Mihawk, which made her acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. She hurriedly dashed back to their quarters to pack their things. In truth, Perona had misconstrued the gravity of the situation, it was not as dire as she imagined. The mere mention of Kaido had frightened her, compounded by her limited understanding of Jem's prowess and that of the nuclear peace pirates, leading her to act with such haste. However, Jem remained relatively unperturbed. With Barrett's strength, along with the support of Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbe, and Moria, facing Kaido was not an insurmountable challenge. They could certainly hold their ground for a day or more. Jem's primary concern lay in the potential devastation of the territory he had recently claimed, the kingdom of Dressrosa. Should this clash escalate? Thus, he was eager to return and thwart Kaido's plans. Observing Jem's calm demeanor, Mihawk resumed savoring his drink. If you require aid, do not hesitate to call, he offered. Jem nodded, unreservedly acknowledging the gesture. I shall not be courteous. Moments later, Perona emerged hurriedly. A small bundle slung over her shoulder and a miniature stuffed bear in her arms. We must be off, we shall visit again when time permits, Jem declared. Bidding farewell to Mihawk and Zoro. Take care, you mischievous girl, came a light-hearted farewell from Mihawk, prompting Perona to pause at the door, tears blurring her vision. She abruptly turned, covering her mouth as she choked out, "Thank you for your hospitality during this brief time." It was a touching scene, yet an interjection broke the moment. Honestly, you two, enough with the theatrics. It's not a life and death parting, we're all in the new world together, with ample time ahead to reunite, Jem said, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. In Dressrosa, the battle between the nuclear peace pirates and Kaido had commenced. To mitigate the destruction of the city, Barrett and his crew had no choice but to lure Kaido towards the forests, away from the urban sprawl. To this end, Barrett braced himself against Kaido's thunderous strike. With a furrowed brow, he reflected that his pirates, being overly cautious, would only serve to hinder them. Kaido, exuding a terrifying aura, pursued the 5 members of the nuclear pirates with his spiked club. Clearly, he had discerned Barrett and his companions' intentions, however, in his pride, he deemed it beneath him to pursue them relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbe, and Moria exchanged glances, noting their proximity to the precipice. Far enough from the city. At last, they cast aside their reservations. Such eloquent words. This is our territory, should the battleground have been in Wano or Onigashima? I wonder if you would still speak so boldly, Jinbe retorted angrily. The others shared in his ire, for Dressrosa was not Kaido's domain, and thus he felt no qualms.
Yet, this was the newly claimed stronghold of the nuclear pirates, and it was impossible for them to act without consideration.
Enough of your prattle, prepare yourself, Kaido impatiently declared.
Stomping his foot into the ground, launching himself forward as his conqueror's haki rapidly enveloped his club.
In response, Barrett, unwilling to back down,
wrapped his own haki around his fist and charged headlong into the fray. At that moment, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria exchanged determined glances and swiftly dispersed. In the next instant, the haki-imbued club collided fiercely with Barrett's fist. A black-red lightning bolt erupted, illuminating the sky and ground alike. The sheer force radiated outward in all directions. The clouds above were scattered, and towering trees were uprooted, as the lush forest was obliterated,
leaving a vast clearing in the wake of their clash. Boom!
After the exchange, the two combatants separated. Barrett was sent flying into the ground, while Kaido staggered back unsteadily. It was evident that Kaido had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. However, Barrett was not alone, he had allies. Seizing the moment while Kaido was off balance, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria sprang into action, unleashing their respective techniques: Great Wind Slash,
Desert Great Sword, Fishman Karate, Ultimate Technique, Uragan, Hornblade Shadow. The quartet seized their opportunity with precision, catching Kaido unprepared.
Just as he regained his footing, the four attacks struck in succession.
In a flurry, Kaido shattered Shiryu's slash with his club and countered Jinbei's Uragan with a powerful punch.
Yet, the remaining two techniques landed solidly upon him.
Witnessing this,
Shiryu and the others could not help but feel a surge of elation. Although they had never faced Kaido directly and were uncertain of his resilience and defensive capabilities, Barrett,
emerging from the ground, held a different perspective. He did not believe these assaults would inflict significant damage on Kaido. As expected,
just as Shiryu and his companions prepared to press their advantage, Kaido slammed his hand against the ground, propelling himself into the air. Upon his robust physique, there were but two faint scars, which were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In the mere span of a breath, the scars vanished,
restoring his body to its former state.
The recent assaults from the others felt akin to mere superficial treatments against Kaido, utterly ineffective.
Yet, it wasn't entirely without merit.
The gleam in Kaido's eyes suggested that at least it had somewhat roused him from his stupor.
Ha ha ha, you are all inadequate, far too weak.
Summon the explosive little imp and have your crew face me together,
Kaido thundered, slapping his chest with a resounding echo, his laughter echoing with unrestrained bravado.
This utterly unreasonable and grotesque capacity for defense and recovery provoked involuntary twitches at the corners of the mouths and eyes of Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria.
Had they known,
they were not mere nobodies. Had that combined attack been executed against someone like Doflamingo, it would have likely resulted in instant demise.
Kaido was truly beyond absurdity.
I shall continue the assault. You must seize the opportunity as before, ensuring that this arrogant fiend suffers before the captain returns.
Barrett approached,
his gaze fixed intensely and fervently upon Crocodile, Shiryu, Jinbei, and Moria. The four nodded in understanding. Although inflicting significant damage on Kaido proved challenging, together they would be difficult for him to handle. Taking a deep breath, Barrett activated his combined Devil Fruit ability.
The demonic energy surged rapidly toward the cliffs by the sea.
The shores of Dressrosa were lined with vessels laden with various steel and even Wapple metal, all specifically prepared by the nuclear pirate crew for Barrett's combined powers. Enveloped by the ability of combination, the steel alloys melded with stones and integrated into Barrett's being. A colossal steel monstrosity began to rise swiftly, ultimately taking the form of a towering giant over 1,000 meters high. Simultaneously, Kaido let out a furious roar, transforming into a dragon thousands of meters in length,
soaring upon the clouds high in the sky.
The resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens.
In the next moment, the two titanic beings locked eyes and, without hesitation, charged towards one another.
Chapter 42, Bloodshed at the hands of the Sea King. In the office of Marshal Sengoku and Marineford, the phone rang sharply,
disrupting his concentration as he perused documents.
He glanced up to see it was the special Den Mushi used to communicate with the five elders.
Instantly, an unsettling premonition washed over him.
Hello, this is Sengoku, he answered.
Upon connection, the Den Den Mushi adopted a stern expression.
Sengoku, according to intelligence from the CP organization, Kaido is currently invading the kingdom of Dressrosa.
The nuclear pirates are engaged in a fierce battle with him, and the explosive man, Jemu, is conveniently absent.
This presents an opportune moment. I hereby command you to dispatch an admiral to Dressrosa immediately to await the opportunity to apprehend them, preferably while they are weakened from their conflict.
Sengoku listened to the five elders' words but did not immediately acquiesce.
Nor did he feel any elation at the prospect of a golden opportunity.
Firstly, the Navy was in the midst of a leadership transition. Both Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji had stealthily departed 2 days prior to engage in a decisive battle and were not present at Marineford, leaving the Navy severely understaffed.
Moreover,
no major faction would instigate trouble during a pivotal leadership change. Such actions would be tantamount to courting disaster.
Secondly,
the Navy had not received intelligence indicating that the entire Beast Pirates crew was mobilizing, suggesting that only Kaido was involved in the invasion of Punk Hazard.
Kaido,
known for his reckless tendencies, had engaged in numerous self-destructive behaviors over the years. Sengoku did not believe he would persist in a protracted confrontation. He wished to avoid stirring trouble at such a critical juncture, aiming instead to ensure a smooth transition of power within the Navy.
However,
he could not disregard the authority of the five elders.
Reluctantly, Sengoku offered a diplomatic explanation. You are well aware of the Navy's current situation.
The confrontation between Akainu and Akiji was sanctioned by you, and the Navy is presently unable to act.
The difficulties were evident,
and the five elders were cognizant of the reality. Yet, they did not exhibit understanding toward the Navy's predicament.
Sengoku,
you must comprehend that the Navy is an arm of the world government. I am not consulting with you, I am issuing a command.
Immediately instruct Akainu and Akiji to cease their conflict and proceed to Dressrosa. Kizaru must also be dispatched. All 3 admirals must be mobilized.
The world government cannot allow the explosive man, Jemu, to become the second Rocks. The nuclear pirates must be eradicated.
With that, the 5 elders terminated the call.
Sengoku stared at the now silent Den Den Mushi, feeling a headache brewing.
Akainu and Akiji were deeply embroiled in their battle.
It was not as simple as issuing a command to halt their engagement. Yet, he could not afford to dismiss the orders of the five elders.
After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku reached a resolution.
Well, since he was on the verge of retirement, the five elders had no real leverage over him. He decided to do one last service for the Navy before his departure, to contribute in whatever small way he could.
Mobilizing all 3 admirals was impractical. So he intended to send someone to Dressrosa merely to appease the request.
On the open sea, a small vessel sped forward like an arrow.
Big brother! Look! It's a gigantic sea king!
Perona exclaimed, covering her mouth with one hand and pointing excitedly ahead. I see it, Gemma replied, his expression weary and drained. It has been stated repeatedly that I should not be referred to as Lord, but rather as Captain. However, Perona firmly disagrees with this assertion. Her small face etched with seriousness. No, you are Lord Moria's superior, which makes you a lord indeed. Faced with such a cute and delicate girl, Gem finds it difficult to be angry and can only explain helplessly, I am Captain Moria's captain, not a lord.
A captain is indeed a type of lord, Perona persists.
Shaking her head resolutely, clearly satisfied with her appellation for Gem, deeming it entirely appropriate.
Appropriate my foot, Gem thinks, feeling utterly awkward. Left with no choice.
He squints and commands in his capacity as captain, call me captain, this is an order.
Perona pouts, all right, lord. Gem rolls his eyes. Forget it. Call me whatever you like. I shan't argue with a woman. At that moment, a series of cannon blasts echoed from ahead. The Sea King,
which had been lurking behind Gem, suddenly darted back into the depths of the ocean, seemingly startled or perhaps injured.
After the Sea King vanished, a large pirate ship,
previously concealed by the Sea King, came into view. The pirate captain resembled a colossal elephant. It was Jack, the drought of the beast pirates.
Perona exclaimed in surprise once more.
Gem has grown accustomed to her dramatic reactions.
What a pretentious fool, what's all the fuss about? Jack, a fool lacking self-awareness. Boasts considerable strength but is reckless and daring.
Regardless of whether his opponents are human or ghostly, he boldly commands his men to engage.
Simultaneously, the crew on the opposing ship has also spotted Jem's small vessel. It's Jem, the new emperor of the nuclear flat pirates. One of the pirate's subordinates exclaimed. Jack, adorned with horns and ivory, was displeased by his subordinate's exclamation. He echoed sentiments similar to Jem's. What nonsense about a new emperor, why make a fuss? He's merely an upstart. Bring the ship alongside. In Jack's mind, his captain, Kaido, is the strongest and destined to become the pirate king. The notion of Jem, a newcomer, daring to stand on equal footing with Kaido, incensed Jack. As soon as they laid eyes on each other, Jack could not contain his disdain, barking, "Are you the fool who dares to claim kingship on the seas without knowing the rules?" "I am. Do you have a problem with that?" Jem responded nonchalantly, casually cleaning his ears. Jack sneered, "You've got some nerve. You might not even make it back, your crew is likely already wiped out by Kaido. Encountering me is your misfortune, allow Drought Jack to deal with you on Kaido's behalf." Fire! Upon receiving the command, Jack's men swiftly adjusted the cannons, launching a barrage of cannonballs roaring toward Jem's small ship. Having already been incensed by Kaido's earlier actions, Jem was further provoked by Jack, who dared to strike first. This was a path to demise. Jem leapt into the air, his right hand striking out. Bang! 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 After obliterating all the cannonballs, Jem's momentum did not wane as he charged directly towards Jack. He had no intention of dawdling with Jack here, wasting precious time. Back home, companions awaited his return. With a steely gaze, an overwhelming aura surged from Jem, causing the pirate underlings aboard the ship to collapse one after another, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. It must be said, this technique proved remarkably effective for clearing out minions, eliciting his admiration each time. Jack, unfazed by the incapacitation of his crew, instead regarded Jem with a bloodthirsty grin. He drew two peculiar curved blades from his waist, the lower halves resembling straight swords and the upper halves taking on a scythe-like form. Towering over 8 meters, Jack swung the curved blades toward Jem. Just as their paths were about to intersect, Jem's feet erupted with power, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, Jem had already positioned himself at Jack's side. So swift! Jack's heart jolted, yet he could only watch in horror, unable to react in time to evade or defend himself. In the next moment, armed with haki, Jem's right leg lashed out, delivering a vicious kick to Jack's face. Crack! The steel mask shattered, metal shards embedding themselves into Jack's visage, distorting his once imposing features into a bloody mess. The colossal figure of Jack was sent crashing into the ship's hull, tearing through from bow to stern. In a single strike, the deck became a wreck, a gaping hole marring its surface. Witnessing this, Perona stood wide-eyed in shock. She never imagined that in the blink of an eye, all pirates aside from Jack would fall, and even the formidable Jack, whom she regarded as one of the strongest under Kaido, lay utterly defeated after that kick. At the ship's rear, the splintered planks flew away, revealing no sign of Jack, only for a colossal mammoth to materialize from thin air. This was Jack's ability, the ancient Zoan form of the mammoth. With a thunderous roar, the mammoth charged forth through the breach, its massive tusks swinging ferociously. However, to Jem, the lumbering beast's speed was hardly impressive. With a stoic demeanor, he evaded the tusk's assault, swiftly positioning himself beneath the mammoth's chin and delivering a powerful uppercut. Jack's immense form was launched skyward like a cannonball. This formidable blow nearly caused Jack to bite his own tongue, shattering countless teeth as torrents of blood gushed forth. But the onslaught was far from over. Jem, relentless as a shadow, pursued Jack once more. How is this possible? Ah! Jack, caught completely off guard, took another punishing blow. Thus, Jem's figure darted through the air, landing punch after punch on Jack, venting his pent-up fury. With each anguished cry, the mammoth's massive body seemed to transform into a mere plaything, flung about the sky like a ball. As Jack, now akin to a bouncing sphere, was battered mercilessly, a profound regret welled up within him. He knew all too well that Jem was a new emperor. Why had he underestimated him and provoked him so recklessly? Jack, the drought-stricken one, cannot possibly meet his end here so hastily, can he? What formidable strength! far surpassing that of Lord Moria. As Jem showcased his extraordinary volleyball prowess, Perona's small mouth formed an astonished O, her wide eyes shimmering with countless stars of admiration. Although she was aware of Jem's formidable capabilities, the extent of his power exceeded her wildest imaginings. Such a powerful figure as Jack, before the might of Jem, found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. A sudden wave of sympathy washed over her for the great, foolish elephant that was Jack. How pitiable! Time slipped by unnoticed. Perona arrived at the vessel that once belonged to Jack. She beheld Jack, now reverted to his human form and utterly disfigured, bleeding profusely from 7 orifices, unconscious and discarded on the deck. With curiosity, she inquired, "Lord Jem, shall we not slay him?" To which Jem replied, "Not yet. Should any of our comrades fall into Kaido's clutches, we may use him as a bargaining chip." Chapter 43, Too Late. The Kingdom of Dressrosa. The fierce clash between the nuclear peace pirates and Kaido reverberated throughout the nation, captivating the attention of the populace. Whether it was Barrett transformed into a colossal steel beast or Kaido morphing into a magnificent dragon, their immense figures and the thunderous sounds of battle could be perceived even from dozens of kilometers away. From a distance, the silhouettes of these two monsters were starkly visible. An unprecedented spectacle that shattered the citizens' worldview, inciting chaos within the kingdom. Countless people fled in terror, desperate to distance themselves from the impending danger posed by the titanic creatures. Above at the palace, King Riku stood with his 2 princesses, anxiously observing the distant tumult. Princess Rebecca, filled with concern, inquired, if the nuclear peace pirates were to lose, would Kaido annihilate the kingdom of Dressrosa? Her limited exposure to formidable foes left her uncertain about the strength of the nuclear peace pirates, a natural apprehension given the circumstances. However, Princess Violet, having hurried back from the intelligence department out of concern for her family, held less fear. Having spent years alongside Don Quixote da Flamingo, she had encountered numerous powerful individuals and understood the formidable might of the nuclear peace pirates, capable of effortlessly repelling da Flamingo. "Rebecca, there is no need to fret excessively. The strength of the nuclear peace pirates far exceeds your imagination. Even in the absence of Captain Jem, Barrett and his crew alone can contend with Kaido for a considerable time. As long as they can hold on until Captain Jem returns, this fierce battle will soon reach its conclusion. Better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Our punk hazard has yet to recover its vitality. We cannot afford further turmoil." Despite Violet's reassurances, Rebecca remained troubled. In conflicts of this magnitude, worry may be futile. If the sky were to fall, let the tall ones bear it. Let us pray for the kingdom. King Riku spoke calmly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the 2 titanic beasts engaged in combat. On the battlefield, the 2 giants were about to collide. "Kaido! Barrett!" The colossal beings roared as they charged towards one another. Barrett unleashed a massive steel fist, while Kaido's dragon tail swung with equal ferocity. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as both sides momentarily stalemated. However, Barrett's steel beast soon found itself fatigued, staggering backward before ultimately collapsing and crushing a mountain, triggering a seismic upheaval. Kaido's dragon, eyes gleaming with intensity, seized the opportunity to open its maw wide, gathering immense energy to form a sphere. Dragon's breath. A terrifying torrent of heat surged forth, exuding cataclysmic power that tore through the sky, warping the air in its wake. This attack embodied an extraordinarily frightening temperature and unmatched speed. A sudden alarm rang in Barrett's observation hockey, as he sensed the impending threat of death. He exerted every ounce of his strength to evade. Yet, the mind's awareness did not equate to the body's response. Ultimately, he could only manage a slight shift. In the next instant, the dragon's breath descended with world-ending might. On the left side of Barrett, the alloy shoulder composed of steel, along with his left arm, was instantaneously obliterated by a searing blast, leaving behind a gaping abyss in the ground. Fortunately, Barrett was positioned at the head of the steel behemoth and was spared from the fiery onslaught. Despite his narrow escape, cold sweat poured down his brow. Just moments ago, the heat ray had been aimed directly at the head of his metallic titan. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have faced a dire fate. Indeed, luck was on Barrett's side. Seeing his attack miss its mark, Kaido prepared to unleash another strike. At that moment, Four diminutive figures soared up from beneath the colossal dragon's body. These figures were none other than the wounded Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria. "Do not underestimate us, Kaido," they roared as they charged towards him, determined to buy Barrett a moment's respite. Kaido, infuriated by the audacity of these nuisances, bellowed, "Insignificant insects, be gone." With that, he opened his massive jaws, unleashing a barrage of slicing wind blades, followed by two colossal tornadoes that connected heaven and earth. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the razor-sharp gales, the four warriors struggled to evade the attacks. However, while they managed to dodge the wind blades, they could not escape the wrath of the monstrous tornadoes. In an instant, Shiryu and his companions were ensnared and hurled to the ground, sustaining severe injuries. Though they were renowned powers of the seas, they appeared utterly powerless before the monstrous Kaido. Their strikes against him felt like mere scratches, while Kaido's retaliatory blows inflicted grievous wounds upon them. With the pestering insects dispatched, Kaido turned his full attention back to Barrett. Seizing the moment while Shiryu and the others bought him precious time, Barrett began to restore the form of his steel giant. As the strongest force of the nuclear annihilation pirates, second only to Gem, Barrett charged forth without hesitation. To act despite knowing the futility of the endeavor is true courage, a trait Barrett had possessed since childhood. A massive wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, coiling around his enormous fist as Barrett, with unwavering resolve, surged forward. Each powerful stride sent tremors through the ground. "Kaido, come again." "Well done, Barrett. I, Kaido, acknowledge you." With those words, Kaido's own haki enveloped his dragon head as he barreled towards Barrett. This marked yet another direct clash between the two titans, each of which had always culminated in Barrett's defeat. This time would be no different. With a resounding crash, they collided fiercely, momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, it was Barrett who was sent hurtling backward, crashing through two mountains in rapid succession. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido opened his mouth wide once more, terrifying energy rapidly coalescing within. Witnessing this, Barrett's pupils constricted as he fixated on Kaido, panic surging through him. There was no time. He had yet to steady himself, still reeling from the impact. Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria had not yet recovered from Kaido's prior assault. This time, no one was left to delay the inevitable. There was no time. As Kaido's mouth radiated an increasingly intense heat energy, Barrett recognized that enduring this attack could lead to grave injury, yet he found himself devoid of choices. In that fleeting moment, he sensed his own frailty. Amidst his dazed thoughts, two figures emerged in his mind, one named Roger and the other Gem. The silhouettes of both began to gradually merge. They represented the aspirations Barrett yearned to pursue, yet tragically, he had failed to catch up with either. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes flickered with realization as he detected an anomaly above him, a barely perceptible figure that had materialized without his notice. Concurrently, a soft murmur resonated in the air. "Fusion, 2,000 metric tons, Overlord Nuclear Explosion Fist." Kaido attempted to evade, but his immense size rendered him unwieldy, preventing him from fully distancing his head from the looming figure. In the next instant, boom! With the explosive roar echoing, a terrifying shockwave erupted. As if it were the wrath of a deity, wielding cataclysmic force. Countless thick black and crimson bolts of lightning surged skyward, resembling divine retribution intended to chastise humanity. An unparalleled might descended upon the colossal dragon, Kaido. Agonizing pain coursed through him, and he lost control of his body, plummeting rapidly. Kaido's mouth, which had been agape, was forcibly shut, extinguishing the heat energy he had yet to unleash. The overwhelming force sent him crashing to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and the ground fractured. A dragon-shaped chasm was carved into the earth where he fell. Chapter 44, The Ultimate Showdown, Gem vs. Kaido. Time passed slowly. Yet the anticipated fiery breath of the dragon did not arrive, and Barrett found himself unscathed, instead greeted by a chorus of astonished shouts and deafening explosions. Instinctively recognizing these familiar sounds, Barrett realized that Captain Gem had returned. He abruptly lifted his gaze. The sky above was now empty. The formidable Kaido, who once soared among the clouds, had vanished. In his place stood a seemingly diminutive yet immensely imposing youth, a steadfast figure resembling an unyielding fortress against the horizon.
At that moment, whether it was Barrett, sprawled amidst the rocky crevices, or Shiryu, struggling to rise from the ruins, alongside Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria, they all instinctively directed their attention toward the towering silhouette. An unprecedented sense of security surged within them, the tension that had gripped their nerves now utterly dissipating. Kaido's overwhelming strength had left them feeling powerless, yet Gem had the capability to send him crashing underground with a single blow. Such formidable prowess instilled in them a profound sense of safety. Becoming aware of their gaze, Gem turned to face them. His eyes swept over Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Moria, culminating in a broad smile. "Everyone, leave the rest to me. Thank you for your hard work." The five shared a smile. Although Gem's stature was not particularly imposing in this world, it did not diminish his esteemed position within the ranks of the nuclear peace pirates. "Captain, that arrogant Kaido fellow deserves no mercy. Give him a good thrashing and let him know the might of our crew," Barrett exclaimed, reverting to his human form as he exited the battlefield with a hearty laugh. Shiryu and the others supported each other as they slowly made their way out of the fray, their banter light-hearted as they prepared to observe from a distance. Fortunately, the captain returned just in time. Had he been any later, we might have faced casualties. Kaido is indeed formidable, but do not underestimate us. That would only serve to bolster his arrogance. Enough of the chatter, you two. Rest up, your injuries are severe, Gem advised. What are you worried about? Isn't there a healer among the little folk? These wounds are trivial. Observing that the five were out of immediate danger and still full of life, Gem felt a weight lifted from his heart. At that moment, from the depths of the dragon's pit, a rustling sound emerged, followed by the emergence of a colossal dragon soaring into the air. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Kaido's raucous laughter reverberated in the atmosphere. Ha ha ha! Gem, you finally returned. That punch earlier was exhilarating. I wonder if you can entertain me today. In the presence of the 1,000-meter-long dragon Kaido, Gem's figure, barely 2 meters tall, appeared no larger than a mere mosquito. Had Kaido's vision been even slightly impaired, he might not have noticed Gem's existence at all. As he watched his companion depart, Gem turned to face Kaido, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a noticeably colder demeanor. Had he not observed that Kaido had refrained from rampaging through the city, Gem's expression would have conveyed far more than mere indifference. I will ensure you enjoy yourself to the point of returning on your back, Gem declared with audacity. A boastful little brat, Kaido retorted, opening his massive jaws to unleash a fierce gust of wind. The clash between the new and the old emperor erupted instantaneously. Countless blades of wind sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Gem deftly dodged several wind blades, then activated his flash step, appearing before Kaido. Coiling his conqueror's haki around his fist, he struck Kaido's dragon head, causing the latter to wince and blood to trickle from his mouth. You have some intrigue, kid. Kaido's lips curled into a smirk as he shed his earlier disdain, sensing a long-lost thrill. This man before him might prove to be a worthy adversary. Is that so? Then allow me to continue to amuse you, Gem responded, transforming into an afterimage and vanishing once more. Upon becoming serious, Kaido quickly pinpointed Gem's location and lunged with his dragon claw. The enormous disparity in size between their fist and claw met with a resounding clash. Lightning erupted, dispersing the dark clouds. Then, with a burst of force, both man and dragon were sent hurtling backward, only to charge at each other again. Kaido's laughter rang out. Gem, your haki is impressive, I acknowledge you now. I don't require your acknowledgement, Gem shot back, evading Kaido's claw once more before landing another punch on the dragon's head. Kaido's massive form rendered him less agile, allowing Gem to exploit his explosive speed and nimble frame to dart around the colossal dragon's body. Nearly every time, Gem managed to evade attacks while delivering a blow to Kaido. The latter roared in frustration, but to no avail. Once again dodging a sweeping claw, Gem seized the opportunity, his haki-enshrouded fist unleashing a tremendous explosive power upon Kaido. With a thunderous sound, the earth bore witness to another dragon-shaped crater. Whoosh! Gem's figure plunged downward, intent on delivering a merciless assault. In the next instant, Gem's pupils constricted. Thunder Bagua! A searing pain erupted in his chest, his internal organs shifting, and his ribs creaking ominously. Jem coughed out a copious amount of blood, propelled upward at an even greater speed.
Steadying himself and glancing down,
he realized the dragon's form had vanished, replaced by Kaido's towering hybrid form, a grotesque visage of muscle cloaked in hardened dragon scales, with a lengthy tail trailing behind.
Evidently,
Kaido recognized that his dragon form was too cumbersome against an opponent of Jem's caliber. Persisting in that state would only lead to further punishment. In his hybrid form, however, Kaido possessed the defensive prowess of a dragon combined with the agility of a human, rendering him a balanced combatant.
The warm-up is over, Jem. If this is all you can muster, then this battle shall conclude here.
Show me your true capabilities, Kaido declared, gripping his kanabo and leaping into the sky. The haughty words and direct actions of Kaido exude an overwhelming confidence, even in the wake of his recent defeat.
I have declared that you shall return lying down.
And so you shall, Jem proclaimed, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth with a defiant air. Had it been the Jem before his clash with the Navy? He might have hesitated to utter such boldness. At that time, his strength was merely on par with Kaido's. However, times have changed.
Following that fierce battle,
Jem has greatly benefited, significantly enhancing his prowess. Previously, his punches could only create fissures, unable to achieve fusion, with a maximum explosive yield of merely 10 megatons.
Now, however,
fusion 20 megatons, Berserker Nuclear Fist.
The Great Thunder 8 trigrams.
The collision of the Mason Gem's fist unleashed a cataclysmic force. The sky was filled with rampaging lightning. And the very fabric of space appeared to twist, as though it might tear apart. As their strength waned, the two combatants separated, only for the shadows of their fists and weapons to intertwine once more.
The intensity of the battle escalated, with Jem and Kaido unleashing their full might.
The pinnacle of their confrontation had officially commenced.
Chapter 45, The Divine is not so extraordinary in the skies above the kingdom of Dressrosa.
The figures of Jem and Kaido flickered in and out of view, leaving behind trails of their ethereal forms. Each encounter between them was a clash of peak power. A tempestuous force akin to a wild beast unleashed, erupting repeatedly in the heavens and tearing the tranquil sky into a terrifying depiction of an impending apocalypse. Lightning and thunder wove together into a furious web, with blinding flames resembling the fires of hell reflecting the faces of the terrified populace of Dressrosa. Every scene unfolding in the sky felt like a prelude to the world's end in their hearts. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, Barrett, Shiryu, Old Sand, Jinbe, and Moria gathered together in silence, their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Gazing at the distorted sky wrought by power, a sense of reverence and awe quietly surged within them.
Is this truly the pinnacle of power upon the seas? It is indeed hard to fathom. Such monumental strength, surely even the legendary gods pale in comparison.
Barrett murmured softly to himself. The two figures intermittently visible above seemed like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the despair that had settled in Barrett's heart since Roger's demise and guiding him toward a renewed purpose. In that moment, his gaze burned with intensity, yearning for that power which was both tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. In stark contrast to Barrett's fervent stare, the citizens of Dressrosa trembled beneath the overwhelming might of Jem and Kaido. The ignorant populace knelt in reverence, repeatedly bowing towards the heavens. This terrifying force had utterly shattered the conventional worldview of ordinary individuals. To them, Jem and Kaido, encircled by lightning, were akin to deities, a thunder god and a thunder dragon,
embodiments of divine existence.
The sole distinction lay in Jem, the thunder god, who had liberated slaves and alleviated taxes, serving as both the true ruler and guardian of Dressrosa. Kaido, on the other hand, was the malevolent god seeking to obliterate humanity. In pursuit of peace and the safety of their families, the citizens fervently prayed for the triumph of the thunder god, Jem.
Kaido, is that all you can muster? Jem's words resonated with unparalleled confidence. Enough of your chatter.
You are far from defeating me, Kaido bellowed, each word laced with indomitable pride. With a roar that pierced the air, they charged at one another once more. Jem's explosive punch, imbued with tremendous power, struck Kaido squarely in the face. Simultaneously, Kaido's spiked club fell like a meteor onto Jem's chest. Upon impact, both were sent reeling like kites with severed strings. Yet, while Jem halted his backward flight after barely 100 meters,
Kaido was propelled several hundred meters before regaining his footing. Throughout their fierce battle, both warriors bore countless wounds, their bodies riddled with injuries, nearly devoid of any unscathed surface. Blood and sweat mingled, each inch of their skin narrating the brutality of their conflict. Jem's figure remained steadfast, much like a green pine standing tall upon a precipice. In stark contrast, Kaido appeared considerably less resolute, his form resembling a small vessel adrift upon the tumultuous sea, already beginning to sway precariously. Heavy breaths echoed back and forth, as Jem and Kaido's gazes intertwined in the air, giving way to hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The boisterous sounds of mirth reverberated across the heavens. A profound sense of mutual respect filled their hearts. This battle was among the most exhilarating Jem had experienced in recent years. The other being his clash with Admiral Sengoku and his comrades. Kaido, too, felt an exhilarating rush, even though the situation was perilous for him. The thrill of combat rendered thoughts of mortality inconsequential, leaving only a fervent desire to fight. Kaido, borrowing your words from before, Jem declared, his eyes blazing with intensity. A rebellious smile gracing his lips. If your strength is merely of this caliber, then this battle shall conclude here. Truly underestimating me, aren't you, Jem? Kaido retorted, wiping the blood obscuring his vision with a brazen tone. If you can withstand my final strike, I, Kaido, shall proclaim you the strongest man upon the seas. Jem stood tall, his arms sweeping wide. Come forth. Kaido ceased his words, discarding his kanabo with a flourish, and with a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's, transformed once more into a colossal dragon. Flames engulfed his entire being, the fiery dragon poised majestically above the heavens. The fire dragon coiled its body, its head raised high, with an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki spiraling around its crown, while countless bolts of lightning danced around it. With a deafening roar, the fire dragon Kaido erupted into a brilliant blaze, charging toward Jem. Jem's gaze sharpened, recognizing this as Kaido's most formidable and final attack. Yet, undaunted, he exhaled softly and began to summon his demonic powers with ease. The conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping his being, while lightning bolts, as thick as a man's arm, pierced the heavens. Ultimately, Jem clasped his hands together, his body glowing with a fiery red hue, and surged forward to meet Kaido head-on. Ascending Dragon, Flame 8 trigrams. Fusion, 5,000 metric tons, Falling Star. The man and the dragon seemed to transcend into divine beings. This was the ultimate clash between the god of thunder and the thunder dragon. Countless eyes widened in anticipation, breath suspended, and blinks forgotten. Finally, the two forces collided in the air. The violent energy erupted instantaneously, its terrifying might akin to a comet striking the earth. This was a roar from the divine. A confrontation at the pinnacle of power. In that moment, Jem transformed into a radiant son of the sun, the colossal mushroom cloud above him resembling a crown of sovereignty, signifying the inviolability of a ruler. Observers such as Barrett, stationed at the battlefield's edge, were swept off their feet by the residual force, even from a distance. The vast forest was laid to waste, utterly flattened. Fortunately, their battle took place in the skies, otherwise, this world-shattering power would have been sufficient to obliterate Dressrosa in an instant, sending it to the depths of the sea. The kilometer-long fire dragon bore the small sun, striving to counter the might of a stellar force with flesh and blood. Kaido's gaze remained unwavering, attempting to defy fate itself. Yet how could Jem allow him to succeed? Drink! Jem bellowed, unleashing the final vestiges of the sun's power. An unparalleled force seemed to proclaim the sun's absolute authority and inviolability to the world. Boom! The sun erupted with a thunderous roar, its overwhelming might cascading upon the head of the flaming dragon. The brilliant golden scales of the dragon were instantly riddled with countless cracks. In the next moment, the massive head of the fire dragon exploded, a fragment of its skull disintegrating into a mist of blood that scattered through the air. The horrific injuries rendered Kaido unconscious, blood spilling across the sky. The colossal dragon's body plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. During its descent, the flames dissipated, and the once mighty dragon shrank in form, ultimately reverting to human shape just before making contact with the ground. Chapter 46, The Tenacity of Life. Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbe, and Moria rose abruptly, their gazes fixed upon the chaotic, shattered battlefield. They observed the fading light in the sky and the imposing silhouette that re-emerged before them, their hearts swelling with an indescribable sense of shock. In their eyes, fervor and astonishment intertwined. Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea.
Renowned as the beast and hailed as the strongest creature on the ocean, had been utterly defeated by Gem before their very eyes.
For decades,
the waters of the pirate world had been rife with formidable challengers, be they fresh faces or old rivals, not to mention Kaido's own self-destructive tendencies.
Yet,
he had always remained steadfast, bolstered by his immense strength, which earned him the title of the strongest being.
No one had ever managed to fell Kaido in single combat.
Such a glorious record had now been shattered by Gem, whose name would undoubtedly become a legend whispered across the seas.
Barrett clenched his fists tightly, feeling the blood coursing through his veins. The four exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented fervor.
Meanwhile, far off in the city, a lecherous old man, who had been a silent observer of the battle, stood frozen, his expression one of lingering astonishment.
This was none other than the Marine Admiral Kizaru,
who had stealthily infiltrated Dressrosa. As one of the Navy's elite, he had faced the emperors before and was well aware of Kaido's might.
Yet today, Gem's display of power was indelible in Kizaru's mind. The force that transcended human limits had elevated Gem from the realm of monsters to that of ancient behemoths.
In Kizaru's heart, there was both shock and a tinge of relief.
Relief that he was not pitted against Gem and that he had heeded Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders rather than the idle chatter of others.
As the battle concluded,
the citizens of Dressrosa reacted with fervor.
They had finally emerged from the clutches of fear. The constant threat of death had been unbearable for these common folk. With Gem's victory, an unprecedented sense of safety and hope swept through their hearts like a gentle spring breeze.
The people embraced one another, weeping with joy. Dressrosa was safe.
Gem gradually steadied his breathing as he descended from the air, his gaze falling upon the lifeless form of Kaido not far away. To his surprise, Kaido was still breathing, albeit faintly. Truly, he was a dragon, the strongest creature. Such vitality was remarkable. Despite his lingering life, Kaido's essence had waned to a mere flicker, and he was teetering on the brink of death. With a soft sigh, Gem's eyes flickered with complex emotions.
Kaido, despite his numerous faults, could still be deemed a straightforward and unpretentious man.
As one of the legends of the sea, he was now on the verge of his downfall. The tragic end of a hero always evokes a profound sense of melancholy. As Gem was contemplating, Jinbei approached him at a brisk pace from the battlefield, gently inquiring, "Gem,
are you all right?"
His voice was imbued with evident concern and fervor.
Gem slightly shook his head, responding, "I am fine." However,
he soon noticed that Jinbei was the only one who had come. Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, and Moria were conspicuously absent.
"Where is everyone? Why have you come alone?" Gem asked, puzzled.
Upon hearing the inquiry, Jinbei's expression turned grave, and he hastily replied, "Just moments ago, we received urgent intelligence from a member of the Little People, indicating that Marine Admiral Kizaru and members of the CP organization have been spotted.
Half an hour prior, a scout from the Little People, hidden in a corner, had transmitted critical information to the intelligence department. This is significant intelligence.
Admiral Kizaru and a mysterious individual claiming to be a member of the CP organization have appeared in Dressrosa, and their intentions remain unclear."
Is the information verified? The Navy is currently undergoing a crucial power transition. How could they easily dispatch an admiral to cause trouble in Dressrosa? There is no mistaking Admiral Kizaru. His lewd demeanor gives him away.
As for the identity of the CP member, I cannot guarantee it. I only gleaned that from their conversation.
Well done.
Continue to monitor closely, ensuring that the target remains within sight.
I will dispatch reinforcements immediately.
As the communication ended, the diminutive figure vanished in an instant, like a specter. Skillfully weaving through the edges and shadows of the buildings, silently edging closer to Kizaru and the CP members, continuing this intangible game of surveillance.
Not far away,
the small body concealed itself in an inconspicuous corner, nearly blending with the surroundings.
If one were not deliberately searching,
they would be completely oblivious to the presence of this Little People's intelligence scout.
"Why are you the only one here? Where are Akainu and Akiji?" inquired a young man,
suspected to be the leader of the CP organization. Unfazed by the young man's question, Kizaru casually placed his hands in his pockets, speaking in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, they are preoccupied with other matters and cannot come."
Kizaru's indifference incensed the young man,
who lowered his voice and squeezed each word through clenched teeth. This is a direct order from the Gorosei. Are you Marines defying commands?
At this, a smirk of disdain crept onto Kizaru's lips. Do not hastily brand us with accusations. If Akainu and Akiji are unaware, how can it be considered defiance? Moreover, have I not already represented the Navy by being here?
Hearing this almost evasive retort, the young man's anger reached a boiling point, yet he managed to restrain himself.
Speaking in a low tone.
Regardless, we must act immediately, while the battle between Gem and Kaido is still ongoing.
We must swiftly eliminate the injured core members of the nuclear peace pirates. However, Kizaru remained unmoved. Upon his arrival, Admiral Sengoku had given him explicit instructions to merely appear and not to intervene in Gem and Kaido's affairs. Thus, Kizaru instantly transformed into a theatrical figure, slapping his forehead as if suddenly remembering something. Alas, I nearly overlooked it. The commander of the warring states has assigned me a minor task. You proceed with your actions first. Once I have completed my duties, I shall promptly come to your aid. With that, he turned away, affording the young man no opportunity for rebuttal. Observing the retreating figure of Huang Yuan, the young man's face flushed with indignation, nearly on the brink of an outburst. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that he lacked the strength to confront Huang Yuan. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within his chest, his gaze transforming into one of calm sharpness. As Jean spoke of the unforeseen circumstances, his eyes traversed the vast expanse, honing in on the direction of the Dressrosa kingdom. In the distance, he discerned two areas shrouded in smoke. Judging by the intensity of the skirmishes, it seemed highly probable that Huang Yuan was merely toying with the situation. Given that Barrett was nearby to restrain him, there was little cause for concern on Huang Yuan's front. As for the other side, the CP organization had yet to fully develop, and Lucci remained a mere fledgling. He held faith that Shirlu and Crocodile could manage the situation without urgency for his attention. Lost in contemplation, a mournful voice abruptly interrupted Jin's thoughts. Lord Kaido. Chapter 47. The wildly growing ambition. A formidable figure adorned with horns and flanked by ivory charged onto the battlefield, rushing towards Kaido. It was Jack. Previously, due to time constraints, Gem had hastily returned to offer support. Upon arriving at the port of Dressrosa, he had departed immediately, neglecting to confine Jack, unaware of when he had regained consciousness. Recognizing the individual, Jinbei's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, ready to act. However, Gem placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. He is but a dying man. A severely injured Jack, stricken by calamity, lacked the strength to pose any threat before Gem. Perhaps it would be an act of kindness to allow them a moment of reunion before death. My Lord Kaido, you are the mightiest man upon the seas. Having ascended to the throne of the Pirate King, how could you possibly? Approaching Kaido, observing the grievous injury that had claimed half of his head, Jack collapsed to the ground, heartbroken, his cries echoing in despair. Yet, as his lamentations began to wane, he suddenly perceived a faint flicker of life within Kaido. This revelation filled Jack with a mixture of joy and astonishment, causing tears to flow freely. However, this glimmer of hope was but a whisper against the vast ocean. Few physicians could rescue him from the clutches of death. Jack himself recognized this truth. Yet, even the slightest hope is still hope. One must treat a dead horse as a living one. What if a miracle were to occur? With this thought, Jack abruptly turned to Gem. His eyes a tumult of emotions, fear, hatred, supplication, yearning, and more, all intertwining. Kaido was not merely his captain, he was the captain of the entire Beast's pirates. Kaido embodied the aspirations and emotions of many. His demise would spell the disintegration of the crew, obliterating the dreams that rested upon his shoulders. The chaos of emotions left Jack in disarray. After a prolonged moment, his gaze solidified with renewed determination. He rose resolutely and approached Gem, ultimately kneeling before him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. I deeply regret my previous transgressions. I am willing to exchange my life for your mercy, beseeching you to summon a physician to treat Lord Kaido. Furthermore, I will offer all the treasures of the Beast's pirates, imploring you once more to save Lord Kaido's life. Observing Jack, now prostrate before him, nearly at eye level, Gem felt a momentary disorientation. He attempted to lighten the mood with humor. What if I were to demand the entire Beast's pirates? Gem's voice trailed off, dwindling to a whisper, barely audible.
Yet his lips continued to murmur a single phrase, "Beasts pirates, beasts pirates, beasts pirates."
A flash of insight illuminated Jem's mind, as several names surfaced: beasts pirates, nuclear pirates, Whitebeard pirates.
His rapport with the Whitebeard pirates was solid, and Edward owed him a significant favor. If he could save Kaido and forge an alliance with the Beasts pirates, it would be the inception of a super alliance. If thereafter he were to ally with other formidable individuals, a powerful coalition capable of directly challenging the rule of the celestial dragons would take shape, a formidable alliance led by Jem. Contemplating this, Jem's eyes suddenly sparkled, radiant as the stars, and he instinctively lowered his gaze to observe his hands, feeling the surging power within him.
Unbeknownst to him,
his strength had already surpassed that of the four emperors. The influence of the nuclear peace pirates had grown increasingly potent, compounded by the potential formation of a coalition that could significantly undermine the celestial dragon's dominion. Despite possessing such formidable power, Jem had been preoccupied solely with self-preservation, pondering how to navigate the looming crisis, the authenticity of which was uncertain, that threatened to engulf the world.
In that moment,
Jem realized that his previous thoughts were rather petty. At that instant, a seed named ambition broke ground within him, growing wildly like bamboo after rain. If one lacked strength, that would be one thing. However, Jem undeniably possessed extraordinary power. To do nothing would be to squander this opportunity for transcendence,
to leave a mark in history.
These four weighty characters burned into Jem's mind like a brand.
He resolved to etch his name into the annals of time.
He yearned to become the protagonist of a legendary tale, to overthrow the world government, and bring an end to the reign of the celestial dragons.
He aspired to bridge the red line, unifying the seas. Jem's body trembled involuntarily, his blood coursing through his veins like boiling magma.
This was the essence of his lineage surging forth, his fervor igniting. Nearby, Jinbei observed Jem deep in thought, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. At times furrowing his brow in contemplation, at times raising his gaze as if in revelation, as though his inner self was undergoing a silent tempest.
Sensing this, Jinbei instinctively softened his breathing, keen to avoid any noise that might disrupt Jem's train of thought.
Meanwhile, Jack, acutely aware that both he and Kaido's fates hinged on Jem's thoughts, was now tense, his body rigid, nearly holding his breath. Only daring to catch glimpses from the corner of his eye, fearful that even the slightest movement might invoke unforeseen consequences.
After coming to a realization, Jem exhaled a heavy breath of stale air. To accomplish great deeds, powerful allies were indispensable.
Jinbei, I recall that there is a healer among the small folk.
Please summon them at once.
Upon hearing Jem's words, Jack instantly grasped their significance, his face lighting up with joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude.
Captain,
the healer you speak of is Princess Manchue, and she is currently with me, Jinbei responded. Only then did the previously oblivious Jem notice that although Jinbei's attire was tattered and appeared disheveled, he bore no injuries. This was undoubtedly the work of Princess Manchue. One must admit, the power of the healing fruit is truly remarkable. She can restore both people and objects to their original state in an instant. The distinction lies only in the extent of the consumption and whether it might incur a toll on one's lifespan. At that moment, the collar of Jinbei shifted slightly.
Jem Urando, I am here.
A diminutive figure, no taller than 20 centimeters and resembling a Barbie doll, timidly peeked out from Jinbei's collar, waving at Jem.
Following the sound,
Jem discerned a hint of fear on Princess Manchueli's delicate face, immediately realizing that his formidable aura and lingering battle intent had frightened her.
To alleviate the little one's trepidation,
Jem swiftly adjusted his demeanor, donning a gentle smile.
Greetings, Princess Manchueli. I have a favor to ask of you. Do you see that large fellow over there?
Please assist him. There is no need for you to expend your own vitality to fully heal him, merely preserving his life will suffice.
Chapter 48, Kizaru. I advise you to refrain from making any sudden moves.
With the almost miraculous healing abilities of Princess Manchueli, Jem's injuries have remarkably healed, as if the wounds had never existed. Kaido's fractured skull is also gradually mending, and the vitality within him is slowly reviving, indicating a positive shift in his overall condition. Yet, Kaido remains unresponsive. Perhaps, deep within his subconscious, he believes himself to be among the dead. Witnessing Kaido's gradual recovery, Jack's emotions are a tumultuous blend.
prompting him to bow deeply before Jem, his words imbued with sincerity and an undercurrent of concern for the unknown. I am grateful for your generosity. Once Lord Kaido awakens, I shall fulfill my prior commitments. I ask for just a little more time. Let us speak again once Kaido awakens, Jem replied quietly, neither rejecting nor accepting the request. He intended to use Kaido's awakening as leverage to enhance the likelihood of a successful alliance. It would not be an easy feat to persuade one of the four emperors to form an alliance led by Jem. However, considering Kaido's character, the chances of success are quite favorable. All that remains is to wait for his awakening. Jem glanced at Jinbe and gestured. Please guide them to Dr. Hogback for further treatment. I shall meet with Kizaru. With that, Jem turned and strode away with purpose, his destination set on Kizaru. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. The battle reignites, this time within the city. The citizens of Dressrosa find themselves once again fleeing, their emotions oscillating wildly, leaving them in disarray. Fortunately, both Barrett and Kizaru are mindful of their surroundings, exercising restraint in their combat. Kizaru, as a Navy admiral with a sense of justice, would not let the battle endanger innocent lives. As for Barrett, it goes without saying that Dressrosa is the territory of the nuclear peace pirates. Should these citizens perish, who would pay taxes to the nuclear peace pirates? What a troublesome situation. I have already stated that I am merely passing through and harbor no ill intentions, Kizaru remarked, drawing his sword, Amatsukami, to deflect an incoming punch, his tone laced with resignation. An admiral of the Navy, accompanied by an intelligence agency to the stronghold of pirates. Yet he insists he is merely a bystander. Such a claim is too far-fetched for anyone to believe. Barrett scoffed, sensing that Kizaru was mocking him, and paid him no further mind, raising his hand for another strike. Seeing Barrett's relentless pursuit, Kizaru felt a flicker of irritation, pondering why he was not believed. After some time, as the surrounding civilians retreated to safety, Kizaru decided to take the confrontation seriously. He evaded Barrett's punches with his speed, swinging his sword to force Barrett back, then extending his index finger, unleashing a burst of high-energy rays. Barrett, undeterred, enveloped his palm with Conqueror's haki and swatted the high-energy rays away. The stray rays pierced through several buildings, their momentum unabated as they continued soaring into the distant sky. Not wishing to prolong the conflict, Kizaru swiftly ascended into the air, crossing his arms and forming a delicate gesture with his fingers. A blinding radiance sparkled in his hand as he prepared to unleash an 8-span jade pendant upon Barrett. I advise you to remain still, a voice resonated from not far beside Kizaru. This damned, familiar voice, which tightened Kizaru's heart, caused his expression to stiffen slightly. He immediately dispersed the light in his hand and raised his hands in a gesture of compliance. Oh, Mr. Jim. I bear no ill intentions. It was not surprising that Kizaru felt apprehensive. After all, he was merely here to address a task assigned by the elders. Moreover, having witnessed Jim's prowess on 2 separate occasions, each display more formidable than the last, Kizaru's perception of Jim had shifted beyond that of a mere monster, placing him atop the throne of primordial beasts. Well then, Mr. Palyasolino, were you intending to showcase a firework display? Jim remarked with a seemingly amused expression. Kizaru slowly turned. Noting Jim's enigmatic demeanor, which sent a chill down his spine, this little monster surely harbored ulterior motives. He quickly forced a smile, saying, "Do not misunderstand. I am truly just passing by. I shall take my leave now. Until next time, Mr. Jim." In an instant, Kizaru transformed into light, vanishing into the distance. Such speed. In the realm of pirates, should Kizaru earnestly flee, it was uncertain if anyone could keep pace with him. Captain, it seems the situation with Crocodile has also concluded. Should we not go and take a look? Barrett approached with an inquiry. Very well, let us proceed. The two departed, leaving the aftermath for King Riku to manage, for he was indeed the sovereign of this land. Upon reaching another battlefield, they found that the fighting had long ceased, with numerous civilians cleaning up the area under the guidance of the security team. Boney was nearby, maintaining order with her guards. From Boney, they learned that members of the CP organization had been apprehended and were currently imprisoned within the kingdom's jail, overseen by Shiryu and others, awaiting Jim's judgment. After leaving the battlefield, they hastened towards the prison.
Upon arrival, Shiryu, Old Sand, and Moria rose to greet Jim.
"Captain, they are this way."
Jim's stride remained unbroken as he followed them into the depths of the prison. Under the trio's guidance, Jim finally beheld the members of the CP organization. 5 individuals lay carelessly tossed in the corners of their cells, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Their bruised faces and bloodied bodies indicated they had been thoroughly dealt with. Jim observed them for a while, struggling to discern who among the familiar faces was Lucci. Yet, it mattered little, a yet-to-mature genius was merely a larger ant.
Inconsequential in the grand scheme. Many talents had met untimely ends, he was not irreplaceable. Having confirmed the identities of the CP members, Jim lost interest.
As per usual, we shall first sever their shadows, then make them slaves. Oh, and do not forget to equip them with C-prism stone handcuffs, lest they attempt to escape.
Moria, with your capabilities, can you command their shadow zombies?
Of course, but wouldn't it be rather unwise? After all, they are affiliated with the world government, Moria replied hesitantly.
TCH.
Oldshiz flicked the ash from his cigar, expressing disdain. You're not afraid, are you?
Moria slowly shook his head.
It's just that I feel we have yet to sever ties completely with the world government. There is no need to draw their undue attention or provoke them unnecessarily.
In the past, Moria's words would have resonated with Jem.
However, Jem now harbored new ambitions and ideals, and sooner or later, he would declare war on the world government.
This confrontation was of little consequence.
Let us proceed according to our usual practices. Furthermore, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, a meeting of core personnel will convene to discuss certain plans and objectives regarding the future of the nuclear pirates.
Everyone is weary today, let us return and rest.
Upon hearing this, although everyone was somewhat puzzled about the matter at hand, no one inquired further. After all, the answers would be revealed tomorrow, so there was no rush. Chapter 49, Unifying Thoughts. In a succinct yet grand conference room, several staff members busily prepared red wine, fruits, cigars, and other necessities for the esteemed guests.
Jem arrived early.
Taking his place at the head of the long conference table, reclining against his chair with his fingers intertwined over his abdomen, and his feet crossed atop the table.
Lost in contemplative thought,
he pondered the future developments of the nuclear peace pirates and the discourse he would present in the forthcoming meeting.
Time slipped by. And once the staff completed the arrangements, they quietly departed on tiptoe.
Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor. With a soft click, the door to the conference room opened, and several individuals entered in succession.
The dust stirred by their movements danced in the sunlight, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquil room.
As everyone settled into their seats, Jem lowered his feet, stood up, and placed his hands on the table,
his gaze sweeping across each attendee.
Barrett, Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, Moria.
Together with Jem, these 6 constituted the core members of the nuclear peace pirates.
Today, we convene this meeting because I have conceived new thoughts regarding our future plans and ultimate objectives, Jem declared, intentionally pausing to ensure he had everyone's rapt attention before continuing, his voice steady and resolute, imbued with an unshakable conviction.
Previously,
we were thrown into turmoil by news of an impending world submerging into the sea. However, the veracity of this news remains uncertain. Therefore, I have sought 2 ambitious goals for ourselves and for the nuclear peace pirates. I harbor a dream to lead the nuclear peace pirates in overthrowing the world government, to terminate the reign of the Celestials, and to etch our names into the annals of history.
I possess another dream, to shatter the red line,
uniting the seas and causing the entire world to sing our praises. What are your thoughts? Speak freely, he urged. As his words fell, silence enveloped the conference room,
the air thickening with tension.
All eyes were fixed on Jem, their expressions a vivid tableau of astonishment, akin to a captivating Sichuan face-changing performance.
Ultimately,
the gazes of the 5 converged in the air, profoundly moved by Jem's grand aspirations, captivated by his formidable spirit.
Such a wildly ambitious goal ignited their blood yet left them somewhat at a loss. Jem chose not to disturb their reverie,
instead resuming his seat and patiently awaiting their reflections on his remarks. The room was so quiet that even the fall of a pin would be distinctly audible,
each heartbeat resonating in the stillness.
Crocodile, known as Old Sand, was the first to shatter the silence. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, the ice clinking against the walls of the vessel. his fiery gaze reflected in the crimson liquid, appearing exceptionally bright. To overthrow the world government and shatter the Red Line, such audacious ambitions. Yet, I find them appealing. Shiryu remained calm, eerily so, his eyes narrowing slightly. A hint of a mischievous and mad smile playing on his lips. It sounds like a mad plan, yet if it were Captain James' initiative, I believe the future would undoubtedly be intriguing. Jinbei set down his teacup, his tone calm yet imbued with strength and unwavering conviction. James, I wholeheartedly support all your decisions. I have faith that they are well considered, and if it means overthrowing those hypocritical rulers, I am willing to stake my life for it. Moria, on the other hand, appeared somewhat hesitant, rubbing his chin, his gaze reflecting both eagerness and concern. This sounds exhilarating. I have no objections, but are we truly prepared? The power behind the world government is far more complex than merely the navy. The world government is undeniably formidable, a fact that is evident. If it were simple. Decades ago, Rox would have replaced Emu as the new ruler. For centuries, individuals like Rox have been numerous. Yet every challenger has proven as inconsequential as a mayfly shaking a tree, utterly unable to unsettle the world government. Even now, many aspire to topple it. But most are merely bold in words, not deeds, like Doflamingo. The only one who dares to speak and act is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. After Moria concluded. Only one person had yet to voice his thoughts, and all eyes turned to Barrett. Barrett rubbed his rough hands, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Do not look at me. Though I, Barrett, am a madman who reveres strength, the captain's goal provides ample motivation for my advance. What Rox could not accomplish, we, the nuclear flat pirates, shall achieve. All 5 core members expressed their support, thus solidifying a unified ideological front within the nuclear flat pirates. In that moment, despite the uncertainty of the road ahead, they all ignited the same flame within their hearts, the flame to overturn the world. Yet, this unity of thought was merely the beginning, there remained much to be accomplished. For instance, they needed to consolidate more strength to form a formidable alliance, akin to the Beast's pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Revolutionary Army, among others. Additionally, they required the deployment of more intelligence operatives to gather further information, such as the Elder Stars, the Knights of God, and Emu, to ascertain their true level of power and whether any hidden forces remained. However, before addressing these matters, 2 tasks awaited them. First, they must locate the Don Quixote family and eliminate them, fulfilling James' prior promise to Moria. Second, the Blackbeard pirates, with whom they harbored a long-standing enmity, represented an unstable element that also needed to be dealt with promptly. Meanwhile, as James and his crew convened, the 5 elders were holding their own meeting in Mary Qiu's. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. Saint Nasujaru, Saint Pit, Saint Vacheli, Saint Maz, and Saint Satan, 5 venerable figures at the pinnacle of power, either sat or stood. Yesterday was the optimal moment for us to snuff out the nuclear flat pirates in their infancy. What on earth does the Navy intend to do? Saint Nasujaru's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a dull sound, his voice tinged with unmistakable ire. As he finished speaking, Saint Peter took the floor, his tone laced with resignation and discontent. According to Lucci's final report, the Navy had dispatched only Kizaru, and Sengoku's nonchalant attitude was a blatant act of defiance. We must expedite Akainu's promotion, we can no longer allow Sengoku to continue this way. Saint Vacheli shook his head, concern etched on his face. Lucci was somewhat understandable, a fleeting genius, nothing of great significance, but that gem, having already defeated Sengoku and then Kaido, had now become a formidable force. And it would be quite challenging to deal with him in the future. It is all Sengoku's fault, the old man, emboldened by his impending retirement, dared to openly flout authority. Saint Maz's words brimmed with indignation. Observing the others venting their frustrations, Saint Satan could not help but furrow his brow. At this juncture, what purpose does complaining serve? It is said that Kuzan has already submitted his resignation, the Navy's strength has significantly diminished. As for the nuclear peace pirate crew, unless they engage in egregious actions, we should refrain from provoking them for the time being. With that, he shifted the conversation, continuing, now, let us discuss the matter of the 7 warlords. Regarding the 2 vacant positions, does anyone have recommendations to swiftly bolster our combat capabilities? St. Peter pondered for a moment. There are reports that Whitebeard too possesses exceptional strength and has yet to form a pirate crew, making him a suitable candidate. Saint Nasishir nodded in agreement and added, "As for the final position, I suggest we wait and observe." According to lower-level intelligence, the Allied nations are quite dissatisfied with the Seven Warlords system and may propose a repeal at the World Conference in 6 months. It would be prudent to await the outcome of the conference before making any decisions. Chapter 50, A Sinister Smile. Beneath the blazing sun, reminiscent of a predatory woman. The atmosphere was suffocating. A small, weather-worn boat drifted aimlessly across the vast ocean. Aboard this diminutive vessel were 2 emaciated figures, devoid of vigor. One with fiery red hair. The other with golden locks. "I am so famished. If we cannot find land today, we shall perish," the golden-haired one lamented, lifting his weary gaze in a futile search for the silhouette of land. The red-haired companion, reclining against the side of the boat, cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate. From the day we set sail, you ought to have been prepared for the possibility of death. Though you may say so, it is always preferable to avoid death if possible." The golden-haired one replied with resignation. The two had, spurred by the news of Jem ascending to the throne, resolutely abandoned their familiar lives of petty crime and ventured forth as pirates, vowing to become renowned figures of the sea. However, to their dismay, in the past month and a half, they had scarcely recruited any crew members before being relentlessly pursued by the Navy. Now, with crew members either dead or fled, their funds exhausted, and lost in the vast ocean, they had gone days without sustenance. It was truly a dismal state of affairs. Suddenly, "Bird! Bird! It's a bird!" cried the golden-haired one, as he spotted a bird soaring in the distant sky. Instantly invigorated, he shouted in excitement. The red-haired one, initially skeptical, felt a surge of hope upon confirming the bird's presence. The sight of a bird signified the proximity of land, heralding the possibility of survival. As the bird drew nearer, it became evident that it was a news bird. The famished duo, indifferent to its type, exchanged glances and recognized the glimmer of greed in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they shared a sinister smile. The golden-haired one cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and called out to the newsbird, "Look over here. We wish to purchase a newspaper." Upon hearing their cries, the newsbird fluttered towards them, landing at the bow of the boat. Just then, the red-haired one lunged forward, capturing the newsbird in a state of panic. An hour later, on a small island, the two satiated their hunger. The golden-haired one leaned against a grand tree, nonchalantly propping his legs, while the red-haired one rummaged through the newsbird's satchel, producing a newspaper. As he unfolded it, several prominent headlines filled his vision. "Ah!" he exclaimed, drawing the golden-haired one's curiosity. "New Emperor Jem engages in bloody battle with former Emperor Kaido. The mightiest creature Kaido, fate unknown. The fall of the old emperor, the new emperor ascends to the throne of might." Familiar names adorned the pages, showcasing resplendent achievements. The two exchanged glances, each pondering their recent tribulations, fraught with misfortune and desperate predicaments. "Since I find myself in such dire straits, I long to select a noble tree to nestle within, to choose a worthy leader to serve. Should I aspire to bask in the glory of the dragoness achievements, do you concur?" The red-haired one mused, stroking his chin, his thoughts drifting. Yet, as he spoke, the golden-haired one was left bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning of his friend's musings. Faced with the perplexity of his companion, the golden-haired one could only weakly inquire, "Could you elucidate? Let us venture forth to cast our votes for the peaceful pirate crew." As the subject of global discourse, Jem's name reverberates far and wide. In a distant locale upon the sea, the esteemed officer of Don Quixote, Torpol, approached Don Quixote da Flamingo, dragging along 2 elongated strands of mucus. "Master, here is today's newspaper." Da Flamingo received the paper, expressing distaste. "Keep your distance, Torpol." He then unfolded the newspaper. Upon perusing its contents, he paused, softly murmuring, "Jam, Kaido." He could scarcely fathom that the formidable Kaido, who had reigned supreme over the seas for decades, could possibly be vanquished by Jam. Gripping the newspaper, his hand tightened slowly, fingers turning pale. The dark sunglasses obscured his gaze, yet the pulsing veins at his temples and the beads of cold sweat revealed the turmoil within him. The names of these two titans always sent a shiver down Doflamingo's spine, particularly that of Jam, with whom he still harbored unresolved grievances.
Not only Doflamingo was incredulous.
Far away on Cake Island, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, also found it hard to believe.
Nonsense.
That rascal Morgans is peddling falsehoods. Claiming that Kaido was defeated by that upstart Jam, it's utterly ludicrous. Big Mom exclaimed, casting the newspaper to the ground with disdain. Below her, her siblings, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Snack, stood in silent opposition.
Mother, we have received information from alternative sources.
Although the newspaper may exaggerate, the event is indeed true, Katakuri spoke softly.
Impossible. Absolutely unfathomable. How could a mere novice triumph over Kaido?
As she spoke, Big Mom's eyes began to redden.
You took my cake. I demand my cake back. The fury in her gaze intensified as she glared fiercely at her siblings.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Katakuri swiftly commanded his younger siblings, disperse the crowd immediately. I will lead Mother to the dessert warehouse.
Quickly. Amidst the world's tumult, our Jam enjoys a tranquil existence.
It is once again time to drive. After concluding a thrilling meeting and partaking in lunch, Jam languidly reclined on the sofa, pulling the passing maid, Illyra, into his embrace, readying himself to take the wheel.
Suddenly,
the insistent ringing of the telephone bug interrupted, igniting his irritation.
He rose to answer, eager to ascertain which fool dared disrupt his peace. Who is it?
Upon hearing Jam's somewhat irate tone, the caller felt a twinge of apprehension and cautiously replied, Captain, this is Dr. Hogback.
Kaido has awakened and wishes to see you.
The mere mention of Kaido stirred something within Jam.
The alliance plan could commence. I am on my way, he declared.
Bidding farewell to the charming Illyra before making his way to the peaceful pirate crew's private clinic. Upon entering, he found Kaido seated on the hospital bed, indulging in a hearty feast, appearing to have made a commendable recovery. Upon the arrival of Jam, Kaido set aside the roasted meat in his hand, took a swig from a barrel of wine, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and wiped the grease from his lips with his garment. His first words were,
Are you Joy Boy? Jam was taken aback. I am aware of the legends surrounding Joy Boy, but I can unequivocally assure you that I am not Joy Boy. I am simply Jam.
Kaido lowered his head in contemplation, his eyes clouded with uncertainty and a hint of darkness. He had always believed that the one who would ultimately defeat him must be Joy Boy, and so he had been waiting for that individual to appear.
Yet now,
the one who had vanquished him stood before him, and it was not the Joy Boy he had envisioned, shattering his understanding cultivated over decades.
Chapter 51, The Alliance of the Three Sovereigns. If Joy Boy could become a legend 800 years ago, then why, I, Jam, cannot become a legend today? 800 years hence? Legends are forged by individuals.
I, Jam, am the living embodiment of legend. Barrett suddenly lifted his head, his copper bell-like eyes sparkling with brilliance. Though Jem's words were audacious, they resembled the first light of dawn, dispelling the gloom within Kaido's heart.
Indeed, if Joy Boy could ascend to legend, why could I not? Ha ha ha.
Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your enlightenment, as well as for sparing my life.
I am aware that you must have ulterior motives.
So speak freely, I shall grant you whatever I can.
With the shadows lifted, Kaido's spirits were restored, and his words regained their buoyancy. Kaido's sentiments resonated with Jem's,
his gaze flickering with eager intensity. An alliance, the nuclear peace pirates and the beasts pirates, with me as the sovereign leader.
Kaido was somewhat taken aback.
He did not quite understand why Jem, alongside the nuclear peace pirates' power, would require an alliance. An alliance is no issue, and I shall accept your leadership, Kaido replied readily.
Before inquiring with curiosity, but why do you wish to ally with me?
Jem gazed out the window, his profound eyes igniting with fervor, his voice echoing as though it were a portent of the future. I intend to overthrow the world government and unify the seas. The strength of the nuclear peace pirates alone is insufficient. Hence, I require numerous allies, formidable ones. Days later, Jem donned a safety helmet, holding a blueprint, earnestly gesturing around him, entirely oblivious to the grim expressions of Old Sand and Barrett beside him. Surrounding them lay an assortment of construction materials: steel, timber, lighting fixtures, sand, and more, everything one could need. He planned to erect a perimeter wall for the nuclear peace pirate base, complete with a grand entrance. He aimed to enclose the residential area, the office sector, the leisure zone, and the training grounds, to lend an air of formality and grandeur to the place. After gesturing for some time, Jem folded the blueprint and clapped his hands in satisfaction.
All right, we can commence construction. Old Sand quickly sprang into action, exclaiming, "Go-go-go."
Yet, despite Jem's repeated urgings, Old Sand remained unmoved, glaring with his deadfish eyes, cigar in mouth, and earnestly advised, "Jem, you cannot simply act on whims.
I am a senior officer, a combatant, not a construction worker.
If you wish to build a wall, I can assist you in finding laborers." Just as Old Sand finished speaking, Jem retorted with righteous indignation.
"What do you mean by acting on whims?"
"I merely forgot before, it has now come to mind. Today marks the monumental day of the Three Sovereigns Alliance. A pivotal step in our plans.
A more formal locale and a more imposing entrance can significantly enhance outsiders' perceptions of the nuclear peace pirates. Surely, you do not wish for our base to be looked down upon due to its haphazardness?"
After much persuasion, Old Shaw reluctantly began his work in civil engineering. With a sweeping gesture, the sand on the ground began to rise in an orderly fashion, gradually forming a segment of a wall. Thus, one section after another of the wall emerged around the stronghold of the nuclear peace pirates. Half an hour later, upon completing the wall, Old Shaw returned, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Well, I suppose my work here is done," he remarked. Jem, stroking his chin, surveyed the 10-meter-high wall with a look of dissatisfaction. With Moria's height reaching nearly 7 meters,
such a vast stronghold should have a wall that exudes grandeur.
This wall is too low, it lacks presence. Old Shaw, please exert yourself once more and elevate it to 20 meters.
Upon hearing this, Old Shaw shot Jem a resentful glance.
He had no choice but to invest another half hour to raise the wall's height.
After this endeavor, Jem, satisfied,
patted Old Shaw on the shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. The wall was complete, but it required embellishment, as it was a well-known fact that mud brick houses lack aesthetic appeal. Jem's gaze then turned to Barrett, who sighed softly, his lips twitching slightly, resigned to his fate. Activating his combined fruit ability, Barrett summoned a considerable amount of steel and wood.
Following Jem's vision, he first enveloped the earthen wall with a robust layer of iron and adorned it with numerous spikes.
Finally, he fashioned the remaining materials into a grandiose entrance. Standing outside the imposing 30-meter-high, 100-meter-wide gate, Jem admired the 5 gilded characters inscribed upon it: Nuclear Peace Pirates.
"Captain,
the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates are on their way," Moria informed Jem in a hushed tone.
Redirecting his attention, Jem inquired, "How are the preparations for the banquet?"
For this alliance, Jem had meticulously arranged an extravagant feast, transforming the leisure area and training grounds surrounding the pool into a banquet venue. Jean Bay is still busy with the preparations, but it is nearly complete.
"We can commence once everyone arrives," Moria replied. Later that afternoon,
a tremendous clamor erupted at the stronghold of the Nuclear Peace Pirates. Members from the Nuclear Peace Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Beast Pirates, including their respective captains, officers, and key personnel, had gathered in the hundreds.
The banquet commenced, with skilled chefs tirelessly crafting exquisite and delectable dishes.
Handsome bartenders showcased their remarkable skills,
while dozens of bunny girl waitresses scurried through every corner of the banquet, diligently transporting drinks and food.
Cheers, laughter, and playful banter resonated throughout the venue.
Jem, Whitebeard,
and Kaido sat in a circle, surrounded by senior officials and captains from various factions.
"Ha ha ha."
Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed, his nearly squinting eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as he teased, "Kaido, to my surprise, you have reached this point as well.
Unable to even best a young upstart like Jem. Time truly spares no one."
Upon hearing this, Kaido's lips curled into a bitter smile, and he shot a glare at Whitebeard, retorting, "Newgate, you are even older than I, riddled with injuries.
If you were to face Jem, you would likely fare even worse than I."
Their exchange, seemingly filled with mutual mockery, inadvertently elevated Jem to new heights, as it bore the endorsement of 2 seasoned emperors of the sea. A smile crept upon Jem's face, feeling as if he were floating.
As if imbibing an elixir of celestial delight, his entire being invigorated and utterly euphoric.
No wonder everyone revels in flattery and praise. Intoxication, after all,
can come from mere words. This sensation is undeniably exhilarating. As the banquet continued, Jem, Whitebeard, and Kaido discreetly instructed their respective subordinates to care for the guests below before quietly departing. Jem led Whitebeard and Kaido to his office,
where they prepared to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. With so many factions involved, such a meeting was ill-suited for a large assembly, otherwise
it would devolve into chaos akin to a marketplace.
Thus, they refrained from discussing the alliance during the banquet, opting instead to convene privately to reach a consensus, after which they would return to explain their decisions to their subordinates. Now, the summit of the three emperors officially commences.
Chapter 52, Anxious. They are anxious at the banquet.
Princess Violet, adorned in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her alluring figure, hastily approached Moria and, in a hushed tone, relayed alarming intelligence. Numerous informants had reported the presence of several unidentified individuals surrounding the venue, all of whom appeared intent on infiltrating the gathering. Upon hearing her words,
Moria was not taken aback, rather, a subtle smirk of irony graced his lips. The gathering of the three emperors had evidently pricked the conscience of certain parties, who were now fervently eager to discern the intentions of Jane, Whitebeard, and Kaido. What calamity had transpired? Observing the two whispering, Barrett could not suppress a frown. He wished for no unforeseen incidents at such a critical juncture. Moria chuckled softly. The reports indicated an influx of unidentified individuals outside the premises, each one attempting to breach the festivities. The officers quickly grasped the situation. The convening of the three emperors had evidently stirred a sense of urgency among some. A knowing smile spread across their faces. Just as Barrett and the others suspected, certain factions had become excessively anxious upon learning of the emperor's meeting. Marineford.
The atmosphere within the conference room seemed to solidify, laden with an indescribable heaviness and oppression.
Regardless of your methods,
I demand a singular outcome. Ascertain their true intentions before the banquet concludes. The furious roar of the Gorosei reverberated through the room via the transponder snail,
lingering in the air. After terminating the call, Sakazuki's gaze swept over his colleagues, suppressing his mounting frustration, and helplessly queried, "Fellow colleagues, what strategy should we adopt?" With the selection of his successor now settled, the meeting that should have been presided over by Sengoku was, for the first time, handed over to Akainu to expedite his acclimatization to the role of fleet admiral. The transition of power had quietly commenced. However, what Akainu had not anticipated while seated in this esteemed position was the frequent predicament of being caught between the world government and the navy, leaving him in a state of disarray. In my estimation, Jame, Whitebeard, and Kaido, all proud sovereigns of the sea, accustomed to their solitary reign, are unlikely to form an alliance.
Carp, unusually serious, cautiously analyzed the situation.
Regardless of the odds, we must thwart any potential alliance.
No sooner had Akainu spoken than Sengoku followed suit, the bitterness evident in his tone, yet the harsh reality is that our strength has significantly waned.
We are utterly powerless against them now.
Sengoku's words struck harshly, resonating with painful truth, yet none dared to counter him. The expressions of all present were clouded with despair. The navy now found itself in a precarious position. Zephyr had indignantly departed after Whitebeard too was invited to become a warlord, and Admiral Akiji, having lost the struggle for the fleet admiral position, had tendered his resignation.
Sengoku was on the verge of stepping back into a semi-retirement status.
It could be said that the current naval forces had been unprecedentedly weakened.
Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty,
the voice of Vice Admiral Suru echoed softly through the room. I proposed the initiation of a global conscription.
In the office of Gem and Dressrosa, Kaido sat quietly to the side, indulging in his drink.
A few days prior, he had pledged to ally with Gem. The focal point of this gathering was the negotiations between Whitebeard and Gem, along with discussions of plans following a successful alliance.
We indeed owe you a significant favor. Thus I can represent the Whitebeard pirates in forming an alliance with the Nuclear Peace Pirates.
However, to have me acknowledge you as the leader, that alone is insufficient. Whitebeard's voice resonated deeply. With my strength, I am confident that in the coming months, the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, will also join the Nuclear Peace Pirates. Gem remarked with a confident smile. A shiver ran through Whitebeard as he comprehended Gem's implication.
With my hawk, a formidable force, added to the ranks. The nuclear peace pirates would boast the combined powers of Gem, Myhawk, and Barrett. In contrast, while Whitebeard's Marco and Kaido's Ember were undeniably strong,
they still fell short of the Imperial caliber. Without a doubt, considering Gem's own strength and the prowess of his crew, he was entirely qualified to assume the role of leader.
Whitebeard, not one to dither, after a brief contemplation, nodded decisively in agreement, his words imbued with fervor. I concur. Let us engage once more with the world government. Show me how far you can lead us. Seeing Whitebeard's assent, Kaido bellowed with pride. Well said. After all,
it's merely another bout with the world government. We once failed alongside rocks, now it rests upon you, Gem, to lead us to triumph. In this unforgiving world of piracy, the law of the jungle remains steadfast, the strong reign supreme. From this moment forth, the alliance of the three emperors was officially established.
With aspirations soaring, a spark ignited within Gem's eyes, akin to a flicker of flame.
Now that our alliance is formalized, I must reiterate our objectives as the leader.
First, to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the celestial dragons and the world government. Second, to unify the four seas. The first point elicited little reaction from either Whitebeard or Kaido.
After all, they had once clashed directly with the world government decades ago and bore no fear of them. It was the latter assertion that posed a challenge.
To unify the four seas? That would require shattering the red line, would it not? In their eyes, Gem's ambition appeared utterly absurd. Thus, Kaido unabashedly questioned. Unify the four seas? Do you truly understand the implications of your words?
Unfazed by their incredulous gazes, Gem chuckled lightly.
Do not misconstrue my intentions.
I do not propose to obliterate the entire red line.
We merely need to dismantle two specific locations. With that, Gem paused.
And under the contemplative gazes of the two formidable figures, he slowly articulated, Reverse Mountain and Mariewa above Fishman Island.
As his words resonated within the conference room, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of all three.
If we were to focus solely on these two locations,
the ambition of unifying the seas would no longer seem a mere fantasy.
Should this monumental endeavor come to fruition, they would undoubtedly be enshrined in history, leaving a legacy that endures through the ages.
Frankly, at the venerable ages of Whitebeard and Kaido, their aspirations have dwindled. Yet,
they now find themselves intrigued by the objective proposed by Gem to unite the seas. After a lengthy pause, the three managed to suppress their inner turmoil and regain composure.
However, one pressing issue remains. Setting aside Mariewa for the moment, the task of demolishing Reverse Mountain is an immense undertaking that necessitates a substantial quantity of explosives.
Upon finishing his statement, Whitebeard added, It is not merely a matter of explosives, we must also contend with the Navy and the world government, who will undoubtedly not stand idly by as we pursue our plans and will take action against us.
In the face of this dual dilemma presented by the two men, Gem's expression remained unchanged, exuding confidence.
You must have heard of explosive rocks. With explosive rocks, a copious supply of potent explosives, and my explosive fruit abilities,
breaching Reverse Mountain is far from an impossibility. As for the intervention of the Navy and the world government, the upcoming World Conference in a few months presents an excellent opportunity for action.
At that time, the majority of the world government and Navy's attention will be fixated on the conference.
If we can devise a means to create a diversion, capturing their remaining focus, then do you still believe that breaching Reverse Mountain is an unattainable feat? Chapter 53, Bring him out to feed the fish.
Before the gates of the stronghold, sunlight danced playfully upon the ground, casting a mosaic of shadows interspersed with brilliance.
Led by Gem, Whitebeard and Kaido flanked him as they approached the grand entrance. With a creak, the majestic doors slowly swung open, drawing the attention of countless hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, captivated and unwilling to miss a single detail. Although the path ahead appeared deserted, they seemed to become the focal point of the universe. Through Moria's reports, Gem and his companions were already aware of the spies and eager journalists from across the globe lying in wait outside. Their purpose for this public appearance was to boldly announce something significant, aiming to deliver a minor shockwave to the world government and the Navy. With a faint smile, Gem inhaled deeply, his voice resonating powerfully and resolutely, penetrating the crowd and reaching every corner. Today, I am here to announce a momentous development. Effective immediately, the nuclear pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Beast pirates have formally forged an alliance.
As these words reverberated through the air, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered the sky. The pupils of all those concealed contracted, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Spies from various factions were left astounded, some displaying panic, fully aware that this alliance would disrupt the existing power dynamics. In stark contrast, journalists from major news outlets were unable to contain their excitement. Recognizing this as one of the most explosive stories of their careers, one that would immortalize their names in the annals of journalism. Having made their grand proclamation, Jem and his companions turned back with hearty laughter. The gates of the stronghold closed once more with a resounding thud, the sudden noise jolting the onlookers from their stupor. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire, phone calls ringing incessantly from the fishing villages of the East Sea to the apex of the New World. From the frozen expanses of the North Blue to the far reaches of the Grand Line, the shocking announcement of the triumvirate alliance surged forth, igniting a global tempest of information. Yet, this was merely an overture. Jem had far grander schemes in mind. The ostentatious nature of their announcement served not only to seize the initiative but also reflected the pride of Jem and his associates, who scorned subterfuge. Moreover, while they had declared their alliance, they had not yet declared war on the world government. Their thoughts on that matter were unified, but they were in no rush. They awaited the convening of the World Conference, the moment when the heavens would tremble, and the foundations of the old order would be irrevocably shaken. Only then would Jem join forces with his allies to formally declare war on the lofty world government, ruled by the celestial dragons. Today merely marked the dawn of a new era. Much more drama awaited. The news of the triumvirate alliance momentarily tightened the nerves of both the Navy and the world government. Akainu, known for his fiery temperament, surprisingly remained silent, his face taut with displeasure. Beside him, Sengoku could only sigh repeatedly. The expression on Hiro Carp's face was as grave as a sky shrouded in dark clouds. Admiral Tsuru's brows were furrowed tightly, almost knotted in concern. Meanwhile, Kizaru sat quietly to the side, silent and seemingly lost in thought. The room remained quiet for an extended period. At last, Sengoku broke the silence, being the first to speak. Great power does not inherently equate to a greater threat. The crux lies in their intentions. The alliance of the three emperors revolves around Jim. But what exactly do they aspire to achieve? Do they truly wish to become a second Rocks Pirates? Sengoku's words were laden with inquiry and a subtle hint of unease. The others exchanged glances, each harboring the same question in their minds. Admiral Tsuru recalled the intelligence regarding Jim and slowly began to speak. That fellow, Jim, liberated the slaves of the Dressrosa kingdom, dismantled the slave trade that once belonged to Doflamingo, and significantly reduced taxes, causing the living standards of the people to rise dramatically. Such actions seem entirely contrary to the nature of a pirate. Can one truly aspire to be a benevolent king while being a pirate? Or is his ultimate goal the world government? As Tsuru concluded, Akainu slammed his hand on the table and stood up in anger. Regardless of their intentions, we must promptly initiate global conscription to bolster the Navy's strength. Without sufficient power, words alone are futile. Tsuru interjected, reminding him that they were still unprepared and had yet to receive permission from the Gorosei. Akainu paused, frustration evident in his demeanor, as discontent towards the Gorosei and the world government swelled within him. Let us act first and report later. After all, I am nearing retirement. I will bear all the responsibility. Sengoku's voice was low, his gaze resolute. Having made a decision, he shifted the topic. They have already publicly announced their alliance, and tomorrow's newspaper will declare it to the world. This will greatly impact the Navy's prestige. We must hasten our steps and announce the global conscription as soon as possible. Yet, our preparations have yet to commence. We have not secured funding, venues, or personnel. Tsuru reiterated the pragmatic difficulties. Sengoku waved his hand, issuing a final directive. Preparations can follow. The key is to first send out the word, demonstrating our Navy's determination to confront the pirates. Our news channels are not swift enough. Contact Morgans and have him insert our conscription announcement into tomorrow's headlines, alongside the news of the Three Emperors Alliance. Additionally, we need to reassess the bounties on the Three Emperors. While the Navy was in a frenzy, desperate and anxious, Jean was leisurely accompanying Kaido to visit the scientist Caesar in prison. In the dimly lit cell, the scientist Caesar, disheveled and huddled in a corner, wore a vacant expression. As footsteps echoed and the figures of Jean and Kaido appeared, Caesar's nearly desolate eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope.
He sprang to his feet,
tears and mucus mingling as he trembled, exclaiming, "Lord Jean!
Lord Kaido! I am still of use, I am willing to work for you. Please, I beg you. Let me out."
Jem cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding his presence, and leaned in to speak softly to Kaido.
"Originally, I intended to present this sealed factory and laboratory as a token of our meeting. However, in our pursuit of grand ambitions, we must firmly uphold certain ethical boundaries. Should such inhumane experiments persist, our legacy would not be one of honor, but rather of infamy." Upon hearing Jem's explanation, Kaido nodded in understanding.
Now that they had forged an alliance, united in their aspirations, Kaido's interest in artificial devil fruits had waned considerably. They were merely flawed creations, their absence was inconsequential. And he was indifferent to their fate. Regarding Caesar, Jem wrestled with his thoughts, unable to find peace within himself. Despite his deep disdain for that nation, he could not condone the barbaric experiments conducted by Caesar. Noticing Kaido's lack of concern, Jem's final reservations dissipated. To encounter discord so soon after their alliance would render the so-called triumvirate a laughingstock of the world. Thus, they resolved to obliterate everything related to the laboratory and factory. As for Caesar, there was no need for him to suffer the indignity of enslavement, it would be best to cast him into the sea. Jem and Kaido turned to depart, issuing a command to Shiryu, who served as the warden. Upon hearing the order, Caesar was gripped by terror. Clinging to the bars of his cell, screaming for mercy in a hysterical frenzy. Yet, all that greeted him was the chilling silence and Shiryu's ruthless demeanor. "Take him away and sink him to the depths of the sea to feed the fish." Chapter 54, The Obsessive-Compulsive Patient. Countless newsbirds soared across the world, carrying today's newspapers. Jem once again became the center of discussion. World conscription. The Triumvirate Alliance. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo, hand resting on his forehead, laughed uncontrollably. "A new era has begun, let chaos reign. The more tumultuous, the happier I shall be. An alliance? What splendid rules of engagement, this shall be a chaotic feast." Red-haired pirates. Shanks, gripping the newspaper, displayed a profound look of bewilderment. The balance of the seas has ultimately been disrupted. Did I place my bets incorrectly? Could it be that Jem is Joy Boy? No, Jem has not embarked on the journey to find Laugh-Tale, nor has he pursued the traces of the true history. So, who is he? Merely a coincidence? Fishman Island Palace. King Neptune's gaze was fervent, shimmering with hope. "Is it you, Joy Boy? The dream of Fishman Island returning to the surface, Otoheim, is the day you long for about to arrive?" Dark Island. The Dark King Rayleigh held the newspaper, a bemused smile gracing his face. The winds of this world shift with such rapidity, an intriguing era always gives rise to extraordinary individuals. Throughout the annals of history, surprises are never in short supply. Pondering this, he glanced at Luffy, who was wildly pursued by a gorilla, and fell into contemplation. Does he not resemble a ruler? Kid pirates. Kid gritted his teeth, fingers tightly clutching the report on the Triumvirate Alliance. Jem, a mere individual not much older than myself. Dares to be so ostentatious, even more audacious than I, Kid? I shall see if this new emperor lives up to the title, just wait. I will personally defeat you and step over your fallen form to ascend to the throne. His eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit, the fire of ambition ignited within him. In these disparate corners, the sentiments of various factions diverged, yet all were undoubtedly stirred by this series of shocking revelations. The chapter of the Great Pirate Era is quietly turning to a new page. It seems that everyone's fate is being rewritten in this very moment. A new era has arrived. Jem's plans are also in full swing. Following yesterday's discussions, as both the nuclear pirates and the beast pirates possess the capability to manufacture gunpowder, production and storage efforts shall commence in earnest starting today. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates will covertly gather explosives and blasting rocks from across the globe. They intend to disassemble all explosives into smaller units, stealthily transporting them like ants moving their cargo to hide near Reverse Mountain.
However, amassing explosives is a lengthy and continuous endeavor. And Jem has many other matters to attend to.
In the office, Jem's gaze fell upon the spread-out map, his expression deep in thought.
With a thud,
the door swung open.
Mr. 3, Shiryu, Moria, and Bonnie entered the office in succession.
Jinbi spoke softly, "Captain, everyone has arrived." Jem snapped back from his reverie, gestured for them to sit, and then surveyed the group, his tone resolute as he began to speak.
"Since we are resolute in our ambition to achieve greatness,
establishing a solid and secure stronghold is of paramount importance.
I intend to thoroughly cleanse the kingdom of Dressrosa from within. With this in mind," Jem turned his gaze towards Bonus and Moria, issuing direct orders.
"The spies and traitors have been overly brazen, and starting today, Bonus, you shall lead the guard to apprehend them one by one, while Moria, you will support him with the intelligence department."
Bonus and Moria responded in unison, "Understood." Shifting the topic, Jem's attention fell upon Mr. 3. "Mr. 3, is there still a shortage of personnel at the factory?"
"No, everything has been arranged properly, Mr. 3 replied succinctly. "Excellent," Jem nodded, then stated solemnly, "Now, I have two announcements to make. First, for the safety of our base, Mr. 3, you will collaborate with Moria to eliminate all those we previously captured as slaves who possess any strength, preventing them from becoming unstable elements in the future and wasting our precious manpower on surveillance." As he spoke, Jem glanced at Moria, adding, "And do not hesitate to part with your zombie warriors, it is all for the security of our lair." The reasoning is simple: the sanctity of the nuclear flat pirate stronghold is far more significant than that of some weak zombie warriors.
Moria had no objections. Subsequently,
Jem produced a map, tracing a circle upon it with his finger.
"Secondly,
I plan to designate the waters within 100 kilometers of the kingdom as our sphere of influence."
At this moment, Moria interjected, "If we extend 100 kilometers, we will overlap with the territory of the Big Mom pirates." Hearing this, Jem furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where?" Moria stepped forward, pointing to an island on the map,
and reminded him, "This is a famous desert island. It is said that the Big Mom pirates forcibly incorporated it into their domain due to its confections, returning multiple times a year to collect sweets." As Jem gazed at the location Moria indicated, his thoughts began to drift. Meticulously searching his mind for any information regarding Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, the only female among the four emperors, her formidable strength is beyond doubt. However, this was not the crux of Jem's contemplation. With the foundational strength of the nuclear flat pirates, they held no fear of the Big Mom pirates. What truly troubled Jem was his current quest for reliable and powerful allies. Was it truly worth risking offense to such a potential ally over a mere island? Before reaching a final decision, Jem must weigh the pros and cons. However, to his knowledge, Big Mom appeared to suffer from a condition known as pica,
which could erupt at any moment.
Once it manifested, she would lose her rationality, becoming unrecognizable to even her closest kin.
In light of this,
forming an alliance with her seemed anything but prudent. Furthermore, should they relinquish this island, the carefully orchestrated circular sphere of influence Jem had envisioned would bear a conspicuous gap,
resembling a waning moon, devoid of beauty.
This was indeed difficult for Jem, who possessed a touch of obsessive compulsiveness, to accept.
After a brief moment of silence, Jem's body quivered.
His gaze sharpened, exuding an undeniable aura of authority as he proclaimed, "Inform the anti-pirate crew that the island shall henceforth belong to us.
She shall grant us this concession, whether she likes it or not."
The officers present merely nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability, as if to say,
given the current might and standing of the nuclear flattening pirate crew, such dominance was only fitting.
Subsequently, Jem turned his attention to Shiryu,
a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. "Shiryu, are you not fond of battle?"
"I have a task for you: lead the squad to eradicate all pirate crews within our territorial waters. Remember, our principle is total expulsion. Those who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly." As Jem's words resonated, Shiryu grinned widely, revealing a sinister smile.
"Understood."
At this juncture, everyone felt Jem's unwavering resolve and the impending storm that was about to unfold.
Chapter 55, The Old Shah Excavator. Kaido's voice echoed through the transponder snail, resonating in Jim's office.
Jim, as you mentioned earlier, the Pluto lies beneath Wano. I've had my people conduct a thorough analysis of the terrain in Wano over the past few days.
The ancient ruins of Wano have been completely submerged by the sea,
encircled by towering cliffs that form an impenetrable barrier. If we are to locate Pluto, we must create several substantial breaches in this natural fortress and drain the seawater completely.
The anticipated workload is staggering.
Relying solely on manual labor to excavate the caverns and gradually detonate explosives would be dreadfully inefficient, likely taking several years.
However, it is apparent that we do not possess such an abundance of time, hence I wish to borrow an individual from you, someone who can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort.
Upon hearing that Kaido wished to borrow someone, Jim raised an eyebrow, immediately envisioning a figure with a cigar in mouth, exuding impatience yet reluctantly yielding.
Who? Crocodile.
The wielder of the Sansan fruit. With his assistance, our timeline would be significantly expedited, making it plausible to unearth Pluto before the World Conference.
It is indeed him.
Jim chuckled, realizing that old Shaw could not escape the toil of labor. He was destined for civil engineering.
Yet,
he pondered whether the proud old Shaw would throw a tantrum.
The mere thought of Crocodile's resentful blare sent shivers down Jim's spine.
Nevertheless, prioritizing the greater good,
Jim readily agreed.
Very well, I shall manage matters with old Shaw and ensure he departs for Wano promptly. Excavating Pluto was one of the topics discussed during the recent summit of the three emperors, Jim, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Beyond this, numerous subjects were broached, from inviting allies to join, seeking the ancient weapon Poseidon and Pluto, to the preparations for explosives and rocky detonations, and the logistics of transportation. Each topic was crucial to their future strategies. Jim had already informed Whitebeard and Kaido that Princess Shirahoshi was Poseidon and that Pluto lay beneath Wano. After their discussions concluded and they returned to their respective domains, each began to prepare for the preliminary work, fueled by their newfound clarity of action.
Concurrently, the search for ancient weaponry quietly commenced.
Legend has it that Pluto possesses the capability to obliterate an entire nation with a single shot, wielding terrifying power.
Should the legend hold true,
this super battleship would play a vital role in the impending operation against the upside-down mountain in a few months. Therefore, Jim was determined to locate it swiftly, repair it,
and restore its operational capacity.
As for Poseidon, there was no immediate urgency. Whitebeard and Fishman Island shared a bond, so he would first have Whitebeard persuade them. Once the preparatory arrangements were in place, Jim would accompany Whitebeard to Fishman Island to win them over. If necessary, Jim could even feign being Joyboy to sway them. With so many matters at hand, it was impossible to tackle them all at once. Each would have to be approached individually.
As soon as the call was disconnected,
Barrett and Shiryu hurriedly pushed the door open and entered.
Barrett stepped forward and spoke directly. Captain, we have contacted the Big Mom pirates.
They have explicitly refused to cede Sweet Scent Island to the nuclear flat pirates, and they warned us not to infringe upon their interests, stating that Big Mom Charlotte Linlin has a notoriously bad temper.
Sweet Scent Island, as mentioned previously,
is the island where the territories of the nuclear flat pirates and the Big Mom pirates overlap.
Did they not even consider negotiating? Propose a few conditions? Jem asked without lifting his head.
Barrett and Shiryu shook their heads. They had hung up the phone without any intention of negotiation. They didn't even give us a chance to discuss, truly deserving of their reputation as the only female emperor of the sea, quite formidable indeed.
Jem chuckled, surprised by the outcome. After all, they were a formidable pirate faction. How could they relinquish their territory based on a mere statement?
Although the Big Mom pirates had refused, Jem did not take it to heart, nor did he wish to engage in further discussions with them. Let them see the reality of the situation. If she has a bad temper, so does Jem. He decided to first eliminate the pirates operating around Dressrosa, particularly those who lingered in these waters. Once we have cleared the surrounding seas, we will address the matter of Sweet Scent Island. Barrett, take a team with you to expedite the process. We urgently need a secure maritime environment.
Understood, Captain. I will set off immediately. With clear instructions, Barrett and Shiryu turned and strode out.
No sooner had they left than Jem dialed a number, summoning Mr. 3, Jinbei, and Old Sand.
Before long, the three entered the office one after another. What's the matter? Why the urgency?
I was in the midst of training those little rascals, Old San said, puffing on his cigar. Casually taking a seat with his arms spread across the back of the sofa, crossing his legs. Jem cleared his throat and adopted a feigned concerned expression. Those little rascals and the team will be quite busy soon, so they need to participate in training for the time being. Everyone has been occupied with various tasks, and you've been keeping an eye on their training. It must have been tough for you. For that, I have prepared a rather light new assignment for you. As an old friend, Old San quickly discerned Jem's insincerity and spat disdainfully. Quit the pretense. Just tell me what the job is. Despite being seen through, the thick-skinned Jem remained composed. It's regarding the excavation project of the Pluto. The king of the underworld, which I mentioned to you before. Kaido mentioned that the scale of this undertaking is quite vast and urgently requires manpower. So he wishes to temporarily borrow you to assist. This is a significant matter, and it would be best for you to set off as soon as possible. The king of the underworld. Old San's expression grew complex. For years, he had been tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of the legendary Pluto. Yet he had achieved nothing. Now, just as he began to let go of his obsession, Jem suddenly revealed that Pluto was buried beneath the land of Wano. The sudden news stirred a tempest of emotions within Old Sha, a tumultuous blend of feelings. After all, it had once been an obsession he could not relinquish. Although he no longer clung to it with fervor, his curiosity regarding the true visage of Pluto remained undiminished. After a moment's hesitation, Old Sha ultimately acquiesced with alacrity. Very well, I shall set forth at once. It was only at this juncture that he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He was about to transform into a relentless excavator, toiling under the blazing sun, day and night, chipping away at the cliffs of Wano. Once he had successfully persuaded Old Sha, Jem discarded his facade of pretense, directing his gaze toward Jinbei and Mr. 3. They were to embark on a task that required their collective efforts, a task intrinsically linked to the success of the forthcoming plan for the Upside-Down Mountain. Chapter 56, The Middleman's Prophet. Jem languidly reclined in his chair, his gaze sweeping over Jinbei and Mr. 3, before he spoke in a leisurely manner. Jinbei, Mr. 3. What are your thoughts on our shipping capabilities and merchant fleet? A shipping fleet? Do we not already possess one? It is responsible for transporting and selling weapons. Jinbei furrowed his brow, a look of confusion etched on his face. Jem gently shook his head. Indeed, we do have one, but it is far from sufficient. Let us not forget our objective. The explosives required for the Upside-Down Mountain plan are vast in quantity. And we must transport them piece by piece to the vicinity of the mountain, akin to ants moving their home, to avoid attracting attention. Achieving this necessitates a multitude of vessels and substantial financial backing. Upon hearing Jem's words, Jinbei began to comprehend. At that moment, Mr. 3 also wore a perplexed expression. More merchant fleets? How are we to profit from them? Our current production capacity is nearly at its limit. A relaxed smile crept across Jem's lips. In a world dominated by the sea, where the islands are nearly isolated from one another, generating profit is rather straightforward. Each island, as long as it is not deserted, possesses its own inherent value. Thus, making money at sea is quite simple. There is no need for robbery or thievery. For those with power, crude methods of plunder hold little allure, as they yield profits too slowly. If you possess the strength to ensure the safe passage of merchant vessels, your profits will flow abundantly. In essence, it is more advantageous to trade than to seize. We can act as intermediaries, engaging in a business of buying and selling, exploiting the price disparities between the islands. We can acquire rare or unique goods at a low price on one island and then sell them at a premium to other islands with high demand. This is precisely why I instructed Shiria to clear the surrounding waters. We require an absolutely secure trade route. Jinbei and Mr. 3 were both deeply impressed by Jem's long-term vision, each component intricately linked to the next, creating a dazzling spectacle of strategy. I see. The seas are fraught with perilous pirates, and the unsafe environment has led to a scarcity of merchant vessels. This indeed presents a prime opportunity to amass capital swiftly. Moreover, the merchant fleets can provide us with cover, concealing our objective of gathering numerous ships. At this juncture, Jem lifted his cup, taking a sip to soothe his parched throat before continuing. Jinbei, as a fishman, the sea is your domain. I entrust you with the safety of the fleet.
Jinbei patted his chest confidently and replied, "Leave it to me, Jem." Jem held great trust in Jinbei's capabilities at sea. As long as he did not encounter that tiny faction at the top, he could navigate freely. After assigning tasks to Jinbei, Jem turned his attention back to Mr. 3. "As for you, Mr. 3, you will oversee the commercial matters, including shipbuilding, procurement of vessels, and the buying and selling operations. Ultimately, the vessels acquired need not be extravagant, but rather ample in number, and the reserve ships must be dispersed to avoid drawing the attention of the Navy and the world government." For several consecutive days, Jem had nearly transformed his office into a second home, immersing himself in a whirlwind of coordination and arrangement. Fortunately, he was no longer a lone wolf. He had capable assistants by his side, allowing him to delegate tasks with mere words, effortlessly orchestrating the affairs at hand. After a flurry of meticulous preparations, all preliminary matters had finally been arranged with precision. Jem lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents cluttering his desk and sighed heavily. He had not anticipated that in this world, where might is paramount, he would still find himself laboring tirelessly. Truth be told, Jem often reminisced about the days when he roamed the seas alone, unrestrained and carefree. It was ambition that stirred the pot. Had he been devoid of such yearning, he could have continued his carefree existence like Hawkeye, drifting across the waves. He could have flitted through the celestial realms of various nations, embodying a diligent little bee amidst the blossoms. Shaking off these distractions, he set about tidying his disordered desk. Once the surface was restored to its former neatness, he stood up and stretched languidly. He resolved to grant himself a brief respite, to step outside and refresh his spirit while attending to a few matters. Just as Jem crossed the threshold of his office, Moria burst in with fervor, nearly colliding with him. "Jem, wait. I have news regarding the Blackbeard pirates and the Don Quixote family," he exclaimed, breathlessly trailing behind. Jem continued his stride, accustomed to such unexpected developments. Moria, panting as he kept pace, relayed the information. Approximately 2 weeks prior, for reasons unknown, the Blackbeard pirates had engaged in a fierce battle with the notorious world destroyer Bondi Wald. The outcome saw the Blackbeard pirates appearing in various locations over the subsequent days, while Bondi Wald vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Jem instinctively slowed his pace. A suspicion formed in his mind, in the absence of Whitebeard's tremor fruit and his own explosive fruit. It was plausible that Blackbeard had set his sights on the machi fruit. If that were the case, Blackbeard had presumably succeeded. With the power of the machi fruit at his disposal, Blackbeard's strength would undoubtedly surge in the near future, posing an even greater threat to the nuclear pirate crew. The mere thought of this made Jem furrow his brow. He yearned to swiftly deal with the troublesome Blackbeard, yet that elusive figure currently roamed like a wraith, making it no easy task to track him down. "And what of the Don Quixote family?" Jem inquired. Moria rifled through the intelligence in his hands and replied. "After being ousted from this nation, the Don Quixote family departed the New World. According to reports, they were sighted recently near the kingdom of Rommel, located in the first half of the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, is where the Don Quixote family left the New World, presumably to evade the nuclear flat pirates. Regrettably, no matter how far Doflamingo may retreat, neither Jem nor Moria intend to let him escape. Jem is determined to ascertain their whereabouts and promises revenge." After uttering these words, Jem strides away, planning a journey to the Sabaody archipelago. There, he hopes to unwind while also gathering intelligence. The explosive rock is a subject well known to Jem, Whitebeard, and Kaido. Yet, despite several days of inquiry, none have uncovered any information regarding its origin. Jem recalls that Shuki at the knock-up stream bar is a wellspring of intelligence, privy to knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary folk, and that the cultured old man Rayleigh harbors many secrets. Therefore, Jem resolves to pay a visit, hoping to glean information about the explosive rock and perhaps extract some secrets from the venerable Rayleigh. Chapter 57. The villain perishes from excessive chatter on the vast ocean. 2 ships raced past like arrows, engaged in a thrilling chase. One was a dilapidated pirate vessel, emblazoned with the flag of crossed swords, desperately fleeing; the other, a well-equipped pirate ship flying the flag of a bomb-skulled emblem, relentlessly pursued. Boom! Boom! The deafening sounds of explosions echoed. as powerful cannonballs mercilessly rained down upon the fleeing vessel, creating towering waves that splashed countless sparkling droplets into the air.
The ship, already teetering on the brink of disaster, lurched violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. On the deck, the captain, adorned with twin swords at his waist and a face as dark as stormy waters, seized the collar of a nearby crew member and bellowed, "Why? Why are they pursuing the twin swords pirate crew so tenaciously? Do they believe me, the twin swords, to be an easy target? Why?" The crew member, a marksman bearing a sniper rifle, was gripped with fear as he stammered, "Captain, my hearing is somewhat acute. I just overheard them mention that no pirate ships are permitted to traverse or linger in these waters."
Upon hearing this, Lack's fury ignited, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. How outrageous! The nuke-level pirate crew is truly overstepping their bounds. This is a sea of freedom, not their territory. By what right do they expel us? By what right do they hunt us down?
The marksman silently scoffed to himself.
What else could it be? This seemingly free ocean ultimately respects only strength.
And they are the nuke-level pirate crew, a name synonymous with absolute power. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing the wrath of his merciless and volatile captain.
To perish by the hands of the nuke-level pirate crew would be unfortunate, but to be slain by his own captain would be a fate far worse.
Just as the marksman was engulfed in anxiety, an observer hastily approached, speaking urgently, "Captain, there is a small boat ahead, directly in our path.
Should we alter course to avoid it?" Lack abruptly released his grip on the marksman, instead gripping the observer's neck tightly.
His eyes bulged with rage as he roared,
spewing saliva onto the observer's face. "Alter course? For what? The Reaper behind us is closing in. Do you wish for my demise to be hastened? Charge straight ahead and obliterate it."
Standing calmly on the small boat, Jem, arms crossed, regarded the enormous ship barreling toward him with indifference. Just as the massive vessel seemed poised to crush him, a figure leapt high from the rear of the ship, wielding a long blade with a flurry of strikes. In an instant, the Twin Swords pirate cruise ship was cleaved into pieces as effortlessly as slicing through tofu,
the once mighty vessel disintegrating and gradually sinking into the depths of the sea.
The surface of the ocean became a tableau of pirates struggling for survival.
"Are you Captain Jem?"
Qiu gracefully floated over, landing on a nearby drifting wooden barrel. He removed the cigar from his mouth and scrutinized Jem with a puzzled expression.
"How did you recognize me?"
Jem queried, touching his face in confusion. To avoid drawing the attention of the Navy and the world government on his journey to the Sabaody archipelago, Jem had gone to great lengths to disguise himself, affixing 2 false mustaches, darkening his handsome features, and donning a sun hat. He had believed his disguise to be impeccable.
Yet Qiu had seen through it almost instantly.
Upon hearing the question, Qiu instinctively glanced at the small boat beneath Jem, remarking, "Captain, your disguise is adequate. As long as one is not overly familiar with you and observes carefully, they should not recognize you. However, I still can identify your distinctive little boat." Jem slapped his forehead in realization and, with a resigned tone, replied, "I will be away for a few days, you need not concern yourself with me.
Continue with your cleanup efforts."
With that, Qiu wasted no time, bidding farewell to Jem as he returned to his previous vessel. A minor incident that Jem did not take to heart. He had no intention of returning to switch boats. If they recognized him, so be it. After half a day's journey, they arrived beneath the Red Earth continent. Faced with the sheer drop of the Red Earth continent, there were only 2 paths forward: either traverse the 10,000-meter deep Fishman Island or scale the Red Earth continent itself. Navigating through Fishman Island was too troublesome,
requiring someone to coat the boat, and the upper echelons of Miss Qiu would not allow passage.
Thus, Jem was left with no choice but to find a lower terrain far from Miss Qiu. Carrying his small boat and using his swift steps to soar over the Red Earth continent. Sabaody archipelago.
Island number 13.
Jem adjusted the brim of his hat and walked forward at a measured pace while occasionally glancing around. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Stop right there, kid!" A furious shout suddenly rang out. From ahead, several figures wielding knives and guns emerged, swiftly forming a line to block Jem's path. Jem felt a flicker of surprise but maintained his composure. He raised his gaze, scanning the fierce or mocking faces before him, then nonchalantly turned to look behind him. "Ha! Don't waste your effort, the back is filled with our people too."
If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables quickly. And you might avoid some bodily harm. Otherwise, oomph.
One of the thugs threatened menacingly. Jem chose to ignore him, counting carefully.
There were 7 or 8 robbers in total.
They had completely sealed off his retreat, clearly intent on leaving him no room for escape.
But did he need to flee? A slight smile graced Jem's lips, a sense of surprise bubbling within. Did these fellows wish to grant him the opportunity to demonstrate what it meant to play the fool and devour the tiger, followed by a splendid display of face-slapping theatrics?
The thought amused him. The newly crowned king was being robbed by a bunch of petty thugs.
Are you sure you want to rob me? Have you given it a second thought? What if they are individuals you cannot provoke?
Jem inquired with a sly smile. Upon hearing Jem's words,
uproarious laughter erupted among the bandits. Ha ha ha. We, the Bloodhand Gang, are professional robbers.
Just look at you, cloaked in darkness and sneaking about with that hat.
You hardly appear to be someone to be feared.
Observe that lad's expression, pretending to be enigmatic. He truly believes himself to be a master in this realm. I feel it is imperative to impart a lasting lesson to this young man, to enlighten him on what constitutes the professionalism of a robber.
Indeed, ha ha ha.
Listening to the bandit's mockery, Jem maintained a smile, his curiosity intensifying. These individuals were truly fascinating. After a while, the bandits, having thoroughly enjoyed their jest, grew weary of laughter. Their expressions reverting to menace. They advanced step by step, preparing to demonstrate to Jem the essence of a robber's professional demeanor. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. 2 figures, like phantoms, suddenly dashed forth, one leading, the other swiftly following, plunging into the midst of the bandits. Their agility and decisive movements starkly contrasted with the loquacious robbers. The clash of blades and the flicker of steel illuminated the scene, as the bandits howled in agony,
collapsing one after another.
In but a brief moment, only 3 remained in the arena, Jem and the 2 enigmatic figures who had just appeared.
This indeed validated the adage that villains perish through excessive chatter.
Once the bandits were vanquished, the 2 figures, before Jem's very eyes, unabashedly began to ransack the corpses. They were scavenging. Their deft and fluid motions indicated that this was not their first endeavor, but rather the actions of seasoned veterans. Jem observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, scrutinizing the 2 individuals before him, one with fiery red hair and the other with golden locks.
Chapter 58, The Comical Brothers. The disordered jam. How destitute these fellows are.
The noble I encountered yesterday casually pulled out tens of thousands of berries. Yet this group before me cannot muster even 1,000 berries among them, truly. The yellow-haired one grumbled incessantly, though his hands continued their grim task of rifling through the corpses without pause. Hearing this, the red-haired companion shook his head in resignation and sighed, "Come now. Do not expect these lowly brigands to possess any substantial loot.
Alas, Reese, how much have we amassed so far? When shall we be able to afford a ship, coat it properly, and set sail for the New World?" The yellow-haired one could not help but inquire once more.
The red-haired one pondered for a moment, estimating before replying. "It should be soon. With just a few more heists, we will have enough funds, and then we can depart from this place."
The 2 busied themselves,
seemingly oblivious to Jem, as they scavenged the valuables from the corpses while engaging in a casual conversation.
Jem, feeling slightly awkward, did not leave immediately.
He was uncertain how to find the Bamboo Pole Tavern and wished to inquire about directions from these 2 who appeared to be locals. Thus, he cleared his throat twice to remind them of his presence.
"Ahem. Greetings."
The yellow-haired one raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he asked,
"Why haven't you left yet? Do you wish to express gratitude for our rescue?"
"Ha, you need not be so courteous."
He trailed off suddenly, his once bright eyes now fixated on Jem, revealing a mix of urgency and astonishment. "Reese, take a look at him. Doesn't he seem somewhat familiar?"
At the yellow-haired one's words, Jem felt a jolt of alarm.
Had he been recognized so swiftly? Impossible.
Shiro had assured him that those unfamiliar with him could not see through his disguise.
Jem was certain he had never encountered these 2 spirited fellows before. What basis was there for familiarity? "It's him. It's definitely him,"
the yellow-haired one exclaimed, his voice brimming with conviction. As soon as the words left his lips, both he and the red-haired companion became blurs, lunging toward Jem, each grasping one of his legs.
Boss! We finally found you! Wah!
The yellow-haired one exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement.
The red-haired one, disregarding his usual scholarly demeanor, implored with a beaming face, Boss! We are your idols, no. We are your devoted fans. Please, allow us to join the nuclear peace pirates. The yellow-haired one hastily added, Yes, boss. As long as you take us in. You shall be our leader for life. Wherever you command us to go, we shall follow without question, guaranteed. Rest assured, my esteemed leader. For we are undeniably diligent and clever individuals, easily manageable in our daily lives. When it rains, we seek shelter, when darkness falls, we return home. Ensuring that we pose no inconvenience to you. Please, kind leader, do take us in. Looking down at the two young men clinging to his legs, weeping profusely with tears streaming down their faces, incessantly calling him boss with pitiful expressions, Jem felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What is happening here?
After a prolonged silence, Jem cautiously spoke, Perhaps you might consider standing up, we can discuss matters more effectively that way.
The red-haired boy tightened his grip around one of Jem's legs, resolutely declaring, No, we will not rise unless you promise to take us in.
The yellow-haired boy, equally stubborn, clung to Jem's other leg, vehemently insisting, Indeed, if you refuse to accept us, we would rather perish at your feet. Gazing at the two tenaciously attached to his legs, one red and one yellow, Jem felt an overwhelming headache. Being fans, he could neither strike them nor berate them. It seemed he had no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Very well, I concede. Stand up, Jem sighed, feeling utterly helpless.
Upon hearing this,
joy erupted in their eyes, and they sprang up like springs, embracing each other tightly, tears of excitement welling in their eyes.
Wonderful! We can finally join the nuclear peace pirates! They exclaimed. Congratulations, Lyle! And congratulations, Les!
Faced with these exuberant individuals, Jem buried his face in his hands, feeling embarrassed. After a moment of self-congratulation, the two young men gradually calmed down and ceased their antics, granting Jem the opportunity to converse with them. Through their brief exchange, Jem gleaned initial insights into their lives. The red-haired boy was named Les, while the yellow-haired boy was Lyle. They were cousins and close friends, aspiring to journey to the New World and join the nuclear peace pirates. However, lacking the funds to procure a ship, they found themselves stranded in the Sabaody archipelago. To raise money, they resorted to their old profession of robbing other criminals. Targeting rogues, unscrupulous merchants, pirates, and corrupt nobles, the 17 or 18-year-olds displayed remarkable prowess, demonstrating decisiveness and ruthlessness. With their talents and skills, after a few more years of honing, they could potentially become significant figures in the future. Most notably, they adhered to a modicum of kindness, refraining from harming civilians or innocents.
Do you know where the bamboo bar is located? Jem inquired.
Of course. We're regulars there. Visiting nearly every day for a drink, Les promptly replied. Lead me there, Jem instructed. The two young fans, eager to assist, happily flanked Jem, guiding him along the way.
Hee, boss, are you heading out for a drink as well?
Your taste is truly remarkable. Though the name of this bar may not be particularly appealing. And the proprietress has a certain quality, her cocktails are exquisite. We are indeed kindred spirits.
Oh, really?
Boss, we have saved some money recently.
And today we wish to treat you to a drink.
Very well, I am equally curious to discover what makes the libations here so exceptional. By the way, boss.
Haven't you been residing in the kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World? What brings you to the Sabaody archipelago all of a sudden?
Jem chuckled lightly and casually remarked. There isn't a particularly special reason, I merely sought a breath of fresh air and to gather some information.
That makes sense. With your strength, boss, you can go wherever you please.
Speaking of which, the blonde seemed to recall something, his face lighting up with excitement, exuding an air of pride. Wow, boss, you may not know this, but a few days ago, we saw in the newspaper that you established the formidable alliance of the three emperors. And we were so thrilled we nearly leapt from our seats.
Is that so?
Jem followed the brothers' lead, and the trio engaged in casual banter as they meandered. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the bamboo stick bar. Before Jem and his companions could step inside, several battered individuals came hurtling out. Quick on his feet, Jem deftly sidestepped the flying figures. The few individuals on the ground curled up in pain, groaning. The typically loquacious Raisler brothers, witnessing this scene, were suddenly filled with trepidation. When they first arrived, lacking funds and yearning for a drink, they had planned to dine and dash. Little did they know that the bar's proprietress was so fierce, without a second thought, she had delivered a thorough beating, confiscated their swords, and tossed them out. Fortunately, the brothers were quite capable, and the following day they managed to retrieve their swords. At this moment, a woman, both youthful and aged, emerged from the bar. This woman was the proprietress, Qiu. Upon catching sight of Jem, her pupils constricted momentarily before quickly returning to normal. The next instant, Qiu turned to the patrons inside the bar and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have important guests to attend to, the bar will close early today. And I shall waive the tab for everyone." Chapter 59, The Highest Bounty in History, 5. 6 billion. Inside the bar, Qiu stood gracefully behind the counter, skillfully crafting vibrant cocktails. Jem lounged at the bar, one hand casually resting on the smooth wooden surface, leisurely surveying the quaint establishment. The Lyle and Lace brothers, who had been boisterous moments ago, now sat quietly at the bar, their eyes fixated on Qiu's movements, as if eagerly anticipating something. At last, Qiu completed her artistry, presenting 3 meticulously prepared cocktails to Jem, Lyle, and Lace. She then lit a slender cigarette, a knowing smile gracing her lips, and softly remarked, "Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Three Emperors Alliance, the newly crowned Jem, with a staggering bounty of 5.6 billion berries, would grace my modest little venue?" No sooner had her words settled than Lyle and Lace, unable to contain their excitement, sprang to their feet in unison, nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. "What? How many billions?" Lyle's voice pierced the air, laced with disbelief. Observing their reaction, a glint of amusement danced in Qiu's eyes. She opened the drawer beneath the bar, retrieving a neatly stacked pile of bounty notices, which she handed to Lyle and Lace with a smile. The brothers nearly snatched the bounty notices from her hands, their eyes widening as they perused the documents. With each page turned, their astonishment grew. Fingers tracing the bounty amounts of Jem and the members of the Nuke Pirates. Jem's bounty had surged from a mere 3.8 billion berries to an astronomical 5.6 billion. Incredible! Captain Jem, this is the highest bounty ever recorded on the seas. You are bound for greatness," Lyle exclaimed, leaping from his chair. With Lace echoing his enthusiasm, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. Although Jem had mentally prepared himself for an increase in his bounty since the day of the alliance, he was still taken aback by this unprecedented figure. Ignoring the brothers' exuberance, he perused the bounty notices with a contemplative demeanor. This stack of notices was substantial, encompassing not only the Nuke Pirates but also the Whitebeard and Beast Pirates, albeit the brothers overlooked this detail. Whitebeard's bounty had risen from 5.046 billion berries to 5.1 billion, while Kaido's increased from 4.61 billion to 4.7 billion. Barrett's bounty also saw a rise from 2.9 billion to 3 billion berries. In this bounty adjustment, aside from the 3 captains and Barrett, others experienced increases ranging from 1 to 2 billion. While several others enjoyed increments of hundreds of thousands to millions. "I've long heard you possess an uncanny ability to obtain such first-hand information. And it seems the rumors hold true," Qiu added, her tone light, as if discussing mundane matters rather than staggering sums. Jem's words conveyed both admiration for Qiu and a serene acceptance of this unexpected bounty. Upon hearing Jem's compliments, Qiu merely lifted the corners of her mouth, revealing a non-committal smile. "Jem, your visit here must not be merely for the sake of drinking. Let me make it clear from the outset, let us refrain from discussing alliances. We are but relics of a bygone era, uninterested in meddling in your youthful affairs." Jem had indeed harbored some ulterior motives, initially hoping to gauge the situation and see if he could entice Qiu and Lei into his coalition. However, before he could utter a word, Qiu doused his intentions with a bucket of cold water. Not feeling angered, he merely shrugged and inquired directly, "Very well, then. Let us not dwell on that.
I wonder if you possess any information regarding explosive rock, such as its origin?
Explosive rock, indeed, is a perilous substance.
Shaki pondered for a moment, as if recalling details. I do know a bit, but I must caution you. The development and utilization of this material are fraught with danger. And I only have a general idea of its location.
Jem anticipated the dangers associated with explosive rock. After all, where there is no risk, there can be no power. I understand, and I shall exercise caution, he replied.
Shaki nodded, smiling as she asked, So, Jem, how much are you prepared to pay for this information? Dipping his finger into his drink, Jem inscribed the characters for 100 million on the table. Is this sufficient? Shaki chuckled softly, shaking her head. 100 berries will suffice.
Jem did not question why such a modest sum was requested, nor did Shaki inquire about Jem's interest in explosive rock. Perhaps Shaki, too, was curious to discern whether Jem was indeed Joyboy or to see how far he could go. Having settled on a price, Shaki mimicked Jem's earlier gesture. Dipping her finger in the drink and inscribing 2 maritime names on the table, no more specific than that. However, for the Tri-Emperor Alliance, it would suffice. The 2 regions were not overly expansive. Ah! Both Jem and Shaki simultaneously looked up, their eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise.
Your little tavern is quite intriguing, Shaki,
Jem remarked, casually wiping away the inscriptions as if nothing had transpired. Shaki crossed her arms, exhaling a sigh, her lips curling into a resigned smile.
One after another,
they all flocked to my humble tavern. Just then, a familiar creaking sound echoed from the entrance. The door of the tavern was gently pushed open.
And the imposing figure of Admiral Karp, the naval hero, came into view, accompanied by his loyal aide, Bogart.
The arrival of this legendary figure sent the carefree brothers, the yellow-haired Lyle and the red-haired Les, into a state of bewilderment, their hearts racing with trepidation. Had it not been for the presence of their leader, Jem, their courage would have waned significantly, likely prompting them to flee at once.
Ah, if at ISNT Admiral Karp, the naval hero.
It has been years.
Yet you remain as vigorous as ever. Jem turned to greet the sprightly elder, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie, a playful grin adorning his face. He was not surprised that the Navy could track his movements, just as Shiryu had previously remarked, his distinctive small boat was quite recognizable. Moreover, the newcomer was Garp. And they were, in a sense, old acquaintances. Reflecting on the past, Jem recalled how Garp had once hunted him across the seas. Upon hearing Jem's words, Garp's expression became a complex tapestry of emotions, filled with both gratitude and resentment, a true mingling of love and hate. For a moment, Garp found himself uncertain about how to approach Jem. To him, Jem was both a benefactor who had saved Ace and Luffy, and a source of countless troubles for the Navy, leaving them in a perpetual state of distress. Jem,
a person of your caliber should not be making an appearance in such a place, Garp remarked, scratching his head, his brow furrowed in contemplation.
And Shaki,
since you have retired, you ought to keep a low profile and refrain from getting involved. You are putting me in a difficult position.
Were it any other pirate?
Garp would not hesitate to throw a punch, relishing a 3-day battle. Shaki, with one arm crossed over her chest and the other holding a cigarette, leisurely replied. I am merely a retired individual managing a small tavern, not intending to engage in the tempests of this new era.
Jem, displaying a keen understanding, cheerfully suggested to Garp. How about we put on a show? Pretend to have a grand fight, so you can return to report to your superiors.
Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes sparkled with approval. And he nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good plan. Let us resolve this by the seaside to avoid harming innocent civilians.
However, the expression of Bogart,
standing behind Garp, was particularly intriguing.
Although the gathering was small, was it truly wise to stage such an overt spectacle? Chapter 60, Defeat.
The despondent Karp Jem led the lively duo, Lyle and Lace, as they waved farewell to Shaki. A group of individuals bore solemn expressions, their eyes sharp, as if on the verge of embarking on an epic battle. With the 2 brothers in tow, Jem swaggered behind Karp, making their way towards the seashore in grand procession. Upon reaching the coast, Jem and Karp paused. Shall we exchange some fierce words first? Jem inquired with a playful wink. It is a common trope in films, anime, and novels that before a great battle, adversaries engage in verbal sparring, trading barbs.
Although their contest was staged, it was imperative that it appeared genuine, lest they be easily discerned.
Upon hearing Jem's suggestion, Carp scratched his head, uncertain, and replied, "Perhaps we should say a few lines."
The two then commenced their mock duel, akin to a pair of mischievous old boys.
Carp suddenly pointed at Jem, his face radiating with righteous fervor as he bellowed with authority, "Jem!
How dare you show your face in the Sabaeity archipelago? You are truly asking for death. I, Carp, shall represent the justice of the Navy and bring you to justice."
Jem, hands on hips, erupted in derisive laughter.
"Ha ha ha! You, an old relic teetering on the brink of the grave, think you can apprehend me, the new Emperor Jem?
I could easily suppress you with a mere flick of my hand and send you off to the next life."
With their declarations complete,
the two fierce warriors charged at one another.
Star River Collapse Fist. 800 billion ton tyrant nuclear explosion fist. The perilous and intense battle commenced. They intermittently unleashed moves that appeared breathtakingly magnificent, yet whose true efficacy remained questionable. Behold! This punch creates a tempest, seemingly shaking the heavens. That kick is awe-inspiring, as if it could cleave mountains.
Yet, any truly potent move either sent foes soaring skyward, splashed into the sea, or crashed onto the sandy shore,
never landing upon each other's bodies. Only those seemingly formidable but ultimately feeble strikes found their mark. To exacerbate the absurdity, both warriors exaggeratedly shouted, "Jem!
That technique of yours is quite impressive, it could sink an island."
"Carp!
Your move is commendable, shattering a mountain is surely within your grasp."
Among the scant audience, Bogart,
the blonde Lyle, and the red-haired Lace clasped their eyes in unison.
So over the top. Such an eyesore. Absolutely unbearable. Just as everyone anticipated the swift conclusion of this intense display, the tide of the performance began to shift.
Carp, the proud naval hero, realized that his destructive prowess paled in comparison to Jem's. As a man who had fought for half his life and never conceded to anyone, Carp's competitive spirit ignited. His gaze sharpened, and a flicker of fury ignited within him. The force of his blows upon Jem grew increasingly heavy. On the other hand, Jem, influenced by Carp's newfound seriousness, retracted his playful demeanor, striking with a newfound steadiness and strength. The air gradually filled with the acrid scent of smoke.
"Kapu, are you serious?"
Jem squinted, deflecting a powerful punch.
The playful expression on his face replaced by a solemnity.
His hands itched with anticipation, hoping to fulfill the desires of the old man.
Kapu let out a low growl,
unleashing a flurry of punches, each strike embodying a terrifying force, as if he had rediscovered the passion and strength of his youth.
Jem's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Then let me see if you, Kapu, are worthy of the title of Iron Fist."
The two charged at one another, their auras swelling with intensity. Each clash echoed with a thunderous roar. Observing the fierce exchange, the three onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain and bewildered. With both their superiors engaged in battle, was it appropriate for them as subordinates to merely spectate? Should we not engage in a bout ourselves? The blonde-haired lair asked Bogart hesitantly. In response, Bogart slowly shook his head. No. He understood Kapu, given Kapu's deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Even a mock fight transforming into a genuine clash would not lead to a life-or-death struggle. At most, it would simply transition from a farce to a formal sparring session. On the beach, the sea breeze swept across the scene. Jem and Kapu stood 100 meters apart, their breaths slightly hurried. A trickle of blood adorned the corner of Kapu's mouth. Jem steadied his breath, calm and unruffled. "Let this be the final strike," Kapu declared, wiping the blood from his lips with nonchalance. "Very well," Jem replied, nodding in serene agreement. The Sabaeity archipelago lay in close proximity to the Marine headquarters at Marineford and the World Government's Mariewa, and he wished to avoid further entanglement with Kapu. As Jem's words settled, the sea breeze seemed to grow weighty. The conqueror's haki surged from his body, dark red lightning dancing indiscriminately across the heavens. The surrounding grains of sand were stirred by an unseen force, swirling gracefully on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Kapu's eyes narrowed, a surge of long-honed power coursing through him, his muscles tensing and sculpting into an impressive form. He inhaled deeply, his feet bending slightly, and then his own conqueror's haki erupted forth. In that moment,
The entire beach seemed to quiver in response to his will. In the next instant, both Jem and Kapu leapt into the air. Not good. Move back quickly.
The three spectators hurriedly retreated toward the island, fearing the repercussions of the impending battle.
Bone Fist, galactic impact.
Fusion, 2 million tons, Conqueror's impact.
The two forces converged in the air.
In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. Moments later, an explosive roar shattered the silence.
A terrifying shockwave radiated outward,
raising clouds of sand into a towering curtain that obscured the sky.
The waves seemed frightened by this force, rapidly retreating into the depths of the ocean, creating a reverse current.
The clouds above, too, scattered in panic, fleeing the scene. After an indeterminate period, as the dust began to settle, the surroundings had transformed beyond recognition. Jem's clothing bore slight tears, and traces of fatigue marked his face.
Kapu swayed slightly, the blood at the corner of his mouth more pronounced than before. The outcome was clear.
Iron Fist Carp succumbed to Explosive Fist Jem. "You are formidable, Jem," Carp gasped, a hint of melancholy tinged his voice.
"In this battle, you have triumphed."
His gaze dimmed, revealing an overwhelming sense of desolation. Once, he too had been as spirited as Jem is today, brimming with ambition.
Alas! The twilight of heroes has arrived, his era has faded into the past, and the present belongs to the youth. It was merely a spar.
There is no need to dwell excessively on victory or defeat, Jem gently shook his head. In this world, he had neared invincibility in one-on-one combat, yet he remained humble, having grown accustomed to his prowess. Jem harbored thoughts about the old Navy man, Carp. However, it was not a desire to recruit him, but rather a different intention altogether.
Thus, a battle that transitioned from a farce to genuine confrontation came to a close.
Bogart, the golden-haired Lyle, and the red-haired Lace hurried back. The two parties parted ways. Carp had made his report to headquarters and the five elders. Jem, accompanied by his brothers, returned to their small vessel, retrieving the navigational pointer given by Shaki, setting sail for the Island of Darkness. Chapter 61, Rayleigh's silence on Dark Island. In the dense thicket, several formidable beasts of varying appearances lurked,
stealthily observing two figures on the open grassland, an elderly man and a youth.
The younger of the two was Luffy, who sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes covered, his expression grave, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. Behind Luffy, the refined Rayleigh paced back and forth, wielding a wooden stick that he occasionally swung toward Luffy. More often than not, Luffy would be sent flying by a blow, but at times, he managed to anticipate the attack and evade it. "Remember my words, engage all your senses, hearing, smell, and so on, focus intently on my aura and the direction of my strikes," Rayleigh said, delivering a blow to Luffy.
Steadying himself,
Luffy rose and resumed his position, grumbling, "I'm concentrating, it's just that you keep talking and distracting me." Rayleigh, with a patient tone, admonished him, "Do not complain. The chaos of battle is inherently complex, with myriad sounds and sights that can serve as distractions. You cannot expect your adversaries to refrain from disrupting you. Thus, Luffy,
you must learn to dismiss external disturbances. Only when you achieve a single-minded focus can you truly master the observation haki."
"Understood, Uncle Rayleigh," Luffy mumbled.
Suddenly,
a cacophony of roars echoed from the forest, followed by the heavy thuds of running creatures.
Rayleigh's demeanor shifted slightly, a look of realization crossing his face. "Luffy, our training ends here for today, we have guests arriving."
Curious about the visitors, Luffy removed his blindfold and scanned the surroundings.
"Where are they? Where are the guests?"
At that moment, the guests they referred to Jem and the brothers Lair and Less, with the yellow and red hair, found their path obstructed by the fearsome beasts, which drooled hungrily.
Roar!
The beasts bared their fearsome jaws, foul-smelling saliva dripping from their sharp fangs onto the ground. Lair and Less wore grim expressions, acutely aware that their combined strength would likely be insufficient against such powerful foes.
Engaging in battle with these behemoths could very well turn them into mere snacks. Realizing this,
the brothers instinctively turned their gaze toward Jem, who stood merely a step ahead of them. A surge of reassuring confidence filled their hearts.
Unbeknownst to Jem,
the brothers' thoughts were consumed with apprehension. He raised his head, slightly displeased as he faced the massive tiger, crocodile, gorilla, and other colossal beasts before him.
"Your saliva reeks." Jem squinted, strands of Conqueror's haki emanating from him. An invisible force swept over the beasts, instilling a profound tremor within them. Their bodies stiffened, pupils dilating in fear, revealing a human-like terror in their eyes. The blend of astute intelligence and primal instincts informed them that this diminutive human, like the elderly man before, was a being far too formidable to provoke. Upon realizing this, several colossal beasts immediately tucked their tails and retreated into the forest with whimpers. Witnessing this scene, the brothers, clad in red and yellow, were both astonished and perplexed. They understood that Captain Jim was extraordinarily strong. Yet they could not fathom how a mere glance could send the gigantic creatures fleeing. What kind of power was this? The brothers exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. "Captain, what is this force?" the golden-haired brother inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing this, Jim paused momentarily before continuing forward, smiling as he replied, "This is hockey. Once we return to the headquarters of the nuclear peace pirates, there will be designated instructors to teach you, and you must learn alongside the others." Hockey. The mere thought of being able to learn this power, coupled with the promise of guidance, instantly exhilarated the brothers. Indeed. One of the many advantages of joining a formidable faction was the plethora of opportunities it afforded. With no monstrous interruptions, the trio soon encountered Rayleigh and Luffy. "Jim. Are you the guest Rayleigh spoke of? How wonderful!" Luffy exclaimed, bounding towards Jim, his delight palpable as he danced around. "Luffy, unless there are others on their way." "We are indeed your guests," Jim responded with a grin, greeting Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, it has been a while, I believe this marks our second meeting." After exchanging pleasantries, the brothers, Lyle and Liz, quickly approached to courteously introduce themselves. "Hello, I am." Once the introductions were complete, Jim sent the two brothers and Luffy off to play. Invited by Rayleigh, Jim settled onto a chair fashioned from tree stumps, with a matching wooden table beside him, adorned with tea. "The last time we met, you were just a newcomer preparing to venture into the new world," Rayleigh remarked, pouring Jim a cup of tea. Adjusting his glasses with a gentle poke of his finger, he inquired with a warm smile, "You sought me through Shaki, but I assume this visit is not merely to reminisce?" Taking the cup, Jim savored a sip before responding thoughtfully, "Indeed, my purpose in seeking you is twofold. First, to check on Luffy on behalf of Ace, and second, to inquire about certain information. As the first mate of the pirate King Roger, having been to the final island, Laughtail, you must hold many secrets. Can you divulge whether you know the cause of the world's sinking or the whereabouts of Mother?" Jim refrained from mentioning the matter of alliance. Having communicated with Shaki, Rayleigh was undoubtedly aware of their tacit understanding regarding such significant issues. Since Shaki had declined, Rayleigh would naturally be unable to acquiesce. And thus Jim did not extend an invitation. Upon hearing Jim's inquiries, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Rayleigh's eyes. He pondered internally. While it was understandable for Jim to be aware of Mother's existence, how had he gleaned information regarding the world's demise? This knowledge, aside from the highest echelons of the world government, was likely known only to the crew of Roger's pirate ship who had journeyed to Laughtail. And even among them, only fragments of information were shared. It appeared that Jim's sources of information were indeed quite remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Rayleigh did not rush to respond. Instead, he retorted, "Since you are aware of him and the news of the world's demise, you must surely possess a wealth of other information as well." Upon hearing this, Jim nodded calmly, wishing to engage in a heartfelt exchange. He was indeed privy to certain knowledge, such as Joyboy being a pirate who left behind the 3 ancient weapons, as well as the existence of the Great Kingdom, the Colossal War, and the enormous robots. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was taken aback and fell silent. "You know all this, yet you still inquire of me?" "I have merely perused the historical texts and visited Laughtail. I did not personally experience that century." Initially, Rayleigh contemplated whether to withhold information from Jem. But he suddenly realized that Jem's secrets were no less than his own, perhaps even more abundant. It is important to note that the historical texts inscribed on the stone tablets are limited, yet they encapsulate a century's worth of history, leaving little room for exhaustive details. His own knowledge was finite and perhaps not as extensive as Jem's. Ultimately, Rayleigh resolved to speak candidly. Chapter 62, In the Blink of an Eye. Turned to ashes after a candid exchange, both Jem and Rayleigh found themselves in a state of astonishment.
It turned out that the multitude of secrets regarding the world, which Rayleigh had harbored deep within, seemed rather trivial in the presence of the extraordinary traveler, Jem. Now, it was Jem who appeared bewildered, as the atmosphere became palpably tense. Almost as if the very air had solidified. After a considerable pause, Jem finally broke the silence, opting to shift the topic. Let us change the subject, Rayleigh. I find myself grappling with a conundrum in my cultivation and would like to seek your insight. Wait. We should learn from each other and engage in discussion. I cannot bear the notion of seeking guidance. Rayleigh hastily waved his hands, his expression one of surprise. He scrutinized Jem, pondering whether this young man had conjured this topic merely to alleviate the awkwardness. In truth, Rayleigh had overthought the matter. Jem was indeed encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation and sought someone to converse with, or as Rayleigh suggested, to explore the subject together. Over the past few months, Jem's explosive fruit abilities had reached a plateau, and any further enhancement of the explosive yield felt insurmountable. Thus, he began to contemplate how to refine the control of explosive energy with greater precision. He conceived a bold idea, to concentrate the energy of a full-body explosion into his fists or fingertips, thereby amplifying the potency of the same explosive yield. However, while this notion was simple in theory, its execution proved exceedingly challenging. After months of experimentation, Jem had yet to find the right method. He had even consulted with the comrades from the nuclear flat pirate crew, but they too were at a loss. The demands of control were exceedingly high, which led Jem to think of Rayleigh. In his past life, he had been affectionately dubbed the Golden Teacher by his peers. Thus, he resolved to seek fortune with Rayleigh, hoping to resolve his cultivation dilemma. Rayleigh, I am contemplating how to exert more refined control over my abilities, such as concentrating all my strength into my fists or even my fingertips, rather than allowing the energy to disperse. Jem earnestly articulated the challenges he faced in controlling his powers, eager for any insights Rayleigh might offer. Upon hearing Jem's inquiry, Rayleigh slightly bowed his head, lost in thought, seemingly recalling past experiences in an effort to provide guidance. The serene forest enveloped them, while the distant sea gently caressed the shore. Jem sat quietly, refraining from interrupting Rayleigh's contemplation, sipping tea as he too pondered. After a moment of reflection, Rayleigh finally spoke. Control is indeed a formidable challenge. I recall during my training with Roger, he once articulated a similar theory: the concentration and release of energy is akin to navigating the vast ocean in search of the most precise course. What you require is not merely strength, but a profound understanding of your own capabilities and absolute mastery over them. He paused, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Your mention of compressing energy into a single point brings to mind the principle of the one-hit kill in swordsmanship. This lethal strike, seemingly focused all power into a single point, is, in fact, merely a release of one's entire strength through that point, rather than a mere concentration of all force into it before unleashing it. Thus, Jem, you might consider treating your fist or fingertips as outlets for your power instead of reservoirs for it. Rayleigh's words struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog that enveloped Jem's mind. He realized that his previous approach had been misguided. Concentrating power and directing it are two closely related concepts. Jem had been preoccupied with how to consolidate explosive energy into his fist or fingertips before releasing it. Rayleigh essentially suggested sealing off other parts of the body and creating an energy outlet at the fist or fingertip. In this scenario, even without guidance, the explosive energy within would inevitably surge forth from the fist and fingertips. If properly guided, the eruption of this power would be even more fluid and formidable. Following this method, Jem's subsequent training focus would significantly lessen the demands on his control. Thank you, Rayleigh, Jem expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. A trivial suggestion, I am glad it proves useful to you. Useful? It is nothing short of perfect. After thanking Rayleigh, Jem eagerly set about experimenting. Noticing this, Luffy, the blonde-haired Lael, and the red-haired Reese turned their curious gazes towards him. Under their watchful eyes, Jem took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and extended his index finger towards the distant mountains. With a steely resolve, Jem concentrated. Bang! His forearm erupted in an explosion. He meticulously contained the explosive power, ensuring it did not disperse but rather funneled solely through his fingertip. Then, with a focused thought, he directed the explosive energy to surge forth.
A flash of red light flickered at his fingertip.
A beam of energy, akin to the width of a finger, shot forth like a meteor, cleaving through the sky towards the majestic mountains in the distance.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the valley as the energy beam struck the mountainside, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion.
The once magnificent peak vanished silently beneath the overwhelming force, leaving only a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Jem stood rooted in place, his heart racing with exhilaration. His power had undeniably surged forward once more. As witnesses to this experiment, Rayleigh, Luffy, Lael, and Reese were left dumbfounded, ensnared in a profound shock that rendered them speechless. In the blink of an eye, a mountain had been reduced to nothingness. Such a spine-chilling force possessed the capability to alter the very fabric of the world.
Luffy and the two brothers needed no further explanation.
They were still too far removed from Jem's level of strength to fully grasp the magnitude of such terrifying power. Rayleigh, however, was different. Having witnessed countless storms and the rise and fall of numerous formidable individuals and prodigies, he was nonetheless profoundly shaken by Jem, losing his composure entirely. It is one thing to shatter a mountain, many can achieve this on the vast ocean, including Rayleigh. For instance, Carp famously utilized mountains as his training ground,
striking one peak with each punch.
However, neither Carp nor Rayleigh could ever accomplish such a feat with the effortless ease that Jem exhibited, effortlessly reducing a mountain to rubble with the mere snap of his fingers. It is crucial to understand that this was a mountain, not a mere piece of tofu. Even the Pirate King Roger, or the legendary Sea Overlord Rocks from decades past, could not achieve the same remarkable destruction in the blink of an eye. It is precisely because he comprehended this truth, having witnessed the prowess of countless strong and brilliant individuals, that Rayleigh found himself so deeply astonished. He mused to himself.
Such magnificent power could likely only be rivaled by the divine. Chapter 63, The Reckless Kid. Alas! Kid. Our vessel has now ventured into the territory of the nuclear annihilation pirates.
Two impetuous young pirates stand side by side at the bow of the ship,
leaning against the frigid railing, their eyes gleaming as they survey the boundless sea.
One of them, Kira, possesses long hair cascading down to his waist, adorned with a sturdy helmet, wielding two glistening scythes that evoke the image of the Grim Reaper. The other, the captain of this pirate crew, is Eustace Kid. With his fiery red hair styled in a rebellious manner reminiscent of a hedgehog, he dons a dark crimson coat, a sharp dagger and a pistol tucked diagonally at his chest, and beneath his goggles, his piercing gaze exudes an air of unassailable dominance.
Upon hearing Kara's warning, a smirk crept upon Kid's lips, revealing a sardonic smile. Have we finally arrived?
Let me, Kid, meet this so-called new emperor, Jem, and ascertain his true worth.
Kira furrowed his brow, expressing caution. Are we not being a tad reckless? Are you afraid, Kira? Kid raised an eyebrow, retorting with surprise.
Kira shook his head gently. From the day I set sail with you, I have been prepared to meet my end in the depths of the ocean. I merely believe this is not the opportune moment for a head-on clash. I care not for the timing, Kid replied with irritation. Jem has made quite a ruckus lately. His arrogance is intolerable, we cannot allow him to continue his brazen antics. In response to this reckless sentiment, Kira ceased to argue. The two had fought their way from the South Sea to the New World, encountering foes of all kinds and enduring fierce battles. It was precisely this fearless tenacity that had propelled them to this day. One might call it courage, however, since they had arrived, retreat was not an option. At that moment, a sailor on lookout rushed over, speaking with respect. Captain Kidd, a large merchant ship has been spotted to the left ahead.
It appears to be newly launched. Ha! Quite the development, isn't it?
To think so many merchant vessels dare to navigate these waters without fear of being slaughtered by pirates.
Kidd sneered with disdain.
It seems the nuclear annihilation pirates are merely a band of money-hungry merchants. I hope they have not neglected their training, otherwise this challenge shall prove exceedingly dull. To Kidd, strength was the very foundation of everything. Expending additional energy on commerce was a grave misjudgment. Without the support of power, even the greatest wealth merely becomes fodder for others. Consequently, a faint trace of contempt adorned Kidd's expression. I have heard they have been clearing the surrounding waters and have proclaimed a prohibition against other pirate ships passing through or anchoring, which has rendered these seas nearly devoid of pirates.
That is why they exhibit such audacity. Kira shared the intelligence he had gathered.
Upon learning that other pirates were too intimidated to appear in these waters, Kid's eyes gleamed with scorn.
While others cower, I, Kid, fear not. At this moment, as our expenses have risen and our actions have been sparse, this plump target presents a splendid opportunity for us to amass a small fortune, while also providing Jam with a few heads as a token of our meeting. Bring the ship alongside, I desire both their lives and their riches. With Kid's command, the 30 or so pirates aboard erupted into a frenzy of excitement, their cheers echoing as if victory was already within their grasp. Eliminate them all. Just as they reveled in their exuberance, the crew of the merchant ship became aware of the pirate vessel. On the merchant ship's deck, the captain paced nervously, his face a mask of anxiety. Captain Tryon, have you discerned which pirate crew it is? The young man addressed as Captain Tryon set down his telescope. His expression grave as he replied, it is the Kid pirates. What? You mean the notorious Eustace Kid, with a bounty of 315 million berries? And the infamous Killer, with a bounty of 162 million berries? The captain's face paled in shock.
Indeed, it is them, Captain Tryon stated calmly.
Upon receiving this confirmation, the captain's alarm intensified.
Just days prior, he had navigated through perilous trials to secure this lucrative captaincy, only to find himself beset by infamous and brutal pirates on his very first voyage. Had it been any ordinary pirate crew, he would not have feared, confident in the prowess of his escort team. But now, facing the renowned Kid pirates, the threat loomed large. Despondency washed over him. Observing the captain's distress, Captain Tryon could no longer contain his frustration and admonished, "What is there to fear? We have our escort warriors with us." "You may not be a match for the Kid pirates," the captain muttered under his breath. Though he believed his words were softly spoken, Captain Tryon heard him nonetheless. He chose not to engage in an argument, instead asserting with unwavering resolve, "Rest assured. The Kid pirates will be met by our escort team, they shall not harm you while we still draw breath. Now, swiftly return to the cabin with the ordinary sailors and secure the door. Furthermore, request reinforcements from Jinbi and Mr. 3 without delay." Relieved by this directive, the captain hurriedly retreated, rallying his crew toward the cabin. Witnessing this unfold, one of the escort team members approached, expressing discontent. "Captain, why protect a captain so fearful of death?" Observing the varied emotions of his crew, anxiety, discontent, and fear, Captain Tryon sighed softly, offering a gentle explanation. "They are merely ordinary merchants. It is only natural for them to fear for their lives. Our duty extends beyond protecting him, it encompasses the safety of this vessel. Pay them no mind. The Kid pirates are nearly upon us. Check your gear, stand ready, and prepare for battle." Though they felt discontent and trepidation, the crew understood their mission, to safeguard the merchant ship. Regardless of their moods, the crew members shouted in unison, "Yes, Captain." A dozen warriors from the Nahu fleet stood at the ready. A small boat, swiftly navigating the vast ocean, was cramped with 3 individuals, resembling a hamburger adrift at sea. These were Jem, the blonde-haired Lyle, and the red-haired Lays, returning from the Shambadi archipelago. "Captain, how much longer until we reach the kingdom of Dressrosa?" Lyle inquired. Clutching Jem's legs, his gaze fixed eagerly on the expansive waters ahead. Hearing the question, Jem glanced down at his 2 companions. Due to the boat's limited space, one sat behind him, holding his legs, while the other leaned back against them at the front. Jem, wedged uncomfortably, not only endured the predicament but also served as the vessel's power source. Observing this scene, Jem could not help but sigh once more. What a predicament! Who truly is the captain here? He had lost count of how many times he had sighed. We're nearly there, we've entered the territory of the nuclear peace pirates. Jem began to speak, but suddenly narrowed his eyes, focusing on the horizon where the sea met the sky, his gaze flashing with a hint of cold intensity. Noticing that Jem had fallen silent before completing his sentence, Lace quickly asked, "Captain, what is happening?" "There are individuals ahead attacking our merchant ship belonging to the nuclear peace pirates." Chapter 64, Kid's Greeting. The path of death ahead. "There were those audaciously attacking our nuclear eradication pirate cruise merchant ship," Jem said coldly. "What? Such boldness is unforgivable. They must be eliminated. It's outrageous that they dare to lay hands on our possessions.
Accelerate, let us charge forth and see how I shall teach them a lesson. The two brothers were consumed with fury, their murderous intent palpable, as if the assailants were slaying their own kin. At this very moment, upon the deck of the merchant ship, the wood was stained crimson, every inch of its grain soaked in blood, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Kid, the supernova, stood with arms crossed, observing with a detached smile that belied any fear of death. Each clash between Captain Tryon and Kara was accompanied by the sharp sound of metal colliding, sparks flying in a dazzling display. His crew, the ship's defenders, struggled valiantly against the onslaught of over 20 ferocious pirates, yet their resistance flickered like a candle in a tempest, extinguishable at any moment. Ah! Captain, save me! The cries for help rang out, mingling with the sounds of battle, which grew fainter by the second. One by one, the defenders fell, blood saturating the deck, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies. Listening to the familiar sounds of despair and witnessing the carnage, Tryon's eyes widened with rage, yet he found himself powerless. Kara's relentless assault surged like a tide, knocking him down repeatedly. He rose each time, yet it became increasingly arduous. His body was a canvas of wounds, his garments soaked in blood. Time passed, second by second. Kid's gaze flitted over the fierce confrontation between Tryon and Kara, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He was all too aware of Kara's prowess. He had not anticipated that an inconspicuous captain of the nuclear eradication pirate crew could withstand Kara's onslaught for such an extended duration. As the captain of the pirate crew, a sense of appreciation for talent welled up within Kid. What is your name? Your strength is commendable. I offer you a chance at survival. Join our pirate crew, Kid proclaimed with a sense of magnanimity. Captain Tryon, perilously positioned under Kara's relentless attack, momentarily lost focus upon hearing Kid's words. In that instant, Kara's scythe flashed. Tryon, already at a disadvantage, had no time to block or evade, and two deep gashes appeared upon his left hand and chest. The captain has offered you a chance. Now make your choice. Will you embrace death, or will you join us? Kara inquired, twirling his weapon nonchalantly. Tryon did not rush to respond. Instead, he seized this rare opportunity to assess the situation of his crew. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he scanned the battlefield, only to be met with heart-wrenching scenes. The pain in his left hand burned like searing fire, yet the anguish in his heart was far more intense than any physical suffering. Excluding Tryon, the ship escort team has been reduced to a mere 2 members, who continue to struggle in despair. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, yet another comrade collapsed, leaving only one solitary survivor. This lone member, now marked by mottled bloodstains, resembled a flower on the verge of wilting. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel pierced through his abdomen from behind, blood mingling with fragments of his innards flowed from the wound. He staggered forward a few steps, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he exerted every ounce of strength for one last glance at Tryon. Captain. The voice of the team member was weak, muffled, yet imbued with affection and longing for his family. I cannot go on, but you must survive, for the families of us all. At that moment, several pirates advanced, seizing the opportunity to slaughter him mercilessly. By this time, the entire escort team had perished, leaving only Captain Tryon. Witnessing this scene, Captain Tryon's heart shattered, his anguish palpable. I say, you have considered long enough. You are not feeling sympathy for those feeble insects, are you? Kid's voice was frigid and impatient. Ha! Captain Tryon's heart lay in ashes, his complexion as pale as parchment, his gaze hollow, yet firm with a resolve that embraced death. Despair not, I, Tryon, shall never become a traitor. Previously, he had merely been momentarily swayed by the prospect of survival, never contemplating betrayal against the nuclear peace pirates. Moreover, Kid lacked genuine intent to recruit. His tone had been akin to that of a benefactor bestowing charity. Most crucially, with the sacrifice of the last team member, Tryon had resolved to no longer cling to life, intending to join his comrades in the afterlife. Though Tryon's strength was not formidable, his will was unyielding, and his spine remained resolute. Upon hearing Tryon's obstinate words, Kid instantly lost interest in further persuasion, his gaze turning sharply cold. Then go die, he commanded. Kara, eliminate him. Understood. Kara stomped his foot, charging forward, his sides dancing swiftly in the air. Faced with Kara's blade, Tryon, already at a disadvantage, fell once more.
Despite being pierced by dozens of blows, he struggled to rise and continue the fight.
Yet, such a simple act proved insurmountable for Tryon. Lying on the cold deck, he gazed into Kara's indifferent eyes and summoned his final strength to grasp Kara's ankle tightly.
His voice, hoarse yet resolute, echoed, "Before I fall completely, you shall not touch this ship." This was his duty as the captain of the escort team. Regrettably, he had failed the dying wishes of his comrades.
Kara looked down at Tryon, his gaze devoid of compassion, only cruelty. He raised his blade and, without hesitation, brought it down.
Blood splattered across the deck, pooling everywhere.
Tryon's head rolled back and forth upon the swaying ship. "Ha ha ha." Kid laughed heartily as he approached, draping an arm over Kara's shoulder, exclaiming, "Kara, your strength has grown even greater. Without progress, how can one keep pace with you, Captain Kidd?" Kara remarked. "Ah ha ha." The two burst into laughter as they approached the doorway of the cabin. Knock, knock, knock. 3 resounding knocks echoed from behind. The entire Kidd pirate crew became alert,
turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. At the very front of the ship's deck stood 3 individuals.
"Is it you? The so-called new emperor, Jem?"
Kidd slightly raised his chin, locking eyes with Jem, and pointed to the lifeless body on the ground, arrogantly proclaiming, "You arrived just in time.
Do you fancy the welcoming gift I prepared for you?" "A welcoming gift?"
Jem surveyed the deck, which resembled a mass grave, his gaze growing colder,
as piercing as eternal ice. He recognized the rolling head. It belonged to Tryon, one of the initial recruits of the nuclear flat pirate crew when they first arrived in the kingdom of Dressrosa.
A composed young man with considerable talent. He had yet to establish his own family, rumored to have a cheerful and generous mother at home.
Not long ago, he had been assigned by Jinbei as a squad leader for the escort team.
One wonders how his mother would react upon learning of her son's demise.
Would she still exude her former cheerfulness? "Kid, you have chosen the path of self-destruction." Chapter 65, The Two Brothers' Bloodbath against Kidd upon hearing Kidd mock Jem.
The eyes of the two brothers, Lyle and Les, ignited with fierce fury. Ever since they had joined the nuclear peace pirates in the Sabaody archipelago, they had regarded the crew as their family. Now, with the murder of several comrades they had never met and the derision directed at their idol, Captain Jem, their hearts were ablaze with unquenchable wrath. Kidd cast a disdainful glance at the brothers before carelessly addressing Jem, tauntingly saying, "I have brought you a gift for our meeting. Shouldn't you express your gratitude with a bow? You seem rather upset." Jem, unperturbed by the mockery, regarded Kidd with the same incredulity one might reserve for a clown performing at a circus, finding the situation utterly absurd. Was this individual truly devoid of self-awareness? Who had granted him the audacity to provoke him so brazenly? Surely, this world lacked any form of restraint. While Jem remained silent, the brothers erupted in sarcastic laughter. Red-haired Les looked at Kidd and mockingly remarked, "Captain Jem, does this fellow seem to possess an unwarranted confidence? It appears we are being underestimated." Yellow-haired Lyle, crossing his arms in a feigned display of fear, interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm, "Do you think this infamous supernova might disarm us?" Les quickly seized the opportunity to continue their taunts. "Indeed, I've heard that when the supernovas were in the Sabaody archipelago, they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of a robot. Their strength is so formidable, they would certainly turn us into fish paste." As the brothers exchanged barbs, Kidd's expression darkened ominously, his murderous intent surging like a volcano on the brink of eruption. At that moment, Kira, the second in command of the Kidd pirates, stepped forward to uphold his captain's dignity. "Both of you carry swords at your sides, I presume you are swordsmen?" "I, too, am a swordsman." "Shall we see if I can disarm you?" Kira's tone was cold, laced with disdain. Unwilling to back down, the brothers immediately sought Jem's approval for battle. This would be their first fight since joining the nuclear peace pirates, and they were eager to seize this opportunity in front of their idol. "Captain Jem, this guy is too arrogant, let us eliminate him." After a moment's contemplation, Jem nodded slightly in agreement with the brothers' request. The Kidd pirates would not be extinguished in haste. Utilizing the impending confrontation as a chance for the brothers to hone their skills was Jem's way of showing mercy to his adversary. It also provided an opportunity to gauge the brothers' strength. However, before the battle could commence, the brothers nearly clashed over who would engage first.
I shall go first. You can observe from the sidelines. On what grounds? Simply because I was born 3 days earlier than you.
If that's your reasoning, as the elder brother.
Should you not defer to your younger sibling? Ridiculous. As the younger brother, you ought to heed your elder's commands. You speak nonsense. Observing the two brothers embroiled in an inconclusive dispute over who struck first, Jem wore an expression of helplessness.
At that moment, the impatient Kara contemptuously remarked, "Stop arguing. Why not both of you come at me together?" This statement undeniably provoked the brothers, who felt belittled and could not tolerate such an affront. They were not the indecisive type.
"Since you put it that way, we shall comply,"
the brothers shouted in unison.
Instantly, the battle erupted.
Red-haired Lays raised his hand, delivering a fierce slash, while the yellow-haired Lyle swiftly followed, advancing aggressively. Just as Kara managed to block the slash, he was immediately engulfed by Lyle's ferocious onslaught. Lyle's attacks were broad and powerful, each strike resonating with force, causing Kara to retreat repeatedly. The red-haired Lays' assault struck like a venomous serpent, each blow precise and ruthless,
aimed directly at Kara's vital points.
The clash of blades ignited sparks with every encounter as slashes flew wildly.
With the brothers' seamless cooperation, Kara found himself at an absolute disadvantage from the onset of battle, forced to dodge and seek a defensive counterattack. Is this what a supernova amounts to? The red and yellow brothers taunted Kara, intensifying their offensive.
Witnessing this scene, both Kara and the other members of the Kid Pirates displayed expressions of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that two seemingly inconspicuous individuals from the nuclear pirates possessed such formidable strength. Kara, with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries,
was one of the few supernovas traversing the seas.
Yet now, this supernova was on the verge of defeat against the coordinated attacks of the two brothers. The ordinary pirates of the Kid Pirates were transitioning from confidence to dread. If two nameless individuals could subdue the second in command of the Kid Pirates,
what would happen when the more powerful new emperor, Jem, intervened? Could Captain Kidd contend with the new emperor Jem? Likely not.
Observing the lopsided nature of the battle, Kidd furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the unfolding situation, yet oblivious to the unusual reactions among his crew.
Meanwhile, Jem nodded in approval of Lyle and Lays' performance. Suddenly, Jem's gaze shifted to the sea.
With a splash, a large blue fish leaped from the water at great speed, sending droplets flying as it landed beside Jem.
"Captain,
I didn't expect you to return so soon, even before I could reach them. I apologize for not being able to save them in time," Jinbei said, lowering his head in remorse. The unpredictable nature of the seas, teeming with countless pirates, made Jinbei's timely arrival commendable.
Let us not forget that the nuclear pirates had more than one such merchant vessel. Moreover, the armed forces aboard a merchant ship,
with a security team captain capable of momentarily contending with a pirate boasting a bounty over 100 million, represented a lavish allocation of military strength. Jem could not demand more. He could not allow Jinbei, Old Shah, and Barrett to do nothing but follow the merchant ships day after day, merely providing protection.
Furthermore,
were it not for the notorious reputation of the nuclear annihilation pirates, a crew of royal caliber, it would have been exceedingly difficult to recruit so many capable captains. There is no need to dwell excessively on this. Death is the norm upon the sea, when confronted by formidable foes. If they are undeterred by the fearsome reputation of the nuclear annihilation pirates, it can only be said that their fortune has run dry.
Jem shook his head, offering words of comfort.
Upon returning, he insisted on ensuring proper compensation for the bereaved, advising that the brothers should keep a vigilant eye on the families of their fallen comrades, preventing any abuse.
Jinbei nodded solemnly. "I will personally oversee this matter."
Kidd sensed the arrival of the former warlord, Jinbei, which significantly bolstered Jem's side.
However, their own Kara found himself in a perilous situation,
and the arrogant Kidd could not help but stow away some of his pride, his expression turning grave.
His crew of pirates displayed an even more dismal demeanor,
each one trembling with fear, their faces drained of color.
Terror began to permeate the Kid Pirates.
Regarding the unrest within the Kid Pirates, Jem remained unfazed,
focusing solely on the confrontation between the Red and Yellow brothers and Kara.
At that moment, as Jem conversed with Jinbei, Kira bore several fresh and gruesome wounds, his condition deteriorating further. Suddenly, Kira stumbled. Seizing the opportunity, red-haired Lays unleashed a flurry of swift strikes with his blade, sending forth numerous precise slashes that rained down upon Kira. With each strike, blood erupted from Kira's body. As he struggled to withstand the onslaught from the brothers, his injuries worsened, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish, teetering on the brink of demise. Kid, restless and eager to intervene, contemplated rushing to his aid. Had it not been for Jem and Jinbei watching intently from the sidelines, he might have already leaped into action. Reluctantly, Kid could only command his crew, "Hurry. Go and eliminate those two brothers." Chapter 66, The Death of a Supernova. Bring it on, eliminate them. Kid commanded with authoritative intensity. However, the anticipated scene of ferocious pirates charging fearlessly into battle did not materialize. The 20 or so pirates cautiously advanced towards the battlefield, their blades gripped tightly, occasionally stealing glances at Jem and Jinbei, wary of a sudden assault from the two. Witnessing the stark contrast in the demeanor of his crew, Kid's expression soured. He felt humiliated before Jem. For subordinates who lacked the resolve to obey orders to the death, had the circumstances been different, he would have undoubtedly executed them all and recruited a new crew. "Are you on a picnic? Should I find you a companion?" The menacing tone of Captain Kidd sent a shiver through the pirates. They were reminded that Kidd only exhibited normalcy in front of Killer, otherwise he was far from a benign figure. As a ruthless and merciless leader, his true nature was one that resorted to violence at a moment's notice. This realization temporarily overshadowed their fear, and with newfound resolve, the pirates fixed their determined gazes upon the Lyle and Reese brothers. "Kid, do you think it respectful to gang up on me without my consent?" Jem, having noticed the unfolding situation, was displeased. They had agreed upon a one-on-one duel. Why was this turning into a brawl? Double standards were a common human trait, and Jem was no exception. "You may gang up on my crew, but you shall not lay a hand on mine." The overwhelming might of Conqueror's Haki surged forth once more, sweeping through the ranks of the pirates. They all collapsed in the wake of the charge. A profound breeze touched Kid's soul, causing him to shudder. Though his expression grew grave, he exhibited no fear, rather, an exhilaration coursed through him as he licked his lips. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? Such formidable strength, a pity it is of no use to me. Whether it was useful or not was not for him to determine, yet Jem had no interest in enlightening him. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Killer drew everyone's attention. Kid's expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, the three fighters had been momentarily stunned by Jem's Conqueror's Haki, their actions suspended in time. Having previously witnessed Jem's Conqueror's Haki and the unimaginable power he wielded to shatter mountains with a mere snap of his fingers, Lyle and Reese quickly regained their senses. In perfect synchrony, they flanked Killer. Red-haired Reese lunged forward, his sword thrusting like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Killer's heart, while yellow-haired Lyle brought his blade crashing down with tremendous force. Only upon hearing the slicing air did Killer react, his eyes wide with horror as he desperately twisted his body, instinctively raising his right hand to block. Thud! Thud! Reese's sword pierced Killer's left shoulder, and Lyle's blade cleaved through Killer's right hand, the one he had raised in defense. Witnessing Killer collapse to the ground, gravely injured, Kid's heart raced with alarm. While the other pirates may not matter to Kid, Kira certainly does. The two have supported each other through countless storms and perils from the South Sea to the New World, forging an unbreakable bond akin to that of sworn brothers. Although Kid had once promised that all foes encountered would be dealt with by Kira, the dire state of Kira's life now compels him to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Kid lunges forward, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Jinbei furrows his brow, preparing to intervene, but Jem's gaze halts him, signaling to let Lyle and Reese continue their performance, curious to discover their limits. With the sea breeze howling around him, Kid suddenly appears, delivering a swift kick to the blonde-haired Lyle. The unexpected assault catches Lyle off guard, sending him flying, crashing through the railing and nearly plunging into the ocean. Seizing the moment, Kid intends to pursue. It is often said that inflicting pain on 10 fingers is less effective than severing a single one. Presently, Kid is the sole remaining combatant of his crew, a situation that weighs heavily on his proud spirit. However, Reese reacts swiftly, abandoning the fallen Kara to shield Kid.
granting Lyle a moment to recover. "Get away from me!"
Kid exclaims, his fist hardened with armament hockey, striking Reese back with a forceful blow. In the face of Kid's newly mastered abilities, Reese is clearly outmatched, staggering backward, his hands numbed from the impact. Meanwhile, Kira, weak and bloodied, barely managing to stand on one arm, fixates his fierce gaze on Reese, hoping for a surprise attack. Yet Lyle has regained his footing, keenly aware of Kira's intentions. "Defeated loser, just lie down," Lyle declares, swinging his sword, delivering a devastating strike that lands squarely on Kira. Already gravely injured, Kira collapses once more, unable to rise. His breathing growing increasingly shallow as life slips away. A Generation S supernova is inching closer to death. Kira. Upon witnessing this scene, Kid's eyes brim with bloodshot fury, the veins in his neck pulsating violently. As Lyle and Reese charge at him with blades drawn, Kid grits his teeth, forcing the chilling words from his mouth as if uttered from the depths of hell. "You will all die." With that proclamation, the power of the magnet fruit surges forth. The entire ship trembles violently, and all metallic objects around, as if stirred by an unseen force, fly towards Kid, coalescing into a colossal iron hand. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes a devastating strike. Bang! Lyle and Reese raise their swords in defense but are still sent flying by the mechanical arm, spewing blood as they tumble into the sea. Fortunately, their injuries are not severe. Neither of them possesses any abilities, and with the deck being relatively small, their fall into the water is not a grave concern. Having dispatched the two nuisances into the depths, Kid, with eyes ablaze, charges toward Jem, his voice laced with a feral intensity as he grits his teeth. "I will have your crew pay for Kira's demise." Jem curled his lips in disdain, indifferent to the situation at hand. By this point, he had formed a clear understanding of the strengths possessed by the two brothers and had no intention of allowing the frenzied Kid to wreak havoc any longer. Overall, the combined prowess of Lyle and Les could be likened to that of mid-tier supernovas. "Jinbei, eliminate him." As these words fell from his lips, Jem leisurely leaned against a remaining segment of the intact railing, his arms clasped behind him, elbows resting on the balustrade. A sardonic smile gracing his face as he gazed at the approaching Kid, whose eyes burned a fierce crimson. Simultaneously, upon receiving the command, Jinbei, already prepared, vanished from his position in an instant. When he reappeared, he was hovering above Kid's head. "Kid, this is the end for you. Do not disturb Captain Jem." With that, he suddenly bent at the waist and swung his fist, unleashing an overwhelming force. Fishman Karate, Sharkwave Fist. Accompanied by a resounding thud, Kid was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the deck beneath him. Chapter 67, Annihilation. With a resounding crash, Kid, his face smeared with blood, leapt ferociously from beneath the deck, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. He swung his massive mechanical arm with the intent to deliver a decisive blow to the audacious Jem, who dared to dismiss him. Mechanical fist. Kid roared, his voice brimming with fury. In an instant, Jinbei interposed himself before Jem, obstructing Kid's advance. "Kid, you are not yet worthy to challenge Captain Jem. First, you must overcome me," Jinbei stated solemnly. Without haste, he assumed a classic judo stance, his haki coalescing between his palms as the seawater behind him began to swirl into a vortex. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, water heart, ocean current over the shoulder throw. With a low shout, Jinbei summoned a torrent from the vortex, surging skyward. The mechanical arm collided with the rushing waters, and in a mere heartbeat, it shattered under the force. The residual impact crashing back onto Kid, who was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, smashing into the cabin and creating a gaping hole. "This is impossible. You are merely a warlord of the sea. How could you withstand me? I am destined to become the Pirate King." Kid knelt upon the shattered deck, crimson blood spilling from his lips, his face a canvas of defiance and stubbornness. Having ventured into this maritime realm to challenge the new Emperor Jem, he could not fathom being effortlessly vanquished by Jinbei and two nameless foes. The fierce sense of indignation propelled him to raise his damaged mechanical arm, recklessly charging once more at Jinbei, desperate to breach his defenses and approach Jem. Yet, Jinbei stood before him like an insurmountable mountain. Once again, Kid was launched away by Jinbei's overwhelming strength, crashing down onto the deck with a thunderous impact. "I refuse to accept this. Why are you so powerful?
Why?
Kid's hoarse voice dripped with disbelief as he gazed at the languid figure leaning against the railing. He could not reconcile his perceived weakness, nor could he accept that a mere warlord like Jinbei could possess such strength. This rendered his challenge to Gem absurd and naive. But what did defiance accomplish? At that moment, Kid was merely a novice, having just learned the basics of hockey. Yet unable to master observation hockey. What could he possibly wield to confront Gem? Why don't you attack? Do you look down upon me? With his head bloodied and battered, Kid stubbornly pressed on towards Gem, a man whose eyes held no recognition of him. He yearned to provoke Gem into action, desiring to perish at the hands of the one he sought to challenge. This was Kid's most fervent aspiration, the last semblance of dignity he hoped to salvage. Yet, Gem remained unmoved, observing the spectacle with a cold gaze and a mocking smile, offering no response and displaying no intention of engaging. Dignity? From the moment Kid ruthlessly slaughtered members of the Peace Pirates escort fleet, Gem had never contemplated granting him a dignified conclusion. He was simply unworthy. And thus, it was. Kid repeatedly charged at Gem, like a cornered beast fighting for survival, striving to get closer to him, yet consistently thwarted by Jinbei, ultimately falling short. From initial defiance to subsequent bitterness, and finally to despair, Kid could hardly brush against Gem's escarpment, let alone mount a genuine challenge. In that moment, his pride shattered, along with his dream of becoming the Pirate King. With great difficulty and unwavering resolve, Kid stood once more, his expression bordering on madness, as he staggered towards Gem, roaring, "Kill me! Do it, can't you hear me? I dare you, you bastard!" Witnessing this, Lyle and Reese, who had remained silent spectators since their return from the sea, exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with a complex mix of emotions. Kid's fervor and insanity elicited both sympathy and sorrow. Yet, one must recognize that those who are pitiable often harbor aspects that are contemptible. Kid's arrogance and blindness were the very culprits that propelled him towards the abyss. Upon this relatively small deck, Kid, pale as a ghost and unsteady on his feet, became a tragic tableau. He charged towards Gem with reckless abandon, his eyes ablaze with undying fire, refusing to relinquish his resolve to challenge the new emperor. Even as his body bore countless wounds. After yet another defeat at Jinbei's hands, Kid struggled to rise, only to fail repeatedly. He lifted his head with stubborn defiance, an intangible force brewing within the tumult of reluctance and despair. "I dare you to strike!" he shouted hoarsely, his voice reverberating across the sea. In the next moment, an unseen royal aura erupted from within Kid. It was the Conqueror's haki. Gem furrowed his brow. There were many ordinary sailors within the cabin who could not withstand the onslaught of such haki. Kid could not be allowed to act recklessly. With this thought, a far more powerful and vast Conqueror's haki surged forth from Gem, overpowering Kid's. The collision of these two invisible forces did not result in the anticipated stalemate, rather, it resembled an egg striking a rock. With a soft pop, Kid's newly awakened Conqueror's haki, before Gem's, was as fragile as a bubble, shattering in an instant. That flicker of hope, barely ignited, was mercilessly extinguished by Gem. With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, Kid's body could no longer sustain itself and slowly fell backward. Thud! He lay on the ground, staring at the azure sky, his gaze vacant, vision growing increasingly blurred. Am I to die? Kira, I will come to find you. We shall journey into the underworld together. As of now, both Kid and Kira, the two supernovas, had met their demise. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies before him, along with the pirates sprawled across the deck, rendered unconscious, Gem could not help but shake his head. Heaven's wrath may be borne, but self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. Jinbei, summon the other sailors to clear the battlefield. Dispose of the enemies by casting them into the sea to feed the fish. As for our own men, we must gather their remains and return them to their homeland for a proper burial. Understood, Captain, Jinbei sighed, nodding in agreement. After issuing instructions to Jinbei, Gem turned to face the brothers Lyle and Lace, continuing to give orders. You two, later bring along a few sailors to seize the vessels of the Kid pirates. Navigate them back with us. Yes, Captain. Lyle and Lace replied in unison. As evening fell, Gem returned to the outpost located in the kingdom of Dressrosa. After a simple dinner, he made his way to the artificial hot spring, a favored retreat among the core members of the nuclear peace pirates. The establishment was modest, featuring a central pool large enough to accommodate about 10 people, surrounded by smaller individual baths. Steam rose in wisps under the soft glow of the lights, while smooth pebbles lined the edges of the pool, and the walls were crafted from rustic timber adorned with several questionable masterpieces.
At that moment,
2 individuals were already soaking in the central pool.
"Jem, you're back. Come join us."
Barrett and Qiu greeted him warmly. Their camaraderie was informal and private.
Jem,
feeling at ease, tossed his clothes carelessly into a locker and sauntered over to sit beside Barrett and Qiu. The warm water immediately enveloped his body, swiftly alleviating the fatigue of his journey, and he couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. Before Jem could fully bask in the warmth,
Moria hurried in from outside. "Jem, urgent news."
Following yesterday's incident where Barrett and Qiu dealt with the pirates from Fishy Fragrance Island, Big Mom, upon hearing the news, is reportedly furious and intends to come after us. Chapter 68, The Visit of Akiji. Amidst the bustling streets, Akiji, draped in a deep green coat, with a brown backpack slung over his shoulder and round sunglasses perched upon his nose, stood out remarkably at nearly 3 meters tall. He strolled leisurely through the vibrant thoroughfare, his gaze sweeping over the incessant flow of vehicles, as merchants hurriedly navigated the crowd and common folk radiated joy, leisurely lingering at various shops and stalls. This scene of flourishing prosperity elicited a furrowed brow from Akiji, stirring within him a cascade of questions and astonishment.
As thoughts swirled in his mind,
he casually selected a roadside stall and took a seat, calling out in a voice tinged with magnetism, "Sir, I would like some takoyaki and a generous serving of fish balls, please." His presence immediately drew the attention of several passers-by, yet the stall owner appeared unfazed,
looking up with hearty enthusiasm as he replied, "Certainly. You must be a distinguished visitor from afar. This is your first time here to do business, isn't it?" The owner skillfully flipped various dumplings while engaging Akiji in casual conversation.
Observing the owner's wrinkled yet smiling visage intensified Akiji's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Sir, I have heard that this country is currently ruled by pirates, yet why do you all seem so content?"
Upon hearing this,
the owner's lips curled into a knowing smile, and without a hint of concern, he replied, "What of pirates? Whether it is pirates or the world government, for us common folk, the identity of the rulers is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether our lives can flourish. If that can be achieved, then they are indeed good rulers." Having failed in his bid for the position of admiral and still grappling with his sense of justice, Akiji pressed further.
"But you are under the notorious nuclear flat pirate crew. Could they possibly be benevolent, devoid of any exploitation?"
A glimmer of pride sparkled in the owner's eyes as he explained with a smile, "You see, my dear guest, the kingdom of Dressrosa has witnessed various rulers. To speak truthfully, under the governance of the nuclear flat pirate crew, the lives of us commoners have improved the most."
Akiji's expression reflected disbelief. "How can this be? They are pirates. Even if they do not exploit the populace, it is impossible for conditions to be better than during the rule of the world government, is it not?"
Seeing Akiji's skepticism, the owner shook his head with a chuckle and continued to elucidate, "In the time of the world government, things were relatively stable. But the taxes were exorbitant, placing immense pressure on us commoners.
As for when the Don Quixote family held power, the slave trade thrived,
with nearly every household having relatives turned into toy slaves, and the taxes remained unyielding, leading to unbearable hardships. However, ever since the new pirate emperor, Jim, took over with the nuclear flat pirate crew with the owner's in-depth explanation, Akiji gradually began to grasp the true state of affairs in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Under the rule of the nuclear flat pirate crew, the kingdom had liberated the toy citizens enslaved by the Don Quixote family, as well as the enslaved little people.
Subsequently,
the abolition of the slave trade was implemented, followed by significant tax reductions, a crackdown on piracy and organized crime, and the promotion of maritime commerce.
Thanks to Jem's various initiatives, the living environment in the kingdom of Dressrosa has become considerably more tranquil.
Moreover, with the stabilization of society, maritime trade has flourished, leading to a swift increase in the income of ordinary citizens due to the influx of merchants. This gradual improvement in the living standards of the common folk has become a matter of course.
However, after listening to his employer's explanation,
Green Pheasant felt a tightness in his chest, nearly losing his composure. He even began to suspect that there was something wrong with his hearing. Although he had heard of some of Jem's policies, he found it difficult to accept such a reality, as his subconscious told him that pirates should not be capable of achieving such feats. The kingdom of Dressrosa is a territory aligned with the celestial dragons. And although it ceased to pay the heavens gold to the world government since Doflamingo's rule, the lower-class citizens here seem to admire a pirate even more, showing no nostalgia for the world government or the navy. This unprecedented revelation profoundly shook Green Pheasant, a former admiral, almost undermining his beliefs. In that moment, he felt an urgent desire to meet Jem, to hear his explanations, and to seek a righteous answer. Following some intelligence he gathered, Green Pheasant made his way to the entrance of the nuclear flat pirate's base. Just then, the doors swung open. Jem emerged, accompanied by Barrett, Shiryu, as well as the newly appointed squad leaders, the blonde-haired Lyle and the red-haired Lace, along with dozens of squad members. A large group exited with great momentum. Not long before, the intelligence department had reported that the Big Mom pirates were setting sail aggressively, approaching Perfume Island. Upon receiving this information, Jem deemed Big Mom's actions quite irrational. What made her think she could gain an advantage over the nuclear flat pirates or even the Three Emperors Alliance? Despite his confusion, he knew decisive action was necessary. Jem intended to confront Big Mom, making her aware that even a formidable emperor has some adversaries she cannot afford to provoke. At the moment the door opened, Jem's gaze intertwined with that of Green Pheasant. Upon recognizing the visitor, surprise flickered in Jem's eyes. Barrett and Shiryu narrowed their eyes instinctively, exuding a sense of vigilance and fierce combativeness. The squad members appeared grave, as if facing a formidable foe. Green Pheasant's sudden appearance raised suspicions. Under normal circumstances, after resigning from the Navy, he would have sought out Blackbeard and joined his crew. Yet here he stood in the kingdom of Dressrosa, prompting further contemplation. "What brings you here, former Admiral Green Pheasant?" Barrett questioned coldly. Green Pheasant ignored Barrett, focusing intently on Jem, his urgency palpable as he said, "I wish to speak with you." Speak?" Jem replied, taken aback. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Green Pheasant intended to infiltrate the nuclear flat pirates as a spy. According to the intelligence gathered in memory, many speculate that the reason for Akiji's affiliation with the Blackbeard pirates is to serve as an undercover spy. As a righteous admiral, without having personally experienced the harsh realities of darkness, many find it hard to believe that Akiji would abandon his sense of justice and wholeheartedly embrace the life of a pirate. Barrett remains unmoved. "What is there to discuss? You were once an admiral, and we are pirates. I see no common ground." Upon hearing this, both Jem and Akiji instinctively turned their gazes toward Shiryu. Noticing their looks, Shiryu chuckled wryly and defended both himself and Akiji, stating, "So what if he was a former admiral? People change, don't you, Barrett?" As a comrade, Barrett could only choose silence, unable to refute him. With the atmosphere thick with unspoken words, Akiji turned to Jem, reiterating his earlier inquiry. "I wish to have a word with you. To be frank, the prospect of an admiral-level power is undeniably enticing, especially one who still harbors a sense of justice, devoid of the reservations that accompany figures like Big Mom. If Akiji can join the Blackbeard pirates, then aligning with the nuclear peace pirates seems equally justifiable. Since Jem aspires to achieve great things rather than merely engage in a whimsical pirate game, the idea of transforming Akiji into a like-minded ally does not seem unattainable. After all, Jem's ambitions also align with the ideals of justice." With this thought in mind, Jem finally spoke. "The nuclear peace pirates have matters to attend to. If you are not in a hurry, perhaps you could wait for my return, and we can converse at length then." Chapter 69. The celestial dragons are the greatest evil. Beneath a vast expanse of clear skies, the harmonious pirate ship surged across the ocean. Jem and Akiji stood side by side, their backs to the deck, gazing out at the sea. In the collective consciousness, pirates epitomize malevolence, marauding and committing unspeakable acts. Akiji observed Jem, known as the new sovereign of the seas, and inquired about a question that had long troubled him. "Yet you, along with your nuclear peace pirates, behave in stark contrast to the typical pirates, which leaves me perplexed." "A pirate?" Jem chuckled softly before responding with calm resolve, "I have never aspired to be a pirate. Nor do I relish the title, it is a label imposed upon me by others. Akiji paused momentarily, a wry smile forming on his lips. He was aware of Gem's past and his distinctive approach, prompting him to shift the conversation. Gem, you govern a nation and ally with the 4 emperors. May I inquire about your dreams? Dreams? Gem gazed towards the horizon, reminiscing about his journey, and responded obliquely, Akiji. Do you consider the celestial dragons to be embodiments of justice? The celestial dragons? Akiji opened his mouth, yearning to affirm their righteousness, yet as a former high-ranking naval officer, he was acutely aware of their sordid deeds, rendering the concept of justice unutterable. Noticing Akiji's reaction, Gem smiled lightly and continued to probe. Then what do you perceive as the root of the world's greatest chaos? Upon hearing this, Akiji lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. The sources of chaos were manifold: the legendary treasure of Pirate King Roger, desperate criminals, rampant free thought, and the exorbitant celestial gold. After a lengthy silence without Akiji's response, Gem began to answer his own question. The greatest source of chaos is, in fact, that self-proclaimed divine group, the celestial dragons. Why them? He mused. Because, after centuries of propagation, the celestial dragons have proliferated into a staggering multitude, numbering in the millions or even tens of millions. This vast cohort contributes nothing to production yet indulges in a life of lavish excess. Thus arises the question, how much wealth is required to sustain such a parasitic mass? And from whence does this wealth derive? At this juncture, Gem ceased speaking, as the answers were evident even without further elaboration. To uphold the opulent lifestyle of the celestial dragons, the world government imposes exorbitant taxes in the form of celestial gold. This already high tribute grows exponentially over time, driving countless impoverished citizens to banditry, no, to piracy. Such grim realities characterize the twilight years of many dynasties. Why does Gem seek to overthrow the world government? It is because this world is irreparably corrupt. Only through its destruction and subsequent reconstruction of a new order can societal stability be restored. The Navy has long upheld what it considers justice, yet this justice has proven to be a hollow endeavor. Under the illusion of righteousness, they can only watch helplessly as the common folk struggle for survival in ever-deteriorating conditions, for the Navy's ultimate authority is the world government, the celestial dragons themselves. The celestial dragons embody the fundamental contradiction faced by the common people, and until this issue is resolved, any notion of justice is rendered a farce. The celestial dragons themselves represent the epitome of malevolence. This revelation is profoundly shocking. Akiji contemplated myriad reasons but failed to consider this aspect. Once he grasped the truth, his mind ceased to function, and his expression turned vacant. It appears you have already arrived at your conclusion. Earlier, did you not inquire about my aspirations? Gem spoke in a deep voice, his gaze unwavering. My dream is to overthrow the tyrannical world government ruled by the celestial dragons and eradicate these parasitic beings that contribute nothing to society. With that, Gem ceased further discourse and turned away, leaving Akiji to ponder alone. He did not mention any plans to dismantle Reverse Mountain, as he would not divulge even the slightest detail until Akiji had joined the nuclear pirates and earned his trust. The dream of toppling the world government is not unique. Many have voiced it annually, and Gem's declaration would nearly be an early announcement of war. Returning to the shade of the deck's umbrella, Gem reclined on a beach chair and savored a refreshing sip of chilled beer. Captain, do you intend to recruit him? Shiria asked, puzzled. Gem nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Akiji is among the most formidable forces upon the seas, and I cannot bear to thrust him into another's embrace. However, as a former admiral, he stands in inherent opposition to us pirates. How could he possibly join our ranks? Shiryu continued. Your perspective is rather narrow, Gem replied, shaking his head. The nuclear pirates, or any of the other emperors, are more akin to feudal lords than mere pirates. As you stated, our positions differ. The world government cannot simply bestow upon us the title of a foreign lord, allowing us to carve out our territories, can they? In essence, the emperors operate as a diminutive version of the world government. They provide protection to their territories, maintain order within the seas, and impose taxes. The primary distinction lies in governance. Some are benevolent, while others are ruthless. The victors are crown kings, while the vanquished are labeled as brigands. That is all there is to it. Upon hearing Gem's elucidation, both Barrett and Shiryu paused,
their eyes alight with a newfound understanding.
This was a perspective they had never contemplated. Viewing the matter through this lens, they were no longer mere thieves, but rather lords vying for dominion over the world. Though I acknowledge your argument, I still believe Akiji is unlikely to join us, Barrett said, tempering his earlier enthusiasm with skepticism.
No, he will undoubtedly join us.
Seeing the hint of a smile on Jem's lips, Barrett and Shiryu were perplexed by the source of his confidence.
Did he truly believe that their recent conversation could persuade Akiji? They were mistaken.
Jem's assurance stemmed from his knowledge that, according to the original historical trajectory,
Akiji was destined to join the Blackbeard pirates. Now that Akiji sought him instead, Jem had ample reason to believe that Akiji had intended to join the nuclear pirates all along. The previous conversation merely served as an embellishment, as Akiji sought to transform the duplicitous Jem into a true ally. Time slipped away, and the harmonic vessel was drawing near to Aroma Island, where the Big Mom pirates likely awaited. It was only at this moment, after a prolonged period of contemplation, that Akiji finally emerged from his reverie. The vibrant scenes he had witnessed in Dressrosa, coupled with his recent dialogue with Jean, had undoubtedly imparted a profound lesson on life, compelling him to re-evaluate his notions of justice and his understanding of the world. In that instant, he grasped a deeper essence of justice. This world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined, and the demarcation between right and wrong was not always so distinct. He recognized that true justice ought to safeguard the living conditions of the common people, rather than merely apprehending a couple of petty thieves. Akiji strode towards Jean with confidence, his expression grave, eyes imbued with an inexplicable expectation, and his tone resonating with gravity. Jean, I wish to join the nuclear peace pirates. Chapter 70, Lingling. Show some respect. Laughter echoed through the harmony as Jem rejoiced at the inclusion of Akiji. Barrett and Shiryu displayed expressions of delight as well. With this addition, the nuclear peace pirates now boasted 3 formidable emperors among their ranks. Jem had initially believed he would have to wait for Mihawk to join to achieve this goal. Yet it had come to fruition far sooner than anticipated. Captain, Aroma Island lies ahead. We have spotted the Queen Motheress ship, the Song of Sanctity, docked at the harbor, seemingly disembarking, red-haired Lays reported briskly. Upon hearing that Big Mom and her crew were landing, Jem promptly rose to the bow, followed closely by Barrett, Shiryu, and Akiji. Gazing across the ocean, they beheld the imposing figure of Big Mom, resembling a grinding mill, striding toward the island, flanked by a throng of trembling civilians. We cannot allow her to enter the island, otherwise, the ensuing battle will undoubtedly engulf the town and result in numerous civilian casualties, Akiji urged urgently. Jem understood this completely, and without hesitation, he raised his hand, extending his index finger, softly uttering a few words. Fission, million-ton breakthrough. A fleeting red light glimmered at his fingertip. The immense power accompanied by a thunderous explosion as an energy beam sliced through the sky, targeting the Song of Sanctity. At the distant harbor, Big Mom and Katakuri sensed something amiss and abruptly turned their heads. In an instant, Big Mom vanished from her position, reappearing in mid-air beside the Song of Sanctity. Boom! The energy beam was obliterated by Big Mom's hockey-imbued fist. Just as she seemed destined to plunge into the sea, a caped white cloud, Zeus, soared upward, catching her falling form. Mother, are you all right? Zeus inquired. I am fine, Big Mom replied, standing atop Zeus, her eyes immediately recognizing the approaching harmony. Her furious voice thundered across the sea. Jem! You dare to trespass on my territory, show up here, and attack us? Do you wish to perish? In response, Jem merely smiled faintly, his gaze devoid of fear. Lingling, you are growing old, times have changed. Jem's voice was calm and unhurried, exuding an undeniable confidence. Surely, you understand the principle of strength. Aroma Island is now under my domain. A glint of coldness flashed in Big Mom's eyes, yet she refrained from immediate retaliation, scrutinizing Jem with an appraising gaze. So, you intend to oppose me? Her tone was frigid, yet it carried an intimidating authority that demanded respect. Oppose you? Jem shrugged. Whether we are enemies or allies depends on whether you are willing to grant me the courtesy of acknowledging Aroma Island as part of my dominion. Aroma Island, an unremarkable isle known primarily for its deserts, now held dominion over the dignity and power of the Big Mom pirates.
Regardless of whether Big Mom is willing to grant this favor, the outcome will profoundly influence the future dynamics of this maritime region.
After a brief silence, Big Mom Ling emitted a cold laugh.
Very well, let me see just how formidable you are, you brash young lad.
With a sweeping gesture,
she summoned the powers of Zeus beneath her feet and Prometheus above her head. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder roared, fierce winds howled,
and torrential rain poured down, casting the entire Aroma Island into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse.
A towering wave surged forth, imbued with the capacity to consume all.
Racing towards the harmony.
Kuzan, let us establish the battlefield upon the sea, Gem stated.
Acknowledging his intent, Akiji leaped into action, activating his ice fruit abilities. A torrent of frigid air erupted from his hands.
Upon contact with the seawater, the icy mist rapidly froze the surface, swiftly spreading towards the colossal wave. In the blink of an eye, the towering wave, hundreds of meters high, was transformed into a frozen sculpture. While a layer of ice several meters thick spread across the ocean for miles, creating a solid ground. Lyle, take your team to disperse the people along the shore,
guiding them inland away from the coast.
Make the necessary arrangements. Gem turned to Barrett, Shiryu, and Akiji, smiling as he added.
We shall pay a visit to the Big Mom pirates.
The four walked side by side towards the singing ship. I've heard that one of the four sweet commanders, Charlotte Smoothie, is a master swordswoman.
She's mine, Shiryu remarked, a bloodthirsty grin adorning his face, eager for the challenge.
Following this, Barrett expressed his interest.
Then the one known as Katakuri, Big Mom's greatest creation, shall be mine. Ha ha, Gem laughed heartily in agreement.
As for Big Mom herself, I shall personally train her.
Wait, what about me? Akiji interjected, indicating that he had yet to claim an opponent.
That poses quite the dilemma. Only two of the four sweet commanders have arrived so far. Cracker and that fellow whose name escapes me have yet to show. Gem pondered for a moment.
Shall the remaining ones belong to you? Among them, there shouldn't be any worthy adversaries. Is this how you welcome me, a newcomer?
Akiji jested. In truth, Akiji was not particularly enthusiastic about battling. Unlike Kizaru, who was lethargic, or Akainu, who was a workaholic, he occasionally enjoyed basking in the sun and leisurely fishing. Thus, he did not concern himself with who his opponent might be, he merely sought to integrate into this new collective with a sense of humor. If you truly wish to face a strong opponent, I could relinquish Big Mom to you, Gem suggested.
Akiji quickly waved his hands.
No, I was just joking.
By the way, do you think our lineup might be a bit overwhelming for the Big Mom pirates?
Gem stroked his chin, contemplating this issue. While the nuclear peace pirates exchanged laughter and banter, the atmosphere surrounding the Big Mom pirates grew increasingly tense, creating a stark contrast between the two factions. Who can tell me why Akiji would find himself aboard Gem's ship?
How do you manage the nations? What about intelligence? The furious roar of Ant Lingling echoed repeatedly. Katakuri and Smoothie exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes.
The expressions of the other pirates were equally somber.
As if the approaching figures of Gem and his companions were ferocious beasts from the primordial wilderness.
The nuclear peace pirates were already formidable. And now they had the addition of Akiji. This undeniably positioned them as the supreme pirate crew upon the seas, surpassing even the red-haired pirates. As for why Akiji was aboard the nuclear peace pirate ship, they were at a loss.
Prior to today, we had received no intelligence regarding any interaction between Akiji and Gem,
suggesting that Akiji likely only made contact with the nuclear peace pirates today. At this point, Katakuri paused and added. Regarding whether they were in a collaborative relationship or if Akiji had joined the nuclear peace pirates, we remain uncertain. Given the intelligence capabilities of the nations and the nuclear peace pirates being one of the primary targets of surveillance, if Gem and Akiji had indeed met before today,
there would be no reason for us to be completely unaware. It must be said that Katakuri's deductions were remarkably accurate, nearing the truth. Just then, Gem, Barrett, Shiryu, and Akiji approached the vicinity of the singing ship and stood side by side. I say, are you going to continue fighting or not? If not, then you'd better leave quickly. Chapter 71, Did Gem and his companions face the wrath of Big Mom? Floating Fragrance Island, once a tranquil haven,
now shrouded in an atmosphere of palpable tension.
Gem, has no one taught you the importance of respecting the powerful?
Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, extended her right hand. And in an instant, the horned hat atop her head transformed into Napoleon, the great sword, which she seized with ease.
Behind her, the storm god Zeus and the sun god Prometheus orbited ominously. The sky was cloaked in dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and the sea churned violently. The overwhelming presence of the renowned Yonko was unmistakable at this moment.
In stark contrast to the celestial phenomena surrounding Big Mom, Gem appeared rather unremarkable. With an air of calmness, he uttered a mere 3 words, "You are unworthy." Gem's disdainful demeanor incited the ire of the entire Big Mom pirates crew. Regardless of their formidable reputation upon the seas, even the might of the nuclear pirates did not grant one the liberty to insult them without consequence. Tension crackled in the air like a drawn sword. At that moment, Big Mom extended her left hand forward,
chanting an incantation as an invisible force surged outward in an instant.
A gentle breeze swept through, leaving Gem and his companions exchanging puzzled glances.
What sort of technique is this? Is she mocking us?
Gem scratched his head in confusion. The other 3 remained speechless.
Calmly, Akiji remarked,
"This must be Big Mom's soul fruit ability, soul incantation. If an opponent harbors even a trace of fear, their soul is forfeit."
Fear?
Barrett and Shiryu scoffed derisively.
Such a peculiar technique seemed utterly useless to them. Oh. You're not afraid of me either?
Big Mom observed Shiryu with a hint of surprise. While she could understand Gem, Barrett, and Akiji's lack of fear, Shiryu, in her eyes merely a weakling, was unexpected. Shiryu, feeling the sting of her incredulous gaze, was consumed by indignation.
I am a high-ranking officer of the nuclear pirates. Why should I fear a relic of the past?
With a derisive laughter, Big Mom raised Napoleon high above her head. A surge of soul energy coursed into the stormy clouds above.
Then, with a mighty swing of Napoleon,
she unleashed a devastating strike.
Thunderclap! A colossal bolt of lightning descended with ferocity, aimed directly at Gem.
In response, Gem unleashed his own technique. Fission 10 million ton explosive fist. He shattered the lightning and countered with a powerful punch that sent Big Mom's slashing attack flying, vanishing from sight in an instant. Gem and Big Mom charged towards one another, and the battle erupted in an explosive confrontation.
Barrett propelled himself toward Katakuri with his fist clad in haki, while Shiryu harnessed the abilities of the side fruit, transforming into a half-beast form, wielding a thunderstorm blade as he soared toward Smoothie. Akiji, however, opted for simplicity.
With a mere gesture, he unleashed a barrage of icy arrows, blanketing the nameless subordinates in a chilling deluge. In mere moments, only a few formidable adversaries remained,
struggling against the overwhelming tide.
The rest, including Big Mom herself, found themselves at a disadvantage, suppressed by the sheer force of Akiji's assault.
Observing that no one stood in his way, Big Mom once again raised Napoleon, preparing to strike anew.
The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, erupted with countless claps of thunder. Bolts of lightning, seemingly alive, indiscriminately struck both Gem and Akiji. Meanwhile, Big Mom confronted Gem, while Zeus and Prometheus were dispatched to engage Akiji.
Witnessing this scene,
Gem found himself laughing in exasperation.
1 against 2.
How audacious of Big Mom to challenge both him and Akiji alone, despite already being at a disadvantage. Gem was not inclined to indulge her arrogance. He soared into the sky, deftly evading the incoming lightning, then unleashed a powerful punch towards the clouds.
Be gone, nuisances.
Fusion, 2,000 tons, explosive shockwave.
The heavens shattered.
With a tremendous roar, the violent shockwave dispersed the dark clouds above, creating a vast opening, leaving the surrounding area devoid of any clouds, allowing the warm sunlight to flood the land once more. Yet, this was not the end.
Seizing the opportunity,
Big Mom swiftly approached, her hands gripping Napoleon, and swung down with fierce intent.
Gem erupted into maniacal laughter as he retaliated with a punch.
The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with each of Gem's strikes seemingly capable of tearing the sky asunder, the terrifying explosions causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Utilizing the absolute destructive power of his devil fruit, Big Mom could only muster all her strength to fend off Gem's relentless assault.
In a matter of moments,
the icy surface of the ocean was riddled with massive craters, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic ruin. The so-called indestructible Big Mom, renowned for her formidable defenses, found herself battered and bloodied beneath Jem's onslaught, while Jem bore only a few shallow cuts. After a fierce exchange, Big Mom, panting heavily, ascended into the air, raising Napoleon high above her head.
Jem, if you possess any courage, withstand this. W.I. Gu. A terrifying column of energy surged forth, aimed directly at Jem. Unyielding,
Jem's body began to radiate a blinding red light, and with a fierce roar, he retaliated with a crushing blow. Fusion, 3,000 tons, star-shattering fist. The two formidable forces collided.
After a brief stalemate, the explosions might engulfed Big Mom, sending her hurtling away like a cannonball, far into the distance. The residual shockwave rippled across the sea below. The ice shattered, the water boiled. The thick layer of ice, dozens of meters deep, was obliterated by this sheer force, unleashing monstrous waves and a thick mist of steam from the intense heat. Both sides could do little more than retreat, shielding their vessels from the chaos.
The explosive power exhibited by their captain seemed almost excessive, bordering on the surreal.
Akiji gazed at Jem's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, unable to conceal his astonishment.
During the previous battle at Goliath Island, Akiji had arrived too late to witness Jem's explosive display. He had also been engaged in a brawl with Akaino during Jem's confrontation with Kaido, missing out on that spectacle as well. Today marked the first time he witnessed the terrifying aftermath of Jem's unleashed power. Such destructive force was a sight he had never before encountered. Even during the Warring States period, figures like Carp, Whitebeard, and Kaido did not wield such astonishing destructive power. Their abilities were either vast in range but lacked sufficient strength,
or potent yet confined to a small area.
In stark contrast, Jem possessed not only formidable destructive power but also an expansive striking capability, an almost absurd combination. We have witnessed this several times, and it remains astonishing how the captain's abilities verge on the preposterous, leaving us perpetually anxious about the potential collateral damage.
Shiryu couldn't help but express his awe.
It was not only Akiji who was taken aback, Big Mom, Katakuri, and Smoothie were equally stunned.
Following the heart-stirring explosion, Big Mom's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, shattering decades of pride. Had she not been caught by Zeus, the thundercloud, she would have plummeted into the sea, facing certain death. It is crucial to note that Big Mom, Katakuri, and Smoothie are all devil fruit users, incapable of swimming. Meanwhile,
the other members of the Big Mom pirates who accompanied her had been frozen solid by Akiji and were obliterated in the recent explosion.
For a moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely.
Suddenly, a faint sound of ice cracking pierced the stillness.
Akiji once again encased the surface of the sea in ice.
Jem, accompanied by Barrett, Shiryu, and Akiji, advanced step by step towards the weakened figures of Big Mom, Katakuri, and Smoothie, their imposing presence growing ever more formidable. Chapter 72, Conspiring in person. The setting sun bled across the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson.
The waves relentlessly crashed against the fractured ice, emitting a mournful resonance.
Before the formidable Jem, Shiryu, Barrett, and Akiji stood the gravely injured Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Her eyes, once filled with arrogance and dominance,
now reflected profound desolation and confusion. Katakuri and Smoothie were equally engulfed in sorrow.
They had suffered defeat, their once invincible mother had succumbed, and the loss was devoid of any suspense.
Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, a telephone's ring shattered the silence.
The unexpected sound caused a momentary tightness in the hearts of those present, nearly convincing them that an ambush was imminent. Aware of the gathered gazes, Jem awkwardly smiled and retrieved a metallic box from his pocket. This box, crafted with Barrett's assistance, was designed to house the transponder snail, ensuring it remained intact during battle.
Composed of various special metals, including Wapple alloy, the box boasted exceptional hardness.
Jem opened it and took out the transponder snail.
Moshi Moshi, this is Jem. Upon connection, Kaido's gruff voice resonated.
Jem, I heard that your Harmony and Linlin's Queen's Anthem have set sail.
Surely, you haven't clashed? Jem was taken aback.
He hadn't anticipated that the beast pirates, known for their brutish nature, possessed such timely and accurate intelligence.
You guessed correctly, we have indeed engaged in battle.
And it is nearing its conclusion.
Kaido, are you feeling sympathy for Big Mom?
Jem, please be mindful of your jesting, Kaido replied, exasperated. I have a request. I hope you can spare Big Mom. In her youth, I owed her a favor, a debt I still remember. Upon hearing Kaido speak of favors,
Jem's vague memories of a past life sharpened.
he recalled that Kaido's devil fruit was bestowed upon him by Big Mom, thus explaining Kaido's claim of indebtedness. In contrast to Gem, Katakuri and Smoothie were even more astonished by Kaido's words. They glanced at their mother, who remained silent and contemplative, uncertain of what thoughts occupied her mind. They opened their mouths to inquire, yet the sight of her despondent expression held them back. After a moment of contemplation, Gem spoke. Kaido was now an ally, and he felt compelled to honor that connection, as if repaying a favor.
Since you have made your request, I shall grant you this courtesy.
But the condition is that the Big Mom pirates must cede Perfume Island to my nuclear peace pirates as a consequence of their defeat. At this juncture, Gem turned to Big Mom and continued, acknowledge that Perfume Island belongs to the nuclear peace pirates, and you shall be free to depart.
What say you?
The briny sea breeze swept across the icy expanse, bringing a chill.
Big Mom remained silent. Katakuri and Smoothie stood anxiously to the side, uncertain whether they should counsel her, pondering the wisdom of preserving the Green Mountains, for fear of lacking firewood. As time passed steadily, just as Gem began to grow impatient, Big Mom Ling Ling finally spoke in a languid whisper, all right.
The two simple words seemed to sap all her strength, leaving her visibly diminished and forlorn. Once a ruler of the New World, her name resonated across the seas, and her pirate crew swept through opposition with ease, striking fear into the hearts of many. She had once believed herself invincible, but the harsh reality had ruthlessly torn asunder this illusion, leaving her to confront her failures in stark nakedness. For the first time, Big Mom Ling Ling understood that even in this boundless ocean, no dominion is eternal, every formidable power is destined to fall. As the sole female emperor who had reigned over the seas for decades, her defeat at the hands of a rising star filled her with deep despondency and resentment.
In that moment, a tumult of emotions swirled within Big Mom Ling Ling, Katakuri, and Smoothie. Whole Cake Island, once the cherished domain of the Big Mom pirates, now stood as a monument to their disgrace. They recognized that they had no other recourse, accepting this humiliating condition was their best option. Let us return, mother, Katakuri murmured softly.
Countries, kingdoms, myriad nations, Big Mom Ling Ling murmured incessantly.
Ultimately, the three of them suppressed their feelings of humiliation, frustration, and bitterness. Boarding the Queen's anthem.
Standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the shrinking silhouette of Whole Cake Island, they were beset by a medley of emotions. At that moment, Big Mom Ling Ling abruptly shifted her gaze, staring blankly at Gemma's figure as it gradually faded from view.
Sengoku has fallen, Kaido has fallen. And I too have fallen.
We, the relics of an old era, can no longer halt the advance of the youngsters.
Roger. Does the One Piece you spoke of truly exist? Is Gem the legendary Joy Boy? Who can enlighten me on the true nature of this world? And thus, the conflict over Whole Cake Island came to a close.
News of the Big Mom pirates' defeat spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Do not question how this news leaked out. If one were to gaze skyward, they would undoubtedly notice several dark spots hovering nearby. These were the news birds. Ever since the last confrontation between Gem and the Navy, the news birds had kept a vigilant watch over the nuclear pacifying pirate crew, unless one acted alone. Escaping their watchful eyes was impossible. With the battle concluded, Gem had yet to depart, while Kaido lamented his troubles over the transponder snail. The ongoing excavation project in Wano faced new challenges. The emergence of underground springs had severely hampered progress, as water flowed from one breach only to be met with new sources gushing forth elsewhere.
At this rate, it was uncertain how many years it would take to drain the seas of Wano.
Perhaps we should utilize the collected explosives and simply blast the cliffs apart, suggested Kaido.
Ahem.
Captain Barrett and Shirley feigned coughs, slyly exchanging mischievous glances with Gem, desperately signaling him with a perplexed expression. Gem assumed that sand had entered their eyes and chose to disregard it. He firmly rejected Kaido's proposal, stating cautiously, no, with insufficient explosives.
We might as well rely on old sand's capabilities. If we increase the quantity, what will become of our plan for the upside-down mountain? Moreover,
we must remain vigilant against the Navy discovering our explosives depot near the upside-down mountain. This won't do, nor will that, Kaido retorted in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, Gem resolved to personally journey to Wano to assess the situation firsthand.
Kaido, once I arrive, we shall deliberate further. Upon ending the call, the busy gem prepared to embark on his journey to Wano.
Just as he was about to instruct Barrett and the others to return while he ventured alone, he abruptly halted. In his conversation with Kaido, he had forgotten that a newcomer, Akiji, was present nearby. Discussing the significant matters of the Three Emperors' alliance in front of Akiji, the former admiral, while maintaining a cautious demeanor, left Gem feeling somewhat awkward.
Noticing Gem's discomfort, Akiji gently remarked, "I am a member of the Nuclear Peace Pirates." Chapter 73, The Diligent Old Sakazuki in Marine Headquarters, Marineford.
Marshal Sengoku's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the upper echelons of the Navy. His successor, Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Kizaru were all present. "Gentlemen, recent intelligence has revealed that the new emperor, Gem, has just eliminated the Kid Pirates.
This morning, the flagship of the Nuclear Peace Pirates, the Harmony, has set sail once again.
Even more concerning is that simultaneously, one of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, has dispatched her ship, the Queen's Anthem, which appears to be on a converging course with the former. For us in the Navy, this might seem like fortuitous news, should they engage in a fierce battle. Regardless of the victor, it would undoubtedly diminish the overall strength of the pirates," Garp remarked nonchalantly while munching on senbei.
However,
the optimism that Garp exhibited was not shared by the others.
Kizaru, while meticulously trimming his nails, mused, "What if they opt for an alliance instead of conflict?"
This was precisely the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds.
The alliance of three emperors was already formidable. The addition of Big Mom's crew would create a coalition of four emperors.
Faced with such an overwhelming force, if the world government did not intervene, what purpose would the Navy serve but to disband and return to farming? The troubling news did not end there. Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a somber expression reflecting her deep-seated worries, stated, "Let us not forget Gem's alliance with Whitebeard and Kaido. Since their coalition, they have been engaging in various covert activities. Although they have concealed their intentions well, our intelligence department has uncovered signs of them expanding their fleet and increasing the production of weapons and gunpowder, clearly indicative of preparations for war. I have strong reason to suspect that their targets are either Marineford or Mariewa." Tsuru concluded her remarks, and Sengoku added, "Moreover, today it was reported that Kaido has been excavating and draining water on the outskirts of Wano, the reasons for which remain elusive." Each piece of information presented was far from favorable for the Navy. Typically, one would expect the hot-tempered Akainu to express his ire in response to such a barrage of bad news. Yet, he remained silent, his brow furrowed. Accustomed to the relentless stream of troubling tidings since the last conflict, Garp speculated, "I have heard that the former site of Wano has been submerged. They may be attempting to restore it to gain more fertile ground for survival." Tsuru shook her head in disagreement. "The undertaking is excessively vast and ultimately futile. They must possess ulterior motives. I recommend we deploy intelligence operatives to Wano. We require more information." The consensus was unanimous. They resolved to send spies to the secluded nation of Wano. "Sakazuki, what is the progress on the global conscription?" Sengoku inquired solemnly. In preparation for Akainu's ascension to the position of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had entrusted him with full authority over the global conscription initiative. As the leader of this endeavor, Akainu stood to gain significant prestige, facilitating a smooth transition of power within the Navy. Akainu's tightly furrowed brow relaxed significantly, clearly indicating favorable news. The conscription process has progressed smoothly and is nearing completion. After initial screening and evaluation, we have identified two exceptionally promising candidates, one named Ishiao and the other Huangmu. Both possess the caliber of a general and are rare talents indeed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Naval High Command lit up in unison. This marks the only good news for the Navy in the past 3 months. 2 days later, in Wano country, a cloud of dust swirled at the entrance of a cliffside cave. Countless particles of sand and dust erupted from the cave, cascading into the ocean. Crocodile. Known by his moniker Sand Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea who had instilled fear in numerous adversaries, currently wore a grim expression as he reluctantly employed his sand fruit abilities to laboriously excavate the cave. His face was marked with displeasure, each swing of his arm venting his pent-up frustration. Just as he succumbed to the monotony of this tedious task, a familiar voice shattered the surrounding silence.
Hey, old sand. Your complexion looks healthier than ever. Jem's arrival was like a refreshing breeze, instantly capturing Crocodile's attention. Upon hearing Jem's teasing remark, Crocodile paused his work, raising his head. His eyes filled with a mix of resentment and anger. Jem, are you making fun of me? I am a fighter, not a miner. I should be on the front lines of battle, not digging in the dirt here. In response to Crocodile's lament, Jem refrained from immediate rebuttal and instead patted his shoulder, attempting to placate. No, to soothe his emotions. I understand your feelings, but think about our objective. It is an unprecedented feat. Just bear with it a little longer, old sand, and it will soon be over. Crocodile reluctantly nodded but soon raised his own concerns. However, Jem, Kaido mentioned that there are springs underground in Wano, and the progress of draining the water is exceedingly slow. We may not need to completely drain the outside water to find the ancient weapon Pluton. I heard from Kaido that his subordinates discovered a secret passage in Wano that leads directly underground. Perhaps we can find Pluton through that tunnel, Jem countered. Have you found it? This question left Crocodile momentarily speechless, for Kaido had indeed dispatched many to explore, but aside from uncovering a historical stone tablet, they had yielded nothing else. Alas! Crocodile sighed softly, as if envisioning his grim future. In the long years to come, he would be consigned to a monotonous existence of endless digging, living in perpetual darkness. Observing Crocodile's despondent demeanor, Jem felt a pang of compassion and lowered his head in contemplation, seeking a better way to liberate him. Kaido had stated that the cliffs encircling Wano Island tower over 10 kilometers high, with a width of at least several kilometers at sea level. According to predictive analyses conducted in the past, the direct explosive power of Big Ivan could create a crater with a diameter of 2 kilometers and a maximum depth of 160 meters. The power of this explosion could easily submerge a small island. However, contemplating the task of penetrating this sheer cliff face reveals a different challenge. Assuming the narrowest point measures 16 kilometers, or 16,000 meters, and a single Big Ivan bomb achieves a depth of 160 meters. It would require at least 100 Big Ivan bombs to breach these towering cliffs. One must not forget that as one descends, the density of the soil and rock increases, making the task more arduous. Currently, Jem's explosive capacity peaks at 50 million, which is slightly less potent than that of the Big Ivan. However, the explosive punches under Jem's control are classified as directional blasts, possessing a significantly enhanced penetrating capability. If he truly exerted himself, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to breach these cliffs. The complication lies in the fact that the most powerful explosive punches are immensely taxing on his stamina. And it is unlikely that the world government and navy would stand idly by while Jem wreaks havoc. Lost in thought, Jem found himself experiencing a twinge of discomfort. This undertaking was indeed daunting. Reflecting on a time when he effortlessly shattered a mountain hundreds of meters high, he felt a sense of pride. Only to now confront a mountain towering 10,000 meters high and spanning several kilometers, leaving him nearly at a loss. Ultimately, Jem resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, he mused that it would be more enjoyable to share the burden. So he decided to enlist Kaido to assist in this laborious endeavor, unwilling to bear the toil alone. Chapter 74, Kaido's Fury. What? You intend to personally accompany Kaido to excavate the mountain? Lao Sha's eyes widened in disbelief, searching for signs that Jem was jesting or attempting to deceive him. Observing Lao Sha's reaction, Jem merely shrugged. Oh, I wouldn't want to tire you out. After all, you are a senior official and a combatant. Such labor is hardly fitting for you, wouldn't you agree? Lao Sha rolled his eyes dramatically, recognizing that this was a thinly veiled excuse to avoid work. Yet Jem spoke with such righteous fervor that he could scarcely be bothered to respond to his nonsense. Nevertheless, since Jem was willing to take on this arduous task, Lao Sha was more than happy to liberate himself from it, resolving to ignore Jem's foolishness. Let us proceed to Onigashima to find Kaido, Jem declared as he stepped toward the cave's entrance. Lao Sha followed closely, cautioning, a great deal has transpired in Wano recently, Kaido may be in a foul mood. Jem, intrigued, inquired, what could possibly be happening in Wano? Lao Sha quickly replied, news of our excavation efforts has reached Wano, inciting public outrage. Protests and riots have erupted across various regions, and Kaido, beleaguered by this turmoil, is currently investigating the matter. Oh? How peculiar. With life seemingly improving. Why would the people of Wano be so discontented? Are they not afraid of incurring Kaido's wrath, which could lead to dire repercussions? Gem questioned, curiosity piqued. Even Kaido himself refrains from provoking Kaido, who grants them the audacity to protest and incite chaos.
Strangely, Gem recalled that since the formation of the Three Emperors Alliance, Kaido had relocated the heavily polluting factories to deserted islands, and the prisoners in the quarry's innocent souls wrongfully imprisoned had been set free.
It was baffling that the people of Wano, with prospects appearing ever brighter, would instead choose to emerge in uproar, creating disorder. From any perspective, this situation appeared utterly bizarre. Lao Sha shook his head slightly, letting out a weary sigh.
These rioters are not merely ordinary citizens, they are warlords and gangsters from various regions, and there may even be the influence of that rascal
Korazumi Orochi. Gem pressed further, but what is their rationale? Surely, any form of protest must be grounded in some justification?
A cold smile crept across Lao Sha's lips. It simply stems from the fact that this nation has long remained isolated. Once the mountains are breached and the waters flow freely, they fear the loss of the natural barriers separating them from the outside world. Moreover, life has not improved for the people of Wano, the gang leaders and warlords. Upon witnessing an increase in the earnings of the common folk, promptly raised taxes.
Under the rule of a pack of vampires, how could the citizens of Wano possibly thrive?
Upon hearing this, Gem grasped the situation. The short-sighted gang leaders and warlords, fearing that their tenuous hold on power might attract the covetous eyes of outsiders,
sought to manipulate public sentiment to obstruct Gem and his companions' plans.
However, it seems that due to their prolonged isolationist policies, they have forgotten that this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Without sufficient power to support their actions, they are merely courting disaster. Gem and Old Sha departed from the cave together.
Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Old Sha's lips curled slightly upward as he waved his arm.
A whirlwind of sand materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, both Old Sha and Gem were enveloped by the sand whirlwind, ascending swiftly towards the mountaintop. After a smooth landing atop the peak, Old Sha conjured another sand vortex, carrying the two towards the islands of Wano.
When they encountered Kaido, he was in the midst of a furious tirade directed at the members of the Beast Pirates.
Including the All-Stars, everyone kept their heads bowed, obediently enduring the reprimand. It has been 2 days, and you still haven't figured it out. Wano is so small, there are only a handful of individuals capable of inciting public unrest.
How much longer will you continue your investigation? What good will it do to capture a few petty delinquents?
Instead of probing into who is instigating the chaos from behind the scenes, simply investigate how many warlords and gangs operate in Wano. Then we can eliminate them all in one fell swoop, putting an end to the matter. As Kaido finished speaking, Gem stepped forward with Old Sha by his side. After giving a slight nod to the All-Stars, Gem turned to Kaido, his curiosity piqued.
Kaido, why are you in such a foul mood today? Kaido turned his head and,
upon seeing Gem, his dark expression softened considerably. He then scoffed. Kazuki Oden and a group of overconfident fools believe that by rallying public sentiment,
I will refrain from taking action against them.
Since they have energy to spare and dare to cause trouble, I intend to seize them all and employ them as laborers in the quarries and factories.
Gem was momentarily taken aback. Was he planning to uproot the entire ruling class of Wano? Wasn't he Kazuki Oden his ally?
Furthermore, if he were to eliminate the ruling elite,
how would Wano be governed thereafter?
Gem inquired, somewhat astonished. Kaido, however, remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his lips.
Kazuki Oden was merely a pawn in a previous scheme of mine.
Now that the plan has ceased, this waste holds no further value.
Once they are eliminated,
I shall ascend as king, and the Beast Pirates will take full control of all affairs in Wano. Upon hearing this, Gem ceased his inquiries, as he held no interest in who would govern Wano. Once Kaido had concluded his remaining business, Gem sat down with him to discuss the undertaking of the monumental task of mountain excavation.
Kaido appeared astonished. Is time truly that pressing?
Gem patiently explained. Old Sha and the others are moving too slowly, and your subordinates are lacking as well. With the date of the World Conference drawing near, we must expedite our efforts to locate the Pluto. If we cannot get Pluto operational in time, we will need to find a scientist to repair it,
allowing us ample time to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Kaido furrowed his brow at this. If we take action, the commotion will be substantial.
With such a significant disturbance,
are we not concerned about attracting the attention of the Navy and the world government?
Jem shrugged his shoulders.
There is no alternative, we must disseminate some false information,
claiming that we intend to assist Wano country in opening its gates, restoring ancient relics, and providing them with more living space, thereby diverting their gaze.
Faced with this situation, Kaido could not conceive a better solution and could only nod in agreement.
The waters surrounding Wano country were tranquil, with sunlight dancing upon the surface of the sea. In the distance, an unremarkable merchant vessel cautiously navigated around the islands of Wano.
At first glance, the ship appeared ordinary, yet upon closer inspection,
one could discern that its speed was slightly slower than that of typical merchant ships, as if it were deliberately concealing its movements. On the deck of the vessel stood several figures, each wielding binoculars, intently observing the scattered caves along the sheer cliffs in the distance.
One individual, a look of confusion etched upon his face, queried aloud, what could they possibly intend to do by excavating those caves? Are they planning to use explosives to collapse the cliffs? A hint of concern laced his voice.
Upon hearing this question, the others shook their heads in unison.
One person whispered, who knows?
It is precisely because we cannot ascertain their intentions that headquarters has dispatched us to infiltrate Wano country, gather intelligence, and ascertain the reality of the situation. It is evident that this mission will be perilous and fraught with challenges. We must remain vigilant. The group was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this mission, yet their gazes remained resolute and unyielding.
Chapter 75, The Wrath of the Elephant Lord Zaowu. Boom! Boom!
The thunderous roars echoed ominously across the skies of Wano, reminiscent of a bolt from the blue. Jem and Kaido stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, their chests heaving as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Their gazes were intently fixed upon the towering mountains encircling the island of Wano. A vast chasm had been opened within the mountains, revealing an enormous cave, a result of the combined might of Jem and Kaido's recent assault. This cavern was so immense that it left one agape, measuring several hundred meters in width and plunging into unfathomable depths of at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters,
resembling a miniature abyss.
The mouth of the cave, astonishing in its magnitude, spanned several hundred meters across and descended over 2,000 meters deep.
Yet, despite this monumental achievement, Kaido could not suppress his grumbling.
The mountain's walls are far too formidable. With our strength, breaching it proves exceedingly arduous. As Jem steadied his breath, calming the tumult within him, he replied, indeed, at this rate, should we continue to strike with all our might, we may soon find ourselves utterly drained.
However,
judging by today's progress, we should be able to completely penetrate this mountain within 2 days at most.
Kaido nodded thoughtfully in response. After a brief respite,
Jem and Kaido re-engaged, alternating their strikes against the cavern's entrance in a relentless bombardment.
Boom! Boom!
The earth trembled in resonance, dust billowing from the cave's mouth.
With each blow, they poured every ounce of their strength into the mountain, as if unleashing all their fury and power upon its formidable exterior. With each successive attack, the cave widened and deepened.
Boom! The mountain quaked, and clouds of dust erupted from the entrance. After a series of consecutive punches, the cavity grew larger and deeper.
Yet both Jem and Kaido found themselves utterly exhausted.
It is essential to recognize that the energy expended in a normal state versus that in an all-out effort is markedly different, akin to the disparity between a leisurely jog and a 100-meter sprint, where the consumption of stamina varies drastically. Collapsed upon the ground, the two deliberated and resolved to cease their efforts for the day, returning to Onigashima for rest,
with plans to resume their endeavors on the morrow.
Weary and burdened, they trudged back to the land of the Oni.
Upon reaching their destination, they sank into their chairs,
as though all strength had been siphoned from their bodies. Then, like travelers in a desert stumbling upon an oasis, they seized the water jug on the table, quenching their thirst with fervent gulps. Once their bellies were full, and after a satisfying belch, they exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. After quenching their thirst, they did not immediately rise but remained slumped in their seats, allowing their bodies to relax as much as possible.
After a considerable time,
their breathing gradually steadied, their complexions improved slightly, and their vigor began to return.
Just then, the sound of measured footsteps approached. Yamato stepped through the door, striding directly to Kaido's side to deliver his report. Lord Kaido, after thorough investigation, we have now ascertained the specific conditions of the various factions and warlords within Wano. Moreover, the commotion instigated by Lord Kaido and Lord Jin has reverberated throughout every corner of Wano country. Those with ulterior motives are stirring once more, inciting the populace to surge into the streets like a tidal wave, brandishing placards and shouting slogans as they parade through the thoroughfares. In comparison to the past few days, the number of participants has swelled, and the momentum is exceedingly formidable. When shall we take action? As Jin's words fell, Kaido abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity, radiating an aura that instills dread. He strode purposefully towards the exit, taking long, powerful strides. Let us act now. Observing this, Jin hastily followed suit. Lord Kaido, your strength has yet to be fully restored. Kaido scoffed dismissively. Dealing with a horde of weaklings requires little exertion. At that moment, Jin called out to Kaido's departing figure. Do you require assistance? In response, Kaido did not look back, his resonant voice echoing back, no need. They are merely a troop of buffoons, easily dispatched before the sun sets. Approximately half an hour later, even from the distant Onigashima, Jin could still distinctly hear the thunderous clashes emanating from the main island of Wano, sounding intensely ferocious. While Kaido was preoccupied with addressing the instigators behind the unrest in Wano, far away on the ocean, a colossal elephant, towering at 35,000 meters, ambled forward. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it halted, raised its head to the sky, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound was deafening, piercing through the clouds and resonating far and wide. The inhabitants residing on the back of the elephant, the fur tribe, were startled, their faces filled with panic as they gazed up at the massive trunk swaying in the air. Fear enveloped each individual, plunging the entire tribe into chaos. In this tense atmosphere, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. For generations, the fur tribe had lived upon the back of this gargantuan elephant, Lord Zou, who had always been their protector and support. Now, its unusual behavior undoubtedly filled their hearts with unease and confusion. What could have provoked such fury in Lord Zou? What unforeseen events await this isolated fur tribe? Meanwhile, the two leaders of the fur tribe, King Inazuma of day and King Nico Mamushi of night, despite being in separate locations, simultaneously displayed expressions of grave concern. What has befallen Lord Zou? Inazuma murmured, his eyes brimming with worry. I have never witnessed it this enraged in all these years. Nico Mamushi fixed his gaze into the distance, his brow furrowed, fearing that something significant is about to transpire. As evening approached, the now rejuvenated Jin, feeling a sense of ennui, resolved to depart from Onigashima and join the fray on the main island of Wano. As he passed by the quarry in the Rabbit Bowl district, he fortuitously encountered Kaido. At this moment, Kaido was escorting a large group of despondent individuals towards the quarry, accompanied by the beast pirates. It appears that he has fulfilled his promise, successfully addressing the instigators behind the turmoil in Wano before the night descended. Jem scrutinized the captured individuals, mentally assessing the situation. Upon a rough estimation, he discovered that there were nearly a few thousand in number. What astonished him further was the presence of a familiar face among the crowd. With a heart full of curiosity, Jem stepped forward, nodding towards the calamities. He then approached Kaido, his gaze fixed intently on the recognizable figure, inquiring with intrigue about the individual. This person seemed somewhat familiar, who might he be? Kaido turned to regard the person Jem indicated, a scornful smile crossing his lips. Who else could it be but the general of Wano, Kazuki Oden? The remainder are merely Wano's warlords, along with their ineffectual relatives and subordinates. Chapter 76, My God. Is that an elephant? Jem's lips curled into a smirk as he recognized the figure before him, the traitor who had conspired with Kaido to slay Kazuki Oden. Kaido surveyed the individuals around him, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Such filth was a waste of resources, they ought to be cast into the quarry to toil until death. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the members of the beast's pirates to escort these individuals to the quarry. As Jem gazed at Korazumi Orochi, memories of Kazuki Oden flooded his mind, a figure steeped in controversy, shrouded in profound pessimism. Despite wielding formidable strength and possessing extensive connections and friends, He chose to masquerade as a madman, wandering the streets in despair. Kaido placed a reassuring hand on Jem's shoulder. "Let us depart, there is nothing of interest here. We have far more pressing matters to attend to." Gently shaking his head to dispel the swirling thoughts, Jem followed Kaido as they turned to leave. The anguished cries of the prisoners echoed through the quarry. The ruling class of Wano had been eradicated in one fell swoop. And with Momonosuke and the others yet to return, the remaining unexposed descendants of the daimyos would likely be unable to rise again under the oppression of the beast's pirates. The narrative of Wano had irrevocably transformed, beyond the possibility of revival. On the following morning, sunlight danced upon the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Jem and Kaido, as was their custom, arrived at the outskirts of Wano, relentlessly bombarding the cave. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, the merchant ship from the previous day re-emerged quietly. A few individuals, armed with telescopes, intently observed the unfolding events while listening to the distant thunderous sounds. Occasionally, they would exchange hushed words, their tones betraying a hint of anxiety. "Shouldn't we find a way to thwart their actions?" one individual asked, furrowing his brow with concern. Another turned to him, tilting his head in response. "Wano is not a member of the world government. The Navy has no authority to interfere in the politics and governance of a free nation. What grounds do we have to intervene?" Faced with this retort, the first man fell silent. Indeed, as his companion pointed out, the Navy was prohibited from meddling in the affairs of other nations, even those that had joined the world government. The Navy's mission was to maintain order across the seas and protect allied nations from pirate incursions. Enough of this discussion. Our mission hinges on infiltrating Wano and discerning their ultimate objectives. The internal affairs of Wano are of little concern to us and need not command excessive attention," the leader asserted, his tone resolute and his expression grave. "However, according to the latest intelligence relayed from above, Kurozumi Orochi has severed contact with us. Without his assistance, we are unable to infiltrate Wano," one individual lamented, a bitter and helpless look etched upon his face, anxiety evident in his demeanor. In truth, they had been circling Wano for 2 days, yet the infiltration plan had made no progress. The entire region was encircled by towering mountains, the landscape perilously inhospitable. There are only 3 ways to enter the country: first, to soar over the mountains; second, to ride upon a colossal koi fish and ascend the waterfalls; and third, to access the underground port. Initially, it was a considerable challenge to establish contact with Kaido the Beast through the world government, but now, with Kaido captured and the underground port falling into the hands of the Beast's pirates, their original stealth plan has been rendered futile. This group finds themselves ensnared in a predicament, forced to linger in the nearby waters of Wano. "Look! What on earth is that?" A person, stricken with terror, pointed toward a certain direction in the sea, trembling uncontrollably from sheer fright. The others, upon hearing the exclamation, turned their gazes in the direction he indicated. In an instant, the pupils of everyone constricted in shock. An elephant? Is that really an elephant? At the distant horizon of the sea, a figure gradually became discernible. It was an elephant of colossal proportions, its head towering above the clouds. Its immense size was even more exaggerated than the mountains of Wano. Each step it took caused violent ripples across the ocean's surface, creating tumultuous waves. This super elephant strode steadily upon the water, making its way toward Wano. Its presence instilled an unprecedented sense of awe and dread among the onlookers. This creature, seemingly plucked from the realms of myth, extinguished any thoughts of resistance within them. "Hurry! Report to headquarters immediately. We must retreat at once. The affairs of Wano have surpassed our capabilities. As mere pawns, we are ill-equipped to confront such a complex and daunting situation," the leader exclaimed, his voice quivering with fear. The others trembled involuntarily, as if enveloped by an invisible shroud of terror. Their eyes were filled with panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, clearly distressed by the impending calamity. In that moment, their only desire was to flee from this accursed place. Meanwhile, Jame and Kaido were diligently engaged in excavation work. The natural-born civil engineering prodigy, Old Sand, lounged beneath a sunshade, a cigar perched between his lips, legs crossed, savoring the sight of the 2 captains laboring intently. Only Old Sand could afford such leisure, taking the time to join in the excitement. The 3 disasters were not so fortunate; they were still preoccupied with seizing the power vacuum in Wano.
Excavation had previously been his responsibility, but now he relished the opportunity to observe the two sea emperors at work, a wave of indescribable satisfaction washing over him. If other formidable beings were to witness this scene, their reactions would surely be intriguing. At that moment, Jame and Kaido experienced a peculiar sensation. Their hands involuntarily pausing as they turned in unison to gaze at the vast ocean. Old San was not slow to respond, he followed their gaze almost simultaneously. What in the world? Old Shaw's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as the cigar he had been holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, even burning his thigh without him noticing. He stood there, entranced, staring at the colossal beast that was beyond imagination. Could this truly be the elephantine deity, Zwa, that Jem had mentioned before? Old Shaw closed his gaping mouth, struggling to swallow as he dreamily inquired. Jem lifted his gaze, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight with one hand, squinting as he scrutinized the giant creature advancing toward them, and slowly uttered, Indeed, it is. Chapter 77, Leaving the corpse of the elephant lord to Zo. Old Shaw gazed intently at the colossal figure at the horizon, a being more immense than mountains. And an indescribable sense of awe surged within him. He had heard Jem recount tales of the elephant lord Zo on several occasions. Yet he never anticipated witnessing its existence so soon. In comparison to this behemoth, Old Shaw suddenly felt that even the formidable Pluto seemed less captivating. I too have heard of the legend of the elephant lord Zo, but I had never discovered its presence, believing it to be mere folklore, he mused. Kaido's eyes widened, glinting with interest as he remarked, This creature's size dwarfs my own transformation into a dragon. His tone was laced with intrigue, as if he yearned for a confrontation with the elephant lord. But why has it appeared here? Old Shaw inquired, leaning closer to stand beside Jem. His head tilted in curiosity. Jem's gaze gradually lost focus as he slipped into a reverie, striving to extract every fragment of information regarding the elephant lord Zo from his fading memories. After a prolonged silence, Jem commenced to speak. Indeed, its ties to Wano are profound. As Jem narrated, Kaido and Old Shaw began to comprehend the deep connections between the elephant lord Zo and Wano. They learned that the heir of the Kazuki clan could communicate with the elephant lord, and that the mink tribe resided upon its back. To their astonishment, they discovered that the two rulers of the mink tribe were none other than the retainers of Kazuki Oden, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. So this elephant has come to protect Wano. Believing we intend to destroy it? Kaido's eyes glinted with intensity, regarding the mink tribe with disdain. Jem nodded in affirmation. That is highly probable. I care not whether it is a misunderstanding, should it dare to strike, I shall slay it, Kaido declared with a menacing glint in his eyes, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Old Shaw, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and asked, Jem, did you not mention that the mink tribe has always lived on Zo's back? How shall we address these individuals? Jem stroked his chin, calculating the speed of the elephant lord Zo and the distance between them. Given its current pace, it will take at least another day to arrive here. We shall send word to the mink tribe to evacuate, whether they choose to leave is entirely up to them. At this juncture, Jem's tone shifted to match Kaido's assertiveness. Let us first see if we can tame this magnificent creature. If we succeed, it could prove invaluable in the future. However, if it resists, as Kaido suggested, we shall eliminate it. Inspired by Kaido and Jem's audacious proclamations, Old Shaw felt a flicker of ambition ignite within him. He had not contemplated the possibility of defeating the elephant lord Zo. Despite the colossal size of the elephant lord Zunu, one should not underestimate the capabilities of Jem and Kaido, who toiled diligently to carve through mountains. After all, Zunu is a living creature, endowed with a heart in vulnerable areas such as its neck and head. Unlike an immovable mountain, it is susceptible to pain and death. The force of Jem and Kaido's attacks upon Zunu's head alone is sufficient to rattle its brain to a pulp. For Jem and Kaido, slaying the elephant lord is not as daunting as one might presume. It is, in fact, considerably easier than their arduous task of tunneling through mountains. Suddenly, Old Shaw appeared to recall something, his demeanor shifting to one of exhilaration. With fervor, he grasped Jem's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Jem, doesn't Moria have the ability to manipulate shadows to control corpses? We could certainly leave Zunu's carcass to Moria. Upon hearing this, even Kaido could not suppress his curiosity, his gaze reflecting a flicker of anticipation. If Moria could indeed exert control, it would mean adding a formidable and fearless monster to their alliance.
Such an advantage would be monumental.
However, Jem did not share Old Shah's enthusiasm. Instead, he harbored doubts. That fellow Moria struggled to command the towering Oz. Standing at 60 to 70 meters, could he truly manipulate the colossal carcass of Zunu, which looms at 35,000 meters? Yet Old Shah remained undeterred, continuing. Based on the directions we discussed regarding fruit development, I have noticed a marked improvement in my own strength over this period. Naturally, Moria has progressed as well.
Even if he cannot fully control Zunu's body just yet, surely he can encase it for preservation?
This was indeed a valid point.
During this time,
not only had Jem improved, every member of the nuclear pirate crew had experienced some degree of enhancement. Notably, Old Shah, Moria, and Shiria had shown the most significant advancements. It is worth mentioning that both Old Shah and Moria had greatly benefited from their internal training exchanges, gaining fresh insights and directions in the development of their devil fruit abilities. Take Old Shah, for instance.
He is currently focused on the expansion of two areas, gigantification and sand soldiers.
The concept of gigantification is relatively straightforward. It can draw inspiration from the stone fruit user under Doflamingo or from the Susanoo in Naruto, wherein he envelopes himself in sand to become an enormous sand giant. As for the sand soldiers, he was inspired by the cookie soldiers created by Cracker. If the latter can utilize their abilities to conjure cookie soldiers for battle, there is no reason why Old Shah cannot do the same with his sand. Moria's approach to developing his fruit abilities has undergone a more substantial transformation. In contrast to his previous focus, he now dedicates himself to the realms of stealth, control, and damage transfer. Firstly, in terms of stealth, Moria is investigating how to seamlessly merge into the night, even blending into various shadows. Thus far, he has already achieved notable progress. Regarding control, Moria drew inspiration from Doflamingo's parasitic thread principle and the concept of puppet strings. By manipulating shadows to extend shadow lines and piercing these lines into the shadows of both living and inanimate beings, he aims to achieve control. With ongoing research and practice, it is conceivable that one day Moria might even harness shadows to alter the forms of tangible objects. As for the ability to transfer harm, it is not particularly complex. Moria possesses the innate ability to transition freely between his shadow and his physical form. Based on this, what would happen if he could transfer the damage he sustains to his shadow? Given the indestructible nature of shadows, if he could indeed succeed in transferring his injuries to his shadow, Moria would become an invincible monster. Contemplating this, Jem's mind conjured the image of Barrett, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If Moria is capable of manipulating beings of the caliber of the elephant god Zhao, could Barrett potentially control the colossal ancient robot on Egghead Island in the future? The sand giant, the elephant god Zhao, the enormous ancient robot, the dragon Kaido, and the monstrous forms of the Gorosei, all are colossal creatures. The future appears to be setting the stage for a grand battle. Yet, why does this situation feel oddly familiar? Chapter 78: The Ultimatum. Old Shah, your salon roll is quite effective. Ascend and inform the fur tribe to evacuate promptly, they have merely half a day's time to leave. Jem remarked, gazing up at the towering figure of the elephant deity, Zhou, which seemed to pierce the heavens. Old Shah, with his cigar trembling slightly between his lips, shrugged and replied with a smile, my salon roll lacks such potency, it cannot soar that high. However, the exterior of Zhou is rather rough, so perhaps I could attempt to climb it. Shaking his head, Jem countered, that would be too slow. By the time you manage to ascend Zhou, it may already be upon us, leaving no time to notify the fur tribe. At that moment, Kaido interjected with a suggestion, let Jin handle it. His devil fruit is the ancient type, toothless pterosaur, which allows him to fly directly upwards with ease. Jem nodded in agreement, almost forgetting the remarkable talents among Kaido's crew. Yes, that is a splendid idea, let us send Jin on this errand. Kaido promptly produced a transponder snail and dialed. Before long, a black pterosaur, ablaze with flames, appeared before them. Upon landing on the ship, the pterosaur swiftly transformed into human form. What on earth is this? Jin gasped, taken aback by the staggering enormity of Zhou. The astonished expression on Jin's face elicited laughter from the group, reminiscent of Old Shah's earlier reaction. After Jem and the others provided a detailed explanation, Jin grasped the situation and immediately transformed into the toothless pterosaur, soaring rapidly towards Zhou. Once Jin departed, Jem, Kaido, and Old Sha reclined beneath the shade of an umbrella,
engaging in light-hearted conversation. Given Zhou's speed, it will likely not reach Wano until nightfall.
I believe we can afford to return for a meal and then enjoy a brief nap, Kaido chuckled merrily.
Jem, though tempted, ultimately declined the suggestion. Perhaps not.
It would be prudent to remain here, just in case.
Have someone bring us food and drink, and we can dine aboard the ship. As they chatted. 2 hours of relentless flight later, Jin finally reached Zhou's back.
The immense size of Zhou created an illusion of proximity, while in reality, the distance was quite vast. Finding the Fur Kingdom, Jin soared above the city, preparing to deliver the final ultimatum to its inhabitants.
Attention, all Fur tribe members. Zhou is about to engage in a fierce battle with the new emperor, Jem, and Kaido of the Beasts. You are to evacuate immediately from Zhou's back and head towards the sea. You have only half a day to withdraw, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear.
Repeating the message, the voice resonated through the sky, capturing the attention of every citizen in the Fur Kingdom, who gazed upward in unison.
Upon hearing Jin's proclamation, the entire realm fell into a momentary hush, memories of Zhou's recent upheaval flooding their minds, stirring an undercurrent of unease.
Although the veracity of the news conveyed by Jin remains uncertain, it has nonetheless incited a wave of panic among certain members of the tribe.
Conversely,
some of the Fur tribe firmly believe that the elephant deity Zhou is their guardian and would never bring them harm.
They are convinced that the new emperor, Jem,
and the Beast King, Kaido, are no match for Zhou. These steadfast believers exhibit no fear, their faith is unshakable.
And they are resolute in their determination to defend their homeland. In this tense moment, two distinctly opposing sentiments have emerged within the Fur Kingdom.
One faction is engulfed in worry, anxious about the fate that lies ahead, while the other harbors hope, eagerly anticipating the protection of their guardian deity. This conflicting emotional turmoil spreads among the tribespeople, plunging the entire principality into chaos, with a cacophony of voices rising and falling.
Some were expressions of confusion, pondering the unfolding events. What has transpired? Why would a being as formidable as Zhou engage in fierce combat against the sovereign of the seas?
Others are filled with trepidation.
What shall we do if what he says is indeed true? The consequences are unimaginable. Some, restless and frantic, insist.
We must act immediately and relay this news to Lord Inland and Lord Catviper.
Others are filled with fervor and passion, declaring, "This is our ancestral home where generations have lived, how can we abandon it so easily?"
Indeed, no matter the challenges or adversities we face,
we shall not forsake this land by even a single step. The entire Fur Kingdom has descended into turmoil.
The once peaceful and harmonious realm is now shrouded in fear and panic, with a palpable tension permeating every corner. Yet, whether they are gripped by fear or remain composed,
all Fur tribe members resolutely affirm their commitment to this land, which has been their home for millennia.
It is a place that embodies their memories, traditions,
and profound emotional ties.
Jin, shaking his head in resignation, comprehends the deep attachment the Fur tribe harbors for this land.
Thus he resolves to exert every effort to persuade them.
Listen well, I understand your profound affection for this land, but you must confront reality, a great battle is imminent.
And leaving here may be the wisest choice for the Fur tribe.
The sea abounds with resources and islands where you can seek new refuge. Jin's words provoke contemplation among some tribe members, yet others shake their heads resolutely, convinced that remaining in place is the correct path. Just as Jin tirelessly attempts to persuade them, two figures streak through the air like shooting stars, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye and landing firmly beneath Jin.
Upon recognizing the newcomers, the citizens erupt in joyous exclamations. They have arrived.
It is Lord Inland and Lord Catviper.
What shall we do now, my lords?
The sight of these two powerful monarchs ignites a surge of excitement among the citizens of the Fur Kingdom.
After exchanging a glance,
Duke Inu and Chief Catviper slowly surveyed every citizen present, their gaze ultimately resting upon Jin.
In that silent communion of their eyes, an unspoken understanding and determination seemed to pass between them. We are unaware of the events that transpired between the Great Spirit Zhao and your kind.
But this land has nurtured the Fur tribe for millennia, it is the very home upon which we depend for our existence, and we shall never abandon Zhao Island. His voice resonated with depth and strength. The citizens, who had initially been restless, gradually found calmness. They looked upon Duke Inu with eyes full of trust and reverence, their expressions steadily transforming into resolve as a fierce fighting spirit ignited within their hearts. The citizens clenched their fists, softly echoing Duke Inu's words, expressing their commitment to stand shoulder to shoulder in the defense of Zhao Island. Chapter 79, Please, cease the fighting. Why has your return taken so long? Kaido's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of perplexity in his tone. Jean took a deep breath, his voice tinged with a sense of resignation and fatigue. The fur tribe refused to depart, and I spent considerable time persuading them. After a moment of silence, Jem coldly remarked, Then let us disregard them, this is their choice, and they must bear the consequences. Jean nodded slightly, a sense of regret stirring within him. He understood the stubbornness of the fur tribe but felt a pang of sorrow for their fate. Time flowed slowly, with the sky ablaze in crimson hues reflected upon the sea, painting the horizon in a fiery glow. The sea and sky merged as the colossal figure of the elephant Lord Zhao Wu drew nearer, its immense form requiring one to tilt their head to behold its entirety. Its skin was rugged and resilient, adorned with ancient patterns that bore witness to the passage of time. With each step of the elephant Lord Zhao Wu, tumultuous waves surged forth, violently crashing against the vessel occupied by Jem and his companions. The ship swayed precariously amidst the waves, as if on the brink of capsizing. Jem, Kaido, and Old Shaw stood firmly on the deck, calmly observing the approaching titan of might. As the sun descended and night fell, the three calamities, enjoying a brief respite, joined the ship, gazing at the magnificent beast now within arm's reach. In the shadow of that towering creature, their ship appeared minuscule, akin to an ant. We have arrived at Wano. The elephant Lord Zhao Wu finally halted its heavy stride, its lake-like eyes fixated upon the cave perched at the cliff's edge of Wano. Jem, shall we proceed now? Kaido's gaze burned with fervor as he stared at the colossal elephant Lord Zhao Wu, brimming with eagerness. In stark contrast to Kaido's excitement, Jem remained remarkably composed and tranquil. After all, the back of the elephant Lord Zhao Wu housed countless members of the fur tribe. As long as it refrained from striking first, there was no need for us to become the perpetrators of this crime. A flicker of regret crossed Kaido's face. He understood Jem's concerns. Provoking the fur tribe's resistance was not the gravest issue. The paramount concern lay in annihilating their home, committing acts of genocide, which would invite the scorn of society and immortalize them as executioners upon the pillar of historical disgrace. Therefore, they could not initiate the aggression, only defend and retaliate. Gazing at the massive creature before them, Old Shaw felt a surge of doubt, previously filled with confidence in Jem. The sight of this behemoth now rendered his expression somewhat ambiguous, uncertainty creeping onto his visage. Jem, is it truly within humanity's capability to vanquish such a creature? Old Shaw could not help but inquire, his voice laced with uncertainty. Drought Jack turned his head, a mocking smile gracing his features as he fixed his gaze upon Old Shaw. Who would have thought, the renowned sand crocodile is actually afraid? The corners of Old Shaw's eyes twitched as he struggled to maintain composure, responding nonchalantly, Nonsense. How could I be afraid? I merely believe that slaying it may prove to be quite a challenge. Jack was about to mock Old Shaw for his insincerity, his words as tough as bone. However, in the next moment, the mighty elephant Lord Zhao Wu spotted the small boat where Jem and his companions were situated near the cliff. A surge of uncontrollable fury flashed in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wu raised its massive trunk, striking down towards the boat with the force of a tempest. Seeing this, Jem's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within. He suddenly leapt from the deck, soaring into the air like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, Jem unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with the terrifying force of a nuclear explosion, colliding with Zhao Wu's trunk. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were transformed, and tumultuous winds roared. The two immense forces clashed, resulting in a breathtaking explosion. Boom! Blood and flesh flew from Zhao Wu's trunk, creating a gaping, horrifying wound. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Zhao Wu staggered back several steps, its colossal form trembling. The sea surged violently, whipping up formidable waves. Meanwhile, the fluffy kingdom perched upon Zhao Wu's back was shaken as if struck by a catastrophic earthquake. Houses trembled violently, many developing cracks, while some aged and precariously balanced structures collapsed with a resounding crash.
Once more, the fluffy kingdom descended into chaos. Its inhabitants frantically gathering around their two sovereigns, faces etched with despair. I know you can comprehend human language and surmise some of the reasons for your anger. But let me be unequivocally clear, we have no intention of destroying the land of harmony. If you dare to strike again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you.
Jem declared, his voice resonating in the air as he hovered aloft, gazing into Zuowu's immense eyes. Nevertheless, Zuowu's fury showed no signs of abating. It remained steadfast in its belief, convinced that since Jem was not the awaited joy boy, he must be an adversary intent on wreaking havoc upon the land of harmony.
Thus, Zuowu raised its massive trunk once more, preparing to strike at Jem.
The trunk sliced through the sky, producing a piercing sonic boom.
Bang!
A dull roar erupted as Jem narrowly evaded the attack with astonishing speed, simultaneously darting directly in front of Zuowu. His fist shimmered with a brilliant red light.
And with another punch, he unleashed a devastating shockwave that accurately struck Zuowu between the eyes. In an instant, the skin tore open, revealing a gruesome wound beneath. Cracks appeared in its skull from the immense force, causing it to emit a wretched cry as it staggered backward.
The three calamities, having never witnessed Jem's full power,
collectively gasped in awe, their eyes sparkling with wonder.
Jack shouted in exhilaration, "A single punch that sends a colossal beast flying thousands of meters, our leader is incredible." In a surreal confrontation, Jem, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, faced off against a colossal elephant towering 35,000 meters above. The scene resembled an ant attempting to shake a tree, leaving the three observers acutely aware of their own insignificance. Yet, astonishingly, Jem managed to strike the formidable beast,
driving it back and inflicting considerable injury. This exaggerated visual spectacle engulfed them in an overwhelming sense of unreality. It was utterly breathtaking.
"Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige," Jem declared, his expression chillingly indifferent, each word laced with a palpable intent to kill. With that, he surged forward like a swift arrow,
rapidly closing the distance to the elephant lord, Zua.
The aura of Conqueror's haki enveloped his fist, as dark crimson lightning flickered wildly, accompanied by a fiery glow. Just as Jem was about to unleash his blow, two luminous white figures, radiating a soft glow, suddenly soared from above Zwa's head, interposing themselves before Jem.
"Please, cease your fighting." Chapter 80, Unable to Overcome.
Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, two majestic figures, resplendent in their snow-white fur, exuded an ethereal radiance. They were none other than the esteemed rulers of the furry kingdom, Duke Inazaka and the Cat Viper,
positioned centrally between Jem and the elephant lord.
They scrutinized Jem with a blend of astonishment and fury, taken aback by Jem's formidable prowess and incensed by his audacity. Constrained by the overwhelming strength of both Jem and Kaido, they hesitated to act, fearful of invoking a cataclysmic fate upon their furry kin, yet unable to remain passive.
In a moment of exasperation, Duke Inazaka stepped forward, his voice resonating with palpable discontent and reproach. "Why have you harmed the elephant lord? Why have you devastated our homeland?"
A subtle smirk graced Jem's lips as he retorted, "Was it not the elephant lord who struck first?"
This inquiry momentarily rendered Duke Inazaka and Cat Viper speechless,
for they could not refute the truth. Indeed, it was the elephant lord who had instigated the assault this time. However, this was a stark deviation from the past. The elephant lord, Zo, had never before instigated warfare.
The sudden shift in his demeanor left both rulers bewildered and confounded. Furrowing their brows,
they endeavored to justify the elephant lord's actions. There must be a reason for the elephant lord's behavior. He wouldn't attack without cause.
Surely, a misunderstanding has transpired between you.
Their tones were imbued with a sense of helplessness and confusion.
Upon hearing this, Jem's cold laughter intensified. "Oh? Pray tell. What reason could he possibly have for such actions?" Duke Inazaka and Cat Viper exchanged glances, succumbing to silence.
They, too, were at a loss as to why the typically gentle elephant lord had suddenly become so irate.
Yet deep within,
they remained convinced that the elephant lord would not engage in battle without justification. There must be some hidden misunderstanding at play. Jem cast a dispassionate glance at them before redirecting his attention to the imposing mountains that bordered Wano, speaking in a tone that was calm yet detached.
"Do you see the caverns atop those mountains?
Kaido and I are undertaking a significant endeavor there, opening the mountains and releasing the waters. Our intention is to assist Wano in restoring its ancient sites while simultaneously aiding in its emergence from isolation, allowing it to better integrate into the world. This project is ostensibly beneficial for all parties involved. Regrettably, our actions seem to have incited discontent among certain individuals, including the Elephant Lord Zhou. If all goes as anticipated, this is the source of his wrath. Jem refrained from mentioning the quest for Pluto, as aiding Wano in its restoration and reformation was merely a peripheral objective, not the primary aim of the triumvirate alliance. Nevertheless, these reasons were sufficiently compelling. Whether others chose to believe it or not, Jem held steadfast in his conviction. Upon hearing Jem's explanation, Duke Inazaka and Cat Viper found themselves breathless, as though an invisible force had constricted their throats. Their gazes gradually lost focus, becoming vacant and bewildered, as they muttered incoherently among themselves. The establishment of a nation has long been the most fervent aspiration of Yutian. Now, the actions of Jem and Kaido have propelled this endeavor forward. However, they find themselves deeply perplexed. Through communications with friends in Wano, they learned that Kaido has arrested all the gangs and warlords within the realm, intensifying their confusion. Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper fell into contemplation, unable to ascertain whether Jem and Kaido were allies or adversaries. This ambiguity filled them with anxiety. They were powerless to confront them. What could they do? As for Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi, and those gangs and warlords, the two of them cared little. Even concerning Wano, they hardly seemed invested, otherwise they would not have remained on Zou Island for so many years, indifferent to Wano's affairs. They served the Kazuki clan as vassals, as kings of the Mink tribe, not as warriors of Wano. Meanwhile, during their conversation, the elephant Godzo lifted its battered trunk and struck down fiercely once more. This time, the massive trunk encompassed Jem, Duke Inuarashi, and Cat Viper entirely. Hearing the roar behind them, the three were startled. Just as they turned to assess the situation, they felt an irresistible force descend upon them. With three thunderous crashes, their figures were propelled like cannonballs into the nearby cliff. Witnessing this scene, Kaido, Old Sandy, and the Calamities Jack, Jin, and Queen on the ship all turned grim, their eyes glinting with menace. Who were those troublesome individuals? Jack exclaimed. Fury etched on his face as he slammed his hand against the railing, gritting his teeth. Jin sighed and shook his head, explaining helplessly. They are the two kings of the Mink tribe and vassals of the Kazuki family. Why not just eliminate the Mink tribe altogether? After all, they are a bunch of fools who cannot discern the gravity of the situation. Old Sandy's gaze turned exceptionally fierce, radiating a strong aura of killing intent. Of course, Old Sandy was merely expressing his thoughts, setting aside whether he could make such a decision, even if he could. He might not dare to commit to the extermination of an entire tribe. Should we go lend a hand? Jack asked eagerly, a wide grin on his face. Kaido shot him a glare, growling, "Stay put, when Jem needs help, he will call for us." On the cliff, Jem emerged from the smoky entrance with a stern expression. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, striving to calm the tumultuous energy swirling within him. He cast a scornful gaze towards the two Mink tribe kings, who appeared utterly disheveled, trembling, and coughing up blood. At that moment, Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. They could not fathom that the elephant Godzo would brazenly disregard their presence and strike without hesitation. Beasts are indeed beasts, once they succumb to madness. They recognize no kin, a phenomenon all too common, even among humans, let alone an animal. Great Elephant, please cease your assault. Continuing down this path could lead to your demise. Do not strike. They are not foes, there must be some misunderstanding. Duke Canlon and the Cat Viper stood before the colossal figure of Great Elephant Zao, shouting desperately in an attempt to soothe and quell its wrath. However, Great Elephant Zao paid no heed. A deafening sonic explosion suddenly erupted. Having learned from their previous encounter, Jem and his companions vanished in an instant as they detected Zao's movements, narrowly evading the sweeping attack of its massive trunk. Seeing Duke Canlon and the Cat Viper merely staring vacantly at Great Elephant Zao, Jem, filled with exasperation, chastised them sharply. Why are you not swiftly leading your kin to safety? I grant you but 2 hours. As he bellowed, he launched himself forward, blocking yet another onslaught from the elephant's trunk with astonishing speed. Were it not for his fondness for the fur tribe's character, Jem would have preferred to disregard them entirely,
deeming them a bunch of blockheads. Upon hearing Jem's furious roar, Duke Canlon and the cat viper snapped back to reality.
They realized that this was no time for inaction,
and the safety of their kin far outweighed any lingering doubts in their minds. Without hesitation, the two sovereigns transformed into streaks of light,
racing towards the vast back of great elephant Zao. Chapter 81, Submission or Death. Witnessing the departure of the two kings of the fur tribe and realizing that Jem was engaged in a precarious negotiation with the mighty Zhou,
Jin was struck with the realization that the fur tribe might be preparing to retreat. Without hesitation,
he retrieved his phone bug and swiftly issued commands to initiate a series of urgent arrangements.
Hurry!
Immediately summon 2 large ships and expedite the process.
Kaidu, standing nearby, did not impede Jin's actions.
He had always focused on steering the overall direction of the beast's pirates and making pivotal decisions at critical moments. The daily affairs of the crew were typically managed by Jin, and Kaidu had great faith in his abilities and judgment. Once Jin concluded his call, Kaidu inquired, "Jin, why the hasty dispatch of the ships?" Turning to face Kaidu, Jin calmly explained, "My lord, given the current circumstances, it appears that the fur tribe has likely resolved to evacuate Zhou Island. They may require our vessels for assistance, so I took the liberty of making some preliminary arrangements."
As time pressed on, an hour later, a small patch of faintly glowing white figures appeared on the colossal form of Zhou. Upon closer inspection,
it became evident that these were the transformed fur tribe members, numbering in the hundreds. Each individual, burdened with their belongings, was descending from Zhou's towering body with remarkable ease.
As if traversing solid ground, their steps light and agile, unaffected by gravity.
Upon witnessing this, Jin promptly declared, "My lord Kaidu, I shall go inform them to gather here."
Kaido nodded slightly, waving his hand nonchalantly, signaling Jin to proceed swiftly. With permission granted, Jin transformed into a colossal, soaring toothless wyvern, racing towards Zhou. Before long, he arrived at the forefront of the fur tribe.
Due to the intense battle raging between Zhou and Jem, the sea was tumultuous, rendering it impossible for ships to approach closely. The fur tribe would have to make their own way to the vessels.
With only a few hundred members, 2 large ships would be more than sufficient to accommodate this group laden with their belongings. Fur tribe members, come this way. Over there. Our ships are prepared to receive you. Quickly, follow me. Upon hearing Jin's call, Duke Inuarashi and Nekamamoshi unhesitatingly led their people in pursuit. Minutes passed,
and the fur tribe finally departed from the treacherous confines of Zhou's form, emerging onto the open sea. A small portion of them took to the skies, racing above the waves, while the remainder dashed across the surging ocean as if it were solid ground. They soared through the heavens or sprinted upon the water's surface, creating a unique and magnificent spectacle upon the sea. Engaged in a fierce confrontation with the mighty Lord Zhao Wu, Jem exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the safe retreat of the fur tribe.
With no further reservations, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent flooded his heart. "Lord Zhao Wu, this is your final opportunity. Either submit to me or face annihilation." Jem's gaze was as frigid as ice.
With each word he uttered laced with a bone-chilling intensity. Enveloped in a state of madness, Lord Zhao Wu showed no regard for the dignity of the fur tribe's king. Thus the prospect of submission to Jem was utterly unfathomable. With a bellow that resonated throughout the night sky, Lord Zhao Wu raised his head and unleashed a deafening roar. In a shocking display, he forsook his already battered and agonizing trunk, pivoting to thrust his colossal, razor-sharp tusks directly at Jem. The tusks, smeared with crimson blood, appeared particularly terrifying under the moonlight. "Since you are so oblivious, then perish." With these words, Jem forcefully propelled his right foot into the air, accompanied by a faint explosion. He evaded the tusk with astonishing speed and swiftly positioned himself directly before the Lord's massive head. The aura of a conqueror emanated from him, as endless black and crimson lightning enveloped Jem, transforming him into a divine punisher, reminiscent of a thunder god descended upon the earth, radiating an unsettling presence.
Fusion, 5,000 tons. Stellar impact. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted from Jem's fist, akin to a blazing star, hurtling toward the fractured brow of Lord Zhao Wu. A resounding boom echoed, accompanied by faint, barely perceptible sounds of bones fracturing.
In an instant, the bone between the lord's brows shattered, creating a gaping hole, while the brain matter within evaporated under the intense shockwave. In his final moments, the lord emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his immense body collapsing like a landslide. As Lord Xiaowu, this colossal being, fell, an overwhelming tsunami surged across the ocean, reaching heights of several thousand meters. The monstrous wave swept outward with unrelenting force, as if intending to consume everything in its path. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, Kaido was compelled to unleash his abilities, transforming into a massive dragon. He commanded the flame clouds, securely lifting the 3 vessels present and soaring them into the skies, avoiding the onslaught of the monstrous waves. Is this the might of the new emperor, Gem? Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the entirety of the fur tribe stood in stunned silence. The insurmountable disparity in power rendered them incapable of nurturing any thoughts of resistance. Moreover, their understanding of the circumstances left their sentiments toward Gem and Kaido profoundly complex and contradictory. Kaido had slain Odin and seized Wano, rendering them enemies by all accounts. Yet Gem and Kaido showed clemency toward the fur tribe, engaging in the very endeavors that Odin had devoted his life to establish. The mink tribe now finds itself in a state of utter bewilderment, confronted by both benefactors and adversaries in the forms of Gem and Kaido. They are at a loss as to how to approach this duality. Should they regard them as foes or as saviors? Before they could fully grapple with this conundrum, another pressing dilemma beset the mink tribe. With their homes lost, they have become a wandering people adrift upon the seas. Where shall they go from here? The entire mink tribe, including Duke Inu and Cat Viper, has succumbed to a profound sense of confusion, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Upon returning to the ship, Jim noticed the dazed expressions in the eyes of the mink tribe and instantly recognized the root of their distress. Let us remain in Wano for the time being. Do you not wish to see whether Wano will flourish or diminish under our stewardship? He proposed. Moreover, there are still members of the Kazuki family alive within Wano, one of whom is named Kazuki Hiyori. At these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of Duke Inu and Cat Viper. Chapter 82, The Inquiry of Retribution from the Hidden. That rascal Gem has actually vanquished the legendary Elephant Master Zhao, a colossal beast towering at 35,000 meters. His strength is indeed unfathomable. The former Grand Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, sat before his somewhat worn desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His gaze profound and his expression laden with gravity. Opposite him sat Akainu, the man poised to assume the mantle of Grand Admiral. His face also etched with solemnity and concern. Akainu furrowed his brow tightly, his fists instinctively clenching as he spoke in a low tone. I care not for the fate of a mere beast. I merely wish to ascertain whether his and Kaido's actions in Wano truly aim to restore the nation to its former glory and lift its isolationist stance. Sengoku nodded slowly, his tone easing somewhat, speaking of which, my retirement process is nearly complete. Sakazuki, you are soon to formally take over the position of Grand Admiral. Henceforth, these burdensome matters shall rest upon your shoulders. At last, I shall relish the joys of retirement. A flicker of discontent crossed Akainu's face. The Navy is currently besieged on all fronts, to withdraw entirely seems rather irresponsible. Sengoku chuckled softly, shaking his head. Akainu, I am aging. The era ahead belongs to the youth. Furthermore, even in retirement, should the Navy require my assistance, I am always ready to step forth again. Akainu remained silent for a moment before resolutely nodding. Very well, I shall do my utmost to lead the Navy effectively. But I hope you will lend your support in critical times. Sengoku rose and patted Akainu's shoulder, his eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. The Navy shall be in your hands. With that, he approached the window, gazing out at the cerulean sky, silently praying for the Navy's future. Beneath the azure sky, a vessel in the waters surrounding Wano erupted with cheers. We did it, we finally got through. Accompanied by this exclamation, Gem, Kaido, Old Sand, the 3 calamities, Duke Inuarashi, and the Cat Viper, along with others, displayed an array of expressions. They stood aboard the ship, gazing at the sheer cliffs encircling Wano, witnessing a monumental endeavor destined to alter the course of Wano's history. A torrent of water surged forth from several apertures, resembling majestic dragons as they raced toward the boundless sea. Among these openings, the most striking was a colossal hole over 1,000 meters wide. This astounding feat was the miraculous creation of Gem and Kaido over just a few days. Surrounding it were several smaller openings,
the fruits of old sand and the beast's pirate's prior efforts.
As they observed the relentless flow of seawater from the openings, the expressions of those present varied widely. Some wore looks of contentment, their faces alight with joy. Others bore complex gazes, lost in contemplation. Still, others silently absorbed the scene, their emotions surging like the very sea itself. Regardless, the arduous project undertaken during this time had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Based on the rate of drainage, it is estimated that the ruins of Wano will emerge in approximately a month. What Gem and the others must do next is await the gradual emptying of the seawater from the cave before proceeding to the next phase of their endeavors. So, have you made a decision? Will you remain in Wano to settle down? Gem approached Kazuki Hiyori, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi with a relaxed and carefree smile. Over the past 2 days, Duke Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, after discovering Hiyori's whereabouts, had traversed Wano, meticulously observing their surroundings. Though time was limited, they garnered substantial insights and a deeper understanding of many matters. While the beast pirates are not paragons of virtue, they do impose taxes. Fortunately, due to the complete eradication of gangs, warlords, and feudal lords, the layers of exploitation have vanished. And the spirit of the common folk in Wano is improving at an astonishing rate. Nowadays, glimmers of hope can be seen in everyone's eyes. And the entire nation presents a promising scene of impending prosperity and flourishing. During this period, Duke Inuarashi and Nekomamushi engaged in profound discussions with their kin and communicated extensively with Kazuki Hiyori, ultimately arriving at their final decision. The three of them exchanged glances. Then their eyes shifted back and forth between Kaido and Gem, until Duke Inuarashi finally fixed his gaze upon Gem. After careful consideration, we of the Mink tribe plan to temporarily reside in Wano. Once we find a suitable new habitat, we will depart from here. Moreover, Lady Hiyori wishes to remain in Wano, and we hope you will grant this request. Duke Inuarashi spoke earnestly, bowing deeply to Gem in respect. From their expressions and demeanor, it was evident that some barriers still lingered in their hearts. They were reluctant to remain in Wano and preferred to distance themselves from this place. Lacking the power to change others, they could only change themselves, adhering to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Gem remained remarkably composed, nodding slightly in agreement with their request. Should you require any assistance or support, do not hesitate to seek me out. In the meantime, I wish you success in finding your ideal new abode. Regarding Kazuki Hiyori, whether she lives or dies, or whether she departs from Wano, Gem felt no inclination whatsoever. Even the thought of killing her seemed to tarnish his hands. She was merely a woman who spoke sweetly to the living and the dead alike. As a fellow deposed princess, when compared to Princess Vivi of Alabasta and the three princesses of Dressrosa, one can discern that understanding their individual stories leads to a distaste for Hiyori. In truth, it is not only Hiyori who is unlikable. The entire Kazuki family evokes no fondness. As some would say, in all of Wano, only Kaido and his beast pirates are deemed normal. Afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the lounge of Ghost Island. Gem and Kaido sat upon the sofa, their eyes fixed at the entrance, a hint of astonishment gracing their faces. Moria and Akiji entered from outside, closely followed by two captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Aizu and Ace. What brings you all here together? Gem inquired with curiosity. Ace broke into a broad grin, revealing his signature large white teeth, as he cheerfully replied, "Haha, what a coincidence. We happened to cross paths on the way and discovered that everyone was heading to Wano, so we decided to travel together." Gem nodded in understanding. So, what business do you have in Wano? Surely you aren't here to hold us accountable for anything? Kaido remarked with a bemused expression, his large eyes fixated intently on Aizu. Chapter 83, Kaido's Iron Man Tenderness. No. Do not misunderstand, I am not here to demand an explanation, Aizu hastily gestured, clarifying his intent. I am aware of the plans concerning Wano, and upon my return, I merely wish to ascertain the current state of affairs in Wano and observe its development. Upon hearing Aizu's words, Kaido responded with a noncommittal grunt, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Jim, understanding the underlying tension in Kaido's demeanor, recognized that Aizu was a loyal retainer of the Kazuki family, with deep emotional ties to Wano, while Kaido was the very perpetrator responsible for the demise of Kazuki Oden and the usurpation of Wano. In truth, since the formation of the Three Emperor Alliance, their relationship had seen some degree of thaw.
Moreover,
Ueno had recently undergone significant upheaval with the events of the opening of the borders and the confrontation with the Elephant Zune,
making Aizu's desire to return and observe perfectly reasonable. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Aizu embodied the spirit of Whitebeard, who treated his crew as family. It was unlikely that he would conceal any plans from them, having been privy to the plans for some time.
He would not have waited until now to confront Kaido if he had intended to do so. It was likely that he had previously felt awkward about his position and had sought to avoid any undue suspicion, which is why he had only just returned to Ueno. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Jim swiftly interjected to shift the topic. "Let us not be so serious, we are all allies here."
Aizu, as the esteemed landlord of Ueno, you need not be so formal.
"Please, make yourself at home."
Aizu declined to sit, instead smiling as he remarked, "No.
Ace mentioned he has a few acquaintances in Ueno, and I intend to take him around."
"Ah, indeed. I know Yamato and Shinobu."
"It has been far too long since I last saw them, and I do miss them dearly," Ace chimed in, hands on his hips, laughing heartily.
Upon hearing Yamato's name, Jim's thoughts began to race.
The rebellious daughter of Kaido, ensnared by the samurai spirit, seemed almost foolish.
With this in mind, Jim resolved to lend a hand to Kaido,
the proud father. Thus, he earnestly addressed Ace. "Ace, since you are acquainted with Yamato, you must surely be aware of the tensions between Kaido and her."
"What could account for such deep-seated animosity between father and daughter? I implore you to persuade Yamato."
As the two engaged in discourse about Yamato, Kaido, seated nearby, appeared indifferent. Yet, the slight quiver of his ears betrayed his emotional state. "Very well," Ace said, adjusting his cowboy hat and allowing a smirk to emerge.
"However,
my role is solely to persuade. Whether or not Yamato chooses to listen rests entirely upon her own volition." At that moment, Kaido, who had maintained his silence, though still voiceless, exhibited a subtle softness in his gaze. Perhaps this was what one might call an Iron Man's tenderness.
The following day. This is Zou. On a desolate island not far from Ueno, Akiji and Moria gazed in awe at the colossal form of Zou, their faces reflecting astonishment and admiration.
Meanwhile, Jim and Crocodile, exhaling plumes of smoke, appeared unfazed, suggesting they had long grown weary of the spectacle. The colossal corpse of the elephant master, Zou, was transported to this small island by Gembeta Kido using the flames of the clouds. This gathering serves a dual purpose: firstly, to allow Moria to familiarize himself with his future objective, and secondly, to leverage the abilities of the old Sand and Akiji to preserve Zou's body and prevent its decay. What a magnificent creature! Moria could not resist licking his lips, his expression filled with fervor.
"This is it. Do you believe you can master this behemoth in the future?"
Old Sand turned to Moria, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth.
Unfazed,
Moria raised his hand, striking his chest with a resounding thud, his tone remarkably resolute.
"Confidence is something one must possess, even if it is lacking. Such a perfect zombie specimen cannot be relinquished so easily.
Gembeta Kido, grant me more time, and I shall undoubtedly succeed in controlling it." His voice was unwavering, his gaze distant, as if he envisioned himself commanding Zou across the vast seas.
However, there remained a pressing concern: to control this colossal entity,
I would require the shadow of a formidable individual. Only then could Zou's utmost potential be realized. Moria then shifted the conversation.
"We have firmly identified the location of the Don Quixote family, Captain. What do you think of Doflamingo? Could his shadow perfectly unleash Zou's power?" A subtle smile played upon Gembeta Kido's lips, revealing an enigmatic amusement. "No, while Doflamingo possesses commendable strength, it is insufficient. Retaining his shadow as a contingency plan is indeed wise.
Our target is Blackbeard. If all goes as anticipated, his power must have significantly grown during this time, making his shadow the most suitable choice."
"Blackbeard."
A glimmer of excitement flickered in Moria's eyes as he murmured to himself, "If I could truly obtain his shadow, my chances of success would increase exponentially." The trio's discussion was not conducted in hushed tones, as Akiji had been integrated as a core member since their previous discourse regarding Ueno Kuni.
Gembeta Kido rationalized that one should not doubt those they employ.
"Indeed, that is precisely the case.
Now that we have conveyed our thoughts, Old Sand and Akiji, You both should commence your tasks promptly and return home as soon as possible.
Gembeta Quito clapped his hands, urging the two to prepare for their work.
Upon hearing this,
Akiji wasted no time. He crouched down and pressed his hand firmly against the ground.
A series of cracking sounds echoed. The frost emanated rapidly across the surface, swiftly reaching Zou's immense form, encasing it entirely in a crystalline ice sculpture.
Observing Akiji's successful completion of his task, Gembeta Quito turned to Old Sand, nodding upward. "It is now your turn, Old Sand." In an instant, Old Sand felt his cigar lose its flavor. Poor fellow. He was once again tasked with this arduous and monotonous civil engineering endeavor. He wore a composed expression, his face dark as he skillfully wielded his large hands. A torrent of mud and sand surged forth like roaring waves, cascading over the lifeless form of the elephant Lord Qiu. Fortunately, the island's topography, characterized by a high outer rim and a low basin within, spared him the labor and time required for excavating a cave.
Now, all that was needed was to bury the colossal Qiu, otherwise, it would have taken Old Shah an inordinate amount of time to complete this task. Nevertheless, the process left him thoroughly exhausted, consuming several hours to accomplish.
Old Shah's fruit ability had yet to awaken, precluding him from achieving a widespread sandification effect.
In contrast,
Akiji was remarkably proficient, able to freeze vast expanses of ocean with a mere flick of his hand.
With matters concerning Wano now settled,
Jim and his companions returned to Onigashima. After bidding farewell to Kaido and others, they prepared to depart. Just as they stepped outside,
they encountered the leisurely returning Izo and Ace.
Upon seeing Jim, Ace eagerly approached him.
"Jim, where are you headed?" Jim nodded in response. "We are planning to return to Dressrosa." "What a coincidence! We too have come to bid everyone farewell." Suddenly, Ace slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no!
I've been so caught up in wandering these past few days that I almost forgot about the task our father entrusted to us."
He continued, "It's like this. Jim, father asked us to convey to you and Kaido that negotiations with Fishman Island proceeded smoothly.
They have agreed to ally with us and wish to meet with you."
Hearing this, Jim's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The Sea King is within our grasp."
Chapter 84, Journey to Fishman Island. In the depths of the ocean, shrouded in darkness, two shadowy figures sat facing one another amidst a secluded coral reef.
The sparse, luminescent flora cast a faint glow, illuminating the murky seabed and enhancing the atmosphere of mystery.
Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates, spoke with a glimmer of greed in his eyes, seated upon a rough stone.
"Neptune, that inept king,
is about to ally with Fishman Island, along with the likes of Jaime, Whitebeard, and Kaido.
Before their arrival, this is our final opportunity." Opposite him sat Vanderdecken 9,
a wielder of the target fruit from the devil fruit lineage.
"Hody, I can ally with you, but I must caution you, Princess Shirahoshi is mine.
And you shall not harm her."
Vanderdecken IX's expression betrayed an intense possessiveness over the princess. Hody chuckled coldly in response.
"A lecherous fool dares to stand on equal footing with me and issues warnings.
If not for your potential usefulness."
"Very well, we shall pursue our mutual interests. However, there remains the challenge of breaching Fishman Island's defenses.
We require a point of entry, one that can dismantle their defenses in an instant." Gently caressing the smooth coral, Vanderdecken 9's eyes gleamed with pride.
"Neither the bubble shield of Fishman Island nor the walls of Ryugu Palace will withstand my power. Just provide me with a sufficiently large stone or another object, and with a single strike, these so-called defenses will be torn asunder like mere paper." A satisfied smile spread across Hody's face. This was precisely the reason he sought to join forces with Vanderdecken.
"Then let us proceed as planned. Vanderdecken,
you shall create an opening, flooding Fishman Island and Ryugu Palace with water to incite chaos.
Meanwhile,
I will lead my subordinates to eliminate King Neptune and his 3 foolish sons amidst the turmoil. When it is over, I will reign as the king of the fishmen. And you shall have your coveted Princess Shirahoshi." Overcome with excitement, Vanderdecken 9 leapt to his feet, extending his right hand, his eyes sparkling with avarice.
"It is settled. Here's to our success."
Hody rose as well, firmly grasping Vanderdecken 9's hand. His face alight with a hubristic confidence akin to that of a frog in a well. Success is a foregone conclusion, without the likes of Jinbei and Tiger.
Neptune and his sons are but a group of feeble fools. Upon the ocean, the harmony of the nuclear peace pirates converged with the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. After 2 months apart, the crew members exchanged glances on the deck, feeling no sense of estrangement. Laughter echoed across the sea, and even the seagulls, caught up in the joy, circled between the two ships, calling out cheerfully. On the Moby Dick, the iconic figure with a distinctive white beard chuckled heartily, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. "Jem, you have truly been in the limelight lately. The headlines of the World Economic Journal are nearly monopolized by you." Upon hearing this, Jem could not help but chuckle in disbelief. "What, are you suggesting that I have overshadowed you, the strongest man in the world?" After speaking, Jem turned to Marco and nodded in acknowledgement. "Marco, it has been a while. It seems that this title is rather elusive for me. It is now you, Jem, who undeniably reigns as the strongest man upon the sea." Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting Jem on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration for the younger generation, though he secretly lamented not having taken him under his wing as a son. Naturally, even if Whitebeard had extended an invitation years ago, Jem would have never accepted. He had no inclination to play the role of a son to anyone. Engaging in conversation across the ship, Jem called out to Whitebeard with enthusiasm. "You must not find it tiresome to chat from afar. With all this spare time, why not come over so we can converse leisurely?" Whitebeard, unhesitating and decisive, soared from the deck of the Moby Dick alongside Marco, landing gracefully on the deck of the Harmony. For this expedition to Fishman Island, only Marco accompanied Whitebeard, while Ace and the other captains remained behind. Similarly, in the case of the nuclear peace pirates, Jem brought along only 2 core members, Moria and Jinbei. The remaining crew members were left at their stronghold to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, such as a home invasion. On board the Harmony, a group of individuals gathered, engaging in light-hearted banter. Being rough men, they were not overly concerned with decorum, and thus plopped down casually on the deck, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Whitebeard's gaze swept over the members of the nuclear peace pirates. Upon noticing Moria, the intelligence chief, alongside Jinbei, he immediately sensed something and inquired, "Jem, aside from visiting Fishman Island, do you have other matters to attend to during this voyage?" Jem did not conceal his intentions and casually replied, "This journey is not solely for meeting our new allies at Fishman Island to discuss future collaborations. I also plan to take care of the Don Quixote family, which has been causing unrest in the first half of the Grand Line, before returning. Doflamingo has been a nuisance for long enough, and I have promised Moria that I would eventually eliminate him. Now that we have pinpointed his location, there is no need to let him linger. By this time next year, it shall be his day of reckoning." Thus, Jem brought along Moria and Jinbei, the latter eager to return to Fishman Island after a long absence, while Moria sought vengeance against Doflamingo. "Do you have enough manpower? Do you require assistance?" Whitebeard inquired. The enmity between the nuclear peace pirates and the Don Quixote family was well known throughout the seas. After all, the original accumulation and territory of the nuclear peace pirates were forcibly seized from the Don Quixote family. "There is no need for us to ally over a mere Doflamingo," Jem scoffed dismissively. Whitebeard nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in that statement. "Indeed, a single Doflamingo does not merit a personal alliance between us. Let's not discuss him. Let us drink." Amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment, 2 ships had crossed the waterproof membrane and began to gently descend, heading toward the depths of Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below the surface. Chapter 85, Relentless Pursuit. As Jem and Whitebeard navigated their vessel closer to Fishman Island, an astonishing sight greeted their eyes. A rusted, colossal ship, resembling a rampaging beast, was barreling straight towards Fishman Island. In that instant, Jem experienced a moment of clarity. He recognized the ship. It was the Noah, the fabled ship of promise. Based on ancient memories, it was evident that behind this chaos loomed the shadow of Vanderdecken 9, who had undoubtedly utilized the powers of the target fruit to launch this Noah. At that moment, the tightly shut gates of Fishman Island swung open. King Neptune and his 3 princes, leading thousands of fishmen and merfolk, surged forth from the Dragon Palace, recklessly charging towards the Noah. Just as they were nearing the vessel, a horde of ferocious fishmen erupted from the ship, directly assaulting King Neptune and the 3 princes. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides clashed. embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Is it truly you, Hody? What do you intend to achieve? Do you mean to annihilate our shared haven of the merfolk and fishmen? King Neptune bellowed furiously after parrying a fierce strike.
The suddenness of the attack left him bewildered. He had no time to comprehend how the unmanned Noah had approached. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, he could not suppress his anger, knowing it was linked to the man before him. The aggressors were none other than the new fisherman pirates. Ha ha ha! A cacophony of derisive laughter echoed. Neptune, you are utterly foolish. How could you allow Fishman Island to ally with those detestable humans? Hody Jones, adorned with a cap emblazoned with a trident motif and a menacing wolfskin scarf, his body marked with extensive tattoos, pulled out a handful of pills and swallowed them all. With his eyes reddening, he advanced towards King Neptune, a wild grin plastered across his face. Humans are nothing but cowardly, treacherous creatures unworthy of trust. Once I eliminate you, the troublesome old fool, I shall lead the great fishmen to conquer the surface world. Hearing such audacious words, King Neptune was filled with a mix of shock and fury. Unable to fathom the source of Hody Jones's overwhelming confidence. If the fishmen truly possessed the power to conquer the land, why had they remained confined in the depths of the ocean, watching helplessly as their kin were captured and enslaved? Recognizing Hody Jones's loss of sanity and reason, Neptune turned to the thousands of fishmen behind him and shouted, "Do not concern yourselves with us. Quickly, intercept that Noah. We must not allow it to collide with Fishman Island." His voice resonated with a tragic urgency. King Neptune. The Fishman warriors glanced back at Neptune with tears in their eyes, then resolutely turned away, charging towards the Noah without a second thought. As Hody Jones beheld the departing figures, a sneer of contempt curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze imbued with utter disdain. In his eyes, the colossal battleship Noah resembled an unassailable mountain, impervious to any threat posed by those feeble individuals. The notion that their insignificant strength could impede the vessel's advance was utterly preposterous, devoid of any conceivable possibility. As anticipated, thousands of fishmen warriors clung to the Noah like ants, straining with every ounce of their being to push against its momentum. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, they could not cause the behemoth to falter in its relentless approach. The indomitable giant loomed ever closer to Fishman Island, exuding an aura of cataclysmic might. King Neptune and his three princes, forced to retreat step by step, stood helplessly, their eyes wide as they witnessed the Noah barreling toward Fishman Island like a ferocious beast. Despair and helplessness flooded their hearts, leaving them powerless to intervene. Blood streamed from their wounded bodies, gradually staining the surrounding waters crimson. Their eyes, now bloodshot, reflected a profound sorrow and desolation. Not good. In the distance, Jem and his companions were struck with alarm at the scene before them, a chill racing down their spines. Given the immense size of the Noah, a collision with Ryugu Palace would spell an unprecedented catastrophe for Fishman Island, potentially leading to its utter annihilation and erasure from existence. Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze betraying an uncontrollable fury and urgency. Clenching his fists, the muscles in his arms quivered with tension and rage. He could scarcely fathom that the once peaceful Fishman Island would suddenly be engulfed in such a dire emergency. Quick! Marco! Deploy the waterproof membranes immediately! Whitebeard shouted, his voice laced with desperation. Marco sprang into action, moving swiftly before Whitebeard even finished his command. Simultaneously, Jem recognized the gravity of the situation and ordered Jean Bay to equip him with a waterproof membrane. Fishman Island had long been a bastion for the Whitebeard pirates, and now, allied with Jem and his comrades, they could not stand idly by, whether out of sentiment or moral obligation. Time was of the essence. Every second was crucial to the safety of countless lives on Fishman Island. As soon as they donned their waterproof membranes, Jem and Whitebeard surged forward like lightning, racing toward the Noah. In mere moments, they arrived before Ryugu Castle, with the Noah now less than 100 meters from Fishman Island. They had no time to consider King Neptune and the others. Positioned beside Fishman Island, they stood resolute in the path of the advancing colossus. Halt! Roared Whitebeard and Jem in unison, unleashing their formidable powers, the shock fruit and the explosion fruit, as they struck with all their might. The ocean, under the immense force of pressure, suddenly conjured two terrifying currents that surged towards Noah. Upon the ark, in the despairing gaze of Vanderdecken 9,
the two currents descended like the hands of a vengeful deity, mercilessly crashing down upon Noah.
He had no time to react, his form was instantly engulfed by this horrific force, reduced to a mere pulp,
meeting a tragic demise on the spot.
Meanwhile, the Ark was compelled to halt under the impact of these currents,
subsequently being pushed away from the Dragon Palace by the ensuing waves.
Fortunately, they managed to intervene in time.
Whitebird and Jaime exchanged a glance, both exhaling a sigh of relief.
The immense commotion captured the attention of all combatants, as they witnessed the Ark being successfully intercepted and driven into the distance. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd.
Amidst the jubilant uproar, a frantic voice rang out discordantly. "You foolish humans! How could you possibly obstruct a vessel of such magnitude as the Ark? This cannot be real. Surely, Vanderdecken 9 has betrayed me, secretly colluding with you. Cursed scoundrels! All of you!" As the clamor gradually subsided, the furious gazes of the Fishmen warriors shifted towards Hody Jones. Jaime and Whitebeard, who had successfully halted the Ark, also turned their attention, regarding this drug-crazed, arrogant fool with indifference. Chapter 86, Continuous Indulgence in Drugs and Pleasure. Deep beneath the ocean, the two vessels, the Harmony and the Moby Dick, enveloped in a protective membrane, gradually approached Fishman Island. Before the ships could come to a halt, a portly blue figure leaped from the Harmony, landing on the battlefield, his familiar voice shattering the tranquility of the sea. "Hody Jones! Fishman Island is the shared homeland of all fishmen and merfolk, and you dare to bring ruin upon it? I shall never forgive you." The speaker was Jinbei. Known for his amiable disposition, however, today, he was consumed by anger, an unintended hint of murderous intent flickering within him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Jim and Whitebeard, who had thwarted the colossal vessel that nearly capsized Fishman Island, Jinbei could scarcely fathom how many lives would have been extinguished in that moment. Moreover, should Fishman Island be destroyed, it would spell utter catastrophe for the fishmen, who already struggled to establish themselves on land, as they would lose their final sanctuary. Unlike the fur tribe, the fishmen had long endured the scourge of human discrimination and rampant capture. The prospect of finding a safe and habitable refuge once more was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Despite being situated deep beneath the ocean and under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, fishmen and merfolk had not entirely evaded the clutches of human traffickers, often facing the grim fate of enslavement. With the loss of Fishman Island as shield, their plight would undoubtedly become exceedingly dire, likely forcing them into a life of wandering, devoid of peace. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a chill down Jinbei's spine. Yet Hody Jones, in stark contrast, wore a maniacal grin, laughing as if possessed. "Ha ha ha! You understand nothing. I am acting for the good of Fishman Island. You fools, allowing our noble fishmen to ally with those feeble humans. Rather than watch Fishman Island become a pawn of humanity, it is far better to obliterate it and rebuild from the ashes. Only under my leadership, Hody Jones, can the fishmen truly rise and annihilate humanity to reign supreme over the seas." Upon uttering these words, he was regarded as a madman by all but his fervent followers. At that moment, King Neptune could no longer remain passive. He approached Jim and Whitebeard, first bowing in gratitude before adopting a serious demeanor. "Jim, Newgate, please allow me a moment to attend to some family matters. Once I have dealt with Hody Jones, I shall extend my hospitality to you and express my deep gratitude for your invaluable assistance." Whitebeard waved dismissively. "Neptune, let us dispense with such formalities. Go ahead and do what you must. If you require assistance, simply call upon me. We are not in a hurry, I have all the time in the world." Jim echoed this sentiment with a reassuring smile. The king nodded appreciatively, then turned to Jinbei, addressing him earnestly, "Would you care to join me?" Jinbei's expression was grave and resolute. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. "Of course, I am also a part of Fishman Island. How could I possibly stand idly by in confronting a sinner like Hody Jones?" Thus, the stage was set. The king, Jinbei, along with 3 princes and thousands of fishmen warriors, approached Hody Jones in a grand procession. "Hody Jones, your intention to annihilate Fishman Island is an unforgivable crime. As king, I hereby pronounce your sentence, death." King Neptune's powerful voice reverberated through the water, reaching the ears of all present. Upon witnessing the overwhelming force, Hody Jones realized he was facing formidable opposition, yet he was not one to be easily intimidated.
He and the other members of the new Fishman pirates swiftly extracted powerful drugs from their pockets and consumed them without hesitation.
Hody, in an exaggerated manner,
swallowed an entire handful of pills as if they were mere beans. His muscles swelled grotesquely, veins bulged, and his eyes turned crimson, transforming him into a monstrous figure.
"I am invincible. None shall defeat me,"
he bellowed, his arrogance exuding an intimidating presence.
However, despite their fierce bravado, their numbers and strength were drastically inferior.
Under the relentless assault from Jinbei, Neptune, the three princes, and countless vengeful Fishman warriors, they could only withstand for a fleeting moment. As the effects of the drugs began to wane, the overall strength of the new Fishman pirates plummeted, leading to their catastrophic defeat with heavy casualties. The power gained through such substances ultimately did not belong to them, no matter how formidable, it was but a fleeting illusion.
"Jinbei has made considerable progress," Whitebeard remarked,
his eyes shining with admiration as he observed Jinbei in action. "I heard that former Marine Admiral Akiji joined the nuclear peace pirates a few days ago.
Gem, your influence is undoubtedly growing.
At this rate, it won't be long before you can stand against the Marine headquarters alone.
We are allies."
"The strength of the nuclear peace pirates signifies the strength of our alliance," Gem replied with a composed smile, accepting the praise with ease.
Jinbei, as one of the former Shichibukai, possessed considerable strength in his own right.
The progress he exhibited was merely a reflection of their daily training and accumulated battle experience.
While Gem and Whitebeard conversed, Hody Jones, witnessing his dwindling numbers, wore a grim expression, his gaze fierce.
Resolutely, he retrieved another dose of the potent drug and consumed it. His muscles swelled once more, his grotesque figure becoming even more monstrous. However, the side effects from the excessive consumption plunged him into a frenzied state, nearly stripping him of reason.
"I am the strongest. No one can defeat me," Hody roared madly, charging recklessly at Jinbei. Unfazed and composed, Jinbei met Hody head-on.
The two unleashed their Fishman karate simultaneously, resulting in a tremendous clash. In that moment, they seemed evenly matched, each forced to retreat a few steps.
"How is this possible? Why can you withstand my attacks? What is the reason behind this?"
Hody Jones's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a piercing scream. He had not anticipated that after consuming such a copious quantity of the deadly drug, he could only manage to achieve a tenuous stalemate with Jinbei. A lingering thread of rationality cautioned him against further ingestion, yet the harsh reality of his inability to overpower Jinbei left him steeped in profound resentment. Driven by this tumultuous emotion, he succumbed to madness, once again retrieving the deadly substance, treating it as if it were mere candy, and incessantly shoving it into his mouth.
With each pill that he swallowed, Hody Jones's body swelled once more.
The exhilaration of the high consumed him. However, in his frenzied state, he neglected a critical fact: the drug bore significant side effects, detrimental in nature. His body gradually succumbed to the ravages of the substance, teetering on the brink of collapse.
Chapter 87, he has passed away, having reached the end of his life.
Upon witnessing Hody Jones relentlessly consuming one deadly drug after another, Jinbei's brow furrowed slightly.
Yet his countenance remained as tranquil as still water, seemingly impervious to any pressure.
"Hody, no matter how many of those lethal substances you ingest,
you shall never become my match, accept your punishment."
At this moment, Hody Jones had succumbed to utter madness, his expression contorted as he hysterically shouted, "Impossible!
I will never be defeated." Like a rampaging beast, Hody charged directly at Jinbei.
In response to Hody's frenzy, Jinbei made no movement, he simply stood his ground,
quietly observing his adversary.
The side effects of the lethal drugs began to manifest gradually.
With each step Hody took forward, his body and appearance underwent stark transformations.
His skin grew slack and feeble, wrinkles etched deep like ravines across his form, once robust muscles rapidly atrophying, leaving him a gaunt and emaciated figure.
With scarcely any flesh remaining on his face, only skin stretched tightly over bone.
Concurrently, his strength and stamina waned, his speed diminishing and his power fading.
As Hody laboriously approached Jinbei, he had aged dramatically, resembling a man teetering on the brink of death.
His frame was as thin as a mere twig, his visage pallid and devoid of color, his eyes hollow and vacant, vitality swiftly ebbing away. Ultimately, he expended the last remnants of his strength, collapsing at Jinbei's feet,
exhaling his final breath.
Gazing upon the deceased Hody Jones, no one exhibited sorrow or pity.
Heaven's misdeeds may still allow for survival, but self-inflicted harm leads to demise.
Furthermore, one could argue that this indeed marked the end of his life.
With Hody's fall, his subordinates either perished, fled, or surrendered.
This farcical episode had finally reached its conclusion. Notably, the mermen of Fishman Island, who once harbored animosity towards humans, now displayed a significant reduction in vigilance and hatred. In the past, they had been filled with resentment due to racial discrimination and misunderstandings. Yet, Hody Jones, a merman himself, had acted more atrociously than any outsider, nearly bringing about the destruction of their entire island. Ironically, it was humans who came to the rescue of Fishman Island. Through this stark contrast, they began to grasp an evident truth: whether merman or human, or from any other race, distinctions between good and evil exist, rendering sweeping generalizations both meaningless and unjust.
With this newfound understanding, it is hardly surprising that the merman's attitude towards humans underwent a transformation.
Leaving the warriors to tend to the battlefield, Jinbe swiftly returned to Jim, followed closely by the injured King Neptune and his 3 princes. King Neptune, visibly agitated, warmly invited Jim, Whitebeard, and the others to enter the Ryugu Palace. Jim and his companions graciously accepted the invitation. Upon returning to Fishman Island, Neptune promptly ordered his attendants to receive the esteemed guests, emphasizing the importance of treating them with the utmost respect. Subsequently, he arranged for a grand banquet to be prepared. Once all was in order, Neptune, accompanied by the 3 princes and Jinbe, proceeded to the infirmary for treatment of their wounds. At the banquet, the guests gathered around, engaging in light-hearted conversation on various topics. At this moment, Neptune, along with the 3 princes and the ministers of Fishman Island, rose to their feet and bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Jim and Whitebeard for their life-saving intervention. The people of Fishman Island would forever cherish this kindness and stand ready to assist. Whitebeard, with a hearty laugh, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Neptune, you are far too courteous, we are friends, and such gestures are unnecessary."
Neptune smiled wryly,
pondering within himself that while Fishman Island shared a profound camaraderie with the Whitebeard pirates, their relationship with the nuclear peace pirates and Jim remained somewhat tenuous. Friendship and gratitude must be acknowledged, a grateful nation often evokes goodwill. Jim raised his glass with a smile, gesturing to the people of Fishman Island. "We are allies. Mutual assistance is expected. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly." His words exuded sincerity and warmth, bringing great comfort to the inhabitants of Fishman Island, who eagerly downed their drinks in response. Neptune felt elated, having inherited his late wife Odoheim's vision of peace, and yearned for harmonious coexistence with humanity. Although Jim's faction did not represent the world government, it stood as the largest human force outside of it. Forming an alliance with Jim marked a significant step forward in realizing Neptune's aspirations. The bond between Fishman Island and its allies grew ever stronger, opening the possibility for fishmen and merfolk to one day inhabit the land. "Where is Princess Shirahoshi?" Jim inquired, surveying the bustling banquet hall filled with lively chatter. Neptune's expression darkened with sorrow, silently chastising his own helplessness. "Shirahoshi remains confined within the Tower of Law. Vanderdecken 9 has been lurking in the shadows, fixated on her. And with his ominous target fruit ability, her safety is gravely compromised should she emerge." At the mention of Vanderdecken 9, the ministers of Fishman Island and the 3 princes displayed unmistakable disdain. Jim scratched his head, attempting to recall past events, before uncertainly stating, "Vanderdecken 9, that fellow. Doesn't he have a rather unsavory appearance, with a long, pointed face and rat-like whiskers?" Neptune nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is him. He is dead." Jim's proclamation stunned all the fishmen and merfolk present. "What? He is dead? When did this transpire?" Neptune inquired, urgency etched upon his face. Jim replied with unwavering certainty. "Just moments ago, he was aboard the Noah, struck down by our residual force." Whitebeard witnessed it as well. Whitebeard set down his wine cup, his eyes rolling back as he endeavored to recall the events that had just transpired. "Indeed, I did see him, such a person exists." With this affirmative response, the heavy stone that had weighed upon the hearts of the inhabitants of Fishman Island finally fell away. They exhaled in relief, their faces radiant with unrestrained joy. King Neptune and his 3 princes were especially elated, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement. Quick, Shark Star, hasten to bring White Star here and share this splendid news. King Neptune called out, his voice trembling with emotion. After receiving his command, Shark Star swiftly turned and departed. His hurried steps reflecting an eagerness to reach White Star at once, to convey this exhilarating tidings. Everyone was enveloped in a state of bliss, eagerly anticipating the moment they could share this hard-won joy with White Star. Chapter 88, Too Much. Upon receiving the news of the demise of Van der Decken 9, White Star felt an overwhelming surge of joy, her heart brimming with gratitude and excitement. To evade the relentless pursuit of Van der Decken 9, White Star had remained within the confines of the shell tower for a decade, unable even to attend her mother's funeral. Meals were typically delivered by soldiers, and any discussions with ministers were strictly limited to 5 minutes, lest they be caught off guard and targeted by weapons. The numerous marks of weapon attacks around her doorway served as a testament to the severity of the threat, proving that their precautions were not unfounded. Van der Decken 9's capabilities were indeed formidable and insidious. In this dire situation, Shark Mekalo became White Star's sole confidant during her time in the shell tower. Her tragic circumstances inspired deep sympathy. Now, at last, the tormentor who had plagued her was gone, freeing her from the suffocating confines of the shell tower. White Star embraced King Neptune and the 3 princes, tears streaming down their faces as they shared this moment of release. Deep within her soul, an unprecedented wave of excitement and joy surged forth, resonating like an intangible ripple that transcended the constraints of time and space, reaching the farthest depths of the ocean. In a secluded part of the deep sea, several colossal sea kings drifted silently in the abyss. Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide, directing their gaze toward a particular point. In that direction, they sensed a long-lost call, a resonance emanating from the depths of their hearts. "Our queen, she has awakened," intoned one of the sea kings solemnly, its voice echoing through the water, filled with reverence and anticipation. "The queen appears to be joyful, I can sense her elation." "Indeed," echoed another sea king. "I feel that the queen's spirits are brighter than ever, her heart laid bare." "All these years have passed," a third sea king spoke slowly, its tone rich with expectation and loyalty. "It seems we shall soon be summoned once more to stand alongside the queen, safeguarding the tranquility of these waters. I eagerly await our reunion with the queen, to follow in her footsteps and embark on another expedition." After the initial excitement subsided, White Star lifted her head, gazing at Jim and Whitebeard before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She deeply bowed, her voice imbued with sincerity. "Lord Jim, Lord Whitebeard, thank you. Without your assistance, I might never have escaped that nightmare." Her ethereal pink hair, shimmering blue eyes, breathtaking beauty, and ample figure, it was overwhelming. While others might be likened to small dumplings or exaggeratedly to a ball or papaya, what lay before Jim could only be described as a mountain. Such astonishment rendered words insufficient. Fortunately, Jim was no novice, he quickly regained his composure, avoiding any further impropriety in the eyes of onlookers. "There's no need for thanks. From now on, we are allies, and in the future, I may often trouble you," Jim said gently, his demeanor warm and inviting. Laughter erupted from the old man, his mirth resonating like the crashing waves of the sea. "Dear girl, now that Van der Decken 9 has met his demise, you have regained your freedom. You should be laughing heartily like I am, rather than shedding tears." The crowd echoed their agreement, urging White Star to release her burdens. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, White Star felt a surge of emotion and anticipation for what lay ahead. As the banquet concluded, the guests were dismissed. After a moment's hesitation, King Neptune inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Jem, his expression grave and earnest. "Jem, if our alliance's goals come to fruition, can you promise us, the fishmen, a bountiful island to serve as our new home?" Upon hearing this, Jem understood the gravity of the moment. He recognized that the true negotiations had begun. He straightened his posture and, without hesitation, offered an affirmative response. "Within my dominion, not only do the little people thrive, but even in the lands ruled by Kaido, there exists a delightful community of furred folk. Additionally, on the mainland, various races such as the Longhands and Snake Necks coexist harmoniously, basking in the warmth of the sun. Therefore, your kind, the fishmen, will not be an exception. Since we have resolved to ally, I can unequivocally assure you that, should you desire, You may venture onto the land to seek fertile territories and establish your own nation without the need to wait for the future.
Neptune, White Star. And the princes exchanged steadfast glances, each finding resolute belief in one another's eyes.
Regardless of whether Jem was indeed the joy boy they had awaited, they chose to place their trust in him, drawn by the allure of the uncertainties woven into legend.
Moreover, prior to this moment, they had consulted Madame Charlie at the Mermaid CAF for divination.
In that reading, they glimpsed a distant future where Fishman Island flourished.
It was the vision of prosperity revealed in that divination that lulled the inhabitants of Fishman Island into a sense of security, allowing them to remain unaware of the approaching Noah until it was nearly upon them.
Fortunately, the prophecy proved accurate. Fishman Island received Jem and Whitebird support, suffering no losses.
The experience of the divination and subsequent salvation solidified Neptune and his allies' resolve to ally with Jem. We believe in you. Should there be any way we can assist the fishmen, do not hesitate to command us.
After making this decision, Neptune's demeanor visibly lightened.
However, for the time being, it may be best if we refrain from coming ashore.
At present, the plight of the sea folk remains exceedingly dire, even under your protection.
Hence,
it would be prudent to defer any plans for the future, as the sea folk have already endured centuries of waiting and are indifferent to a few more years. Jem fully comprehends Neptune's decision. After all, each year a considerable number of fishmen and merfolk are captured and sent to auction houses.
Neptune's apprehension that the sea folk may encounter even greater peril upon reaching the shore is entirely understandable. Very well then, the choice is yours to make.
Jem nodded before shifting the conversation to another matter.
Princess White Star is the queen of the sea, and in the future,
we will likely need to rely on your abilities frequently, so I hope you are prepared for that. The news of White Star being the Sea Queen is not a closely guarded secret, many are aware of it.
Whitebeard had already forewarned Neptune, so they did not react with excessive surprise. White Star, are you ready? Neptune gently inquired. Princess White Star nodded vigorously, her small face radiating determination. I am ready.
Chapter 89. The White Horse Cavendish. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and torrents of rain cascaded down like a waterfall,
casting a heavy shadow over the kingdom of Rommel. Amidst such inclement weather, the kingdom welcomed a few unexpected guests. Through the curtain of rain, 3 figures slowly traversed the streets, their heights varying, all cloaked in raincoats, their pace neither hurried nor slow. Captain, look over there. A tavern, exclaimed one of the taller figures, pointing to the left.
Upon hearing the call, the shortest among them slowly lifted his head, revealing a familiar visage. The trio consisted of Jem, Jinbei, and Moria, who had departed from Fishman Island after parting ways with Whitebeard.
Following Jinbei's, Jem spotted a quaint tavern named Time,
nestled at the corner of the street, patiently awaiting patrons.
Taverns are the most cherished havens for sailors, adventurers, and island inhabitants alike. Here, weary souls find a moment of respite and a prime venue for gathering information.
With a stroke of luck, one might even overhear intriguing tales or rumors while simultaneously addressing their hunger. Let us take refuge inside, it will shield us from the rain, Jem suggested,
lowering his head once more and adjusting his raincoat's hood against the gusty downpour.
With a creak, the tavern's door swung open, and Jem, Jinbei, and Luffy stepped inside. Upon entering, Jem's gaze began to survey the modest establishment. The tavern buzzed with chatter, alive with the sounds of patrons. A quick glance revealed no vacant seats, save for a few spots at the bar. The trio made their way directly to the bar. As they walked, droplets of rain cascaded from their raincoats, their damp shoes leaving a trail on the floor. Bring forth your finest drinks and dishes. Remember, do not cease until I command you to do so, Moria declared, producing a thick stack of belly from his pocket and slamming it onto the bar. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for just a moment. I shall arrange it for you right away. The tavern owner beamed with delight upon receiving the stack of currency, promptly calling for his staff to serve the drinks and dishes without delay. Seated side by side at the bar, Jem, Moria, and Jinbei patiently awaited their sumptuous fare while eavesdropping on the conversations of fellow patrons. My wife went shopping yesterday and was brutally slain by the king while crossing the street on horseback. I heard that Don Quixote. They did not intervene. Arrived, but missed the opportunity. After some time, amidst the cacophony, the three pieced together fragmented phrases,
uncovering a rather alarming tidbit.
The tavern's patrons were engrossed in a disturbing discourse regarding a recent unsettling development on the island. The king's temperament had drastically shifted, leading him to frequently slay innocent individuals.
The Don Quixote family had seemingly emerged from nowhere,
inciting a faction of the royal guard to bravely stand against the king's tyrannical actions. The news swept through the bar like a chilling gust, dispersing the laughter and mirth that had filled the air, leaving behind a stifling atmosphere. Just as they engaged in hushed discussions, the door of the bar creaked open. A strikingly handsome young man, donning a cowboy hat and sporting shoulder-length golden curls, entered clad in noble attire. He approached the bar beside Jem, ordered a strong drink, and stood there silently, his expression betraying a weighty contemplation.
"Ah! It's him!"
Moria exclaimed, slightly taken aback as she cast a glance at the young man.
Jinbi turned his head, inquiring softly, "He seems familiar, who is he?"
Moria paused, her fork hovering mid-air, before explaining, "Cavendish of the White Horse, captain of the beautiful pirate crew, and the most distinguished pirate supernova of the last generation.
I'm just puzzled as to how he ended up here." Upon hearing Moria's introduction, Jem recalled some tidbits about Cavendish.
He was known for his dual personality and exceptional swordsmanship, eager to seize headlines and attract attention,
much like a celebrity among pirates.
Rumor had it that his striking handsomeness led to his exile from his homeland by his own kingly father, though the truth of that tale remained uncertain. Cavendish's presence here likely stemmed from his origins in this very country.
At that moment,
a drunken patron stumbled to his feet in the tavern, vocally cursing the king with words laced with hatred and bewilderment.
"That cursed bastard has killed so many innocent people. He has no right to be king. I curse him to drown in the toilet."
Cavendish's brow furrowed upon hearing these words. He knew his kingly father was not a cruel man.
"How can you draw such reckless conclusions?"
Cavendish's voice trembled with agitation. "The king has always been wise. He would never act without reason.
There must be some misunderstanding."
The drunkard slammed his hand on the table, causing the items atop it to jolt. His face flushed with rage.
"Misunderstanding? Wise? Countless witnesses saw my wife murdered in the streets by him, and you dare call that a misunderstanding? Wise king? You must be blind."
Indeed, another patron chimed in loudly. "These days, the king slaughters people in broad daylight.
If not for the Don Quixote family intervening, who knows how many innocents would have perished? And you stand here defending him, are you perhaps a lackey of the royal family?" Cavendish, visibly distressed,
still attempted to soothe the crowd's tumultuous emotions. "I understand your pain, but please trust me, the king would never intentionally harm his subjects."
"There must be circumstances we are unaware of. Don't you find the sudden appearance of the Don Quixote family rather suspicious?"
The drunken man glared fiercely at Cavendish, retorting loudly, "We don't care about your hidden truths.
We only believe our own eyes.
We have witnessed the king killing in the streets and the Don Quixote family standing against the tyrannical king."
This altercation quickly captured the attention of all remaining patrons in the bar.
They either stood united in their animosity or remained silent,
as an atmosphere of discontent permeated the entire tavern.
Cavendish steadfastly believed that there lay a sinister secret behind His Majesty's behavioral changes, however. The patrons were unwilling to entertain Cavendish's fanciful notions, and soon they were embroiled in a heated exchange of words within the confines of the tavern. During the intervals of Cavendish's argument with the patrons, Jean, Moria, and Jinbei silently observed the escalating dispute, occasionally sharing their thoughts and speculating on the reasons behind the king's drastic temperament shift.
To them, all these peculiarities were inextricably linked to that rogue, Doflamingo. Without a doubt, the king's sudden change of heart was orchestrated by Doflamingo.
This individual possessed an extraordinary mastery over the string fruit, wielding a technique known as puppet strings, which allowed him to effortlessly manipulate others' bodies. The king must have fallen under the influence of these strings. What a splendidly staged performance!
After being ousted from Dressrosa, he now sought to encroach upon the kingdom of Rommel, brazenly attempting to usurp others' lands. What audacity!
Moria scoffed softly, deriding the true nature behind the king's public acts of violence. James swallowed the last morsel of his meal, pulled out a handkerchief to dab his mouth, took a sip of wine to cleanse his palate, and finally spoke with deliberation. "Now that we have arrived, he shall have no opportunity to lay claim to this nation." The contention between Cavendish and the patrons grew ever more intense. The king's past benevolence and fairness towards his subjects had been evident to all, and now, with such a sudden transformation, one would expect there to be a process and rationale behind it. Did no one else find this strange? Cavendish gesticulated fervently, pleading desperately. After a protracted dispute, the inebriated patrons became increasingly agitated, with many rising in fury, brandishing tables and chairs as they advanced menacingly towards Cavendish. Chapter 90. The puppet master Cavendish surveyed the bar patrons, brandishing makeshift weapons and advancing with fury, yet he remained unperturbed. Despite their menacing demeanor, he was acutely aware of his capacity to vanquish them all in an instant. However, he had no intention of resorting to violence. Instead, he endeavored to persuade them to contemplate the contradictions inherent in the situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me," Cavendish began. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of panicked screams emanating from the street outside. The cries, laced with terror and dismay, suggested that a horrifying event had transpired. Following this, shouts of reprimand and agonized wails echoed in the distance, casting a palpable tension throughout the tavern. The patrons quickly sensed that something was amiss, their faces registering shock and disbelief. "This is bad. The king must be out on the streets again, slaughtering people," someone shouted. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, causing their nerves to taut. They abandoned their peculiar array of weapons and hurried toward the exit, leaving Cavendish behind. Within moments, the tavern was emptied, save for the remnants of chaos and vacant seats. Cavendish watched the retreating figures, the screams still ringing in his ears. His expression hardened, and his feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. He had only just returned to this country, engaging in discussions and disputes within the tavern. Now, in a heartbeat, his father, the king, had taken to the streets to kill, rendering his earlier analysis nothing more than a farce. "Are you not going to see for yourself?" Jem paused beside Cavendish, accompanied by Mariah and Jinbei, a smile gracing his face. "As you surmised, there are indeed hidden truths behind this affair. An invisible hand is manipulating everything from the shadows." Cavendish turned his stiff neck, fixing his gaze upon the speaker. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in astonishment. "You are the new emperor, Jem?" "Ah, it is I," Jem replied, nodding with a smile, extending an invitation. "Would you care to join me outside?" Cavendish instinctively shook his head, only to quickly reverse his decision, nodding earnestly as he asked, "Do you know who the puppet master truly is?" "Indeed," Jem responded, stepping toward the door. "It is those whom you suspect in your heart." "Could it truly be the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo?" Cavendish murmured, following Jem like a soul bereft of spirit. The rain had just ceased, leaving the streets awash with water. The rhythmic clattering of hooves shattered the silence, as a regal figure adorned with a crown appeared at the far end of the street. Riding a horse with an air of nobility, he rode a black warhorse, clutching a bloodied sword, galloping through the streets, the dripping blade swinging relentlessly, striking at the hapless pedestrians on either side. The regal middle-aged man was none other than the king of the Rommel kingdom, the biological father of Cavendish. The king's demeanor was peculiar, his actions appeared reckless and merciless. Yet, the tightly shut eyes, contorted expression, and tear-streaked face betrayed an inner torment. Upon seeing the king, Jem, Jinbei, and Moria exhibited expressions that conveyed a sense of inevitability. Under the powerful observation of Haki, the three discerned an exceedingly thin, nearly invisible thread connecting to the king, its other end lost in the unseen distance. Suddenly, urgent cries echoed around them. "Run! Stand up, quickly! The king is coming, hide! Your Majesty! Do you remember the vow you once made to protect your subjects? Is this your notion of protection?" In the street, a young mother, overcome with fear, collapsed in the waterlogged roadway. Her pallid face twisted in anxiety, she clutched her 3-year-old daughter tightly, instinctively seeking to shield her from harm. The two sat on the damp ground, engulfed in terror, sensing the little girl as small hand gripping her mother's garment in fear. Their shared dread permeated the air. The sound of the king's horse hooves grew closer and louder. The mother, in panic, attempted to rise and flee this dreadful place. only to find her legs cramping from overwhelming tension, rendering her immobile. As death loomed near, the young mother summoned all her strength to thrust her daughter towards the roadside. Screaming in desperation, "Run! Nyo, run fast! Don't look back at me! Get as far away as you can!" The sudden action startled the little girl, who, frightened, cried out, yearning to leap into her mother's warm embrace. Yet, the mother repeatedly pushed her away. The tender cries of the little girl echoed through the street. The rain washed away the oppressive heat and swirling dust, but it could not cleanse the gloom shadowing the hearts of the people. This scene compelled many to close their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending bloodshed. At that moment, the king on horseback, hearing the commotion ahead, opened his tightly shut eyes. Upon seeing the mother and daughter, his eyes widened with anguish, the torment on his face deepening. Nevertheless, he raised his sword high, executing a cruel arc towards the young mother. At this critical juncture, a figure darted out from the tavern door like lightning. The king's horse galloped past, the sword missing its target. Moments later, everyone, realizing the gravity of the situation, exhaled in relief. By the roadside, Cavendish, feeling a pang of guilt, gently laid the mother and daughter down. "Moria," Jem called softly. "Understood." Moria cast a glance at the galloping king, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. And then he suddenly swung his right arm. Shadow blade. As Moria moved, the shadows behind him morphed and extended, transforming into a razor-sharp blade of darkness. The shadow blade sliced through the air with astonishing speed, racing towards the king like a bolt of lightning. With a soft, crisp sound, the blade precisely severed the puppet strings binding the king, liberating him from Doflamingo's control and restoring his autonomy over his own body. In rapid succession, the dark blade began to twist and contort violently, ultimately morphing into a myriad of black bats that surged toward the king and his steed in a relentless swarm. These bats clustered densely, forming an impenetrable barrier that ensnared both the king and his horse. The trapped king was filled with terror, attempting to disperse the bats with his sword, yet they danced around him like phantoms, refusing to be banished. Meanwhile, the warhorse whinnied in fright, frantically trampling the ground in a desperate bid to escape the eerie confinement. Jem, accompanied by Jinbei and Moria, approached the king with measured steps. Simultaneously, in a secluded corner of the Rommel kingdom, Doflamingo paused, his right eyelid twitching, as he murmured uncertainly, "Is this the shadow?" Chapter 91, The Most Lethal Deception in Disguise Within the Tavern. The king wept profusely as he recounted the events of the day. The gazes of Jem, Moria, Jinbei, Cavendish, and a multitude of patrons were drawn to the king as if by an invisible magnet. The tavern fell into a profound silence, with each individual attentively listening to the king's narrative. Although the common folk harbored lingering doubts and dissatisfaction towards the king, the revelation of Jem's true identity instilled a sense of trepidation regarding the new emperor and the formidable nuclear peace pirate crew, rendering them hesitant to voice their sentiments openly. As the king continued his tale, the audience gradually came to comprehend the bizarre occurrences of recent times. The timeline traced back to a month prior, when Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family stealthily arrived in the kingdom of Rommel. They presented the king with two utterly unreasonable demands: to become their puppet and to pay an exorbitant annual tax of 10 billion berries. Although the kingdom of Rommel was relatively affluent, such a colossal financial burden was beyond its capability. The Don Quixote family wielded significant power and influence, yet how could the king, as the sovereign of his nation, resign himself to being a mere marionette under their control? Consequently, the king resolutely rejected Doflamingo's harsh stipulations. To his dismay, just half a month later, the Don Quixote family approached him once more. This time, Doflamingo employed a nefarious technique, directly manipulating the king's body to transform him into a puppet. Simultaneously, the Don Quixote family's agents, alongside coerced members of the kingdom's guard, launched a large-scale assassination campaign, ruthlessly targeting loyal subjects and soldiers of the king. Following this, Doflamingo continued to control the king's body, rampantly slaughtering innocent civilians. After creating chaos, members of the Don Quixote family would appear, feigning concern in a hypocritical act to win the favor of the populace. Such despicable conduct was truly appalling. Upon concluding his account, the king's explanation gradually assuaged Cavendish's doubts, leading him to place his trust in the monarch. However, his faith did not guarantee that others would share the same sentiment. At that moment, a drunken man whose wife had been slain, and who had previously clashed with Cavendish, rose to his feet, a scornful expression adorning his face.
He proclaimed loudly, "You certainly have a knack for shedding responsibility. How can we ascertain the veracity of your words?"
"Perhaps you've concocted this tale merely to save your own skin." Faced with the drunken man's skepticism, the king, burdened by guilt, bore a bitter expression. Though the act of killing was not his intent, the innocent lives had indeed perished at his hands. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall willingly abdicate my throne to provide a resolution for all." Upon hearing the king's words, Cavendish was taken aback. He was about to speak, but the king gestured for him to remain silent.
"Could it be true? Would you truly relinquish the throne?"
the inebriated man asked, still skeptical. The common folk, however, largely believed the king's declaration, primarily because he had never been known for unjustly slaughtering innocents. After all, they were merely ordinary citizens, lacking the means to comprehend the intricate power struggles at higher echelons. Thus, they relied on their instincts to discern the truth of the matter. Noticing the lingering doubt among the patrons, Jem resolved to have Moria demonstrate personally, hoping to enlighten the onlookers on the possibilities that lay beyond their understanding.
"Moria,
showcase your abilities for everyone," he instructed. "Aye, Captain," Moria replied, beckoning the crowd to observe his shadow, which he then extended into a thin line before their eyes. This shadowy thread effortlessly penetrated the shadow of a nearby civilian.
With a mere thought,
Moria commanded the individual to raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to another nearby.
This sudden turn of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Moria's little prank elicited bemused chuckles from Jem and Jinbei. The struck man, clutching his face in anger, demanded, "Why did you hit me?"
The bewildered civilian protested,
"This has nothing to do with me. I never intended to strike you."
Yet, before he could finish, panic overtook him, and he again raised his hand to deliver another slap.
"You dare hit me again? I'll make you pay for this,"
the aggrieved man exclaimed, his anger escalating as he prepared to retaliate. The civilian, filled with terror and bewilderment, hastily explained, "I swear, it's not my doing.
My body moved on its own. I have no control over it."
His voice trembled with fear and confusion over this bizarre occurrence. Upon hearing this, the man who was about to retaliate hesitated, and others began to recognize the gravity of the situation, gazing at Moria with dread.
"See?
This is how the Don Quixote family exerts control over the king." "Akin to my own methods," Moria stated, retracting his shadow with a nod. "Shadow line," he called it, a testament to years of mastery.
Previously,
he could only control zombies through shadows, unable to manipulate the living. Yet, through relentless research and breakthroughs, he had now gained the ability to control the weak-willed ordinary folk. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment, their hearts pounding with fear. This power to control others was utterly unfathomable, stretching beyond the comprehension of these commoners. Nevertheless, they chose to believe the king's earlier assertions. Even the initially disdainful drunkard was now wide-eyed in disbelief, convinced by the king's words. The crowd hastily apologized to the king, acknowledging their previous misconceptions, and resolved to return home to share the truth with their families and friends. The throng dispersed in a flurry. In the bar, only the king, Cavendish, and a few guests including Jim, Shanks, and Moria remained. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Without you, many more would have perished by my hand today. And I would not have gained the trust of the common folk." The king slowly removed his crown, tucking it under his arm, and bowed solemnly to those before him, his gratitude evident. Observing this, Cavendish promptly mirrored the king's gesture, bending down in a show of appreciation. Jim approached with a smile, helping both men to their feet, and casually remarked, "There is no need for such formality, it was merely a matter of convenience. We came here primarily to seek vengeance against the Don Quixote family. So there is no need for thanks." After expressing his gratitude to Jim, the king and Cavendish delved into a conversation about father and son. "Do you not resent me for having cast you out of the kingdom?" the king asked softly, gripping Cavendish's hand tightly, a hint of remorse evident in his words. Cavendish gently shook his head, his expression serene. "I understand the reasons behind your actions. Too many women gathered at the palace gates because of me. abandoning their work and families, wandering the streets all day, even rallying to storm the palace just to catch a glimpse of me. Such behavior severely disrupted the kingdom's order and interfered with the normal conduct of state affairs. You had no choice but to expel me. The three men stood in silence, grappling with the unspoken weight of the situation.
Chapter 92. Do you still need a reason to kill? Jem and his entourage of 5 arrived outside the royal palace of the Rommel kingdom.
According to the king, the Don Quixote family had audaciously taken residence within the palace. As Jem gazed upon the majestic structure, a sinister smile crept across his face. An invisible, terrifying force erupted from the depths of his mind,
cascading towards the palace like an unstoppable tidal wave.
Under his meticulous control, this force exclusively targeted the palace, leaving the surrounding civilians untouched, while the commoners remained unharmed.
The palace faced utter devastation.
The glass throughout the entire palace shattered simultaneously, and cracks began to appear on the walls,
those swept by the invisible power.
Particularly the weaker individuals collapsed silently to the ground, resembling lifeless fish with rolled-back eyes. Inside the palace, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head, unleashing a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, 2 waves of Conqueror's Haki collided above the island, forming 2 colossal hemispherical energy fields.
The 2 forces vied for dominance, each striving to claim territory. Nearby,
the senior members of the Don Quixote family looked up, recognizing the familiar presence of Conqueror's Haki. Their expressions turned grave, with an undercurrent of lingering fear evident in their eyes. They paid no mind to the fallen around them, intensely focused on the confrontation between their young master and the formidable man before them. The subtle cracks that had appeared on the palace walls mirrored the dissipating storm clouds above. The familiar Conqueror's Haki signified the arrival of that man.
What could his intentions be? Was it not enough that he had seized Dressrosa? Did he now seek to contest the Rommel kingdom as well?
He had promised the 5 elders to spare them, yet here he was, brazenly breaking his word. The atmosphere within the palace was palpably tense. The faces of the Don Quixote family members were grim, nearly dripping with anxiety. The struggle between the 2 forces persisted. Interestingly, the ordinary civilians remained oblivious to the turmoil,
continuing their lives undisturbed.
Firstly, Carlo had masterfully contained the Conqueror's Haki, preventing it from affecting them.
Secondly,
the sound of shattering glass from the palace was too faint for them to hear.
However, not everyone was oblivious. In a secluded corner of the Rommel kingdom,
an individual watched the unfolding events with a serious expression. Yet, he appeared disinclined to intervene. On the contrary, he seemed eager to witness a clash between Jem and Doflamingo, ideally leading to their mutual destruction. The conflict of Conqueror's Haki was indeed a terrifying spectacle. But why was he present?
Was it to eradicate the threat entirely?
After observing for a while, a thought struck him. He retrieved a den mushi from his pocket and dialed a number.
Meanwhile, the